Chapter 201 of the main text. What about the background of the Yaoyorozu year? Chapter 201. What is the history of Yaoyorozu year? In front of audiences from all over the world, Shiraha ignored the CP0, who had a high status in the world government. He looked like he didn't pay attention to the enemy in front of him. Everything seemed to be the CP0 talking to himself, like a clown. At this time, the CP0 also noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and repressed rage and said, "Why did I say the pain is? Didn't you come to kill me just now? Could it be that you don't have the ability at all, so you can only use ruthless words to hide your heart hollow? The weak are really sad." Ha ha ha. Shiraha looked up. "Are you talking about yourself? Sneak attack dogs. You dogs of the world government live in the shadows very hard. Except for the sneak attack, you don't dare to fight upright, and you can't be upright people. After all, you think it's good to be a dog." He smiled, pointed to Arya Sky and said, "Your rage's emotions can't be hidden anymore. This is a big taboo in the battle. At least I am more angry than you. But the most terrifying beast is also in the craziest situation. Will maintain the last trace of rationality." The strongest shield hid his figure nearby, and was shocked to hear Shiraha say, "I can't do it. I would rather tear you apart without reason. I gave you two choices, one is suicide, and the other is being tortured to death in front of people all over the world. I believe those people hope that you, a pirate, will die in my hands." The strange man regained his sanity in an instant, and stretched out two fingers and said, "Yaoyorozu has seen more than one rocks in the past year. You don't really think that the rocks in Yaoyorozu are the strongest pirates, even in this era? Roger and the Red Earl Patrick are not inferior to him. Yaoyorozu has seen countless strong men and pirate groups over the years. But what about it? The world government has continued to the present. You are worthy to change the world by your own strength, in front of the whole world." This CP0 sent out inspiring words, not only showing the power of the world government, but also slapped his boss to the whole world. "You are really a good dog. So are the dogs of the world government. Only sneak attacks?" Shiraha smiled and said, "If I were in the heyday, you might not have time to escape, because although you have the strength, but he is a cowardly rat." Bang! The mouth is sharp, even more powerful than just now, but it's a pity that you can't even dodge my random move. Do you really want to be tortured to death by me slowly? This CP0 attacked the ghostly invisible. After a successful blow, immediately hide the figure. "You dogs of the world government only dare to do something sneaky in the dark. It's no wonder that all of you eat berry like that. I'm afraid you won't see anyone." Shira's killing intent was condensed in the boil. Although the injury on his body is heavier, it makes people shudder. "This era will be guided by me." The CP0 saw his choice. Haki said, "How can you shake the foundation of the Yaoyorozu year of the world government? I can't change." "Then it's up to sentient beings to change. Let me be the leader of this era." In desperation, full of anger and confusion, Shiraha shouted to the world government. "Only the foundation of Yaoyorozu years. If this era wants to stand up alone, I will come first. Civilians all over the world stand up. Stand behind me. Sell your shouts. I will stand in front of you and never die. This world will usher in a new era. An era where you can truly eat and wear warmth, make you homeless, and save you from worrying about becoming slaves and facing sanctions." This man's words have infected a lot of audiences and harvested a group of loyal people. Compared with the words of the world government official, Shira's words may not be as Haki, but those words have been said to the hearts of these people. Isn't it paradise for them to have enough food and clothing, to have a home, to have safety, and not to be slaves? Murloc Island, the land of flowers, and Arabastan all have the idea of contacting the pirate, provided that the pirate can really survive this war. Understand that the beginning of this battle was the declaration of war by the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Now it is just a prologue. and this pirate named Bloodsword can no longer be concealed. I hope he can survive. Beheim prayed silently on the Fisherman Island. You are not allowed to die. Uncle, really an amazing guy. Wu Nan looked at the live broadcast and laughed. Marine headquarters. Okay. Kong slapped the table sharply and shouted. Crane Vice Admiral looked around nervously to confirm that there was no one, and reminded, Marshal, are you praising the pirate? It's not wrong that the Bloodsword Shiraha is a pirate, but what he said fits my appetite very well. I can praise him without a problem, but he is too young and vigorous. The history of Yaoyorozu years can be shaken by a pirate. He will fail. Even with a success rate of 1 in 10,000. He will only become the next world government. We Marine are not fools. We all know some things. Marine's intelligence agency is not bad. But what can I do if I know it? At least let the world maintain the current order will not get worse. We Marine is also working hard to stabilize the order of the sea. Kong leaned back in his chair and sighed. He also knows a lot, but he doesn't want to break the order. Who can guarantee that if the order is broken, what the world will become, and will it change for the better? If he can really get better, he can pay the price of his life. He is Marshal Marine, with a heavy burden of justice behind him. He can't bet. Kong knows that the world government is really far-sighted, and Crane is also very far-sighted. The influence of this man on the world is far greater than rocks. This is not only thought, but liberation in all aspects. The direction of the world is completely rioted. Even if Shiraha survives this time, the next conspiracy will still come. Can you stop it? He is a little handsome. Chi Yuan stared at the man with eyes full of stars. Oh hello, where is it, handsome? You are almost drooling, Kizaru said slyly. Much more handsome than you. You old man, go aside. Kizaru touched his face. Is he that old? Isn't he handsome? Shiraha's words shocked the world again, and also shocked the CP0. You are indeed a different person. This is the first time I have suffered a loss in words. It turned out that it was a little boy like you that caused me to suffer. I admit that you have a unique charm in your body, just like in God. Rocks of the Valley of Failure. Young and energetic, I can understand that I was also aspiring back then, wanting to change the world, just like you are today. This CP0 voice rang from all directions, and now I want to complete the task assigned to me by the world government. Order and stability are the only ones. The sea cannot withstand the toss of you. I ask you, can you answer? Shiraha was happy. In fact, he still has the power to fight, but he is worried that he will fall into the siege. This is different from the beginning. These strong players on the field will not hesitate, and this CP0 strength is quite strong. Go ahead, your grandpa. I'll just listen carefully. Hey. The CP0 chuckled and said, these things you do are based on your abilities. You are actually a very selfish person, right? You are not nonsense. The CP0 was taken aback for a moment, and then said, the CP0 you killed used to have a rare genius title in the outside world for 500 years, but in CP0 he is actually very ordinary. Even then he can still make Marshal Marine. To greet him personally is the foundation of power in world government. Shiraha suddenly felt that CP0 Kage-han was the genius of a certain world government in the future. The world government hides a lot of real information, including those familiar to the outside world, which the world government wants most people to know. They will launch some rare geniuses every once in a while, with various names. In fact, those geniuses are failed geniuses, and real monsters have long been secretly cultivated. Those geniuses who are the hallmarks of the world government will have the opportunity to officially join the world government and become CP0 only after they have grown to a certain level. True geniuses are not exposed. You have enough value to become the strongest shield. This CP0 was not invited casually, in front of the world. He took this step very well. The impression of Bloodsword Shiraha on the whole world is not bad, and by doing so, he can make the unsuspecting people feel the tolerance of the world government. Becoming the strongest shield contributing your strength and what you have can benefit the world as well. The world government can mobilize its own huge power to make the world a better place faster. On behalf of the world government, I invite you to become CP0. This will be your only chance to escape your pirate status. As the strongest shield, you will not only have great power, but also incomparable freedom. Puff Shiraha had a strange expression, wanted to laugh and held back, and said, "Your eloquence is quite good, but I don't believe it. Being a dog is very free. You should lie to a 3-year-old child about what the world government is doing. I have spread it all over the world through my own methods. It is up to the people to judge whether it is fair or not. It looks like I won, right?" Newsbirds have flown all over the world, and many viewers from all over the world on land read newspapers about the crimes of Tenryubito, the truth and great evil concealed by the world government, the dangers of slavery and the hidden truth behind the forced recruitment of labor every year. The CP0 suddenly widened his eyes and guessed what the bastard had done in front of him. He actually lost. Hearing the phone worm ringing constantly on his body, he understood that this was the ghost of the economic news agency. He was going to push the pirate to a desperate situation, but he met his teammate Pig. Tenryubito is indeed a group of pigs. You voluntarily gave up. You could have a great future. I really don't want to beat you to death in front of the world audience. You are outstanding. I lost this clash. Are you ready next? Shiraha solemnly looked at CP0, who had exposed his position, and said, "You are also a good opponent. In fact, you have beaten me in personal ability just now, and even taught me a lot of things. Do you know? Your last words almost killed me, and my efforts were almost destroyed by you. Your level of threat is really too high." I abruptly raised my view of the world government to many levels. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated the world government. I will treat the world government more carefully in the future. I won't let you live too long. There are personal grievances and other reasons. I can't keep you. The CP0 sneered. You lie to the ghost. You are a selfish guy. I think you just remember the woman I scolded you. You little miracle lie guy. His pride still paid the price. The CP0 calmly launched a series of swift attacks. The injury on Shiraha's body is cracking. He just took a short rest and procrastinated for a while, just to make the injury heal on his body a little better. In addition to this idea, he also wanted to see how capable this CP0 was. The harvest this time was beyond his imagination. Snapped on top of the Buddha, ignoring the wound on his body. Burning his life force once again activated the massive berry ability. It's not Logia berry. This trick must be effective, even if Shiraha can't judge the position of this CP0. The scene of ruining the world gave this CP0 a sense of vigilance, and the prey was still able to move. One more trick! Exclamation mark. This CP0 froze for a moment, and decided to hide first to let his opponent consume more energy. As a result, seeing another unexpected scene, Shiraha ran away. Still sitting on the sword and flying away. He was cheated. Noting the awkward gaze, Shiraha's face was pale, and her legs tremblingly raised her middle finger towards the CP0. Gan. When the big move fell, the CP0 yelled while hiding, "Zephyr, Garp, the main task of you Marines is, don't let any pirates go next, just leave him to me. You are not allowed to intervene." The sound is getting farther and farther, which shows that the CP0 has caught up. This time, he must not fail. If he cannot bring back the pirate, he must be punished after he returns. Zephyr smiled disdainfully, because he wanted to monopolize the credit for fear that Marine would forcibly take Shiraha away. It really kicked us Marine aside. It seems we don't have our share. That kid is good. Although I didn't fully understand their confrontation, it seems that the kid won. Garp didn't intend to catch up. There was the main battlefield of the flying pirates and Roger pirates. Their two important Marines returned to Zephyr's warship and saw two huge slashes fly over. At the same time, He cut to another CP0 who stayed in midair and was a little at a loss. Zephyr and Garp looked in those two directions in shock. End of this chapter. Chapter 202 of the main body of the war broke out. Meet acquaintances. Chapter 202 A big melee broke out. Meet acquaintances. The one who lost his partner is about to return to CP0 on the ship. Before he walked a few steps in the sky, he was struck down by two terrifying slashes. He couldn't stop the sudden attack after activating the iron nugget and armament at the same time. This CP0 had two huge wounds on his chest. Through the wounds, he could faintly see the beating heart inside, and his state suddenly became dying. It fell from midair and sank into the sea. He was still looking at Marine not far away at the last moment. Garp, why don't you look at it? Zephyr pointed to the CP0 that fell into the ocean, and said grimly, also, the attack distance is quite far, otherwise you can directly divide that guy. He has no affection for the people of the world government, so he takes all the benefits to himself and leaves all the drudgery to them. Shiraha was constrained and consumed by Garp, otherwise the blow would be worthy of severely injuring the little bastard. You haven't moved. Why should I do it? Garp took out a bag of senbai from nowhere, looked at CP0 falling into the ocean, and laughed. Puffahahad senbai is so delicious. You are better than me. I can't do it. I don't believe it. I also said I don't know moon step. I don't know moon step. Zephyr and Garp got into a big quarrel on the warship. Pelusalino and the future Momousagi praying on the side looked a little nervous. A large group of Marines on their Zephyr warship prayed silently in their hearts, don't fight. The Marines on Garp's Doghead warship not far away breathed a sigh of relief. Two pirate ships, one large and one small, gradually came into Marine's eyes, and the poor CP0 only salvaged the people after the world government's fleet arrived. Hand over Shiraha. Where is Shiraha? Linlin, Newgate. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the ship and looked in the direction from the other slash. He didn't see anyone. He turned his gaze down a little strangely, and then saw the mini version of Charlotte Linlin? Newgate. What is your strange expression? Am I that strange? My figure is clearly maintained. How did you become so young? Whitebeard asked, pointing to Charlotte Linlin strangely. This is not important. Give me Shiraha. Charlotte Linlin stared at Zephyr and Garp on the warship coldly, and shouted, he is the man I value. If he has something, I will let him funeral of you guys. Tanayu. She looked at Charlotte Linlin at a loss. Why is there another person? But she is more worried about Shiraha's safety. Through another world broadcast, she can see that Shiraha is being chased by a very powerful guy. Don't worry, he is immortal. If you turn off the world live broadcast, maybe you don't want audiences all over the world to see his embarrassed appearance. When Huadib hugged Danayu, he comforted, he will be fine. In fact, his performance just now has been very handsome. I believe there will be many people willing to support him. Father, shall I chase Uncle? Marco asked, lying on the small plane, looking in a certain direction. Cool, it seems that the kid is still fine. Let's go together. Whitebeard watched the live broadcast, pointed his middle finger to the CP0, Shiraha with a mocking expression, and said happily, by the way, show you the bastard Shiki. That is, your bastard uncle. Little ones, go and help our family. Oh, Lee Zinian. Garp smiled contemptuously, clenched his fist, and shouted, Zephyr, leave that woman to you, and Whitebeard Newgate to me. Why? I'm the one who has been hunting Newgate. You are not allowed to grab me. Zephyr growled uncomfortably. Garp was shaped like a cannonball. He stepped on the air and stopped in front of the Whitebeard pirates. He smiled and said, with me, you don't want to go there. Garp. Whitebeard flicked the Naginata forward, his eyes turned scarlet, and he was angry. Bang! The two powerhouses in Pirate World fought head to head. The sea is roaring, and the world is turbulent. The terrifying shockwave blew all nearby ships into the distance. Father, you leave me alone. Garp is mine. Newgate, you are a devil-berry capable person. Whitebeard leapt high, stepped on the air to a high altitude, and said, You are not enough to drive me into the sea. Let's fight. Garp, Garp, who was hurt, grinned as he watched Newgate, who was inviting to fight. The two men fought fiercely in midair. Zephyr saw his old opponent being robbed. Rage shouted, "You guys get me the boat. Are you going to fight the Whitebeard pirates again? This is training, right?" "Oh, yeah, the Whitebeard pirates. It's terrible looking at the pirates without the silver gun, the blood sword, and the Whitebeard trio." Pelusalino smiled wretchedly. "Old man, won't you be scared again?" Chiuan drew out his sword and said eagerly, "This time I will give the woman with that smelly face a severe lesson and let her know how good I am!" I heard. The dead girl who doesn't have all the hair. Huadibai also drew out his sword and gave orders, "Let's move the boat over to sister. There is a marine admiral over there. We can't beat it." Marco said nervously. "Shut up." In turn, "We can't beat someone to help us." Huadibai pointed to another place and shouted. Marco looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was riding on Thundercloud Zeus and killed Zephyr, and asked, "What should we call that person?" Marco didn't know what to call Charlotte Linlin for a while, as if it was wrong no matter what. "Internship. What are you doing so much?" Huadibai shouted, "Let me get the boat over." The Whitebeard pirate ship rushed past the airwave, and Zephyr's marine warship also rushed past the airwave. Adon stepped on the air, holding two knives, and slammed at Pelusalino, who wanted to paddle. The ape was helpless and had to fight Adon. The two fought into battle. Charlotte Linlin's boat can't rush. She has no choice but to stand on Zeus. Fortunately, she has two clouds and there are restrictions on fighting on the sea, but it will not affect her combat effectiveness too much. At the age of 5, the elder of Titan family was a natural monster, and now she is even more a monster. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin have once again reached a united front since the Valley of the Gods. One against Garp and one against Zephyr. All members of the Whitebeard pirate group blocked the Maureen brought by Zephyr and Garp. The situation on the field formed a big melee. Morgans looked at everything on the court and laughed wildly. "This kind of battle is really wonderful. I want to open the World Channel and make the whole world go crazy. I want to post." Longbread asked strangely, "How can you still activate?" "Isn't it in the hands of Lord Shirahar?" Morgan said with a smile. "I have a backup, but we should stay away from those guys. They seem to be eyeing us." "Grab them." It was their bird that caused this situation. The people sent by the world government steered the fleet in the direction of Longbread. "Don't be fussy, come up quickly, and I will take you there." Marco rode a small plane to the side of Longbread and Morgan's, and said, "Are you my uncle's companion?" "Yes, my name is Morgans." Morgans nodded. In front of the dumbfounded world government group, the careful Marco took both of them away. He had already noticed Morgans on Charlotte Linlin's ship. "Should we continue to arrest them?" Several CP0 looked at each other a few times, and finally looked at the one with higher status. "We don't participate in their melee. Let's go find an adult. We will complete our mission when we catch the blood sword Shirahar. Let Marine clean up the rest of the situation." The CP0 said playfully, "If you can't control it, the situation, that only shows that Marine is too wasteful." This time the world government only sent one strongest shield over, that is the top combat power of the sea. But the current situation is no longer a situation that can be reversed by one or two top combat power. The thin figure, like CP0 with elongated noodles, took everything into consideration and determined their goal. Take the blood sword Shirahar back alive, and their mission is complete. You two go after it. The world government pretended to send two CP0s stepping on the air to chase Marco, and the rest followed the fleet to the place where the flying pirates and Roger pirates were fighting. "They are going to trouble adults," Morgan said excitedly. "We can't get the manpower out. If I go, I will add trouble to my uncle." Marco took a deep breath and looked at Morgans firmly. He must take both men safely to the pirate ship. Now Charlotte Linlin is helping to contain an admiral, and he can't distract the big pirate who doesn't know what to call it. This sea area turned into a bigger battlefield after Shirahar left. and this battlefield is broadcast live to the whole world through Morgans, and the status of the World Economic News Service can no longer be shaken. In the future, it will become the largest newspaper in the world. It's too dangerous. This situation is really embarrassing now. Shiraha sat on the Yunxiao sword with scars and said helplessly, the small-sized Buddha on top has no blocking effect, and the large-sized one cannot cause actual damage. Not to mention that your ability is really restraining me. He couldn't judge the location of this CP0, whether it was from the sound or the airflow. Even the sight, the color and the ability of Berry could not detect the location of this sky. Only at the moment of launching the attack can he find out the location. I'm not only restraining you. The CP0 kept his distance vigilantly, looking at the strange atmosphere on the scene, and said, Aren't these two little traitors raised by Marine? Ake Ainu snorted coldly, sitting behind Kyuzan. What's up? Is this an acquaintance meeting? How come I know all of them? Shiraha stretched out his hands helplessly, pointed at them and said, What do you want to do? Ah, this little brother, we met again. The battlefield over there is a bit too scary, so we came here, but I didn't expect to meet you again. They are not far from this battlefield. And they rushed over quickly after seeing the live broadcast. Kyuzan looked at Shiraha's side and asked strangely, Where is that little sister? I temporarily lost her. Shiraha confidently said, I will definitely find her. You are so embarrassed and chased like this by a dog of the world government. What a shame. Ake Ainu said mercilessly. He was silent for a few seconds, and said again, I watched your live broadcast and it was pretty good. Then you want me to stop him? Shiraha asked, pointing to the air behind. I can't help you. I can't even notice the position of that guy. Ake Ainu shook his head and suddenly shouted, Meteor volcano. Ake Ainu jumped up and turned into lava. Numerous huge lava fists appeared on Aria's sky, covering which area like a group of meteorites. Shiraha saw that the two future admirals didn't want to fight him, so Mitsurugi rushed to the center battlefield again without hesitation. Meteor volcano dissipated. The young Ake Ainu smiled subconsciously at Shiraha who was leaving. Ake Ainu, be careful. Kyuzan, I just noticed that guy through the rising temperature. He chased Shiraha and left. It seems that he didn't regard us as a target. It's okay. Anyway, we just come and have a look. Kyuzan looked at Shiraha who was going away with gentle eyes, and said lazily, The sea needs you. You will be the guide of this era. Soon after, the fleet of the world government chased over and met Ake Ainu and Kyuzan. On the spot is a great major eruption. The two people left most of them, only the stronger CP0, in order not to waste too much time chasing Shiraha. Kyuzan leaned against Ake Ainu and said with a smile, Now it's okay. We are both surrounded. These are not weak. Even if the strongest ones are gone, the rest are not easy to deal with. Ake Ainu said nothing, leaning back against Kyuzan. The two people fought here for a long time, until they were seriously injured, and there were no more enemies in front of them. The two of them wiped out an elite fleet of the world government, and there were many remnant Mukuros of large ships around, and two guys lying somewhere bleeding. The nearby sea became strange, full of freezing and heat. Kyuzan panted and asked, Ake Ainu, why do you want to work so hard? We almost really died in this place. Ake Ainu remained silent, and it was not until a long time before he spoke. He let you go in the Valley of Gods last time. Kyuzan turned his head to look at him, and Ake Ainu gave an abnormal chuckle. I just think that the pirate's words are not unreasonable. At least the guy named Shiraha is more pleasing to the eye than these people. End of this chapter. 203 Meet Roger again. Chapter 203 Meet Roger again. Can you stop chasing? I'm happy to follow my ass and eat ashes in the world live broadcast. The lack of interest in your world government is really strange. You cough. Shiraha was recovering from the injury on his body while observing the surroundings. This CP0 couldn't even see the shadow. This was the first time he encountered this situation. What is this berry? At first he guessed that it was Invisible Berry, but Invisible Berry only hides himself. The changes in the clearance environment and the observation of details can still be found, unless Berry's awakening stage is really reached, and special abilities are generated. Just follow the fire red. So bird can also change the shape of the surrounding environment through Berry's awakening ability, turning the surrounding into a suitable battlefield for itself. The CP0 and Berry from these world governments can hide each other. This is different from the CP9 on Judicial Island. Shouldn't it be based on Zone Devil Berry? CP9 is really useless. Shiraha really suspects that CP9 is a cannon fodder organization that the world government puts on the surface. The strongest Roblus in it. He can quickly drop without a sword. Is the iron used for defense in the 6 types useful? Do you want to run to the center of the battlefield between the flying pirates and Roger pirates? The CP0's voice rang from all directions, with a playful smile shouting, "Do you have a good relationship with Golden Lion Shiki? I thought you guys from the Rocks Pirates were all self-care scumbags. Are you really going there? It's not your way of life, but a dead end, the battlefield of the 2 large pirate groups. In your current state, you will be killed in the past. Even if you can be resurrected, it will be very difficult. It's hard to escape the battlefield. You will die many times, until you can never resurrect. What else can you do? I'm not worried. No one can detect my position. So I once again give you 2 options. The first option is to go back with me obediently, and the second option is to be beaten as a dead dog in the middle of the 2 large pirates in front of the whole world. I will do it. Take you back. Make your choice. Shiraha chuckled. Choose fuck. Enter the battlefield with me if you have a seed. If you don't have a seed, quickly roll back to the world government. The strongest shield's expression fell cold, and he didn't speak anymore, but chased up faster. He possesses special Devil Berry abilities, and follows Shiraha with the courage of a master of art. Coming to the edge of the battlefield of the 2 large pirate groups, the strongest shield looked at Shiraha, who entered the battlefield without hesitation. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still rushed in. Even if the Fekong pirates still have contact with Shiraha, he also has Roger pirates who can woo him. Last time in the Valley of Gods Marine, the world government and the pirates already had a prerequisite for cooperation. The establishment of the Shikibukai system also allowed civilians to accept the cooperation between the world government and the pirates. He is sure to win. This time I can take the blood sword Shiraha home. It seems that the tactics against Shiraha are also useless. He will succeed in overwhelming several others through this action. Flying into the battlefield, Shiraha kept thinking about gains and losses in his heart. I did these things for the main task and to build a perfect home. 1010 can't be hunted down by a group of people in the future. At least I have to organize the world. Before I came, the preparations were still not enough. The most important thing was that the battle was too sudden, and there were too many strong people. I've always singled against others. When will it be someone else's turn to single against me? But I did what I should do. I have attracted a group of fans around the world through the World Live broadcast and Newsbird. Even if there is a remedy by the world government later, it will not change the effect of what I have done. I should become the belief of a group of people. As a belief, I can't commit suicide in the eyes of fans, let alone be forced to commit suicide by the running dogs of the world government, or even be tortured to death. That would disintegrate the newly formed belief. Next, I want to let that dog suffer a big loss. It is best to let that dog die here. Roger, this is hell. What shit fate. I must beat you. Golden Lion Shiki's roar came from afar. Really? Shiki, I really admire you, but unfortunately you are really not my opponent now. God avoid? The use of Roger Conqueror and Armament Constrict is perfect under this trick. Raise your hand and strike. Although Golden Lion Shiki blocked Roger's attack, he was hit by this move and flew far away. When he was about to kill him, he heard a familiar voice. You look good, bastard Shiki. My uncle is in the best condition right now. The knocked out Shiki turned to look at Shiraha, and slightly Tsundia yelled, I was accidentally beaten into the air just now. Shiki suddenly found that Shiraha was full of blood, and the sense of breath was very hollow. And he asked nervously, "No, why is your kid so miserable? The breath is so sluggish, you are not going to die?" "I'm almost really dying, and there is a powerful guy behind me chasing me," Shirahar quickly replied. "I came here to help you this time. I didn't expect that there would be so many people and forces outside. I watched you and Roger." The guys who came this time included Garp, Zephyr, Shikibukai and CP0 of the world government. I killed 2 Shikibukai and killed 1 CP0. Now the one who is chasing me is the strongest CP0. Puff. Shirahar received a heavy blow right in front of Shiki's eyes, rolling out blood in the air. "Which bastard did it? Come out for me." Shiki slashed 2 slashes at the place where he had just launched the attack, and roared. Voices came from all corners. "Golden Lion Shiki, I didn't expect that the rest of the Rocks pirates would really be in contact. But it's a pity, this time you challenged the Roger Pirates group is originally a very stupid behavior. No one in the sea is optimistic about you. Your flying pirates group is hard to protect itself. Do you want to intervene in my affairs?" Shirahar stabilized her figure and said, "Shiki, I am optimistic about you. To be honest, I just came here to see how you are. Now that I see you as a bastard with a good look, I can rest assured and go ahead with your unfinished battle." "What are you little bastard talking about? Why do you listen to my uncle? Wait until I solve the government's lackey first, then go to Roger to fight." "John and World, they are still waiting for you." Shiki couldn't help snarling. "Then what do? You little bastard. You should have taken Luoki's sister with me at that time." Shirahar smiled slightly. "I am also the captain of the pirate now. After separating from you, I formed a pirate group with Luochi, and there are some good crew members." The Lion King didn't see his partner on that small island, and was completely angry. "Little bastard, I know you are sad, and I will definitely help you avenge the enmity of Sister Luochi. It's okay for Luochi. I and she were separated by a storm, so she may be in a hidden place." This time she didn't come and couldn't receive the news. "By the way, Brother Newgate also came." See, Shiki misunderstood. Shirahar explained with a smile, "Thank you for worrying about losing 7, and also worrying about me." "Jihahaha, what do you little bastard say? We are partners, and the affairs between you and Miss Luochi are mine." It turns out that the Newgate guy is here too. No wonder there are waves of tsunamis over there. Shiki floated to Shira's side, her golden hair flying, her eyes fixed on her surroundings. "Golden Lion Shiki, you made a very wrong decision. This decision will ruin the entire flying pirate group, including you." The strongest shield smiled secretly in his heart. This time he could use Roger Pirate Group to bring Shirahar. "Go back and bury the flying pirates here again." What a credit this will be. After presumably, he might have the identity of Tenryubito and become a superior Tenryubito. "You are so scared to be the uncle, you have to come out and do it with this uncle." This CP0 is secretly waiting for the opportunity. Shiki looked at Shira's injury and said, "I will let Narkin treat you." "And you said you are the captain of the pirate group, where are your crew and hats?" There was nothing above Shira's head, and Shiki was wearing a hat that symbolized the captain of the pirate. He explained, "Some of my crew are on the boat of Brother Newgate, and there is another person named Rockdal who has also dispersed with me." I should have heard of it. As for the hat, I really don't have one. I've heard of that kid, and even seen it. I'm really curious about how you tame such a jealous kid. Shiki met Crocodile once and invited to board the boat, but was rejected. Knowing this is under the premise of Shirahar crew, he gave up the idea of beating this kid. "I used my unique method to subdue it." "Really? I'll wear my hat for you temporarily." Shiki didn't intend to wear this hat himself, but he put it on again in this battle, and his decision now is to give Shirahar the hat. "I don't have that kind of stuff in my head. Golden Lion Shiki. I'll leave the hat to you." Shirahar took the hat and put it away. This hat is very public, in line with Shiki's temperament, and the style is not bad. "I am not qualified to wear this hat now. When I have all the crew and repaired the best ship, I will wear this hat." Shirahar happily said, I will wear it better than you, handsome. The uncle will have to wait and see. Shiki laughed. Roger also came over when he heard the sound, and saw a familiar figure. He was about to shout in surprise when he was interrupted. Roger, cooperate with me. I am the CP0 of the world government. You help me deal with the blood sword Shiraha, and I help you deal with Shiki. This is a good deal for you. My strength is very strong. This CP0 invited confidently. After Roger heard what CP0 said, his face was gloomy and terrifying, and he roared, "You hurt my partner. You can come at me, but you hurt my partner. I want to kill you." Wait, does Roger have any misunderstandings? Our world government did not take action against your pirate group. As far as I know, Garp has not caused any damage to your pirate group members. This CP0 is afraid of affecting the mission. Asked. God is angry. Roger was angry. He was a person who valued his partner most. In his eyes, Shiraha had long been his partner on the boat, and he would have been hurt like this. Roger's body was trembling non-stop, sending out an angry blow, the power of which was earth-shattering. This blow is like the name of this trick. The god is angry and is bound to destroy the world. Seeing, hearing and color can't perceive the existence of that CP0, but Roger, who has listened to the sound of everything, accurately lock on the person's direction and slashed through the air. No one is silent, unless it is a dead person. Even those who are empty of everything can be heard by Roger. Faced with this inescapable trick, the CP0 appeared, and Rage said, "Roger, you lunatic." Armament middle. Break the air. Head to head, this CP0 is certainly powerful and terrifying, but it is still a bit worse than Roger's move, especially since he doesn't believe that anyone can find himself, leading to temporary moves. The end result was that the strongest shield of the world government was broken in one blow, and his hands were dripping with blood and flew out. In order to prevent this situation from spreading to the world, he shut down the World Live broadcast. My lord. Now the World Live broadcast channel is gone. No one can see your current situation. Morgan's anxious voice came from the phone worm. Peng. Shiraha blew himself up in the shocked eyes of Golden Lion, Shiki and Roger. Then, he was completely resurrected in their eyes. You little bastard can really be resurrected? I thought you were joking. Shiki's mouth opened wide, looking at Shiraha in perfect condition, and shouted, "I can finally let go of the battle." This resurrection obviously has not reached the limit, but I don't want to be resurrected again. Shiraha wiped the young Xiao sword and said murderously, "This time I want to talk to that one. The minions have a good fight. Stop everyone who comes over." Shiki, don't worry about me, do what you want. You are a well-deserved big pirate. Shiraha, it's the same with you. After this time, I will accompany you to find Sister Luo Chi. Roger didn't understand the situation on the court, but when Roger wanted to ask, there was another miserable growl over there, and it was the same person who sent the miserable growl. The three of them looked in that direction together, and saw a black shadow flashing past, launching a thunderous blow. The perfect assassination was shown in front of the three. This is an extremely patient assassin who launched a blow after lurking for a long time. The assassination silently disappeared, as if nothing had happened just now, and there were only waves of miserable growl left in the audience, and the pool of blood. The CP0 is still alive, but his condition is not very good. What a powerful assassination technique. Isn't that person CP0 on the court? Roger felt the Shikai Bukai, and said strangely, they are fighting each other. The world government is really unfathomable. Long time no see. Shiraha? The hat is the inheritance of the will. End of this chapter. 204 Kill the strongest shield of the world government. Chapter 204 Killing the strongest shield of the world government. Do you remember our bet? My partner. Roger exclaimed excitedly, get on my boat. I can let Shiki go. Roger, what nonsense are you talking about? Shiraha is not your partner. Shiki Rage yelled, he is now a pirate captain. Even if Shiraha really wants to get on someone else's ship, He will also be on Lao Tzu's ship. My uncle needs you to let me go. Are you kidding me, Roger? Roger looked at Shiki and smiled and said seriously, Shiki, I admit your ability and strength. In Shira's prediction, I also believe that you will be stronger than me, but at least now you are not as good as me. You temporarily pull it up. The pirate fleet is nothing but loose sand. Give up, Shiki. You should have discovered the gap between us. Roger, who has not been affected by the disease and has not reached the desperate situation, his strength is more than that of the current Shiki. Shiraha has also discovered that Roger's strength is higher than that of him and Golden Lion. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Roger's strength has gone further. This is the future One Piece in the strongest state in the original pirate book. If it weren't for the disease, Roger's strength should be stronger in the future. Listening to the sound of everything is simply the nemesis of most hidden Devilberry. I'm afraid that CP0 can't figure out why he was spotted by Roger, or why Roger attacked him. Jai haha, I don't think I will lose. I have said this is my best condition. Shiki laughed strangely. Shiki had a hunch that he could win, and after seeing Shiraha, he became more convinced. He will definitely win Roger. Well haha Shiraha, I will die sooner or later. You accompany me to find the last island, my partner. Roger laughed and said, after I die, you can take Bullet away. I believe you. He must be controlled. The descendants of the Devil Bullet is a great combat force. Shiraha admitted that something has moved. Roger, even if you are sick, there are still many years before you become ill. Can no one cure you? This is a kind of curse. It can't be cured, but it's still far from the real death date. I am going to take a world adventure with my partner to find the last island. Roger invited Shiraha, go on the adventure with me. Then there will be no regrets in my life. Similar to Curse's incurable disease. I see. Shiki wants to decide the outcome with you. I won't intervene. The man on the sea will decide in the same way as the man on the sea. Little bastard, what are you talking about? This guy is sick. This uncle has been beating a patient. The conversation between the two made Shiki a little uncomfortable, and then Shiraha immediately explained. Roger's illness does not affect his strength. Roger at this time is the most terrifying. He'll deal with other people, stop for you, and leave the rest to you. Don't interfere with my battlefield, Shiraha said with a smile. Shiki understood what the little bastard was saying, took a deep breath, and fought Roger again. This battle of fate and destiny will ultimately have a victory or defeat. Both sides do not interfere with each other's battlefield out of tacit understanding. There is a gap between Shiki and Roger's strength. Without interference, it takes days and nights to truly tell the winner an unknown. After returning to its heyday, Shiraha quickly came to the direction of CP0 and laughed wildly. How did you get beaten so far? You ended up so badly. Your berry is useless. The smell of blood can't be hidden. For sneak attack dogs like you, I like doing things that fall into the pit. This CP0 smelled of blood, but there was no one in the air, but blood was constantly shed. And that place was where he was. Is your injury okay? A man came to Shiraha from somewhere and asked caringly. Sure enough, it's you. My injury is fine, but why did you become Shikibukai? Shiraha asked puzzled. Rofko was a killer that Shiraha encountered more than 2 years ago. When he followed the family's order and decided to destroy himself, it was he who gave the killer the will to live. Shiraha can't understand the killer organization and the family until now. Because they are too powerful, they feel it is difficult to control. They are afraid that Rovko will produce his own will, so they will be destroyed. What is this fallacy? After meeting Rovko, Shiraha knew that this was a delicately emotional killer, and he was quite powerful following the orders of the family and the organization. At that time, he had just developed and many skills were taught by Rove, including the skills of killing people. This is also the reason why he can adapt so quickly in the pirate world. After studying for a few months, Rovko left to find the meaning of his existence, and he became a bounty hunter, until he was targeted by rocks and abducted to the pirate group. Haven't met. Shiraha didn't want to keep Rovko, but the difference between the two of them was too great. It was you who told me to find my own value. I became Shikibukai to pass the boring time. I was very happy to meet my acquaintance Rovko. I can't find my direction after leaving the family. I don't know what I should do. And the epiphany you said, I haven't found it yet. There should be no such thing as epiphany in this world, right? You haven't talked so much before. Since you don't know what to do, just follow me. Shira's eyes flashed and gestured to Rovko, being Shikibukai, come with me to find the meaning of life. First of all, follow me. Let me kill this running dog together. He can single against others again. This time we must leave this CP0. You used to be completely different from now, so impulsive is not like you. People will change in some ways, not so with you. Rovko froze for a moment. You have become a lot stronger. That's my strength in the battle surpasses you. I think it's incredible to think about it. I was going to be like this when I was going to mess around. Shira's performance from beginning to end. Rovko can see. The tacit understanding between the two has long existed. Shiraha will not question him just because he didn't make a move just now. Rovko is a killer and one of his few friends. Rovko would not ask Shiraha why such a big change happened. What you want to do, I will accompany you to do it. Shikibukai's identity should also be lost. That's it. You come to be my crew member, and we will find the meaning of survival and the meaning of our lives together. That's what you used to keep me alive. Remember to take me to see Epiphany. I've been longing for it for a long time. No problem. The two clapped each other on the sea. Shiraha has gained a crew that he could not imagine at the beginning. A top killer in the pirate world. Whether it is to assist him in the fight in secret, or to support the friendly and assassin the enemy in the fight can have a great effect. Yang Liu Oki and Rovko turned on and off, and his combination was almost invincible. Your death date is approaching, just say any last words. Shiraha said coldly. He has been buyed for a long time, and the channel for the World Live broadcast has not been opened, and no one will see what he will do next. Ahem, I didn't expect that you two knew each other. And Roger didn't know why he attacked me. How did he attack me? Otherwise, no one can hurt me. The injured CP0 already messed up, even if you two don't want to kill me. Blood Sword, Anger Kill, Rank Yaku Tempest Kick Middle dot White Snake. Before two attacks, one red and one white, Shiraha made another move. Space Sword Skill Middle dot Fighting Star Shift. This move dissolved most of the opponent's power, and the three superimposed attacks fell on the opponent with shocking momentum. The King's Spear Middle dot 10 Fingers Kill. Armament Middle dot Full Coverage. This strong man with a very high status in the world government shows the qualities that a strong man should have. Receiving moves and defenses. Hidden Kill. Rovko once again launched the assassination skill. No fancy assassination. This time, he couldn't hide himself. His body was injured, and CP0, who was held back by him, couldn't avoid the desperate blow of a top assassin. What? This CP0 stimulated his own potential at the critical moment of life and death. Barely escaped the fatal blow and survived. 10 fingers were all broken, and a nearly ornamental scar appeared on his back. In addition to these wounds, a huge tongue fell into the sea. Shiraha and Rovko singled the injured CP0, defeating the once arrogant strong man in the world government, and retreating steadily. The atmosphere is sad, telling the end of this CP0. The blood flow continued and the breath was sluggish. My lord, here we are. Several CP0s rushed over from a distance, which made the strongest shield laugh and make a hoarse voice. Ha ha ha, it seems that you can't kill me today. Snapped. The CP0 slapped heavily. Did I make you talk nonsense? Shiraha also saw a few CP0s who had arrived, and smiled coldly. Blood Sword, don't feel complacent. You are just taking advantage of me. This is an unfair matchup. If it weren't for Roger's sudden attack, how could I be like this? Puffahahe, talk to me about justice. Shiraha laughed heartily. You don't deserve it. There is no fairness and justice in this world. Not long ago, Didn't you also attack me? Fairness and justice treat other people, and you are not worthy. When you insult my woman, you should think of how I feel. Rothko noticed the cruelty and madness in Shira's eyes, and sneaked towards the CP0. He also wanted to see that girl named Yang Liuoqi who could be so cared about by Shiraha. As Shikibukai invited by the world government, Rothko's strength in Shikibukai is considered to be the upper reaches, but if it comes to life and death, anyone in Shikibukai may be killed by him. Even the dogs trained by the world government are far better than nothing. Get on him. Rothko is a born killer, born with talent, just like Charlotte Linlin's talent. Snapped. World of Trees wall is now, and the two are standing on a towering tree. Stop your fifth leg first. Bang! The sound of chicken flying eggs sounded. What? The CP0's face turned blue for an instant, and he collapsed on the tree under his crotch, trembling all over, and shed tears in pain. No one can save you now. Shiraha gave a weird smile. You know, I learned a trick from Rothko, but I have never used it. I don't like such cruel methods. Just use it on you. It's the first time I endure a little bit. It may be a little bit painful. Shiraha took out a delicate knife and slashed away the CP0's clothes. As it gradually deepened, a more miserable growl rang, and even Shiki and Roger who were fighting in the distance were taken aback. You have so many enemies. You will have to die. You who are targeted by the world government will definitely end up worse than me. The CP0 made the final bleak roar, and his and Shiraha roles were swapped in a short time. Oh, I still have the strength to speak. It seems that my craftsmanship is not bad. I, Shiraha, have made a lot of enemies in the sea, but more friends. You rely the most on the world government, and you will be destroyed by the new era. Let me help you end the pain. Don't meet me again in your next life. Seeing CP0, who was half stripped and passed into a coma, Shiraha was fierce and raised this person. He lost his reason, clasped the person's throat and thighs with his hands, exerted fierce force, and the terrifying force crushed the CP0's throat in an instant, and his knees went all out. With a click, stopped at the waist. The brilliant life of this CP0 is fleeting. Shiraha had no intention of letting such a dangerous guy leave alive. Whether it was an assassination, or in terms of strength and abilities, this CP0 would cause unpredictable losses to his side. The only good news is that he didn't bring the weak crew. In the face of torture, this CP0 recruited some things, including the possession of berry. Zone middle. Chameleon berry. I didn't expect that a berry that sounded so weak could be so powerful. The chameleon berry in the awakened state not only changes with the environment, but also integrates into everything, integrating himself with the heavens and the earth. It was originally one. How could I find where he is? This berry also has a short-term flight ability, just like Momonga, flying in midair for a short time, equipped with a Type 6. Except the sea, you can go anywhere. Why does this zone berry sound better than the invisible berry? It's a pity that I didn't meet a good person like me at first, Kanzi. The hostility in Shira's heart has gone out a lot, and his eyes have become clearer. It looks like you are much better. After getting rid of the enemy, I must be in a better mood. I don't like overnight hatred anymore. If you want to kill it, you must kill it, Rothko said with a smile. Then come and help me. The two joined hands, and there were a few more corpses in the sea. Huh? It's weird. I remember that there are a lot of people from the world government. Why are so few people here? Isn't it important to me? I obviously committed such a big thing. End of this chapter. 205 I once fought side by side with the king. Chapter 205 I once fought side by side with the king. Probably a friend you know helped to block them. Rothko said with a slight smile. What you said is a bit possible. I'm afraid someone will help me stop those people. Shiraha smiled, pointing to the lying strongest shield, and said excitedly, this time I don't believe that the world government will not distressed. Such a strong person is not easy to cultivate, especially with this ability. I am afraid that it is one of the best model workers in the world government. If this devilberry is eaten by you, It's perfect. This kind of berry is paired with a top killer, a natural assassin. I am afraid there is no one in the sea that he dare not kill. There is no place he can't go. It's not a pity, but Devilberry will have weaknesses and will be restrained by Hayalashi. Your speech has really become better. You used to squeeze toothpaste every time you talked. Do you know how uncomfortable I am? The two exchanged for a while, and the familiar feeling came back. As Shira's enlightenment instructor, Rove taught him a lot of things. Otherwise, relying on the boxing skills he learned in the last life, he would not survive in this pirate world. Did you ask for the news from him? Rovko thought about it carefully. If you want to be an enemy of the world government, these news alone are not enough. This guy would rather endure my torture than reveal the really useful information. This shows that in this guy's heart, the world government is far more terrifying than me. Once he says something that shouldn't be said, he will suffer even more tragic end. You have said so. Even if you ask me to ask, I can't ask. Shiraha didn't ask for the really important information, which made him even more suspicious of Devilberry, the secret treasure of the sea. He had guessed about the origins of Devilberry and the relationship between the world government and Devilberry long ago. Fortunately, the chat group helped remove all the defects, so that he didn't have too much worries. This CP0 said that his voice is a technique. I have never heard of it, and I have never seen a technique that can sound from all directions. Want to learn? Rovko's voice suddenly came from all directions. Pop, pop, pop. There are still many tricks in my body that I haven't practiced to the proficient level, so I won't learn those things. What's the relationship between that silver gun and you? I have a girlfriend. Shiraha looked at her friend and couldn't help saying, she is my woman. I have already thought about the name of the future child. Rovko looked at Shiraha in a daze, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. I don't know a girl yet, just prepared it in advance. I will call Jewelry Bonnie when I prepare for women. And I will call them Jewelry Bonnie for men in the future. I also met a very interesting guy in the ocean. Maybe you will be interested. His name is Monkey D. Dragon. Shiraha froze for a moment. What did he hear just now? The name of the biggest trouble leader. Dragon middle dot dragon. A member of D's family, Garp's son. The most murderous criminal in the world. And that future supernova big stomach girl Jewelry Bonnie may be his brother's daughter! Exclamation mark. Wait a moment, let me slow down. The amount of information you said is a bit big. Rovko looked at Shiraha, who was thinking about life, and asked, do you want to change the world like Dragon? For the people who are hot? This is only part of the reason. My contribution to the world is also for me and you. The premise of all this is that the people around me are not harmed. I'm this kind of person. Protect my shortcomings to the extreme. Don't talk about righteousness and great love with me. If you can't protect the people around me, you can use the so-called righteousness and great love. I just want to retire as soon as I have solved everything. Rovko heard these words and nodded. This is the Shiraha he is familiar with. And Rovko, if you give birth to a daughter in the future, you must teach her more about etiquette, and teach her to be a girl who understands etiquette. Shiraha thought about whether to eat or not to sit in the future. Jewelry Glacier, who has a rude character, couldn't help but say question mark. When I didn't say it, Shiraha sighed as he looked at the bewildered friend in front of him. They are going to divide the victory. Rovko's eyes suddenly became extremely serious, and he pointed to the earth-shaking sound in the distance. Is it so fast? It only takes more than a day? Shirahan Garp and others spent a little time fighting. Killing Thestron Guest Shield took a long time, and Rovko teamed up to solve a few problems. The name CP0 also took a while. These things add up to less than 2 days. And the two kings on the sea are about to divide the winner. Is Shiki really going to be defeated again? Don't you want him to lose? Rovko seemed to have detected Shira's thoughts, and said with a smile, your mind and thoughts really can't be hidden. After we separated, I didn't expect you to know so many friends. Yeah, I have fought together with a few real kings, and I have also lance crossing life and death with them. just like us back then. Shirahar used some of the principles of his previous life in the weak period, which is considered to be a trick to coax the killer in front of him, let him get rid of the family and survive. If it weren't for those people to seek death on their own, they would not be uprooted. Obviously afraid, but reluctant to give up a murder weapon like Rovko. What's the use of keeping such a family? Golden Lion's opponent is terrible. He noticed the position of CP0 and me at the beginning. If it weren't for my innocence, he would probably attack me together. That guy is a very simple and straightforward pirate. No one in this sea should be able to hide himself from him. This sea area ushered in the middle of the night. The sea breeze roared, dark clouds covered it, and the battle on the field also turned white hot. The flying pirate group temporarily formed by Golden Lion Shiki lost to the Roger Pirates group, and several large pirates they recruited died in the hands of Rayleigh and Roger's other partners one after another. In addition to Shiki, the high-end combat power of the flying pirates on the field is only World and John, and the two are held back by Bullet and Gabon. Rayleigh, isn't it fun to play with them? I just happen to be bored. Let me learn swordsmanship with me. Shirahar swung his sword and rushed towards Rayleigh. Ha ha ha, it's a shame that Shirahar didn't fight you the last 2 times. I can't miss it this time. Rayleigh got what he wanted to fight Shirahar. Rovka has more important tasks to do on the sidelines. He opened the World Live broadcast, which made everyone who had been watching for a long time excited. Morgans closed the World Live broadcast and prepared to make exclusive videos and newspapers for a big price. This makes it impossible for anyone who is not involved in the sea to see the actual situation, and does not know whether the pirate is alive. Is it dead? How come another person? This little brother is so handsome too. Isn't this Shikai Bukai in our marine file? Kong from Marine Headquarters saw the people next to Rovko at a glance, and quickly took a look at the life cards of Garp, Zephyr and Pelusalino. Never mind. Afterwards, he called in and looked at Chi Yuan's life card. Not worried. This is the battlefield of Monika's heart of the flying pirates and Roger Pirates. I will take you through the most peak battle. As for this person at my feet is a big figure in the world government. He was also chased and killed just now. That handsome little brother CP0, you have also seen his fate now. That handsome little brother he has enough strength to bring you hope. I hope you will not be deceived by the world government and come and cooperate with us. Let me show you what is the peak combat power of pirates. Rovko finished reading all the words, and when the camera turned to the other side, he blushed and tore up the piece of paper in his hand. What kind of shameful statement is this? The camera turned to the CP0's face, and the horrified expression before his death scared many people in front of the screen, and also made some people go crazy. After the Garasai 5 elders of the world government got the news, they all trembled with anger. Those Tenryubito were trembling with fear. There was a lunatic who auctioned off Tenryubito's corpse, and he was almost scared to pee his pants. These Tenryubitos were relieved when they saw the madman dying. As a result, it was his dog who died now, not the lunatic, and the mentality of all Tenryubito collapsed. They don't want to be auctioned off by this madman as an auction item. Since the profit from the auction of Tenryubito has been exposed in the newspapers, many people with ulterior motives have appeared in the sea, wanting to go to the holy place to abduct a few Tenryubito and sell them for money. People can do anything with great benefits. Waste. These wastes. What the hell do we keep these dogs for? Go. A Tenryubito put on his clothes and covered his little toothpick. After learning the news, there were waves of wailing and yelling in Tenryubito's bedroom. They were all frightened, which made them even worse. This war of world recorded in history has come to an end. Shiki, give up. My condition is much better than you. We will be missed by Marine and the world government if we continue to fight this battle. Roger once again flew his opponent and shouted, "You can't win. I will never admit defeat. You shouldn't have stopped our pirate group from attacking the Valley of Gods." A fateful opponent. A fateful battle. How could the proud Lion King bow his head to anyone? Even if you lose, You have to fight last. After holding on for another period of time, the scarred golden lion looked at the sudden wind direction and weather, and laughed out loudly. Jai ha ha ha, the weather has changed. Let me see if fate will stand for you this time. On this side, I bet not, because there is a more suitable leader than you in this era. Golden Lion Shiki uttered a roar that resounded through the sky at Arya sky. A big storm struck, the real natural disaster struck, and swept everyone on the field, including Whitebeard. In a fierce battle in the distance, Garp and others were forced to cease the war, even the others in the center of the battlefield. The far-sighted Kuzan rode a well-preserved bicycle with Akainu, who was more injured than him. After the fight, after a few breaths, the two moved away from the area. Others also withdrew one after another, but unfortunately it was too late, and the turbulent storm attacked these people indiscriminately. Except for one person, thousands of meters in height swept across the entire sea area by a big storm, trying to absorb all the nearby things. Water, boats, people, and most of the flying pirates' fleet was destroyed, and Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly without feeling distressed at all, welcoming the highest beak. Piao Piao Berry's ability has been maximized, and this time the big storm is on his side. My uncle is right. Take it, Roger. With the right time and place, Shiki has turned into a true king of the sea. Let the world see what is powerful. The storm, the tsunami, and the fluttering ability of Berry made him send out an indescribable shock. Because everyone can't speak. The moment the oncoming scene of natural disasters pounced on Roger, it instantly turned into a lion head. A lion head covering the world. Facing such a blow, Shiraha laughed. He once fought side by side with the king, and today he saw a real king who concealed the whole audience. This devastating scene made audiences all over the world remember the name of Golden Lion Shiki. This is a king on the sea. No one can follow this move. Rox watched the live broadcast and said affirmatively. It's amazing. It's really difficult to be One Piece. Patrick, who had just watched the live broadcast, looked at such a blow from the world with emotion. He felt that his strength to become stronger under such a trick seemed vulnerable. Even if he was not affected by the sea, he could not take this trick. Everyone on the field made a suffocation with such a move, including the audience who were not there. They are too small for this trick. People are afraid of it. Such a scene evokes Shira's memories when he was far away. He once dreamed of the uneasy feeling of falling from a high altitude. Shiki summoned a lion head much larger than an island, turbulent waters, and huge tornado Tatsumaki rising, reminiscent of the end of the world. Whoa ha ha ha, it seems that fate is not on my side this time. Come on, Shiki. A fool raised his sword in front of audiences all over the world, and rushed up with a smile on his face. Facing the great horror between life and death, some people laughed in front of many powerful men and audiences. He laughed. He actually laughed. Roger. He laughed. At this moment, whether it was Rox, Whitebeard, or Garp and Zephyr watching after the armistice, all of them were shocked by Roger's madness. It felt like a mortal attacking God, fearless and fearless, but instead laughed and launched an offensive. There are thousands of heroes in this world, but Roger is only one. One is unwilling to challenge fate, and the other faces life and death with laughter. When two heroes meet on a narrow road, it will be a battle that will determine their fate. End of this chapter. 206 The Peak Battle. The King alternates. Fly to Sky Island. Undercurrent surging. Chapter 206. Battle at the Peak. The King alternates. Fly to Sky Island. Undercurrent surging. A battle of fate. Shiki ... I see you are stronger. Shiraha said in shock. Did I really fight this guy the last time I was in the Valley of Gods? Rayleigh had already retracted the sword and returned to the Golden Jackson, arranging all the crew. Some people have the strength but do not have the mentality of a strong man. They retreat after failing once. They will give up on themselves knowing the result. They will only kneel down toward their destiny. They are not willing to struggle for a while. They are numb and empty when they are alive. The real weak. And he saw two real strong men. This turbulent sea has turned into an addictive behemoth, which has caused fear in the hearts of countless people watching. and all the strong men present have stopped fighting. Along with the dim weather, watching the dark and deep sea, and the blow on Arya sky that resembled the catastrophe of heaven and earth, many powerhouses on the field subconsciously had inexplicable heart palpitations. The sea, only Roger's heroic laughter was left on Arya's sky. The final battle between the two. Roger slashed out the last sword in an unrelenting manner, and the tens of thousands of meters of sword energy Cheng Hong shocked the world. But compared to Shika's move, it was too small, just like Titan's hand rubbing a little. The lion head swallowed everything, including Roger standing on Arya's sky. I lost. This future One Piece accepted everything calmly. Roger didn't have any horror of facing death, not even a trace of fear. Instead, he looked at Shiraha with a free and easy smile. Afterwards, Roger was swallowed up by this trick and smashed into the sea, not knowing his life or death. Did you see, little bastard? I won. I won. The flying pirates won. The shout of Golden Lion Shiki spread all over the sea. Through the world live broadcast, this battle also spread all over the world, shocked countless people, and harvested a Fang's huge little fan brother Gecko Moria. I must be such a pirate too. I want to go to sea. Such a blow, which is like a catastrophe of heaven and earth, will surely be recorded in the annals of history. In this era, there are not only Rocks, Roger, but also Golden Lion Shiki, the Lion King whose fate has been unfair to him in the original book 1. He won. Do you know why I can win? Because this time fate is on my side. More accurately, destiny is on your side. You will replace Roger as the new leader in this world. This era no longer belongs to Roger. This is your era. And I'm just a guy who took advantage of your fate and got lucky. Shiki shouted with sharp eyes. Who said that? You said nothing. Shiraha struggled constantly in the turbulent sea, shouting in Shiki's direction, able to challenge the stronger, to challenge destiny, to ignore the future. You are the only one who challenged the ending. From the moment you challenge Roger, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You win. Jai ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed happily in the big storm. A rebellious pirate like him, even in the entire sea, there are not many guys he can look down on. Even so, hear the words of such approval. He still couldn't help laughing. When he heard his own destiny from Shiraha, Shiki had already believed in the future results, but he still did it, like a real pirate, and didn't take any advantage to challenge Roger. The weather on the sea will not show mercy to anyone, whether it is the glorious Golden Lion Shiki, or the defeated Roger with only a breath, or other people struggling in the sea. All are rushed by a powerful upwelling current towards Arya sky. The sea issued warnings and draws to these people. Shiraha gave up struggling in the upwelling. Anyway, he was going to Sky Island, so he just took a tailwind car, just to let him sleep for a while. Rofko was also involved, and the world live broadcast came to an abrupt end. The last scene that audiences all over the world saw was the fury of the sea, when a natural disaster came to the world. This was the pinnacle of the pirates' battle, and it also allowed audiences all over the world to witness the alternation of the position of the King of the Sea. This battle was later called the War of the World, and Shiki was also known as the third King of the Sea after Rox and Roger. And Shiraha has become the belief of many people in the sea. Even in the eyes of some people, Shiraha is a perfect image of the true God, who will lead their world to a new era. Father, what should we do now? Go find two uncles? Internship. We just can't get through this situation now. The Whitebeard pirates were in chaos. Everyone wanted to go, but the surrounding waves did not allow them to do so. In this kind of weather, even a small plane would not dare to fly. This is simply the end of the world. The great Uzumaki attacked, and the Whitebeard pirates had no choice but to flee the sea in a boat. Mama, am I on this ship? Charlotte Linlin asked, standing at the bow. Linlin, Lord Shiraha is okay. Let's find a way to escape with the Whitebeard pirates now. Longbread explained. Cool, I heard Shiraha talk about you. To be honest, I knew that when you defected, I was more angry than anyone in my heart. The captain treated you very well. Treated you like his sister. Before I went to sea, I went to sea with a few goals. In addition to looking for my family, that is to find you and kill you traitors." Whitebeard said at this time. The expression on his face was gloomy and terrible. Longbread wanted to explain but didn't dare to explain. Morgan said anxiously, "You are all adults, partners. There must be some misunderstanding in this." Marco knew that Dad was very stubborn, but Charlotte Linlin did help them just now and also successfully stopped Zephyr. Huadibai quietly pulled Tanayushi aside, and looked at the beautiful Charlotte Linlin with her eyes, whispering in Tanayushi. Just when the atmosphere on the court was serious, Whitebeard suddenly laughed again. "Kihahaha, welcome home, Linlin." The broad-minded pirate on the sea smiled and stretched out a big hand, and the eyes of Marco, Whitby and other crew members on the boat as they looked at Charlotte Linlin became friendly. "Welcome home." Charlotte Linlin smiled touchingly, tears flooding in her eyes, and said, "I'm back." She smiled with tears. "She's back. Cool-la-la-la, little ones, let us rush out." Oh, everyone on the Whitebeard pirate ship was preparing to withdraw from the battlefield first. They couldn't do much in this situation. They could only wait for the storm to stop. When the storm passes, they will meet sooner or later. Whitebeard will lead them to find Shiraha, Shiki and them. "You do what you want to do. I will use my method to helping hand your." Standing on the boat, Tanayu's eyes became deep and firm. After the storm passed, the two warships returned to this sea area. "Zephyr, what do you think?" Garp asked while eating senpai. "What do I think? They are gone. But that little bastard is definitely not dead." "They shouldn't have died. It's just that the world government wants to report some news that is beneficial to them. After all, not everyone in the sea has seen it." This live broadcast. Zephyr snatched the senpai in Garp's hand and ate it. "That's mean." "Bah, it's terrible." Zephyr took out a bag of potato chips and stuffed Garp. "Come and try this. It's delicious." "This is the first time I've eaten such a delicious thing." Garp stretched out his hand after eating up all at once. "I want more." "No, you lie." Pelusalino hand over the things. This time the Marine came to check and went back for business. Zephyr took a leave of absence and went to visit his family at the place introduced by Shiraha. As a result, I met Rox, who was semi-retired, and the two of them drank and talked for several days. Zephyr also deeply questioned his superior world government. He didn't know if the justice behind him was wrong, but he must become a hero of this era. The late Green Pepper met the Whitebeard pirate group, and the two large pirate groups met and reached an agreement after fighting and exchanges. Mainly Green Peppers were educated by Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. This great pirate who became a legend in later generations held back tears and said his purpose. "Cool-la-la-la, you said earlier, it turned out that I wanted to find Shiraha for cooperation. That's okay. Just ask me." Whitebeard didn't find Shiraha and Shiki, and only a large piece of Mukuro remained in the sea. Now they are having a banquet. Bless Shirahan, they can return safely. "Mama, someone is coming. One of them is very strong." Charlotte Linlin's reminder made the two large pirate groups instantly alert. Whitebeard and Green Pepper also noticed that many people were coming. The three great pirates looked in that direction, and the impatient Aden rushed up with double knives in his hands. Aden two swordsmanship middle dot guns congealing ghosts. "Oh, is this a banquet? Can you bring me one? I know Shiraha, too." The pirate blocked Aden's attack and introduced with a smile, "My name is Anan. I don't know if I'm honored." "Can you get to know you?" Marco asked in shock. "Are you the pirate who was robbed by my uncle, Anan? Can we talk this day? Question mark. Does this bear kiddo a beating? Question mark. Dot. Okay, I knew. Come and check the latest news. Q-Zone, everything that looks good is all fake news. After the War of the Walled Sea, the world government created some false news in order to make up for its own prestige. It is said that the Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates encountered Tenkan, and the two great pirates were destroyed. They even made the Dead Sea P0 heroes and built hero statues everywhere. Shiraha was portrayed as a heinous monster by them, who eats human flesh, drinks human blood, and specifically likes to kill children. Devil. In fact, The people who watched the live broadcast at the time did not know how to refute the fact that the first two great pirates were destroyed because they saw the big storm swept everything with their own eyes. The life and death of the two large pirate groups is indeed unpredictable. However, many people witnessed the latter things with their own eyes. This has led to factions such as supporters, opposition factions, and neutral factions appearing on the sea. There are controversies about these news. Various rumors continue, and the world government sends people to it to confuse the water. He quickly regained a little prestige by means of subordinates. As time passed, many people also believed that the two large pirate regiments were really destroyed in that big storm, including the Devil Shiraha. Some people hate the sea, and more people are looking forward to Shiraha's return. In any case, the aftermath of this war continues, with far-reaching impact. And our protagonist had a good sleep, followed the sea tornado Tatsumaki to Aria Sky, to Sky Island. Without his knowledge, King Hai has undergone great changes, and undercurrents are surging. Garasai 5 Elders Meeting Room. 100,000 CP should be called back. This matter should also be notified to the Lord. Presumably that task is about to be completed. Let Double Punker conduct research earlier and hand over the technology at hand. Even if the Blood Sword is still alive, we must turn him into a dead person. We can't keep such a person. Humphrey, he rejected us on the initiative. Naturally, he can't stay. Garasai 5 Elders is holding a cane, wearing a black suit, the unique temperament, and said, "It's a pity a talent, compared to his strength. I am more interested in his ability. Can propose such a sea of ideas." The thief ... It's terrible, since he refuses. He absolutely can't keep him. The Garasai 5 Elders who carried the knife said coldly, "The Valley of the Gods was almost discovered by rocks last time. We didn't use the real hole cards. This time it was really messed up by the pirate. I want to smash him into pieces. Their secrets have not been discovered, and the stability of the rule has been manipulated." Somewhere in the New World, the yellow sand is flying all over the sky. Killing and bloody battles are unfolding non-stop. After a period of capture and tracking by the CP0 of the world government, Rockdale, who had no way out, was finally driven to a desperate situation. This future pirate man came to an end. During this period of time, Rockdale learned about the Battle of Wald, and went to find the captain and other remnants of the Rocks pirates, but unfortunately they didn't meet them. On the way to be hunted down, I heard the news of the destruction of the two large pirate groups, and also heard the news of Shiraha's death. Rockdale sneered at this news, and didn't believe that his captain would die. His captain is a man who wants to change the world. TSK, it's amazing to be able to escape under our hands for so long. Sir, should we take him back? Does he need to teach him that strange ability? That guy died and was portrayed as our hero. It's so funny. The cigar-smoking CP0 smiled strangely. The ability to exude golden light in your body is very interesting. I am very interested. Rockdale fell in a pool of blood. His eyes numb. He is dead-hearted and will not say anything. Captain, I'm ashamed of you. The CP0 touched the saliva on his face. His smile became more and more weird. End of this chapter. 275 billion rewards. Reunion at Sky Island. What a dog food. No feelings. Chapter 275 billion reward. Reunion at Sky Island. What a dog food. No feelings. This CP0 is called Franco. He was ordered by the world government to arrest Rockdale. It is only now that he has caught the little pirate. You are really a very interesting pirate. You will definitely speak out your abilities. Crocodile, the owner of Logia Sasha Berry, also has a golden light ability, even if he is tempted by Devil Berry and strange abilities. This kind of golden light can change freely and can be attacked or defended. It is not particularly useful for his strength. But if he is forced to ask, it will be a great achievement to hand it over to the world government. The most outrageous thing is that this pirate also possesses a complete 6 poses, especially in physical skills and berry ability. If he hadn't brought people over to besiege the pirate, He might have paid a lot of money. Bullet on Roger's ship. Shira's official crew member Crocodile. One of the CP-0's arms fell unnaturally by his side, thinking in his heart, if the two of them are up against each other, who will win? What Shiraha didn't know was that the last time Crocodile lost to Shanks, he knew that he couldn't win, and he couldn't leave if he won. And this time Crocodile also saw that he shouldn't be alive. If you want to find death, you don't have that chance. I have a million ways to save your life. Francedo controlled Crocodile and ordered, you take me the highest purity seafloor stone, handcuff his limbs, and control his body. Don't let him die for me. Yes, your lord. This group of CP-0 looked at the abnormal arm of the adult in front of them and the several corpses on the ground, and they knew how powerful this young pirate named Crocodile was. Soon after the Battle of Wald, the Marine headquarters issued the latest wanted warrant for Shiraha, offering a reward of 5 billion yuan, which is higher than any pirate in the sea. The sea of this period is not the sea of future inflation. The 5 billion reward represents a milestone. The shocking rewards also made Shira's popularity in this sea unabated. Marine began to recruit troops from around the world, and Khan was very busy. The most leisurely person at Marine headquarters is Garp, the Marine hero. A Garp without Roger to catch is not a complete Garp. The bored Garp asked for leave to return to East Blue, and by the way, caught some of the new pirates from East Blue. In addition to going back to visit relatives, Zephyr confirmed that his family was safe, and learned from Rox that there were pirates who wanted to deal with his family for a long time. A large number of pirates touched the island and met Rox. Before leaving, Zephyr asked Rox to take care of his family. Rox, if a pirate wants to deal with my family, remember to protect me. I'm not your partner. Shiraha asked you to leave your family here, so you really sent your family here. Isn't your Marine headquarters also very safe? Zephyr's eyes instantly became cold. He was silent for a few seconds, and he said, Marine headquarters may not be what you think. If my family is really in Marine headquarters, something may really happen. Garp is a stupid man. As a Marine hero, he did not throw his dear grandson into Marine headquarters, but stayed in Windmill Town to grow up safely. Zephyr's family, wife and children were all killed by Revenge's pirates. It seems that your Marine is really unclean. Even Marine Admiral's family dare to make an idea, and come over and ask Lautzu for a pirate. Roxty dyed up his flamboyant hair and laughed. Aha, as long as your family is on this island for a day, no one can hurt them. Get out of here. Marshal Kong can't help it. This is a shortcoming of the system. Rox, there is news about Shiraha. I will notify you immediately. Zephyr waved away. Thank you. I was thanked by a Marine. Roxton felt like he got goosebumps all over his body. He is the first maritime overlord of this era in the sea. He will not leave until Ikoku wakes up. This is his Rox promise as a big pirate, and it is also a promise between men. He will stay here and wait for Shiraha to return. After separating from Rox and saying goodbye to his family, Zephyr took the Marine newcomer on the road to capture the Whitebeard pirates. Many things have happened in the sea during this time. Shiraha didn't know everything that happened during this period, and he didn't know how long he would go to Sky Island. It can be said that he does not know what will happen in King High. The story that happened in King High Sea did not have his participation. As the saying goes, everyone is the protagonist and here's his own life. The story of Shiraha's journey to Sky Island has just begun. Before these things happened, Shiraha had already reached Sky Island. At this time, nothing happened, the fuse of the big event in the future did not happen, and there was no sign of the earth-shattering and Iraq-changing war. Shiraha's current state is, he is on Sky Island, just awake, with a dazed expression. He had no idea that his dear boatman would be caught by some lackeys in the future. Is this Sky Island? Shiraha looked around. There was no one. It was all white clouds. Ruined. There is no one here. Where is he going to ask for directions? Don't talk about finding Lucci. He should figure out his position first. Huh? There seems to be someone inside this cloud. Shiraha grabbed the exposed arm with some excitement and pulled it out. This person is the future One Piece Roger. Roger, who had only one breath left, is breathing relatively smoothly now, and it seems that he can't die for a while. Shiraha checked it out and made his own judgment, worthy of being a man with his own aura, except for a disease similar to curse. There is no life-king existence in the ocean. Savively survived Shikis catastrophe. Ahem puffaha. Roger smiled as he looked at Shiraha in front of him. It seems I'm still alive. Shikis trick is really amazing. My partner, I lost, but I still want to say accompany me to find the end of the world. The man was seriously injured with a smile on his face, ignoring the great horror of life and death, and sent an invitation to him. Shiraha shouted, "Idiot! Don't think about this, let's go to Sky Island first." Roger asked curiously, "What is Sky Island?" "Sky Island is. There is such a place on the sea, let's go on an adventure together, my partner," Roger said expectantly after listening. My uncle did not agree. "You are not allowed to board his boat. I won the Battle of Wald. I proved my destiny. I also proved that you are the chosen man. I put everything on you, Shiraha." At this moment, a man with flying fur, like a lion, crawled out of the clouds not far away. After saying these words, Shiki immediately fell down. Golden Lion Shiki is also alive, similar to Roger's state, and it will probably take some time to recover. "Shiraha, come and help Uncle Ben." Shiraha had to swap out a big cart from the chat group, put Shiki and Roger on it, and then caught a strange creature on Sky Island, just as strange as the Sea Kings in King High. Sitting on the Sky Island creature, he set off toward the Sky Island. According to his guess, this place should be the White Sea 7,000 meters high, and Sky Island should still be above it. On the way, he looked at two big pirates glare to each other. Boom, boom. A big bag was raised on one's head, and it was covered with rain and dew. "He is really a fair and good person, stop making trouble. I'm going to find Luo Chi." After Roger and Shiki heard Shira's guess, they both rushed to say that they would help him find Yang Luo Chi. "Come on, just like the two of you, I suspect that if you leave the two of you here, you are afraid that you will not be able to return to King High." King High is Sky Island's name for the sea below. Shiraha walked while picking it up. When he got up to Sky Island, the cart behind him was full of people. He summarily said, "When I was separated from Luo Chi, it was not far from that sea area. It seems that the climate in that sea area is extremely extreme. Hasso, people from King High, please put down your weapons and come with us." A team of well-trained Sky Islanders armed with long guns surrounded Shiraha, who was feeling. Shiraha followed these Sky Islanders, and after a short period of communication, these Sky Islanders warmly entertained them. "Hasso, it turns out that you know Chief Yang. Are you the legendary Blood Sword Shiraha? It's an honor to meet you. Recently, there have been many more people on Sky Island. Many pirates in the large fleet that Shiki built temporarily were ready to burn and loot as soon as they arrived at Sky Island, and then they were all taken down. This made Sky Island people very wary of outsiders, and basically all the people they found were imprisoned. These Sky Islanders have not only experienced militarized training, but also opened schools in various places. Bring me the red nose, and where do you lead?" Thump, thump. Shira's heart beats fast, with expectations and surprises. "Commander Yang should be going to watch the sunset. If you are going, let me take you there." "I'll go by myself. Call the red nose over first." After a little while, "Whose nose you say is red and big?" Lucky God, Bucky came over yelling, and when he saw Roger, he shouted excitedly, "Captain, it's great that you are still alive." Bucky cried with his nose and tears, and they wiped them all on Roger's clothes. According to Bucky, all the crew members on the Golden Jackson were injured, but none of the core members died, which means that no one on the Roger ship died. God of luck, Bucky is so terrifying. John, Rothko, several crew members of World and World are still alive, and the large fleet temporarily formed by Golden Lion Chicky also survived many people. It's just that everyone else is in very bad condition, except for Bucky, who is alive and well. After taking care of all these things, Shiraha went to take a shower, put on new clothes, hung the sword on his waist, even sprayed perfume on his body, took a serious look in the mirror, and then set off for the purpose. Land. Step by step, getting closer. From a distance, he saw the back that made him excited. Holding a silver gun, she sat on the sea of clouds, looking at the clouds on the horizon, feeling the last scene of the sunset. One person, one gun, makes people feel a little lonely inexplicably. I don't know why a strange emotion appeared. He hasn't stopped for a moment. Really want to rush to hug her immediately. This thought appeared in Shiraha's mind and lingered. I will accompany you to watch the sunrise and sunset for the rest of my life. With an awkward smile on his face, he awkwardly held the flowers he picked on the road, thinking that he came like a great hero with a sword, and walked in the direction of that figure. Ta-ta-ta. The footsteps were very quiet, but she still heard it. Turning her head and looking at the familiar figure in her eyes, Shiraha opened his arms and made a hug gesture. Luochi, I'm here to pick you up. The two looked at each other, and one glance was eternity. All of a sudden, time seemed to stand still. It's like there are only two of them left in the world, and there is only one person in their eyes. Yeah? Looking at the sudden surprise, Yang Luoki rushed over, and the two embraced tightly. Shiraha hugged Yang Luoki tightly. He knew that he was eager for the fireworks in the world, and evenly, all of them were this girl. Luochi, this ... this is for you. After the two reluctantly separated, Shiraha sent the flower in his hand. At the moment of sending it, he regretted it. Luochi doesn't like this kind of thing. She prefers. This flower is so beautiful. Is it for me? She raised the corner of her mouth and took the flower from Shiraha's hand in surprise, took his hand, and took him to see her favorite sea of clouds. The sea of clouds at sunset is really beautiful. Shiraha was led to the vicinity of the sea of clouds in a daze, and watched the first sunset with her. He didn't know why he became like this. What a silly feeling. Since just now, he has been so stupid. But now he is really happy. No need to pretend to be himself, no need to worry about other things, just stay with her. Yang Luoki snuggled against Shiraha's shoulders, and the two looked at the red-stained sea of clouds, reflecting the setting sun on the horizon. This scene made him unforgettable forever. Luochi, I can't leave you. Her face was so beautiful under the sunset glow. Just about to say something, Shiraha had already closed her mouth and kissed her gently. He was reluctant to let it go, and slowly tasted it carefully. Emotion burst out. He was not happy before, but he is really happy at the moment. Yang Luoki's eyes were full of smiles, and her small face flushed for an unprecedented time. Shiraha smiled. It's so beautiful. You are the galaxy on Earth, my tenderness. Don't leave me. Charm, who was rarely seen in Yang Luoki's tone, instantly turned into an ordinary girl after receiving a response, blushing and buried it in his arms. End of this chapter. 208 Feeling warms up. Never separate. The Secret of Sky Island. Main storyline. Please subscribe. Chapter 208 Feelings warming. Never separate. The Secret of Sky Island. Main storyline. Please subscribe. The afterglow of the setting sun dissipated, and the two returned to the room, looking at each other. That night, the spear pierced Yangxia, illuminating the spring of the house. Early the next morning, when the two got up, Yang Luoki took Shiraha to see the Sky Island he built. Oh, yes. This one is for you. Shiraha took out a pure gold ring and said. Yang Luoki looked at this ring, smiled brightly, took it and put it on. Seeing her put on the pure gold ring, Shiraha felt relieved, and the things he got could finally be delivered to her. We will never be separated. I will never let go. I will never lose you again. Fortunately, I found you. Shiraha led her, while walking, telling all the things that happened during this period, and also explained that the reason for the late arrival was that the Fekong pirates were fighting with Roger pirates, so he participated in this battle, a battle recorded in the history of pirates. It must be a very difficult battle. If only I was by your side, it would be fine. Yang Liu Oki squeezed Shira's hand and whispered softly, "You have gone through a lot during this period, and you feel more handsome." Ah, is there any? Shiraha touched his face and asked, "Are you okay, or beat me a few times to vent my anger?" Yang Liu Oki looked at Shiraha with a hesitant expression in a strange way, suddenly understood something, and smiled. "Puff, are you guys a big pig's hoofs?" Sister Linian said, "I'm not afraid of men's lust, but I'm afraid that men's heart is not on you. I can feel your true heart for me." "That's enough. Anyway, you are very important in my heart." Yang Liu Oki grew up in the spiritual realm of turmoil and killing. She is usually dull and cute. It does not mean that she is stupid. She has a thorough view of people's hearts. The man in front of her is a lover who is willing to pay for her. A heartfelt heart. Shiraha feels inexplicably that she has become a lot stupid since she met Yang Liu Oki. Mainly, I feel so silly in front of my sister! Doesn't it mean that girls in love will have lower IQs? Why is it that he is getting lower? So that girl named Tanayushi, when are you going to bring her over to meet me? Yang Liu Oki asked with a smile. Shiraha is so flustered. How can there be a feeling of meeting the parents? Isn't he the head of the family? Ushers on the Newgate Big Brother's boat. We will go there together when we take care of the Sky Island affairs. I recently recruited a new crew member. You will definitely like it. His name is Izang. He is super cute and super obedient. Izang is a very obedient little boy compared to the rebellious crocodile from time to time. Shiraha introduced. Yang Liuki's face bulged, and he said cutely, "It sounds like a very obedient crew member. Our pirate group seems to have expanded a lot. After we go to King High, let's get Rockdal back." No problem. I miss Rockdal, too. Shiraha is a little older than Piccolo Rockdal. He is not so much the captain, as he is the younger brother who likes to educate the rebellious. The two people held hands, walked and talked, and soon came to the prison camp. "Little bastard, you turned off Roger and did the right thing, but how did you turn off my uncle?" Shiki Hollow yelled weakly as she watched the two people approaching Kusuenai. "Old bastard, do you know that the crew you collected almost caused a huge loss to Sky Island? This island has nothing to do with you. This island belongs to me and Liuochi. Do you still have questions?" Shiraha looked at the Roger pirates and the flying pirates who were in prison. The two large pirate regiments that shocked the sea actually fell into his hands, and they no longer had the slightest fighting power. He felt very refreshed. "Let you make an appointment." He still has to watch, otherwise he is afraid that Shiki will be destroyed by fate again. "You deserve it. Release all these important people." Shiraha asked them to release Nodoka, Bucky, and Roger, their companions on the Rocks ship. "Roger's injury is a bit serious and he is not suitable for staying here." "Captain Roger, we are now prisoners." Captain Shanks and Bucky helped Roger to the outside world. "Bucky, Shanks, it would be great without the loss of member. Let's start the adventure on Sky Island." Roger shouted excitedly. "Captain, you better take care of your body first," Shanks persuaded. This is the third time Shanks has seen Shiraha, and I can feel the abyss-like gap without seeing it once. This man is getting stronger and stronger. "Patient, your injury is still not healed, so you can't move." The nurse beside him yelled anxiously to control Roger. "John, World, you look good. So take a good rest here." Sky Island is a place completely outside the control of the world government. After Shiraha finished speaking, he took Yang Liu Oki and Shiki went to other places. "Shiki, those crew members, I want to get rid of some." Shiki sneered. "Go and kill. Most of them were formed temporarily by me, and the people I like will not do things that shouldn't be done. If they do, I will kill." "You better heal your injury first, I'll let someone do it. Shiraha didn't want to have accidents in the future, and soon solved the disaster on Sky Island. After dealing with this matter, Yang Luoki took him around on Sky Island to show off the unique things on Sky Island. She is like a child who has got candy, sharing what she thinks is the best with the people she loves the most. During this period, the two met many Sky Island people, with a pair of small wings behind them. These Sky Island people respect Yang Luoki very much. Shiraha could see that it was a kind of respect from the heart. This place is not easy. Yang Luoki took Shiraha to a place off the beaten track and said suddenly, "This world is afraid that there are some unknown secrets. These Sky Island people are not from the sea below, but from other places. Coming?" Shiraha was dumbfounded. Yang Luoki changed the pattern in an instant, and said seriously, "The origin of these Sky Island people came from a place called Infinite Earth, which is what we call the moon." Shiraha nodded and said, "In other words, these Sky Island people are aliens. They are moon people." "No." "Why did you suddenly become so stupid?" Yang Luoki frowned, his tone blunt and full of aura, just like a famous general on the battlefield. In this form, Yang Luoki is too powerful. Shiraha is a little scared, and she is still cute as her usual cute girl. She reluctantly explained, "I have investigated some intelligence during this period of time, and also collected some information. According to the intelligence I collected, these Sky Island people migrated from the moon, and some Sky Island people happened to come here. After the Qinghai people of Sky Island were combined, the children born to settle in the Sky Island people, passed down from generation to generation, and formed the current Sky Island people. I found that some Sky Island people with thin blood would not have wings and would be discriminated against. This may be assimilated by the blood of Qinghai. The most important thing is that these Sky Island people came from the moon, but the moon may not be their birthplace, or perhaps a foothold for them. This shows that this world not only has civilization on this planet, but there are also civilizations in other places. We have to be careful when dealing with the world government. Maybe they have unknown cards. The Hall of Heroes dare not break away from the control of the spiritual realm because they are afraid of their powerful cards. Yang Luoki's words made Shiraha lost in thought and thought of the future pirate Sky Island. The villain Enel suffered discrimination since he was a child because he had no wings. After being defeated, he flew to the moon, which is the infinite land recorded by the Sky Islanders, and the villain who can discharge has also created a high-tech spacecraft. This is obviously not the technology of the pirate world. It is very likely that the technology in the pirate world originated from the infinite land. Of course, this is all my guess, although I have found some clues. It cannot be proved that it must be right. Maybe all are wrong. Yang Luoki turned back to his original cute form. In this state, her cuteness can only fight against her. "Luochi, you are so amazing," Shiraha shouted. "I'm not too good." She shook her head, her expression shy after being praised. "In fact, in addition to these, I also discovered that a special small island contains huge energy and is related to Sky Island. And I have obtained a cultivation method called the Heart Net, which is an advanced use of seeing, hearing, and color. My current experience can build a three-dimensional map of everything around me, and my accuracy, speed, prediction and other aspects have become stronger. I am very strong now." Yang Luoki has been able to use armament constrict, but observation haki is the one who has the most helping hand for her. She has a strong talent in seeing, hearing and color, and she has trained observation haki that suits her. "Why are you touching my head?" "I can touch it if I want, and you will protect me from now on." "Okay." During his absence, Luochi did so many things on Sky Island. In addition to the above, she also built a school to conduct military-scale training. In order to make a little effort, Shiraha took out all the gold stored in the chat group space and the treasure that she looted, and used it to build the Sky Island base. Still got a bunch of useful things in the hands of other people in the chat group. "Konya, this is the Shiraha I told you. We are going to live on Sky Island for a while." "Rovko, Are you using the situation? Shiraha looked at Konya taking care of Rovko with a blushing face, and smiled playfully. Don't ruin Konya's reputation. The hapless Rovko didn't suffer much injury in the battle with CP0, but was seriously injured in the big storm. The current doctor in charge is Konya of Sky Island. Broken reputation. You marry me. Rovko looked at him with Kanna's eyes and changed the subject. This is Yang Luoki, the famous silver spear, and your woman. Shiraha hugged her and shouted proudly, she is my woman. Luochi, let me introduce to you. This is my enlightenment teacher, Rovko. Shiraha saw that her eyes were not right, and immediately explained, not that kind of enlightenment teacher. And Yang Luoki stared at Rovko coldly, saying word by word, you took him on the path of killing, right? Shiraha understood that this was not at all what he thought. Aren't you also dying countless lives by hand? In teaching him how to live in this world. If there is a chance to choose, they don't want to embark on this path. This road is very lonely and ruthless, and it has eliminated countless people. They are actually redeeming each other. If it weren't for this, Rovko would take the initiative to destroy the family and the organization. Shiraha might die in the sea before encountering rocks, and Yang Luoki would fight for a lifetime, and eventually die on the battlefield. Yang Luoki hopes that one day she can completely put down the spear in her hand and stay with him for a lifetime. She only hopes that she can live until that day. Thank you for letting him live to the present and allowing me to meet him. Bow. Seeing Yang Luoki thanking Rovko earnestly, Shiraha felt very distressed inexplicably, and then hugged her tightly. In fact, he asked Rovko to call himself those killing techniques. After the two left, a word suddenly came from behind. You met a very good girl, treat her well. What you have to do is not easy. You take care of yourself first. Shiraha turned his head and pointed to Rovko and Konya. A few days later, the development of Sky Island was on the right track. And Roger also found a piece of historical text that recorded the news of Neptune. Aquaman is the Merlik princess Shiraha, born in the future. Roger saw that Shiraha could even translate historical texts, so he asked him to engrave and find 4 pieces of historical texts on it to reach the final island. Roger, are you sure about this kind of thing? I believe it must be like this. I will take you all over the world. If you can't reach the last island, it will prove that you need 4 pieces of historical text. Don't listen to the defeated man. Listen to my uncle. Record the battle that uncle defeated Roger here. People like them experienced another classic scene. Roger, Shanks, Shiki, Yang Luoki and others witnessed the moment Shiraha carved the text of history. Fortunately, I discovered this usage of chat groups inside Chinchu last time, otherwise he would really not understand this piece of historical text. This time it not only recorded Roger's words, but also recorded the real situation of the walled naval battle on it, waiting for later discoveries. Shiraha made every effort to become stronger on Sky Island, absorbing the experience of the last time in the walled naval battle, and from time to time to learn from the stronger Yang Luoki. Conqueror Constrict. Berry's ability is improved and more in-depth development, and the controllability of space sword skills is advancing by leaps and bounds. His strength has almost improved, and Berry's ability has also developed a stronger form. Conqueror Constrict has reached a new level. Thanks to the last time the Dead Body Sensei, he can improve so fast. His strength has reached the ceiling of the sea. Today, Shiraha received 2 letters from King Hai. One was a letter from Tanayushi, and it contained greetings to Yang Luoki and missed him. When Tanayu guessed that Shiraha had reached Sky Island, he asked Morgans to hope to send the letter to Sky Island. Yang Luoki finished reading the letter and said with a smile, really a nice girl. She must be very gentle, right? Shiraha smiled awkwardly. Aren't you angry? Yang Luo nodded and said, I'm very angry. But what's the use of being angry? I can't beat you up. I will be more distressed when the time comes. Instead of being angry, I might as well think from another angle. I am not a good sister. I really want to see this gentle sister. I am not such a stingy girl. Roger took a mouthful of dog food and said enviously, Whoa ha 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 Shiraha, you are so blessed. At night, Shiraha came to Roger's room with the quilt in his arms and knocked on the door of Roger's room. Roger, Shiraha explained. Luochi said that she can accept Tarshay, but it does not mean that she is out of anger and will not let me into the room. This gloating old bastard has fallen into trouble, and I can't borrow other people's rooms now. So can I stay overnight? Roger, Shanks and Bucky in the room looked at Shiraha, who came in and took their place in shock. The two well-known guys in the future pirate world didn't dare to say a word, so they honestly chose a spot next to them to sleep. Bucky couldn't help it. During this period, he attacked Shiraha once and was knocked unconscious. The four of them spent an unforgettable night. Shiraha returned to his room the next day. In the step-by-step development of Sky Island, Shiraha received an emergency call for help from the chat group, which was only sent out when the group members reached the most critical point. Once this notification is sent, all group members can freely enter the world where the notification group members are sent. The member of the group who sent the notice was Phenomenal Marco. Small theater, where are the new crew members? Yang Liu Oki. Where is our boatman hiding? She didn't see the obedient and well-behaved little boy. After watching for a long time, Shiraha pointed to a cute little girl in beautiful clothes and said, "This is our crew member Yazang." Yazang obediently said, "Good sister, I am Yazang." Yang Liu Oki. Degrees. End of this chapter. 209 Rescue Marco. You paint a mountain as a ball. Please subscribe. Chapter 209 Rescue Marco. You paint a mountain as a ball. Please subscribe. The protection mechanism of this rigid chat group is that group members cannot get permission from group members in other worlds and cannot enter the world of other group members. The emergency notice issued by Marco allows the group members with the cross card to go to his world to help. After sending this notice, Marco never sent a message again, and the chat group also showed that he was still alive, which is a possibility that he passed out in a coma. I believe that many intelligent group members in the chat group guessed this. What the hell happened to the big nephew of the other world? Shiraha looked at the notice in the group and fell silent. Another pirate world in the chat group. Marco and him in a different timeline are quite close to him. He also wants to let Marco and Whitebeard from the two worlds meet each other in the future. It must be very interesting. The big nephew's business must be taken care of. Let him analyze the general situation. During this period of time, there have been many major events, and he has also experienced many things. But it hasn't been too long since the Battle of the Valley of Gods. It stands to reason that Wang Luffy should have entered the Great Route. During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Blackbeard had just defected and was looking for his teammates. Ace was chasing him at that time, and Marco went to Ace and Blackbeard after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Ace and Straw Hat Luffy met in Arabastan. Wang Luffy fights monsters all the way to collect the crew, while Blackbeard flees all the way to recruit his teammates. This proves that the time when Blackbeard defected was about the same as the time when Straw Hat Luffy first went to sea. According to statistics from related bigwigs in the previous life, it took Straw Hat Luffy from East Blue to the Great Route, and it took about 20 days. While Shiraha has experienced so much and it only took less than a month. It shows that the timeline of another pirate world is probably in the Arabastan chapter, and Marcos' emergency call for help is also in this time period. Could it be that the eldest nephew met his small crew from another world? But even if Marco couldn't beat the pirates by 50%, he couldn't lose. Even if Rockdal in Arabastan has the blessing of geographical location, he shouldn't label Marco a Whitebeard pirate group 1st division captain like this. What Marco eats is the rare phoenix berry. Could it be that Blackbeard Titch teamed up with Rockdal? Crocodile is not that kind of person. Shiraha is really not sure how much the plot has changed over there. How could he even be killed by a big pirate like Marco? You don't look good when you frown. Yang Liu Oki smiled and asked, "What happened?" "Tell me." "Something happened to my eldest nephew. Shiraha said bitterly. Yang Liu Oki was stunned for a few seconds, and then said, Marco, he is not very good. Has something happened? Didn't Big Brother Newgate say everything is safe? Husband, don't worry too much. I will find a way to contact them. The letter Whitebeard sent to Shiraha stated that the Whitebeard pirate group is doing very well, and Charlotte Linlin stayed on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Marco, Wadib, Little Airplane, Aden, Izang and others also miss him, and let him rest assured that they would look for Rock's whereabouts on the sea. Not only the Whitebeard pirate group, but also the Black South Blue pirate group and the Green Pepper pirate group will also help. With the help of 3 large pirates, the efficiency must be higher than that of him and Yang Liu Oki. This is also why Shiraha did not go to King Hai for the time being to find Crocodile, but instead developed his power and accumulated power on Sky Island, waiting for the right time to overthrow the world government in one fell swoop. He and the world government are already incompatible with each other, and neither can give up the idea of destroying the other. It's not Marco in King Hai, it's Marco in another world. Shiraha shook and explained to her in detail Marco in the parallel world in the chat group, and also informed the chat group of the emergency notice. The parallel world is really incredible. I have heard of this theory in the spiritual realm. I didn't expect it to exist. If this is the case, there is another you in that world. Yang Liu Oki thought of this possibility. Falling into a more confusing situation, it's impossible for her to be in that world, right? I am special, and there is no me in the other world. Shiraha had long learned from another Marco that he did not exist in the Valley of the Gods. But the strange thing is that Marco later took a mouthful of an uncle, who was closer than when he first met. The reason is, Marco in the parallel world asked his father. Whitebeard said he didn't know this person, but Marco's brain made up for him. He didn't want to remember the sad memories of the past, so he didn't mention Shiraha. Yang Liu Oki didn't ask any more, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Liuochi, wait a minute and lend me your Heart of the Sea. I only have one chance to draw a lottery. Take it. Yang Liu Oki untied the necklace and handed it to him. Shiraha got a lot of benefits in the last Battle of Wald. For example, the progress of the main missions in this world has progressed a lot, and the completion rate has reached 20%. If you want to be 100%, it is estimated that after the overthrow of the world government, to establish a new era, every time the main mission reaches a certain level, there will be corresponding rewards, which can be used to redeem prize draws or points. When Shiraha comes to Sky Island, all the rewards will be exchanged into low-level prize draws. Because the lottery has a very good feeling, the lottery has always been good. Redeeming the low-level lottery draws more times, a total of 101 low-level lottery opportunities. Shiraha has drawn 100 times, and there is only one left. It was originally for the enjoyment, but now it seems to rely on this last lottery. Otherwise there is only one Shiraha with a Minute Crossing card, and there is no way to do other things. Arabastan has news about Karen. That is one of the 3 weapons in the pirate world. The Sea King is on the Fisherman Island. He has not been born in this world yet. Elite may be in the world government, so Karen must have the master in his hands to have a greater chance of winning. There is another world government in the pirate world, and his pirate world should be exactly the same, just can be used to test the foundation of the world government. His current strength can be regarded as another wave of strengthening. It doesn't matter if he fails and is caught by the world government. After 3 days, he will be automatically sent back to the world. This mission has a time limit, and the rescue time is 3 days. There is no reward for successful rescue. After all, it is not the task proposed by the chat group, but the distress announcement issued by Marco. At this time, it depends on interpersonal relationships. Except for Shiraha, even if there are other people in the chat group who are willing to save Marco, it is estimated that there is no such thing as a cross card. Shiraha put on the artifact pitted from Aqua and started the final draw. The waiting time is very stressful, watching the big turntable turning around, his heart also beating. 100 guaranteed lottery draws. Congratulations, you got a 3-day crossing card only for single crossing. The mechanized voice sounded. One shot into the soul. Pretty. The joy of winning the lottery made him jump up. Did you succeed? Yang Luoqi asked in surprise. It's a card that can only be crossed by one person. Shiraha said helplessly, I'll ask if there is any other way. If not, we can only go to the other one. One day in Pirate World. After returning the necklace to Yang Luoqi, Shiraha checked the chat group and found an introduction about herself. Group members. Shiraha, a Pirate World traverser, among the group members is strong, bound to Yang Luoqi from the world of Sanchun Street. What attracted his attention most was that all bound items could be taken away, including advanced intelligent creatures. Can I take Yang Luoqi to another pirate world? Can. After receiving the answer, Shiraha burst out laughing. In addition to being able to bring Luoqi over, he can also bring Luoqi back to the original Sky Island in the event of danger. Luoqi, I can take you there together for 7 days of luxury travel. We are going out of the world. Then we are ready to prepare. Let's rescue another big nephew together. Yang Luoqi looked at the happy Shiraha and laughed. The two discussed for a long time, and she also understood that Shiraha, in addition to saving Marco, also wanted to obtain the whereabouts of Karen, one of the 3 major weapons of the pirates. Roger, him going out of the world. Don't let other people cause trouble on the island. I understand. Roger agreed. Shiki, him going out of the world. Don't do anything on my island. Shiki felt that this kid was not aimed at him. Shanks, where's Bucky? Shiraha asked. Bucky suffered a bit, and I still can't get down while still lying on the bed, Shanks said honestly. Shiraha remembered that Bucky, the kid who wanted to attack him last time, was accidentally knocked out. After he finished handling his own affairs, he waited on the spot for the fall. Sky Island developed quickly, and even the children had a temperament that would rather bend than bend. The atmosphere advocates martial arts and learning. Martial arts practice focuses on guns and swords, and more is about learning guns. The core figure of Sky Island is Yang Luoqi. In the eyes of Sky Island people, Yang Luoqi is their god. If the god wants to leave Sky Island for a week, it must be arranged. Toshan Red Fairy World. Under the affection tree, 2 beautiful fox monsters stared at each other. Wrong. You must be the bastard who likes to grab my hip flask and fill it with milk. When Tushan Yaya said this, she was gnashing her teeth. Of course, her high-cold image did not exist. Sister, all these years have passed. You still remember this incident? How could I forget this? At the beginning, every time I drank, I would have a strong milky smell. I thought it was a problem with my wine. This time I must go and kill him. It's no wonder that Tushan Rongrong is surprised. Every time Sister Yaya said that she would kill him, it turned out that every time she was bullied, it was herself. After being bullied, she followed him. In the end, he disappeared. Sister Yaya was drunk for a long time and depressed for a long time. This time they were finally able to meet again, and it was great that they were one step ahead of the others. Although Tushan Rongrong exposed his identity in the chat group, he is still very popular in the chat group, relying on his wisdom and strength. She discovered an interesting thing, and that was her main mission: to achieve true peace between the 2 worlds of Shemos and to smooth out the outside world. Tushan Rongrong guessed that everyone in the group had different main missions, and Tushan Rongrong relied on wisdom to gain a lot of benefits from the main missions. For example, through the card, this kind of thing, she got it. When hitting her side, it seemed that no one else in the group had a pass card except her. A mission happened, and Tushan Rongrong wanted to test whether Shiraha would go, and if she did, she would take Sister Yaya for a few days. Tushan Rongrong also inquired that the pirate world was not very dangerous, and the people in it were generally low in IQ. Shira's world is very similar to the world called a member of the Marco group, but there is no record of Shiraha in Marco's world. These are all things she inquired about. The Shiraha in the chat group must be the Shiraha she knew. At this moment, Shiraha was thinking, How could there be such a good task? Not only is Karen's whereabouts, but you can also spend your honeymoon with your sister. By the way, you can go to another pirate world to see Marco and Rockdale, and then go to the world government. If you can prevent the premature outbreak of the war on top, try to stop it. It's really not possible to find Blackbeard and Ace in only 3 days. Shiraha didn't have much hope. The other people in the group are already chatting eagerly. Many people were blown out by the emergency notice this time. Xiang Kunlun, I can't help. I don't have a cross card. Gojo Satoru, neither do I. Jiang Chulan, +1. Takanashi Rika, don't you have none of them? Shiraha, I have a traversal card, ready to go to that world. Wu Luki, after all, he is the nephew of the boss, and the boss will definitely go. Everyone in the chat group almost knew that Shiraha and Marco came from similar worlds, or parallel worlds. To Shan Rong Rong, it's such a coincidence. I also have one, how about going together? Shiraha, aren't you weak? Don't hold me back. To Shan Rong Rong, I'm actually not weak. Jiang Chulan, Big Shiraha, that guy is also a big guy, a big boss at the demon sovereign level. Jiang Chulan has cursed since the last time. You are a ball. Plus the craziness before. He has been trembling every day now, and he has become one of Tu Shanrongrong's dog legs. Shiraha, so you are pretending to be weak. This mission seems to be of no benefit to you, right? Why are you here? Shiraha felt that the fox demon must be making some ideas for this fox demon with too high IQ, otherwise, how could he participate in this mission? The relationship between Tu Shanrongrong and Marco in the chat group is obviously very ordinary. This fox demon doesn't want him to take revenge, right? Shiraha molested her once, he was a little panicked. This mission will not encounter difficulties, right? Tu Shanrongrong, Tu Shan has a very good reputation in the demon world, and we are also very strong. This time the group members are in trouble. I naturally want to help. Shiraha, I will be enough this time. You don't need to waste precious crossing cards anymore. It's not good for you. You are not trying to trouble me, are you? Tu Shanrongrong, I just want to see you. You don't have to say it hurts so much. Xiang Kunlun, Jiang Chulan. Tu Shanrongrong is not someone who can say such things. Shiraha's face turned dark. This is definitely a grudge. I wasted a traversal card to make trouble for me. Do you want to hold a grudge like that? One Piece World 55 Open Interview. Reporter, Mr. Rockdale, what do you think about you being the first Shikibukai to lose to the Straw Hat Pirates? K. Rockdale, I played with Bullet for a few days and nights without a win. Reporter, then why were you defeated by Straw Hat Luffy? K. Rockdale, I fought Hawkeye on the top, killed Akai Ainu, attacked the 4 emperors, and looked down on Ming. Haven't you seen these achievements? Reporter, but you were defeated by Straw Hat Luffy in the early stage, why? Rockdale was furious, you are 100,000 why? Didn't you see the 4 characters of the protagonist Halo on Wang Luffy? End of this chapter. Readers of the text don't come in, readers. I hope someone can see this chapter. I went to the hospital for an examination on May 1st. The result was severe depression and poor physical condition. The doctor asked me to be hospitalized for observation. How can I have that money? A lot of things happened during this time. People who get depression should be able to understand that they just don't want to be close to anyone, and close their heart, which is very irritable. My body, emotions, and will were all in a state of irritation during that time. And writing novels made me even more irritable. It really hurt her. I even hurt my parents and no one wants to contact me. If your parents and other people's affairs are dealt with, you are the only one left. I wrote a bit of dog food in the past 2 days, and it said I was so uncomfortable to cry. The past may be really irretrievable, but I still want to say, thank you for your company. Sorry. And I really have nothing to do with any other girl. Not even a bit. You never read this kind of novel, but I know you have been reading my novel. Although I know you are ashamed, but still very happy. Really sorry, I really don't even have a bit of courage. I dare not go to you. I'm sorry to affect the readers who are following up to the present. You don't need to read the above words. I really don't have the mood to write a book during this time, and I don't know what I'm doing. The promise I can make for this book is that as long as the book is not less than 500, it will not be interrupted for one day. This book will be over. Although my physical condition is better, I'm a little bit decadent as a whole now. Try to update 4D tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I don't know what I should do. End of this chapter. 210 Tushan 2 Foxes. Blood Sword and Silver Gun. Mission for 4 people. Please subscribe. Chapter 210 2 Foxes of Tushan Mountain. Blood Sword and Silver Gun. Mission for 4 people. Please subscribe. Tushan Rong is going to that world to find him to settle the accounts. Isn't this the fox demon figured it out? Members of the group are not allowed to enter other worlds without permission, so Tushan Rong, who is stingy and vengeful, has no choice but to take revenge. At such a good time, this fox demon would probably not let him go, unless he didn't save his eldest nephew. This is impossible. Even without Charan's whereabouts, Shiraha would go to save Marco in another world. It seems that this mission will have to fight with the 2 fox monsters, and maybe they will have to fight. He wasn't worried at all. Toto, he and Liuo's strengths were both on the ceiling, and he could ignore the consumption of vitality if he really wanted to fight. Shira's only concern is that if these 2 fox demons interfere with his mission, it will be no good. If it really hinders him from saving his big nephew, he will definitely go to Tushan in the future, to tear down Tushan's sorrowful love tree, and then use the Yangxiao sword to give Tushan a center point. What Shiraha didn't know was that the chat group was another world. Tushan, under the sad tree. Tushan Rong looked at the news in the group. His eyes dimmed, his small face bulged into a bun, and his face was aggrieved. What's the matter with you? Did that bastard bully you again in the group? Tushan Yao asked curiously, with a powerful demon power exuding her body. Well, sister, he is bullying me in the chat group again. I really want to help him. In the past, I know that the person named Marco in the group has a very good relationship with him, but he seems to think I have bad intentions. Tushan Rong said aggrievedly. Marco? Tushan Yao's eyes were colder. Is that man a man, or a woman? Man. He is only interested in beautiful girls. Tushan Rong suddenly laughed. As far as I know in the chat group, he seems to know us, and he doesn't seem to know us, so he will be the first with me and him. It was the same when we met again, but he seemed to be with Yang Liuoqi again, and it was not too long since we were together. Oh, I have long heard that bastard say how good and strong that girl is. Tushan Yao chuckled lightly. It's really exciting. When we meet this time, I will hit you on the ground and sing to conquer me, letting you know how much I have grown. Tushan Yao turned and left with the jug. She had to fill it up. Shiraha, who was diving on Sky Island, looked at the messages sent by these people in the chat group, and suddenly had a bad feeling about the mission. He is looking for foreign aid. He is looking for his brother-in-law. Shiraha sent a private message to Xiang Kunlun. Brother Xiang, didn't you get a crossing card for your main mission? Xiang Kunlun's private message. It seems that Shiraha, like me, has triggered the main task. My main task is to unify the spiritual realm and level the world. It is too difficult for me to complete this task. I don't know what Daikianji is. As for the crossing card, I do have it. Shiraha guessed right. This mechanized chat group is so severely incomplete that it is impossible to open the main mission to him alone. This main task was triggered inadvertently by him, which means that everyone in the chat group has main task, but not everyone can trigger the main task. Shiraha was about to request. Xiang Kunlun sent another private message. Brother Shiraha, I know you might want me to help in the past, but I'm in the realm of the Imperial Emissary. It can be said that there is surveillance everywhere. If I disappear, the entire Hall of Heroes will suffer. This mission shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Did Brother Shiraha encounter any difficulties? Shira's private message. This mission is really not difficult for me. I am one of the best in the world, but the fox demon in the group will also pass. I have such a miss with her. Brother Xiang also knows that girls are stingy, especially the fox demon in the group is from Toshan. That is the force of geese flicking their hair and beasts leaving their skins. I am worried that this mission, the fox demon from Toshan will come over to trouble me and delay my rescue. Xiang Kunlun also heard of this force from Takanashi Rika. You can say that there is some truth to it. Although they are all in the same group, they actually have their own small groups. The Not Simple Rem and the Little Witch have a good relationship with the fox demon. Gojo Enlightenment, that guy is neutral. I guess the fox monster will really cause you a lot of trouble, but the chat group does not allow group members to fight each other, so you don't have to worry too much. It's okay. Luochi and I are teaming up with Invincible in the world. You are busy with that, brother. I will pay attention to this task. Shiraha thought to himself, it would be great if all his people were in the group. The fox demon of Toshan doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Every generation of Dongfeng's reincarnation can't escape the claws of Toshan, and they are just puppets for their entire lives. When the so-called human Dao League encounters the Toshan fox demon, it is like a pug, only kneeling and licking. It is not easy to resolve the difference between monsters and humans. The peaceful coexistence of humans and demons is just empty talk. It must be based on equal strength. He shouldn't have molested Tushan Rong last time. It's all right now, and Tushan is offended. If Shiraha didn't have a lot of troubles, he would be provoked. That is a powerful force. Xiang Kunlen's private message, Brother Shiraha, don't worry, our two forces add up and crush the others in the chat group. I believe that fox demon will not do anything outrageous. Shiraha private message, Brother Xiang, Luochi is here. I am going to go to other worlds and talk later. Xiang Kunlun private message, go. Contact me if you have any problems. Guy Li and Rem have a good relationship with Tushan Rong in the group. The world behind these two girls is not simple. There are all starburst level combat powers in the bumpy world, and there are many, a different world from Scratch. The same combat power is not low. Husband, why are you frowning again? Yang Luoki resolved his own affairs, and when he ran over to see Shiraha with a depressed expression, he asked cutely, I encountered a little trouble, that is, I got a force in the chat group. They may want to hinder us in this mission. Brother Xiang can't get out. We may encounter a lot of trouble during the mission. Shiraha honestly said that there was something in the chat group about the Toshan fox demon. What am I supposed to be? It turns out to be this. If they want to get in the way, we will fight them. When saying this, Yang Luoki burst out with a strong retsu intent to fight and face 1,000 troops. Wanma did not flinch from his courage. It seems to be right, but this time the mission is to rescue Mako, first to ensure the safety of our nephew, Shiraha said. Yang Luoki nodded obediently. Everything on Sky Island has been arranged. The main combat forces of the Flying Pirates and Roger Pirates are recuperating. Now Roger still needs Shanks and Bucky to help him to walk. Sky Island is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The world government should not be aware that they are in this place. Even if they perceive the combat power on Sky Island, they are still quite impressive. Those Sky Island people are all militarized. After Shiraha and Yang Luoki left, they were still very relieved of Sky Island. Luochi is a battle member, a part-time navigator. With her taking herself to another pirate world, Shiraha doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the sea. This thing is for you, Yang Luoki said with a smile while holding a strangely patterned berry. This isn't Logia Thunderberry, right? Shiraha looked at this devil berry excitedly and asked. It's smart. You got it right. Yang Luoki found this devil berry in a ruined ruin on Sky Island, put it together with this devil berry, as well as the Heart Network training method and the introduction of this devilberry. I don't want to eat devilberry, and I don't know what to do with this berry. Shiraha touched her head and said, this devilberry is just like that. Your spear can penetrate the thunder. If you eat this berry, it won't be good for you. Keep it for now. The killer that Devil Berry taught you definitely doesn't want to eat it. Rockdal already has berry, so let's give this berry to our crew to hide it. What do you think? Yang Liu Oki asked. Your berry. It's up to you to call it the shots. You'd better give it to Zhang in person as a gift to our small crew. I believe he will be very happy to accept it. The two people determined the ownership of this top Logia berry and prepared to hand it over to Zhang in the future. Our affairs have also been arranged. Is it time to go to another pirate world? How is Marcos' current state? Yang Liu Oki asked. Still alive? Let's go there together, Shiraha replied. It's not the first time Shiraha has crossed, and immediately used the cross card to open the world channel. The two people walked hand in hand through a long passage to a place with a cliff at their feet, facing the sea, with blue sky and white clouds. The familiar sea breeze rushed towards them and hit the two people in the face. This is another pirate world? Yang Liu Oki asked in a dazed manner, looking at the surrounding scenery. This should be not too far away from Arabastam. Let's just go to the place where Marco is located without worrying about other people. Shiraha copied the place where Marco was in the chat group with a piece of paper, and pointed to the one above. The point on behalf of Marco asked, like 7. Do you see if Marco is in Arabastam? This place is Arabastan. Who defeated Marco? Yang Liu Oki was very strange. Shiraha said that Marco in this world is the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It stands to reason that few can beat Marco. How can you also send distress signals from the chat group? I'm also not sure who defeated Marco. We will know if we go to sea. Shiraha took Mitsurugi to Arabastan. Of course, it was Yang Liu Oki who showed the way, otherwise he would be lost again. On the other side, Tushan Rongrong and Tushan Yaya, who had crossed for the first time, also opened the passage to the pirate world. This was the first time that the two fox demons actually came to other worlds. It turns out that besides the circle, there are really other worlds. The circle we live in is such a small place, and there are many worlds outside. Tushan Yaya said a little, and then her tone was very cold. Said, wrong, lead the way, I'm going to meet that bastard. By the way, give that bastard trouble. My sister is not so good. I'm here to help him. Tushan Rongrong said with squinting eyes. Wrong, you don't want to do it for him? He is just a stinky man. Tushan Yaya sneered. I'm just going to trouble that bastard and make him have a headache. That's not it. Is it more hateful? Tushan Rongrong smiled slightly. Don't overdo it, sister. You don't have to intervene. I'll do it myself. I've long wanted to beat that bastard. Tushan Yaya smiled softly in a red split robe. Wrong, you can find his whereabouts. Right? Tushan Rongrong has a headache. Sister Yaya has a special relationship with that guy, and is more like a pair of enemies. This time there is a chance of revenge. Sister Yaya will definitely not let it go. It was a bit bad now. She really wanted to come and help Shiraha. There is no other way. Just stop it when the time comes. Tushan Rongrong rose into the sky, pinching fingers to release a spell. Of course, their purpose this time was not for the members of the Helping Hand group, but the main purpose was Shiraha. That group member was at best incidental. The technique of the fox demon, the fate of love, and the world of thoughts. Tushan Rongrong exploded with an extremely powerful demon power. The green demon power enveloped Hearn's area of several tens of kilometers, and a long green line passed through the place covered by the demon power and flew to the horizon. This is a thread that ordinary people cannot see, and it is also a love thread that is difficult to cut off. I'm connected. He is moving fast. The destination is the location of the group member Marco. Let's go and help rescue the group member. Then sister, you can find him again. It's not too late. What do you mean, sister? Tushan Rongrong squinted and smiled. You really protect him. I don't want to have friction with the group members. They all represent a world behind them. I am thinking about Tushan. After Tushan Yaya listened to it, she covered her face and smiled presumptuously, and pointed to Tushan Rongrong and said, lead the way first. I will endure a guy named Marco and not trouble him until I save the guy named Marco. The two fox monsters in Tushan flew in the direction of Arabastan, and along the way, they also encountered a cutie who jumped down from Arya's sky. A black spot fell from a height of 10,000 meters at an astonishing speed, and stopped in front of the two fox monsters flying in the air. Tushan Yaya, who was anxious, directly froze the black spot. Peng. A few seconds later, the ice broke and a dragon rushed out and hovered in the air. Oh, are you still alive? Is it the dragon family of this world? Interesting. Who are you? Guy was frostbited by the woman with strange ears in front of him. He immediately used Devilberry's ability to transform into a dragon form and asked, "Sister, we have to hurry." Tushan Rong reminded, "If you are lucky, don't jump around. You won't be so lucky next time." Tushan Yaya took back the strong ice spilled from her body, ignored Guy Duo, and followed Tushan Rong on the road. Guy is a little confused. When did two such strong guys appear in the ocean? Could it be that he has not sobered up after drinking too much? Most of Guy didn't catch up, but staggered and flew up to 10,000 meters in the sky to prepare to jump again and sober up. A small episode did not cause a big battle, and the two foxes Tushan rushed along the road quickly. This time they came to confirm whether Shiraha was the one they knew. For this, Tushan Yaya didn't even bother to care about Baichu, she just wanted the bastard to kneel down and sink conquer. In this mission, only 2 people in the chat group participated, and only 4 people came to this world, but these 4 people were enough to sink the Marine headquarters. "My nephew, hold on, your uncle. I'm here to save you." Shiraha is not too worried about Marco's safety. According to the pirate's line of fate, it is impossible for Marco to die before the top of the war. He came here to confirm who had taken Marco. Shouldn't he do nothing? The plot of Arabastan has probably changed a long time ago. Shiraha is a little suspicious of the Straw Hats who just came out of the novice village. Isn't he afraid of doubting life in advance? Husband, this sea is still the same after so many years. It feels like the 2 worlds are the same. Yang Liu Oki opened his arms, looked at the scenery along the way, and pointed Shiraha in which direction to fly. "The sea will be the same in a few hundred years. We will be in Arabastan in a while." Shiraha lowered Mitsurugi's altitude and flew close to the sea level. When he encountered a huge sea king, he activated the berry ability. The hard and stout Tengman easily penetrated all the sea kings who wanted to eat them. Shiraha picked these sea king meats and sent some to Xiangkunlun and some to Takanashi Rika. They were all people who stood firmly on his side. Takanashi Rika private message: "Thank Shiraha boss. I will never betray the Shiraha boss." The fox demon in the group is hitting the idea of Shiraha boss. Boss must be careful. Shiraha private message: "How is your strength now?" Takanashi Rika private message: "Very weak." Takanashi Rika in the Daily Fan has challenged Takanashi Taka many times, but ultimately ended in failure. This makes Takanashi Rika always think that she is very weak, very grotesque, and she doesn't understand that she is already a Superman in the Daily Fan. Husband, there is a strange person in front. Yang Liu Oki pointed at the guy in front of him and said. Shiraha looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw a particularly funny scene. A man with sharp eyes like an eagle, wearing a black trench coat, white trousers, and a cross knife hanging on his chest, is rowing a coffin boat on the sea. The man's rowing tool is the black one in his hand. Big knife. Puffahaha. How old is it? There are people who use this funny method to row a boat. Shiraha laughed. It's a bit impolite to laugh in front of others. Yang Liu Oki reminded. Liuochi, you don't understand. I have received professional training. I usually never laugh unless it is too funny. Shiraha laughed openly, and Yang Liuoki smiled carelessly. Voice. The face of the man who was rowing went dark, and he slightly pulled down the black top hat with white fluff on his head. The sharp horns in his sharp eyes could bring great pressure. The distance between the 3 of them is getting closer. The black knife slashed through the air, and a half-moon-shaped flying slash broke through the sea, rushing straight to the two people not far away. Hawkeye withdrew the black knife smartly and was about to leave when he heard it. This blow is really weak. End of this chapter. Chapter 211. Hawkeye Who Suspected Life, the Most Beautiful Sword. The Second Change. The End of 4D. Please subscribe. Chapter 211. Hawkeye Who Doubts Life, the Most Beautiful Sword. The Second Change. The End of 4D. Please subscribe. Hawkeye was a little confused. His trick was followed. Who is he? He is Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman in this era, one of the King Shikibukai, and a good friend of the 4 emperors of the New World. Red Hair Shanks. No one can pick him up on the entire Great Route. Several. But just now, his power was too weak to be ridiculed and attacked. This sentence is not very harmful and extremely insulting. Mihawk's face grew darker, and it was already embarrassing to be seen rowing a boat with a black knife and even being laughed at. As a result, he failed to solve his opponent with a single blow, and once again became a joke. Hawkeye has been in the New World for a long time, and he is also a bearer in the New World. If it is not for his freewheeling character, he has come to the Great Route for fun and entertainment, otherwise he will still stay in the New World. This time I came to Great Airway to see the little pirate that my good friend liked. And by the way, I figured out why my good friend lost an arm in East Blue. Redhead loses an arm, and Hawkeye is much less happy. In this era, there is only one person with red hair that can match Hawkeye's swordsmanship. The 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Foil Sword Beaster may not be inferior to Hawkeye in terms of swordsmanship, but it really fought. It's definitely not. So happy fighting with red hair. Originally, Hawkeye was very satisfied with this voyage, and all the pirate groups that were not pleasing to the eye were all chopped off. At the East Blue Bharati restaurant, he met a very interesting young man who challenged him and was severely beaten by him. I had a meal of education. Let the young man named Zora know how vast the sea is. Hawkeye also met the pirate in the straw hat whom the good friend said about red hair, and learned the reason why the red hair was thrown in East Blue. And now he met a more interesting man. Hawkeye saw the sword at Shira's feet. It was a weapon that was not inferior to the supremely sharp sword, the 12-handed chaotic sword, and the heavy-shaped weapon. His weapon is hailed as the strongest black knife in the world, and this person doesn't even consider his beloved sword as an ancestor's offering. The black knife swung it again. Hawkeye was testing the strength of the man in front of him. He wanted to find a suitable opponent. The man in front of him was a long-lost strong. He would not let this person leave easily. A slash that was stronger than the first time came through the air, and attacked in the direction of two people not far away. The slash disappeared before it fell on the two of them, as if Hawkeye hadn't slashed the blow at all. Seeing such a weird scene, Hawkeye's sharp eyes were a little surprised. Just now, he vaguely caught the little girl behind the man shooting. Hawkeye wasn't sure if he was dazzled just now. That shot was too fast. As the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye wondered if he could block such a gun. Are you Hawkeye Mihawk? Shiraha looked at the familiar figure in front of him and asked suspiciously. The sharp eyes of an eagle and the black knife should be the world's greatest swordsman who I told you and me in the future. Yang Liu Oki said these words calmly in his eyes, and the two of them did nothing. He didn't take the world's largest swordsman in this era as the same thing. In front of Hawkeye, Shiraha commented on the world's #1 swordsman, and wanted to make Ki smile again. Mihawk nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity, but Mihawk was still slightly shocked in his heart. Why the two people knew his identity without showing any shocked eyes and expressions, as if he were an ordinary person. A man like him is famous even if it is placed on the entire sea. He will take action during the war period in the future, and it has attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Shiraha who ignores him and Yang Liuoki who only looks at Shiraha, Mihawk is a little skeptical of life. How did he become a supporting role? Dog food was spilled on the spot? Mihawk can't bear it anymore. He slowly drew out the black knife, and the faint coercion shook the air pressure nearby. and slammed it against the two people spreading dog food. The full blow cut open the endless waves, almost penetrated the sea, and came to Shirahar in the blink of an eye. Facing a war comparable to the top, Hawkeye used to test Whitebeard's blow. Shirahar just stretched out two fingers and drew traces in midair like a painting. Then, the space fluctuated and formed a series of invisible doors. Space sword skill middle. Thousands of heavy doors. This move was much stronger than that in Huang Fu Dragon Fight, and Shira's strength was much stronger than that. So Hawkeye's move was easily resolved. The earth-shattering blow didn't even touch the opponent's side. Just breaking through a few doors would not work. The opponent solved his move without even drawing his sword with two fingers. Mihawk's sharp eyes widened slightly, and he held the black knife tightly in his hand. Shirah's method of resolving and the principle of this trick shocked the number one swordsman of this era. The world's number one swordsman knew that he might have encountered the strongest opponent in his life, an existence that surpassed him in swordsmanship. And it was the first time Mihawk saw him using space as swordsmanship. Shirahar smiled, using the defensive space sword. There is no difference between using a sword and not using it. He has grown stronger and his hair has grown longer. And Shirah's expression fell into Mihawk's eyes, causing the world's greatest swordsman to turn up the stormy sea. When did such a monster appear on the sea? He was still laughing. Did he take me, the world's largest swordsman and Shikai Bukai, in his eyes? Do you think he is too weak? Mihawk stared at this young strong man in front of him. He had fought against countless swordsmen and strong men, won the title of the world's number one swordsman, and had also fought against the current four emperors red hair. But he has never felt like this. For no reason. Like he can only challenge this one himself. Perhaps only worthy of challenging the young man in front of him. Shirahar looked at Mihawk, who was standing in front of him, with an impatient expression on his face. He had to go to Arabastan to find his nephew. Mihawk saw clearly that the face of this strong man was already very impatient. But he laughed. Mihawk stood at the highest position of pirate swordsmanship, and there were few people on the sea who could tie him in swordsmanship. This led to his lonely self-admiration, and also gave him the idea of wanting to cultivate an opponent. But today he saw a higher level of swordsmanship and also saw a Takayama standing in front of him. He must cross this Takayama. Mihawk clenched the black knife in his hand, betting on Saba's dignity, and shouted, "I, Hawkeye Mihawk, challenge you here. Ask your name." Blood Sword Shirahar. Good. He didn't mention the world's largest swordsman, but put Shirahar in a higher position. This is a swordsmanship challenge. Draw your sword. Come and fight with me. Hawkeye roared and took the initiative to attack this terrifying opponent with a black knife. Shirah's expression became even more impatient. Why did he meet such a guy who obviously missed a beating? Such a classic scene was filmed by the hidden guy above Arya Sky. Morgans in this world is flying on Arya Sky with a machine unique to the news agency. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Out of professionalism, he also took photos of Hawkeye challenging others. That is the world's most famous swordsman. Mihawk was actually challenging others, and he was photographed. He was about to post. This kind of news will surely sell well. The entire news agency Morgans was watching the battle below nervously, which was a rare match in a lifetime. The world's largest swordsman challenges the mysterious swordsman who will win. Mihawk made the first move. The momentum accumulated to the peak, and the knife that covered armament haki slashed hard at the opponent he dreamed of. Luochi, you watch the battle first, and I will play with him. Okay. Yang Luoki stood on the surface of the ocean like a dragonfly, and handed the battlefield to Shirahar. Sulfuric acid, ember splashed around. A blood-red sword easily blocked the black sword. Shirahar smiled slightly. That's it for you. Once blade. Mihawk sensed the gap. The endless physical strength, the calm physique like the red earth continent, and the inexplicable strength all made him feel like he was about to lose. I will show you my lifelong swordsmanship. Mihawk couldn't block Shirah's sword, nor could he shake Shirah's figure with strength, so he had to step back a few steps and assumed a defensive posture. Shirahar looked at Hawkeye, who was coming out of cold sweat, and realized that he seemed to be quite strong. Whether it's physical strength, swordsmanship, berry ability, Conqueror's haki is very strong when it comes out. It's just that the opponents he has always encountered are not weak, and there are more than one enemy in the walled naval battle. He has experienced the brilliant period of pirates, the era of heroes. Golden Lion Shiki, Ikoku, Roger, Rayleigh and others have the best swordsmanship in the world. If Hawkeye were to be placed in that era, the world's largest swordsman would really not have the turn of this guy. Although there were 4 emperors and Shikibukai in this era, Shiki gave up swordsmanship, Ikoku and Roger died, and Rayleigh retired. This made Hawkeye the world's largest swordsman. Shirahar sneered coldly, and let him teach the #1 swordsman in this new era. What is the brutal beating of the old era? One sword style black flash. Mihawk turned into a black lightning, and in a flash, he came to Shiraha's side. He ignored the spatial distance and made a slash. Shirahar was a little disappointed. The two fought each other in an instant, as fast as lightning, and their figures staggered. It's boring. Puff. The mouth of the tiger on Mihawk's hand was cracked. The most exaggerated is that there was a wound on his neck that almost suffered a fatal injury. Although he was injured, he was really happy and begged, "Let me see more." Shirahar asked, "Are you sure?" Mihawk was taken aback, and then said in surprise, "Please." His eyes are full of expectation. One sword stream profound meaning black knife night curtain. Mihawk's strongest move. This move seems to have changed the surrounding environment, covering all Saba's demeanor of this era like nightfall. And he is the only one in the shady scene. One sword flow, the afterglow of the setting sun. Shiraha's small amount of Conqueror exploded constrict on the cloud sky sword, causing the blade to emit a pale red light, welcoming Hawkeye's move. This trick was realized by Shirahar after going through many battles. It represented the brilliance of the old era and the opening of a new era, which was an era of twinkling stars. Even if the old era has passed and the new era begins, all that was left is the last afterglow. The afterglow of the setting sun represents the final brilliance, and it is also a trick to sublimation. The two crossed again. The afterglow of the setting sun tore through the cover of the night. Mihawk stopped in the air with obsessive eyes. He was still thinking about the trick he had just seen. It's so beautiful. The outcome is divided. Yang Liu Oki smiled faintly. The Morgan's news agency, who was watching the game on the clouds, did not understand who won in the end, but they saw that Shirahar had retracted the sword while Mihawk was still in the air. Puff. Mihawk spouted a big mouthful of blood, scattered dozens of more wounds on his body, and fell into the sea. A move that combines space sword skills with his own sword intent and insight, so that the world's largest swordsman has seen the most dazzling move, the most glorious afterglow of the old age. Liuoki, let's go. Shirahar Mitsurugi came to Yang Liuoki's side, and the two went back to the road to Arabastam. They could see Hawkeye, which meant that they were not far from Arabastam. "Aren't we going to worry about the people above?" Yang Liuoki asked, pointing to a certain cloud layer with a rare playful smile on his face. "No, just treat it as a face to Morgans. Let's go." Shirahar ignored the group of people hiding in the clouds, and the two flew towards the destination. Morgans above the clouds let out a long sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. I thought that mysterious swordsman was going to kill us as well." "It seems that the name of my Morgans is quite useful in the sea." "President, what do you do now?" "Hawkeye was defeated so easily. What else can I do?" "Of course, report truthfully. This time the news will definitely sell well," Morgans said excitedly. Just when they were excited, a figure crawled out of the sea with difficulty and found its own coffin ship. In the battle between the two, there was only one coffin board left in the coffin ship. "I lost." Mihawk sat on the coffin board, sighed, and confessed the outcome of the competition. If it wasn't for that terrible monster that didn't have a killing intent, but only showed swordsmanship, maybe he would have died just now. He really wants to see such a sword move again, even if it is dead. "President, Hawkeye is not dead yet. I can see him not blind. Morgans said quickly, let's run. These people have witnessed the embarrassing scene of the world's largest swordsman, and it is hard to guarantee that the surviving Hawkeye will not kill them all. Mihawk also noticed the World Economic News group hidden in the clouds, and shouted, you report the outcome of this battle truthfully. Hawkeye is not someone who can't afford to lose. From today on, the world's #1, the title of Great Swordsman does not belong to me. It belongs to Shiraha, the blood sword. Just now, Mihawk looked at the direction Shiraha was leaving, and made sure it was Arabastan. He didn't understand what attracted the strong man in that place, but after thinking about it, he was ready to go there. He bandaged the wound casually, picked up the black knife, and rowed the boat with only one coffin board to Arabastan. Morgans knew that Ximing had survived again, and went away in no hurry. Hurry up and sell this exclusive report. It will be worthless if it takes a long time. The sooner you can sell it, the better. It's best to sell it to all the countries and people on the ocean in one day. The world's largest newspaper, the World Economic News Agency, has demonstrated unparalleled professionalism at this moment. In just half a day, the news reached the New World and spread across the Great Sea Route. Marine Headquarters. Marine Marshal Sengoku had a seagull on his head, and he wore a pair of frog eyes, staring solemnly at the news that had just arrived. Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, was defeated by a swordsman named Bloodsword Shiraha on the Great Route. If this were not the news from the World Economic News Service, Sengoku would definitely think that someone was joking with him. Isn't this nonsense? But this kind of nonsense is true, which is not fun. Garp, what do you think of this matter? Sengoku saw that there was no reaction, and when he looked up, he saw the dozing marine hero Garp, and he was no longer angry. Garp, don't sleep, snapped. The big bubble hanging on his nose exploded, and Garp woke up suddenly and shouted, Sengoku, are you off work? Sengoku looked darker and threw the news to Garp. After Garp finished reading it, he also looked surprised. That kid Hawkeye was defeated by others in swordsmanship, and he is still someone I don't know. This kid named Bloodsword is quite capable. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, this Shiraha named Bloodsword has no previous convictions in Marine Headquarters. I can be sure that he is not a pirate. I decided to let people contact him and let him join Marine. With his strength, he will inevitably become Marine Admiral. Who are you going to send to contact him? Garp asked while eating senpai. Let Kyuan come in touch. Sengoku understands the psychology of men very well. He thinks that such a young great swordsman must have just come out of a small place some time ago. Let the face of Marine Momousagi pray for the garden to come in contact. Appropriate. Why don't you let me go the two? I'm just going to deal with something. Garp said. Garp, you have the face to say. Your grandson has been offered a reward of 30 million. A full 30 million has been offered as soon as he debuted. This is a bounty that East Blue has never had before. You have to go over and take care of it. Sengoku roared in the office. Garp smiled cheerfully. He couldn't hear Sengoku's roar anyway. Garp informed the little girl, praying that the two of them set off on the Great Route on his kobold warship. End of this chapter. Chapter 212, The Shock of the Whole World. Famous in the Sea, Mysterious Powerhouse. Please subscribe. Chapter 212, Shock of the Whole World. Famous in the Sea, Mysterious Powerhouse. Please subscribe. Like 7. Are we going to Arabastan soon? Shiraha asked, pointing to the faintly visible island ahead. The island in front is Arabastan. Yang Liu Oki has a superb talent in the sense of direction. Putting it in the pirate has the potential to become a navigator. This cannot be learned, and it is not envious. Husband, is that guy really the #1 swordsman in the world? It feels a bit of a misnomer. I don't mean he is weak, but he seems to be inferior to Shiki and Roger. There are too many strong swordsmen in One Piece world. Even if it is this era that ties Hawkeye in swordsmanship, there are red-haired Shanks, and there are foil Vistas who have the level of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Take it out. His current level is not comparable. Shiraha shook his head. Shiki and Roger, I dare not say that we can win. Unless we fight one together, we will definitely win. In this era, Roger seems to have started the era of the big sea pirates, but compared to many years ago, the sea is too comfortable for people to be motivated. People who grow up in this environment cannot experience the true test of life and death. This is also the reason why Hawkeye has been challenging Shanks in this era. Before Shanks broke his arm, he often challenged the red-haired kid we know. Yang Liu Oki thought of the calm and polite young Shanks on Sky Island in his mind, and smiled. He still takes care of his captain and his brother. Is he still alive in this era? Alive. Shiraha took out a carton of milk and said, "If you meet me, I will take you over to see it, but we don't have much time, and that guy has changed quite a bit." Shiraha was not too excited to win Mihawk, and there was not even a wave of waves in her heart. The afterglow of the setting sun was a sword that he finally realized on Sky Island and slashed out. At that time, Sky Island Mari Yangtze opened in the first line, and Jiangwan followed the setting sun. That is really the most beautiful sword and the most beautiful scene. Yang Liu Oki personally saw a talented swordsman using the most ferocious and terrifying sword moves to cut out the most beautiful scene for her. Master Hawkeye, are you really just here to take a tailwind car? Morgans asked tremblingly. The former world's #1 swordsman didn't know which of the tendons was wrong, so he suddenly jumped to the news agency of Morgans and said that he would take a tailwind car and take him to Arabastam. Mihawk opened his eyes slightly. Lead the way. Yes, Morgans yelled in horror. Is this the oppressive feeling of the great swordsman? Those sharp eyes are terrible. Give me speed. Go to Arabastan. It's the president. Hurry up. Start at full speed. Go to Arabastan. Mihawk sat on the chair with the black knife beside him. He looked at the boat with only one coffin board left, with complicated eyes. Too late. He must go and see why the man who can beat himself goes to Arabastam. At first he guessed that he was going to East Blue, but the man named Shiraha hadn't changed his direction until he was out of the range of what he saw and heard. At the end of that direction was Arabastam. If it was someone else, Mihawk thought it might be a trap. But that man would never use a trap. Ignoring his inquiries about what he saw and heard, and didn't have the slightest idea of hiding his direction, he was really a terrible and unfathomable man. He has to become stronger. For this trip, Mihawk is even more looking forward to it. Maybe he can still meet the kid who has been beaten and educated. It would be better if his coffin ship was not broken. The Straw Hat Luffy group passed through Lug Town and met the invincible boss Smoker in the early stage. Wang Luffy faced life and death on Roger's execution stage, but smiled. The Straw Hat group entered the Great Route and met the former One Piece member Crocus. An agreement was made with Laboon. Nami got the record pointer from Crocus, but was slapped off by the careless Wang Luffy. There is no greater joy and compassion in life than this. Wang Luffy was immediately beaten up by Nami. Nami's unconscious armament was terrifying. Then, the Straw Hat group met Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, members of the Pakistan Rock Job Club, and regained the record pointer. In a series of experiences, Zoro cut his nose with a knife. The Straw Hats learned of Mr. 9's identity. She is the princess of Arabastan. Her real name is Neferutari Vivi, and they decided to help Vivi defeat the king Shikibukai Crocodile. Vivi, don't worry too much. Luffy and the others are very strong. We will definitely help you save your country. Looking at the blood flowing from the corner of Vivi's mouth, Nami thought of her helpless at the time and took the initiative to hug her tightly. Vivi said, "Trust us, Luffy will be able to defeat Shikibukai. Of course, after defeating, you just have to remember to pay us." Nami raised her eyebrows, looking like a fan of money. "How can I have so much money?" Vivi raised his head and shouted. When the two looked at each other, Vivi burst into tears and laughed. "Luffy, we are ready to go." "Oh, let's go, Nami." When the Straw Hats were about to leave, An uninvited guest arrived and brought in amazing news. By the way, you are really amazing. I was able to offer a bounty of 30 million yuan in East Blue. I am really curious about you. A mature woman with a variety of styles and tall stature appeared out of thin air on the boat of the Straw Hat Group. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Who? It's a beautiful big sister. You are here too? The Straw Hats were shocked by this sudden woman, especially Luffy, who hadn't been addicted by Guy, shouted, "Who are you? Why are you on my boat? I'm here to send you news. Don't you want to defeat Shikibukai, which is my boss?" I can tell you that not long ago, a powerful Shikibukai was defeated, and the person who defeated Shikibukai is going to come here. Robin leaned on the railing above the melee, looking at the Straw Hat Group below, and said relaxedly, "Vivi." Nami said worriedly, "She is Miss All Sunday." Vivi said with fire-breathing eyes, looking at the puzzled Straw Hat gang. She explained, "This woman is Mr. Zero's partner, that is, our boss's partner. She is the closest person to the boss and the person who knows the true identity of the boss. I passed her know the identity of the boss. To be precise, I asked you to follow it." Robin smiled charmingly. "What? This guy is a nice person," Luffy said with a smile. "Our identity was also exposed by this woman, she told our boss," Vivi said with hatred. Luffy suddenly changed his tone and shouted, "So you are a bad guy? Really an interesting group of people. This is today's newspaper for you. If you want to defeat our boss, this is the best opportunity, because the world's largest swordsman is coming to Arabastam." Robin said. The newspaper threw it to the Straw Hats and said, "Zoro heard that the world's #1 swordsman." Immediately came to his mind. That was his lifelong goal and pursuit. He wondered why Hawkeye went and returned again. "What is your purpose? Why are you telling me this news? Do you want to help hand us? Or, like Curdle, want to seek our country?" Vivi yelled. Robin froze for a moment and smiled slightly. "I don't know what I am doing because I have nowhere to go." Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro tried to attack Robin, and they all failed to take down this strange woman. Robin also took Luffy's straw hat. "Baka Yalu, do you want to fight with me? Give me back my hat." Luffy was completely angry. That straw hat was very important to him. "Return the hat to you. I hope you can live to Arabastam, but don't die." Robin jumped off the boat and left with a big smoking turtle. "Hey, Chlorophyta, your goals and dreams may have to be changed." Sanji picked up the newspaper and was so scared that the smoke fell off his mouth by the news on it. "You sex kappa, do you want to fight?" Zoro exploded his fur when he heard that he was called Chlorophyllum and shouted loudly, "Chlorophyllum, do you think I'm joking with you again?" Hawkeye was defeated. "How can this be? If you don't believe me, just come and see for yourself." Seeing that Sanji was so serious, the Straw Hats and Vivi gathered around the newspaper, staring at the news in the newspaper intently. The position of the world's largest swordsman alternates. Hawkeye Mihawk lost to a great swordsman of unknown origin in swordsmanship. That man's name is Shiraha, and he is called the Blood Sword. "You should understand that I didn't lie to you, green algae." Zoro looked at the strange face in the newspaper, shocked beyond words. But when he saw this man, he believed that Hawkeye was defeated by this man. The person in the photo has long hair flying, holding a blood-red long sword, and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, as if everything is nothing more than that. The almost black eyes give people a unique charm, and the faint red glow in the center of the eyes exudes with strong pressure. The coercion almost passed through the photos, giving a person like Zoro a terrible feeling of suffocation. To fight against such a person, it is very difficult to just look at those eyes. The person in this photo seems to be looking at someone condescendingly. What Zoro does not know is that this photo was taken during Shira's game against Hawkeye. "This person is very handsome, but I don't know if I have any money." Nami's eyes turned into Bell. In her eyes, money is more important than handsome. After watching Zoro, he was silent for a long time in the worried eyes of other people, until he smiled again. "It turns out that the guy Hawkeye will be defeated too. Since he is defeated, then I will call this Shiraha." The guy is defeated. him the world's #1 swordsman. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, who was about to leave the Great Route, looked at the news in the newspaper in his hand, pondered for a while, turned his head and turned into a gust of wind, and pursued a young strong man. Their revolutionary army needs talents too much. Such talents are exactly what they need. Dragon doesn't want such a young and powerful person with potential to be drawn to the past by Marine. If the revolutionary army can be brought closer, it will not only increase the top-level combat power of the revolutionary army, but also make a name for the revolutionary army. Defeating Hawkeye's top swordsman in the world, who dares to say that it is not loud enough? It didn't take him long before East Blue came out. This is a good opportunity, an opportunity to be the first to recruit this person into the Revolutionary Army by Marine. Fufu, that guy Hawkeye was actually defeated. It's getting more and more interesting. The Great Route seems to be lively. I don't know what Marine will respond to. Marine? The Four Emperors, King Shikibukai, Revolutionary Army. This sea is about to start to be interesting. Brother Ming, who took off his sunglasses and lay on the chair, looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed. Somewhere in the New World, unbelievable, Captain Hawkeye was defeated by swordsmanship. The group of red-haired pirates who were having a banquet heard the news, and the whole ship was quiet. After several seconds, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, when did you learn to joke? Come and drink at the bar together. That's, how could Hawkeye be defeated by swordsmanship? Our captain's swordsmanship is 5050 compared to Hawkeye. It's true, Captain, don't laugh, come and have a look. As soon as these words came out, the red-haired pirates group became completely silent, because the person who spoke was the deputy captain of the red-haired pirates group and the only deputy captain of all the Four Emperors pirates, Beckman. This man, who is known as being close to red-haired and possessing the highest IQ in the pirate world, spoke this way. There is only one possibility that Hawkeye was really defeated by swordsmanship. You guy, why are you blocking my way? This road is so big. Can't you stop blocking me? The boy was very angry. He met a very strange person, and he obviously gave way to this person. But wherever he was asked to let him go, this person would stop wherever he went. The strange man looked at the black-haired boy wearing an orange hat and smiled. Captain Whitebeard's 2nd Division, the famous Fire Fist Ace of the New World, I am very interested in your blood. I want to know what kind of power the family of D, the nemesis of God, has. Who are you? What are you talking about? Ace shouted excitedly. Don't stand in my way. I have to deal with the traitor. Oh, Fire Fist Ace. The last bloodline of One Piece. This is really incredible news, right? The strange man snapped his fingers and said, how did I know? No need to ask. I won't tell you. Go to jail with me obediently, and I'll be merciful. Also, please let me introduce myself. My name is Isaac and I am a warden. I understand that you want to fight with me, right? Ace burned with flames all over, clenched his fists, and gathered the flames on his fists and exploded out in one breath. Fire punch. The man didn't dodge or hide, but he abruptly took Ace's fire fist and was swallowed by the flames. Is it so weak? No. The breath has not disappeared. Ace felt a monster being born in the flame, and the whole person became nervous. I saw a person in the flame laughing wildly, and slowly walked out with the wild laughter. The flame did not hurt this person at all. I just wanted to invite you to the prison. You are too shameless. I didn't intend to call Marine after I finished your research. It seems that you decided to give up this opportunity. Follow me. I can promise you not to hand you over to Marine headquarters and the world government. Don't be kidding. Ace yelled in surprise and anger while watching the monster who had turned into a devil's muscle man unscathed under his flames. Ahaha, it seems that you have been foresighted. In fact, I plan to hand you over to the Marine headquarters after studying your power. That will definitely produce very interesting results. My time is very precious. If it weren't for being attracted by the blood of One Piece, I wouldn't be here at all. Even Shiraha can't remember who this person is, but this person's strength is one of the strongest people in Pirate World, at least the strongest in Admiral, and even beyond the existence of Admiral. After Impel Down was breached in the future, Magellan was demoted to deputy director, and this person was the warden like Magellan, who succeeded Magellan. Isaac quickly killed Lusai, who became CP0, and also defeated Marine Marshal Akai Nu, and it was directly promoted by Tenryu Bito. Like Fujitora and Green Bull, they are all monsters in the world conscription. Unlike Fujitora and Green Bull, Isaac was invited by Tenryu Bito after a lot of effort. What he suppressed was the unknown seventh floor, which was a higher level secret prisoner, so it was called the seventh floor. What was being held in there? Who was it? Or something else? Probably only Isaac and a few people know about it. This is a strong man who combines black technology and physical skills. In the future, Isaac, the monster in charge of Impel Down and the mysterious 7th tier prison, Musket, Firefly middle dot Fire Dharma, Shenhua middle dot Anmenuo, Crossfire, Yanji middle dot Fire Jinchuriki. Burning Berry hit this man with a series of powerful attacks, not even hiding. Ace collapsed. He couldn't even scrape Gusha. Marine's current 3 admiral weren't so exaggerated. Where did this monster come from? This is simply a strong man at the level of the old man! Exclamation mark. A bug like you must not understand the charm of technology. Although you are just a low-level bug, I maintain a cautious attitude towards every power. I'm very interested in your blood. Come back with me, bug. The desperate sense of oppression made Ace understand that the man in front of him is an absolute strong. If he doesn't work hard, he doesn't even have the right to escape or choose to die. I see, this is my last trick. Great Flame Ring Entei? Question mark. This person Oda designed it, and it happened to be used. Question mark. Question mark. End of this chapter. Chapter 213 Fire Fist Ace. Sneezing Shiraha. To Shanrong Rong who wants to help, please subscribe. Chapter 213 Fire Fist Ace. Sneezing Shiraha. To Shanrong Rong who wants to help, please subscribe. Ace issued his strongest trick. The entire body surface burned, and the flames released outward to form a huge circle. The surrounding temperature rose sharply under Ace's move, and the hot light illuminates the day, which is a light that is hotter than the day. A sun formed above Ace's hand. In this world, the sun even took away the brilliance of the true Shota sun. Isaac finally became interested when he saw this trick. This trick is barely visible. Come on, let me see your last struggle. Just now Isaac turned into a devil muscle man with the return of the 6-type life, swelled his body a lot, and covered it with a powerful armament, so that he was unharmed under Ace's attack. It can be said that for Isaac, Ace's previous attack is no different from a short bath in a sauna. And Entei confirmed that Ace's move made him feel a little threatened. If he wants to accept it, he will definitely be injured under Entei's power. Transform. Isaac's left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was holding something like a transforming device, and stretched out forward. In an instant, he changed into a shape similar to an armored warrior or a Kamen Rider, covered with a layer of special metal armor. Isaac before the transformation is also the top admiral level. After the transformation, Isaac can press the aunt and guy of the 4 emperors on the ground, which is more durable than the old white beard. To be precise, the 4 emperors except Red Hair. There is no existence of his fear. Whitebeard is getting old, and the other 4 emperors are not as good as him, so the red hair makes him a little jealous. But now the red hair has lost an arm, he can say that there are few that can tie him in this sea. This is the power of technology. The equipment of the Vinsmoke family is like a child's playhouse. You can see this equipment that surpasses this world. It is your honor. Isaac snapped his fingers again and said with a slight smile, "You have seen the gap between you and me. In this state, even Whitebeard is not my opponent. Are you really sure you don't surrender? If I surrender to power, then I am meaningless as a man. I will never leave any regrets in my life. Do you understand, idiot?" The sun that Ace turns into is getting bigger and bigger, wanting a blow. Destroy the monster in front of you. Carrying Whitebeard's will. Carrying the will of his dead companion. Without avenging Sachi, before seeing Luffy, He can't lose here! Exclamation mark. Ace smashed the transformed Isaac with an artificial sun, snapped. Thermal absorb. Maximum power shield. A black shield appeared to block the sun, and the two different forces collided, producing a shocking sound that resounded through the sky. Everything around was burned out, a bare piece, all scorched. There was also an unfathomable giant pothole on the ground, which was bubbling out with seawater. This blow pierced the ground, causing seawater to surge up. This island is a deserted island, and no one sees the battle between two people. The armor on Isaac exudes a faint burnt smell. Looking at Ace in front of him, he praised, "Firefist Ace, you have tried your best. This trick is not bad. Are you going to continue to fight? Even if Whitebeard comes in person, I will only be beaten to death here. The so-called Phoenix Marco is only killed in my hands. By the way, I will tell you an interesting piece of news. The Phoenix Marco has also come to the Great Root. It is said that he has been planted in Samion's hands. The current end is not good. Yo ha ha ha. Ace is very nervous sometimes, but he doesn't fail to see that this person is here to trouble him. Such a big island is in front of him. He is a very polite person. As long as he accidentally disturbs others, Ace will take the initiative to apologize, and also take the initiative to apologize to others for his brother's mistakes. But this time he was really angry. The man in front of him regarded him as a plaything, and he was always at Taunt's bottom line. His brother, his father. He would never allow anyone to insult them like this. Even if he died, he would bite off a piece of the bastard's flesh in front of him. Ace started to burn his vitality, overdrawing Barry's ability. Bet everything, at least let this bastard know that there are some things that shouldn't be said. A unilateral beating unfolded. After a while, Ace fell down with scars and was put on seafloor stone handcuffs and fetters by Isaac. Your level is still a bit poor. This is not conducive to what I want. I will give you special training for a period of time to get you to the level I want. Before the training is over, don't die. You are the only One Piece Roger bloodline in the world. I will hand you over to Marine after I get what I want. That must be very interesting. I really look forward to whether Whitebeard will lead the whole team to rescue you. If the Whitebeard pirates really come to rescue you, I will take the strongest subordinates and the most terrifying monsters to the Helping Hand Marine headquarters, including myself. I will also participate in the battle myself. I will show you how Whitebeard is. Died in my hands. If Marco can live to that point, I will beat Marco to death in front of your eyes, so you must not let me down. No one will come to rescue you. All members of the Whitebeard pirates will die. That scene will be very interesting. I will let you live to the end. Don't let me down. I really look forward to your appearance. At that time will not be the same as now. Yo ha ha ha. Isaac Pervert's frantic laughter was particularly harsh, and Ace collapsed a bit. Do not. Ace has never heard of such a monster in the ocean. If Dad really leads the whole team to rescue him, the power of Marine headquarters, coupled with the power of this monster, Dad could not win. It is impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to win. No one will come to Helping Hand on the sea. This is not a war that a single emperor can win. Ace didn't think about his own safety, and he cared more about the safety of Papa and Marco. He must die here. You don't have the right to choose death. Isaac detected Ace's thoughts in an instant, and said coldly, the weak are not worthy of the right to die. Let me teach you the first lesson. No one else will come to Helping Hand your Whitebeard pirates. In the future, your pirates will be wiped out. If there are other powerful enough forces to support Whitebeard, I can help you kill the current Marine Admiral Akainu on the spot. Ace was desperate. He only hoped that Dad and the others would not come to save him, and Marco would be fine. I will witness your expression at that time. No fool will help you fight an impossible war. Yo ha ha ha. Isaac was laughing wildly. He got the blood of one of Dee's family, which is the only blood of the precious One Piece. Cut. Who is scolding me? Shiraha stopped at the port of Arabastan and looked at Yang Liu Oki, who was teasing a group of kung fu manatees. He sneezed several times and looked around quickly. He raised his eyes and looked at nothing. Yang Liu Oki passively attracted his eyes and looked at Shiraha, and said softly, "Don't think too much. It's not that others are scolding you, but I miss you, and miss you very much." Hey! Shiraha's face turned red in an instant, and she smiled and said, "Liu Ochi, this can only be blamed on your husband. I am so handsome and so charming that I will make you think of me that way." Smelly shameless. Yang Liu Oki covered his mouth and whispered quietly, "Have you never heard that people are shameless and the world is invincible?" Shiraha swooped in his back and hugged her, and said softly, "Let's stay here for a while. Don't you like Kung Fu Manatee very much? Let's save Marco first." Yang Liu Oki was still worried about the safety of his nephew from another world. Marco woke up and sent a message in the chat group saying that he was being locked up by Rockdahl. Marco was not defeated by Rockdahl, but he was planted here by the sudden attack of Blackbeard in the battle with Rockdahl. The reason for Marco and Rockdahl's fight was just a trivial matter. Rockdahl felt that Marco had violated his territory, but Marco wanted to find Ace, so he didn't want to leave. So the two men fought. Relying on the geographical advantage, Rockdahl once suppressed Marco, but the Phoenix characteristic was so easily defeated. Two people entered the Endurance, and it was you and me. In the battle, Marco was attacked by Blackbeard's ability and was defeated. Marco is still safe for the time being. Rockdahl dared not move the four emperors, and rejected Blackbeard Tich's proposal to join forces, and also rejected Blackbeard Tich's request. Yang Liu Oki asked cutely, "K. Rockdahl, in this world, what should we do?" "Of course I killed Blackbeard in the past, and then train Rockdahl to let him know the captain's love." Although this Rockdahl didn't have much relationship with Shiraha, he couldn't ignore it for the sake of his own crew. At least Rockdahl was a very charming guy, which was in line with his appetite. "Then I want to bring a Kung Fu Manatee back to Sky Island." Yang Liu Oki pointed to the Kung Fu Manatee who wanted to apprentice not far away, and she compared a loving heart with her tender white hands, staring watery eyes. "Shiraha, his whole body is almost soft." Liu Ochi didn't know when he started to pay attention to his appearance and dress, and he did not spend all day in the sun. Compared with the original wheatish color, his skin was much fairer, and it could be described as skin like fat. "Pick one you like. We will pack it and take it back. If it is not a good choice, then take them all back. I will pay for it." Two people happily surrounded a group of Kung Fu Manatees and prepared to pick a few better ones to take back. These highly intelligent Kung Fu Manatees seemed to have seen it too. This was an opportunity, and they all rushed to express themselves. "Don't worry, all line up for me. When Vice Admiral is chosen by this beautiful beauty, all the rest will become my subordinates." Shiraha hadn't finished speaking yet. All the Kung Fu Manatees hugged him. Yang Liu Oki. She looked at the Kung Fu Manatee beside her, and looked at Shiraha with a grieved expression. Fortunately, she even fed these Kung Fu Manatees and taught them how to mark them. In the end, she didn't even choose one of them. Shiraha looked at something wrong, and suddenly wanted to throw all the Kung Fu Manatees on her body into the sea. Why didn't she leave such a beautiful girl to please him? And all of them ran to him. After holding Shiraha without leaving any of them, they stood in a row on the shore, each with their heads up and chest up to show their best state for her to choose from. Shiraha looked at these Kung Fu Manatees with great eyesight and nodded slightly. "They can all be taken back to Sky Island, as long as they are used as personal items and trophies. From other worlds with intelligent creatures in advance, that intelligent creature is willing to go with you. Just like Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki in the world of Zenhun Street. I want to be the same sex as me." As soon as Yang Liu Oki's voice fell, many Kung Fu Manatees withdrew from the lineup dejectedly. Shiraha looked at these Kung Fu Manatees who had retired, and had an idea in his mind. Training a special underwater combat unit seems to be possible. These Kung Fu manatees are all able to learn armament and combat skills. The two enjoyed their time with great pleasure, teaching these Kung Fu manatees on the shore of Arabastan. Shiraha taught one part of Kung Fu manatee a set of martial arts. Yang Liu Oki taught another part of Kung Fu manatee a set of martial arts, and the sound of was constantly coming from the coast of Arabastan. And Marco in this world also knew that in the chat group, his uncle in another world had come to save himself. He was not very worried about his situation. Instead, he asked Shiraha to help find Ace first, and intercept Ace from Arabastan, so as to prevent the future war on the top. This is also the reason why Shiraha would let Yang Liu Oki stay on this shore all the time. He didn't want to have more of a Topasan world. He is here to better stop the Straw Hats and keep Ace by his side, so that future wars on the top can be prevented. What the two of them didn't know was that a powerful opponent beyond imagination was rushing over here with a special mission, and Firefist Ace couldn't come here at all, nor could he see the Straw Hat group. People, a big battle is about to break out on the coast of Arabastan. How long will we have to reach Arabastan? Tushan Yaya stood on the Merry, looked down at the Straw Hat group below, and asked in a cold tone. It will take more than a day. Looking at Sanchi who has not defrosted yet, Nami replied with some fear. These two unfamiliar women with long ears were found not long ago, and they occupied the boat as soon as they came, but they couldn't beat the two terrifying women in front of them at all. Tushan Rongrong squinted his eyes and smiled slightly. Don't worry too much, that person's life is fine, our purpose is the same. Sister Yaya's character is like this, it'll help him unfreeze. The idea of getting on the boat of the Straw Hat group was proposed by Tushan Rongrong. In a very short period of time, Tushan Rongrong analyzed the outline and found out a lot of things. The group member Marco is located in a place called Arabastan, and this group of people are the protagonists of this world and this era, and their purpose is to save that country. She and Sister Yaya would just follow the group. It would not hinder Shiraha, but also delay a little time to look at the scenery of the world. When it comes to the place, I believe Shiraha will also solve the problem. Tushan Rongrong could feel that she was very close to Shiraha. She really wanted to go and take a look, but he must be by the girl named Yang Liu Oki. In order not to cause trouble for him and to help him, Tushan Rongrong could only think of this method. If Shiraha still fails to solve the problem within this period of time, it means that he has encountered a big problem and must have encountered a difficult opponent. In this way, she can stop Sister Yaya logically, and then fight alongside him. Tushan Rongrong thought of something, secretly observed the surroundings, returned to a room on the Merly, took out a bought newspaper from his flat chest, and looked at familiar people and familiar swords in the newspaper. Your eyes are still so impressive. If you can really meet some powerful opponents this time. Shiraha, Liu Ochi, what's wrong with you? Yang Liu Oki, don't move. The actor I am looking for is not yet in place. Shiraha, Rockdal, Marco, Izang, Shanks, and Bucky followed the orders with a dumb face, and surrounded them. At this time, Yang Liu Oki hugged Shiraha and shouted at the five people, I'm going to take him away this time. I see which one dares to stop me. The five people around are shivering. End of this chapter. Chapter 214 of the main text. The first generation of ghosts is blocking the way. This sword is called Yung Xiao. Please subscribe. Chapter 214 The first generation of ghosts is blocking the way. This sword is called Yung Xiao. Please subscribe. Shiraha, am here. Tushan Rongrong cut the bought newspaper from Ikaku, and then threw away the rest. The Ikaku she cut was Shiraha's photo. Shiraha is not as strong as she remembers. Tushan Rongrong watched Shiraha's first video released in the group, and his strength in the video is just like that. She can hit the ground with one hand, and she can only shock the weak group members. Shiraha is really much stronger now. When Tu Shanrongrong connected to him, he felt that the guy was much stronger than him in the chat group video. During this period of time, he really worked hard to become stronger. This time it's me. I am a bad woman who is going to come and walk into your heart. I want to fight for a position similar to Yang Liu Oki. Tu Shanrongrong silently calculated and thought about all this in his heart. In this operation, she couldn't let Sister Yaya trouble Shiraha. You guy is good at cooking. Tu Shan Yaya ate some desserts made by Sanji and the drinks he brought, and said lightly, "Thank you Miss Yaya for your praise. It is my honor to serve Miss Yaya." Sanji yelled excitedly on the boat, like a monkey, "You really deserve to be a sex kappa." Zoro was doing push-ups with a few heavy loads on his back. He insisted on high-intensity exercise every day to try to defeat Hawkeye one day. But now his goal has changed. He wants to defeat all the great swordsmen standing in front of him, seize the position of the world's #1 swordsman, let his name resound throughout the world, and complete the agreement between him and Kuina. How many push-ups did I just do? Forget it. Count again. 1 2 3. Yozai. We have 2 more partners. Vivi, I will definitely help you. Little ones, let's go. Luffy did not treat these 2 fox demons as outsiders at all, and automatically regarded these 2 new ones. The members who came were regarded as their own crew members. Partner, you little monkey is really interesting. Looking at the energetic Luffy below, Tu Shan Yaya commented with interest. By the way, I don't like milk drink. Give me all the milk products. Okay, Miss Yaya, leave it to me. Sanji was about to take away all the milk products on the plate, when he heard a cold voice. Wait a minute. Put down this glass of pure milk first, and take away the rest. Sanji, who obeyed the chivalry, a very gentleman, left the cup of pure milk for Tu Shan Yaya, and took away all the other dairy products on the dinner plate. It's been a long time since I drank anything like this. Tu Shan Yaya picked up the cup of pure milk, and after taking a sip, she frowned. It tastes different. This milk is really bad. This cup of milk instantly turned into ice crystals, and after being broken, it turned into flickering light spots in the sun. Okay, it's time to sink your chi. Concentrate your chi on your fist, and hit it out in one breath. Shiraha is a little addicted to teaching this group of kung fu manatees. He seems to have returned to the time when he taught Rock Dahl, and he seems to have returned to a more distant memory, his daily training with Rothko. The inheritance from generation to generation, the will of generation after generation. The kid Rock Dahl is really talented. When he was training, he didn't praise the kid, but often said to the kid, "You are the worst crew member I have ever taken. Are you just this capable?" It's finished. A group of kung fu manatees followed Shiraha to finish work. They learned a set of very basic boxing techniques. Even the most basic boxing technique with the physical fitness of Shanghai Thieves World and Armament Haki can exert great power. Lastly, I will first receive this group of kung fu manatees into the chat group space. After the rescue mission is over, I will take them back with them. Shiraha looked at Yang Liu Oki, who had also finished training, and said, I gave my opinion. Well, I prefer this kung fu manatee. It is quite talented among this group of kung fu manatees. Yang Liu Oki pointed to one of the kung fu manatees and said, Really? I also found a kung fu manatee with good talent. That's it. Shiraha also pointed to the Kung Fu Manatee he liked. The Kung Fu Manatee he fancied may be the Kung Fu Manatee in the original book that followed the gang of Straw Hats to the New World. I have also noticed that it is the most talented in this group of Kung Fu Manatees. Unfortunately, the gender is different from mine. But I also chose very well. You come and bring that group of Kung Fu Manatees. I will bring this group. Let the Kung Fu Manatees that we each choose to be the leader, and we will lead a team of Kung Fu Manatees. Shiraha and Yang Liu Oki arranged the group of Kung Fu Manatees in this way, and the two of them brought a group of Kung Fu Manatees. Although Yang Liu Oki brought a group of female Kung Fu Manatees, but the group of females is more terrifying than the males. When the opinions were unified, Shiraha took away the group of Kung Fu manatees, and the coast suddenly became empty. These Kung Fu manatees are willing to go, and there is no feeling of resistance. It can be seen from the disappearance of all the Kung Fu manatees on the coast. Luo Qi, I have a fishing rod here. Shall we go fishing? Shiraha got 2 rods of the same quality from the other members of the chat group and said with a smile, how do you compare? Yang Luoqi is still very excited about the competition. Usually, she can't fight Shiraha with all her strength. When they reach their level, there will be a serious injury in the fight. It would be better to be able to use a fishing rod to decide the victory or defeat. With the limit of 10 fish, whoever catches 10 fish first wins 1 round, and then heavier than 10 fishes, he wins another round, and finally see whose fish is more delicious. There are a total of 3 matches. This is an indispensable test of luck, strength, and culinary skills. Let us really tell the winner. Shiraha's remarks made the blood boil over what was clearly just an ordinary fishing contest, and even Yang Luoqi, a female general who often fights on the battlefield, was really excited. 2 people excitedly took the fishing rod and the same bait, and chose different directions to start the long fishing competition. Like 7. You lost. My position is one of my thousands. I chose it after a long fishing experience. You are lost. Shiraha's mouth raised slightly. If you lose this time, you have to warm my bed. If you lose, you are not allowed to have sex for a week. Dare you bet? Of course Shiraha knows the meaning of not being allowed to have sex within a week. That is, not touching her within a week. The most is to hug, kiss, and hold hands. At this time, Yang Luoqi's fishing rod also moved, with great energy. It was a big fish, which was pulled up by her abruptly. A huge sea king was caught. She looked at Shiraha triumphantly, with a playful smile on her face, and gave her a thumbs up. Then, she turned her thumb in one direction and pointed to the ground a few times. You cannot. This is unscientific. Is the quality of this fishing rod so good? With this kind of strength and this rude way, the fish can easily fall off, and the fishing rod can easily be broken. The sea kings in the pirate world are different from the fish in the real world. Shiraha carefully looked at the fishing rod in his hand and saw the 4 characters made in country Z. He got it. No wonder the quality of this fishing rod is so good. It deserves to be made in a big country. Don't bet. I won't bet. Seeing Yang Luoqi's disappointed expression, Shiraha said immediately, anyway, if I lose, I will wash your clothes in the future. Okay, that's it. Yang Luoqi didn't notice anything wrong, but instead felt that she didn't need to wash her own clothes in the future, and could save some time for training. Shiraha is also very satisfied with this result. Whether he wins or loses in this competition, he doesn't lose. It's good to help the beautiful girl wash her underwear and lose it all together. Shiraha originally thought that he could win. His long experience of fishing with Berry's ability was not a boast. When he was in the Rocks Pirates, he often used fishing to pass the time. Unexpectedly, this would be better than losing 7. His fishing rod hasn't moved yet, and his opponents have already caught a sea king. This gap cannot be made up, nor can it be compared. Far away from this place, a person was rushing towards Arabastam at a very fast speed. What was shocking was that this person was walking on the sea. At this person's terrifying speed, the waves splashing around are as high as tens of feet, and it looks like a white line drawn on the sea with a paintbrush from a distance. Speed is power. This person can still maintain a calm expression even at such a high speed, which shows that this is a feat accomplished with reasonable physical exertion. Lei Iron is an absolute powerhouse. This man is wearing glasses, a bald head, a white robe, and an unsheathed knife in his hand. Just bald head and squinted eyes can show that this person is powerful. He is one of the Gurusai 5 elders of the world government. He has maintained the rule of the world government for many years. He was once killed out of the sea of blood from the Corpse Mountain and walked to his current position. Basically every Gurusai 5 elders has scars that represent their glorious past, and they have also experienced countless battles. Originally, Gurusai 5 elders had more than 5 people at the beginning, but now they have only 5 of them left. Almost everyone is a powerful and unrivaled monster. They don't have much reputation in the sea, and they don't want to have much reputation in themselves. Especially this Gurusai 5 Elders with a knife. He is the only Gurusai 5 Elders who does not wear a suit and has a beard. Compared to other Gurusai 5 Elders, Gurusai 5 Elders also has the least scars. Husband, someone is coming, and the comer is very powerful. Yang Liu Oki put down the fishing rod in his hand and picked up the spear. Come on the waves. It's really cool sound. Pretense Force Shiraha squeezed the sword in his hand and said, "You old man is quite imposing, and I happen to be curious about the strength of your Gurusai 5 Elders. Oh, is there anyone who can remember us in this sea? From what era are you an old monster? Are you relying on pure gold? Or is it the flesh and blood of a 1,000-year-old dragon? Or did you have an ageless operation?" This Gurusai 5 Elders held the knife and asked casually. In the heart of this Gurusai 5 Elders, the 2 looking young guys in front of him are old monsters who have lived for a long time. This is related to the marine headquarters. No, is the secret of this world. Shira's eyes widened, and the old man in front of him was really an old monster who had lived for a long time. This sea is really unstable. I didn't expect that 2 hidden monsters appeared before we hadn't noticed. Don't try to avoid them and come to the sea to die. You are really looking for death. When speaking, this Gurusai 5 Elders became murderous, and the knife in his hand was about to get out of the sheath at any time. The sentence Gurusai 5 Elders makes Shiraha a little confused. The amount of information in this sentence is a bit large. What does it mean? Are there many monsters hidden in the sea? You may not know the reason, so let me explain it for you. The Gurusai 5 Elders looked at the dumbfounded 2 and explained, "This is not the era of rocks, nor the era of Roger. Now, you should know these 2 people. I believe you must have experienced them in the previous pirate age. But now the order of the pirate era has stabilized. If it were the previous era, as long as you people didn't do anything extraordinary, you could live longer. Before you reached that level of strength, I don't care about it. Like that Roger, at least able to live longer. It's a pity that the current sea cannot keep you. The sea of this era has reached a balance that we are very satisfied with. We must maintain the current balance, so all existence that wants to break the balance must die. I can give you a choice, which is to mutilate any limb of your body or cause irreparable hidden injuries to your body, so that I can let you go. And you will also be eligible to compete for the status and name of the 4 emperors of the new world. I can also stand behind you and bring you great convenience. Make your choice." Shiraha looked at Mari's cloudless Arya sky, and felt inexplicably that a huge black hand was controlling everything. What kind of secrets does this world hold? What is the truth behind this world? He felt that he might have heard some incredible things, some of the truth that only some top bosses in the ocean would know. It's no wonder that the fellow rocks kept fuzzing when he saw him. Although the truth was only iceberg Ikaku, it was enough to shock him. After going back this time, Shiraha will go to see rocks to know more news. The only thing he can be sure of is that the pirate world hides a huge conspiracy, and the truth behind the conspiracy will definitely surprise people. Do you need me to help you? The Gurusai 5 Elders stopped in front of the 2. The unsheathed knife in his hand about to move. Shiraha pointed at the Gurusai 5 Elders with a sword in one hand, expressing his attitude. Very good. Your sword is good. The Gurusai 5 Elders was not angry, just watching with playful eyes. Shiraha smiled slightly. This sword is called Yangxiao. Reporter, Big Redhead, some people say you are the weakest 4 emperors. What do you think? Red Hair. Reporter, you are the only disabled person among the 4 emperors. Red Hair, oh, I usually let others give me a face. Reporter, then what if others don't give face? Red Hair, don't give me face. Do you know how many guys who want to participate in the top war were beaten back by me? The reporter thought that the red hair had beaten guy, who likes to do death. He didn't have any injuries. He came to the top and easily stopped Ake Ainu with one hand. Red Hair, because I am too strong, I was cut by the old Odar thief. Otherwise, who has 2 arms will beat me? Question mark. Question mark. End of this chapter. 215 The Peak Saber Battle. Shirahar, do you know what is Hedisop? Please subscribe. Chapter 215 The Peak Sabers Battle. Shirahar, do you know what is Hedisop? Please subscribe. Young Xiao. Interesting name of the sword. The original name of this sword is not this name, the Gurusai 5 elders said coldly. The original name of this sword is Xueli. It is a bloody monster sword. The former holder is also the #1 swordsman of an era. Do you know what happened to him in the end? I know, you should have killed it. Since you know that you still dare to make such a choice, you are really arrogant enough. I really think that you have defeated Hawkeye. Are you the strongest swordsman? The knife in the hands of this Gurusai 5 elders is slightly out of the sheath, said very oppressively. I gave you a chance. Do I need you to give me a chance? Old immortal fellow. The Gurusai 5 elders' face sank. Shirahar soothed the restless sword in his hand, and said, your name is Young Xiao. You are not called Bloodly. I will not lose. I will inherit the will of your previous master, and I will never lose to any swordsman. You are now called Young Xiao. This is the name I gave you. You will inherit this name and fight side by side with me. You understand? Question mark. Feeling the will of the new master, Young Xiao's sword shook, responding to his expectation. From now on, it is called Young Xiao, rather than the magic knife that used to compete with the original ghosts. It has witnessed the growth of the new master, has accompanied the new master to fight in other worlds, and has fought countless powerful enemies. It will not lose again. The demon sword Xueli and the demon sword Guiche, these 2 weapons have fought for an era. In the end, its master died in the hands of the ghost owner. It is another fateful battle. This is a battle between Young Xiao's new master Shirahar and the original ghost Toru holders. Shirahar was waiting for someone here, but he didn't expect that the person who wanted to wait didn't wait, but instead waited for the guy who didn't wait. In the past, he had guessed more than once whether Gurusai 5 elders had any strength. What were these 5 old men hiding, and what secrets they possessed? And why the world government had put those pigs high? Why does Gurusai 5 elders have such a unique identity as Tenryu Bito? That is a position higher than the commander-in-chief of the world government. This time he could see the strength of Gurusai 5 elders. Shirahar clenched the sword in his hand. Husband, we seem to be waiting for the wrong person. What should we do now? Yang Liu Oki looked at the old man in front of him, tilted his head and asked, after we solve him together, shall we go to Helping Hand Marco? Liu Chi, looking at this situation, I can't wait for someone to come. After this person is resolved, I will rescue my nephew and wait for them at the destination. Shirahar nodded and said with a smile, let me come first this time. Try it with him. I'm very interested in those who use swords. Young Xiao and I will not lose to any swordsman, just like we are teaming up with Invincible. Yang Liu Oki stepped aside obediently, and temporarily handed over the battlefield to him. In the event of an accident, her spear would pierce through the old man who was looking for trouble at any time. It's a pity, I finally found a new master, and I am about to die under my sword. The Gurusai 5 elders asked a little strangely, this sword has obviously disappeared with rocks. Where did you find it? Where did I get your ass? You will die in my hands soon. Leave your last words and name. Shirahar's blood-red Conqueror's Haki broke out, and Constrict was on the sword of the sky. Conqueror's Haki Constrict ... It seems that I can't keep you anymore. Let me try if the name of the blood sword is called the wrong person. Gurusai 5 elders stepped on the surface of the sea. Peng. The deafening water burst sounded, instantly stirring up waves hundreds of feet high, causing a monstrous tsunami. The tsunami came oncoming and almost enveloped most of the coast. If there were no accidents, the sea would fill the entire coast. Seeing such a horrible scene, Shirahar smiled. It seems that you like this kind of kids' stuff very much. Is it powerful if it is big? He is out of the sword. The blood-red sword light cut through the overwhelming tsunami, leapt towards Uriya Sky, and went straight to the sky. One sword divides the sea. A sword opens the sky and cuts the clouds. Suddenly, there is no cloud in Marionaria sky. And the mighty tsunami collapsed at the touch of a touch and turned into heavy rain and fell. Arabastan, which has been dry for a long time, has ushered in real artificial rainfall. Shiraha and Yang Luoki stood by the coast, and the heavy rain behind them poured down and wet a desert. Only the two of them had no precipitation. The unnamed Garasai Five Elders, the first generation ghost Toru, was half unsheathed, breaking Shira's sword energy into two sections, one going to the sky and one breaking the sea. What a fierce flying slash! You are not inferior to the great swordsman of the year in terms of strength or murderousness. It is normal for you to defeat Hawkeye. That little guy is just the number one swordsman of this era. In Yaoi Orozu, one or more number one swordsmen will appear in almost every era. I am only the number one swordsman guild. It's more than one hand. Shiraha stared at this Garasai Five Elders solemnly. He might meet a real opponent. At the moment this old guy shot, Hoen's 10-mile world changed, becoming ghostly and full of evil intentions. He also found that after staying in this space for a long time, the spirit will fall into madness and dementia. If ordinary people fall into this bad situation, they will undoubtedly die. Did you see it? This is a higher level of strength, a realm above the great swordsman. The Garasai Five Elders looked at Shiraha with a surprised look, and felt a little proud, and continued to explain. I reached this realm hundreds of years ago. Like you would never know the power of this realm. You did it. It doesn't sound great. I didn't feel it. Then I will let you feel it. Two people and two swords fought between the electric light and flint. They were also fierce to the extreme, and they were also approaching ultimate. The sea and Aria sky were all chopped apart by the aftermath of the war. The sea water is inverted, and even the big sea is divided into broken building blocks. This kind of wonder can be seen. Two monsters standing on top of pirate swordsmanship are fighting each other. 10 strokes, 100 strokes. After a full 1,000 moves passed, Shiraha showed no signs of defeat, and even a scene of falling into the wind did not appear. It was obvious that the monster in front of him was stronger than him. He relied on swordsmanship, physical fitness and actual combat experience level to abruptly hit a tie, and he was bloodied as if he had just walked out of a sea of blood. Compared to Shiraha, who was bloodstained all over, this Garasai Five Elders was in a much better state, with only a few more non-fatal injuries on his body. I entered your position. No matter how strong I am, as long as I am around you, I will be weakened. The longer the battle, the more disadvantaged it is for me. Feeling the surrounding force field, Shiraha finally understood Garasai. The state of Five Elders said, "It seems that you have guessed that this is the realm above the great swordsman. You should have been besieged. Great swordsmen like us are better at heads-up, and this realm makes up for our shortcomings. Let us be in an advantageous position whether we are singled out or group fights. You are in the range of my ghost domain. No one can beat me in this range, let alone your level. Guy, it's a pity, if I didn't break through, maybe I would really die in your hands." Shiraha was lost in thought in the shocked eyes of Garasai Five Elders. "Dare to get distracted when you fight against me?" This Garasai Five Elders was so angry that they all released the first generation of ghosts, and this prestigious demon sword showed its real horror. A single blow led to changes in the entire range, and all the surrounding force fields were dragged over, adding to the original ghost Toru to make the attack more powerful. Just when the original ghost was about to cut off Shira's head, a silver light suddenly appeared, and it became brighter and brighter in the eyes of this Garasai Five Elders. Not good. Danger. He dodged, and the attack of the original ghost Toru also deviated from the direction. Silver light swept across the edge of the Garasai Five Elders' neck, taking away a piece of flesh and blood. In that instant, silver light penetrated the sky, piercing the force field released by the opponent. The sun shone down, illuminating the surroundings. So strong, so fierce. What a quick gun. This Garasai Five Elders touched the bleeding scar on his neck, showing a look of fear on his face. He was almost killed by accident. He actually looked away. It turned out that the woman in front of him was not a vassal. Before he came, he thought it was a monster. That is, the monster who defeated the Hawkeye Mihawk and captured the world's largest swordsman. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be two monsters, or two similar monsters. The most frightening thing is that he discovered during the battle with Shiraha that this kid is not an old monster at all. With such energetic eyes, there was no trace of the passage of time on his body. As long as it is a monster that has lived for a long time and possesses such a powerful strength, even if it maintains a young appearance, it will give him a sense of precipitation of a long history. But this kid doesn't. Shiraha opened his eyes and smiled at Yang Liu Oki beside him. I have detected your realm, and in a simple and understandable term, it is the sword domain, which belongs to the sword domain. In the sword domain, that side of the world is under your control, and you are mobilizing a small area of the power of the world in the sword domain based on the sword domain that the ghost thoroughly understands. That is to say, if I don't understand the sword domain, even if I rely on Conqueror's Haki, I will be crushed and beaten by you in the sword domain, because I don't have my own sword domain to fight against your sword domain. But I didn't shame you, Yang Xiao. Yang Xiaojian let out a soft cry. That is the voice of joy. This realm corresponds to the king-level combat power, and it is also the realm that Hawkeye Mihawk has pursued throughout his life. Shiraha is just the ceiling on the pirate's surface. The average admiral is not as good as the worst of the four emperors. The upper limit of admiral is the lower limit of the four emperors. Whitebeard desperately was consumed by a bunch of people. The upper limit of the four emperors is Shiraha, Golden Lion Shiki, the peak of normal health, Roger, the peak who is not affected by the serious illness, Whitebeard Newgate at the peak, Rox and Batrick of the Valley of the Gods, to their level Solo and Admiral True. It's not difficult, unless that Admiral can run very well. Admiral is weak and strong. The strongest Marine Admiral of Kong's generation is him, but he was still eaten by Patrick. If he did not consume too much energy, he would not be taken by Garp. If a monster like Garp becomes Admiral, it is definitely the strongest admiral of that generation. It is a more terrifying existence than Zephyr and Sengoku, who owns Conqueror. D is one of the family, God's natural enemy. Garp's power displayed in the Valley of Gods is not simple. It should be because he is afraid of being exposed, so he dare not use it in the walled naval battle. The strongest admiral of this generation in the world is the Red Dog. The strongest admiral of each generation has the strength to match the general four emperors, and desperately, the general marine admiral can only run with the four emperors. But there are too many strong people in marine, and there are too many strong people in the world government. The strength of the strongest shield has long been spoken by the nuns, which is at least equivalent to the level of the general admiral. Even if the four emperors can beat the average admiral in Eonon, they can last a long time in Eonon. So what can they do? If the world government and marine headquarters were really cruel to pay a price, they would be able to destroy all the four emperors of the new world. Red Dog was defeated after he became a marshal. Although he did not appear in the comics, he was as mysterious as Green Bull and Vegapunk, but that person did exist. A strong man who is also a ceiling power, represents the upper limit of the four emperors, is also a person of the world government, and is regarded as Tenryu Bito's bodyguard. It's the first time I have fought with King-level combat power, but it's really not the first time I've seen King-level combat power. Shiraha smiled unfathomably. He knew Rox had gone further before he went to sea. Shiraha believes that now Rox and Patrick have also stepped into the realm of incredible strength. King power. This is an interesting division of power. The Gurusei Five Elders thought for a while and understood what Shiraha said. Above the four emperors is the real King-level combat power. You said you have seen the King-level combat power. Tell where that person is. Maybe I can let you go. This kind of strength and realm is never allowed in the sea. This name Gurusei Five Elders is somewhat asked anxiously. Yuochi, did you see it? He is anxious. Shiraha asked playfully. Do you know what this means? Yang Liu Oki smiled. This shows that they are afraid of real king-level combat power appearing on the sea, and they are afraid that too many appearing will threaten their rule. I finally figured out some things. You have been deceiving the whole world, letting the whole world focus on the pirate and marine, and let those people think that the strongest people in the sea are Marine Admiral and the 4 emperors. Their eyes are on Shikibukai, the 4 emperors, and Marine headquarters, so that everything is under your control. Such a method and such a plan are worthy of the world government that has experienced Yaoyorozu years. Your rule is almost indestructible. Even if someone happens to break through the king's rank, they will disappear into the sea silently after being marked by the world government. He thinks he is invincible in the world. In fact, the world government has already had that kind of combat power. There is more than one, and a lonely person passes by. Isn't it just looking for death? Compared to this truth, perhaps you have deeper secrets, and perhaps there are more and more amazing inside stories hidden behind them. This Garasai 5 elders broke the defense and shouted angrily, "You know too much." Shiraha looked at Garasai 5 elders who had almost admitted the facts, but didn't have any happy thoughts in his heart. Is this the foundation of the Yaoyorozu year of the world government? Even guessing Iceberg Ikaku is desperate enough. Fortunately, he did not have the impulse to take Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate and the others. Otherwise, he might survive by himself. Even if he survives, he will definitely be imprisoned, studied, and finally imprisoned. Gets up. He has to create more king-level combat power in the sea. First of all, to let Roger survive, he has to develop himself, and he has to take the people around him to develop together. The Garasai 5 elders said murderously, "Do you think you can go out alive?" Shiraha hugged Yang Liuoki next to him, and smiled. Do you know what Hedisop is called? End of this chapter. Chapter 216 Blood Sword and Silver Spear. Join forces to fight against the king-level combat power. Please subscribe. Chapter 216 Blood Sword and Silver Spear. Join forces to fight against the king-level combat power. Please subscribe. Yang Liuoki nestled in Shira's arms with a face of enjoyment, did not dislike the smell of blood on his body, but liked the feeling that he hugged himself very much. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, the Blood Sword and Silver Spear once again joined forces. This time the opponent of the two people is the sword-wielding Garasai 5 elders, who is also a real king-level combat power, an old bastard who has lived for many years. The two people looked at each other with eyes full of tenderness, but the murderous aura on their bodies became heavier and heavier, turning into substance and pointed in one direction. This Garasai 5 elders was confused by Shira's rhetorical question. After he reacted to this terrifying murderous aura, he realized that he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Before coming, he thought there was only one great swordsman who had defeated Hawkeye Mihawk. That's why he was confident enough to lift the knife and came over alone. When he first saw Yang Liuoki, he thought he was a Shikibukai-level woman. After all, not all women are as abnormal as Charlotte Linlin. If it is a Neonone, even the great swordsman in front of him will not be his opponent. Even if it is a Neonwo, as long as the girl is not that strong, he can beat it. But what should we do now in this situation? He's playing two Hades. His arms are intact with red hair. These two guys didn't do much more than the peak period of the four legendary pirates of the previous era. Whitebeard Newgate suffered too many internal injuries. His physical condition was too poor, and his old age was unable to become a king, and his strength was regressed a lot. Although Roger broke through the king rank, he died before he lived. Among the remaining people, Golden Lion Shiki and Red Earl Patrick, who can become kings, are locked in Impel Down. Even if Golden Lion Shiki cuts his legs and escapes from Impel Down, he can't break through the king level, but his strength retreats. This is exactly what they want. A Golden Lion Shiki that has been almost abolished and escaped for him, as long as the Red Earl Patrick does not run, and the only one who can become a king is locked to death. The two remaining four emperors on the sea, Charlotte Linlin, do not need to pay attention. They obviously have the talent and aptitude to become a king, but unfortunately they are a stupid woman. Among all the 4 emperors, they are the most despised. If it weren't for maintaining stability, it would have been long ago killed her. Guy seems to be courageous and strategic, and secretly seized Wano Kuni, but in fact, his vision is nothing more than that, and he is also an idiot. In addition to having a thicker blood, the body has great research value, and it cannot be killed. Their world government has promoted his immortality everywhere, praising Guy so much that no one can kill him. To be precise, their world government's words and deeds are enough to change the world. The Igarashi 5 elders are in charge of the changes in the world, and sometimes they will release some news, so that the world's eyes are concentrated on the 4 emperors, Shikibukai and Marine Headquarters, body. But they are above everything else, watching these people on the sea from the chessboard, exhausted for desire, fame, wealth, money, etc., just like playing with monkeys and raising animals in captivity. They watched all the ants in the world compete for the things they sown, just like fighting crickets. Sometimes the Igarashi 5 elders will also place bets to add a little fun to their long time. But when was it his turn to face such a dangerous situation? This time it was really hasty. Lost 7, make a quick decision. Good husband. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, and the tacit understanding was silent. 1 sword and 1 shot were directed at him. This time, this Igarashi 5 elders can be troubled. You guys don't want to beat me as an old man without talking about Koichi, do you? This Igarashi 5 elders swallowed his mouth with the first generation ghost and said again, you, the previous master of the magic sword, were killed by me. You don't want to prove that the sword in your hand is the best. Strong? Hoo-ah-ha-ha, do you want to laugh at me in the fight? Shiraha was happy when he heard this. You are 1 level higher than me. It is not good for me to fight hard. I have other things to do. Furthermore, don't you think you are ridiculous? Why do I have to die to fight with you who are 1 level higher? Even if it is to prove, there is no need to prove now. I will kill you again after the breakthrough in the future. The Igarashi 5 elders face mocked and said, what the future proves? After all, you are scared. If you have the ability, you will fight with me and Neonon. Shiraha smiled slightly, turned his head and kissed Yang Liuki's profile in front of Igarashi 5 elders! The heart, liver, spleen and lungs of this Igarashi 5 elders are about to explode. Ill come 1-2. Yang Liuki kissed him after he finished kissing. Scored twice. Gan. Pharaoh, fighting higher levels is not good for me. I don't want to place hope in the tears of love, the light of justice and the heroine Matsuri, the hero. Shiraha glanced at Yang Liuki and immediately changed his words. The story of the male protagonist Matsuri, the female protagonist breaking out. The Igarashi 5 elders did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Liuchi, attack now. There was no verbal communication between the 2, and they attacked at the same time. 1 sword style, Broken Mountain. You are a dragon and a phoenix. Conqueror constricts blood red sword aura and bright silver gun aura under the blessing of spiritual power merge together, turning into 2 burning flames. Dragons and Ho-Oh with silver patterns on their bodies, and they rushed towards the enemy. The combined skills of the 2 are more powerful than Ant and Guy. Damn it. The Igarashi 5 elders finally got nervous. He wasn't shocked by the power of this move, but wondered how likely it is to defeat the 2 at the same time. He shouldn't have come alone for this mission. If there is a Igarashi 5 elders, he can beat the 2 young men. 1 sword style, Shura domain. To Kangxing. Shura sword domain is fully open. This Igarashi 5 elders handed the first generation of ghosts to release their full power, this pirate world's most evil demon knife, exuding the craziest malice and killing intent. An azure monster with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind this Igarashi 5 elders, with a face like an evil spirit, along with his drawing of the sword. The 100-meter-sized Shura also drew the sword at the same time. Killing all the common people, a blow of complete despair came to the world. The murderousness of this move is shocking, and no one on the sea of murderousness can compare to this Girasai 5 elders. Is this murderous aura formed by killing how many people? This battle is definitely not inferior to the battle between Shiki and Roger. The aftermath of the battle has already turned everything around into ashes. The sky is full of dust and sea, and Arya's sky has long been closed. The belated Hawkeye Mihawk with Morgans stared at the battle before him. The former world's #1 swordsman was completely stunned. Who is he? Where is he? What is he here for? How did he ever get the position of the world's largest swordsman? Mihawk watched the battle silently, and said, "Today I found out that I was sitting in a well and watching the sky. I have too high a sense of my own swordsmanship. I have never won the redhead in swordsmanship, but because he broke an arm, no more swordsmanship with him. I thought that after the redhead broke his hand, there would be no one in the world who would beat him in swordsmanship. The attacks one after another made Mihawk doubt his life and think about his future. Morgans on the side wanted to record the battle, and he saw the identity of Girasai 5 elders, and he was a little jealous. He didn't know that Girasai 5 elders are so fierce? Mihawk said lightly, "Report truthfully, I will stand behind you." Morgans hesitated for a few seconds, letting Mihawk see what he meant. "You are too weak. Can you really keep me in the hands of the world government?" The former world's #1 swordsman became even more suspicious of his life. His coffin ship had become a coffin board, and his strength was dismissed by others. The atmosphere on Arya Sky in the distance became particularly embarrassing. Mihawk couldn't stand it, and said, "I'll go out and help you withstand the aftermath." Injured, he is no longer qualified to enter the battlefield between the two sides. He just wants to feel the power of the three in the middle of the battlefield through the aftermath. The battle lasted for a day and a night, and Mihawk was also untiringly enjoying the battle with the aftermath. In the battlefield of the three, this Girasai 5 elders also showed signs of invincibility, and was severely suppressed by the combination of the two. He was able to fight back in the first half and was suppressed in the second half. Shiraha has thick blood, fast recovery, Berry's special ability, the main carry, use the sword to fight hard, Yang Liu Oki, fast attack speed, high damage, shooting speed, all-round predictive ability. It can be said that it is inevitable. The cooperation between the two is perfect. This is not 1 + 1 = 2, but the real overwhelming power of the king. This Girasai 5 elders, wearing a white robe when he came, was completely clean. His body was full of blood. There were hundreds of holes, big and small. The white robe was already in tatters, and even his consciousness began to blur. He lost too much blood, and even with such a powerful existence as him, the two people in front of him were unable to cope with his teamwork. This is the result of the message error. Who would have thought that there would be two such powerful existences? Before you are dying, I want to ask, Elite, Karen and Aquaman are all world-class weapons that can kill the king-level combat power. Shiraha launched a verbal attack when the opponent's spirit was most lax. You want to take advantage of your mobility to shake my mind. I advise you not to dream. I have got the answer from your response. It turns out that this is the truth about the three weapons of the world. It is equivalent to a worldwide strategic weapon. It is generally not easy to use. Your world government should have Elite, one of the three weapons. This Girasai 5 elders really wanted to kill Shiraha in this place. This person knew too much, and even guessed the truth. The next move, if he couldn't kill these two people, he went back and summoned all the Girasai 5 elders all over the world to hunt down these two people. One sword style ultimate profound truth, Shura Domain. Destroy the world. One move is more murderous than one move. This move retracted the surrounding Shura sword domain and integrated into this blow. The last resort. Both Shiraha and Yang Liuoki felt the horror of this trick. Two people laughed at the same time. One sword flow of profound meaning. Blood sword, the afterglow of the setting sun. One spear skill Norman line permeate. In the battle between the three, night and day are no longer distinguishable. Most of the coastline of Arabastan was destroyed, hundreds of miles of seas were turbulent, and Arya's sky was broken into pieces. Watching the game, Mihawk held a black knife, his eyes were solemn, and he shouted, "You are all leaving here soon. I may find it hard to stop this aftermath." One sword flow of profound meaning, Black Sword, and Nightfall. The aftermath of the trio's attack and Mihawk's move came as night fell, really destroying the world. Puff Mihawk was hit and flew dozens of kilometers away, and was fished out of the sea by the Morgan's dispatchers. The three people in the middle of the battlefield are in a dangerous situation. As long as one side retreats, they may die, which leads to a situation where both losers. The heart of this Garasai 5 Elders was almost penetrated, his body was riddled with holes, and the shockwave was carried away. Yang Liu Oki was about to be hit hard too. At the most critical moment, a figure stopped in front of her and said softly, "Hey, hide behind me, don't move. Be obedient." Life is back. Forest Berry middle dot maximum shield open. Puff the powerful attack and shockwave shattered Berry's abilities and shattered Shira's internal organs through the armament defense. "It's okay if you are fine, otherwise I will feel very distressed." Shiraha touched her face and smiled softly. Yang Liu Oki looked at this scene and couldn't speak, staring at the wound on his body with some disintegration in his eyes. "I won't die. Don't worry about me." Shiraha fell into her arms and gradually woke up again. After waking up, he stuck out his tongue playfully and said with a smile, "I said everything. I'm all right." He knew she was worried, but he couldn't act to make her more worried. "Yeah?" Yang Liu Oki hugged him and didn't want to let go, and patted her behind with a big hand. "We still have things to solve, but we can't drop the chain here." Shiraha looked at the knife-wielding Garasai 5 Elders who wanted to escape behind him, and said, "Of course I know. I'm the general in charge of one party, the woman who wants to marry you in the future. Let us give him one final blow." Yang Liu Oki used the power of the Guardian Spirit, and Shiraha activated the berry ability. The two people hugged tightly and began to be constricted by the vines, forming a green that burned with blue flames and was wearing armor. It was difficult to distinguish the gender. Titan. The blue flame is the Karma fire from the deep hell of the spiritual realm, and the green Titan is Shiraha Berry's ability. These two almost incompatible abilities are perfectly compatible at this moment. The blood sword is Hyun, and the silver spear is an arrow. The Garasai 5 Elders who was running away felt the deadly threat, and when he turned around, he saw a scene that he understood. The bloody sword of the demon sword that was defeated by the ghost in his hand turned into a bow, and it was really pulled by the Titan, and the sword body was bent to an incredible degree, charging the silver spear to the limit. This demon sword that is invincible, would rather bend than bend, even bend. "Luochi, are you ready, husband? Let's put it together." "Shoot him," the two said at the same time. Letting go, the silver spear turned into a silver lightning, ignoring the space, and pierced the heart of this Garasai 5 Elders in an instant. Garasai 5 Elders, who was holding the original ghost Toru, looked at his pierced heart, and sighed. In the heyday, he could still block this move. Unexpectedly, "I would die here. You have followed me for so many years and you shouldn't be buried." The Garasai 5 Elders whose life is rapidly losing, stroked the first-generation ghost, and said gently, "I didn't lose." The fall of a generation of Kendo masters, and this first-generation ghost felt the masters fall and screamed, and the soldiers resolved. The sword dies with the death. In the end, it was ironic that the spectator fell into the chessboard, turned into a pawn, and was shot to death. Marcos strength analysis. Between the General Admiral and the Top Admiral, he has beaten the General Admiral level, and can also resist the Top Admiral. In the manga, Marco was not beaten back by Ake Ainu, and he was not beaten up. That was the magic change of the anime. Marco comics and the current 3 Admiral Fasto face is a matchless match. Akoku is at the Top Admiral level in the setting of this book. The 9 natal flying swords can be attacked and defended, which is almost the average for emperors. The bounty is ranked 3rd in the former Rocks Pirates. End of this chapter. 217 Hawkeye asks for advice. The Straw Hats are here. Shira was dumbfounded. Please subscribe. Chapter 217 Hawkeye asks for advice. The Straw Hats are here. Shira was dumbfounded. Please subscribe. Colonel Marine Smoker flew all the way from Lugtown chasing the Straw Hat Road. He had a good pointer and brought his subordinate Tashigai to Arabistan earlier, so this group of unseen Marines became knowledgeable. Colonel Smoker ... I'm not mistaken, right now ... what happened? Did we ... see the real thing? Tashigai, a little cute girl, was very confused. She was just now. What have you seen? Arya sky, the sea was cut to pieces, and the silver light that pierced the sky just now. Tashigai felt that his glasses must be broken, and immediately took them off and wiped them non-stop. You are not mistaken ... unless we are all wrong. When did such a monster appear on the sea? The people who fell from Arya sky just now are a bit familiar, but the distance is too far. I can't see clearly. Smoker is very glad that he did not intervene in this battlefield, but stayed far away, for fear that the gods would fight and their mortals would suffer. Colonel Smoker, what should we do now? We have been in the ocean for a day. Are we going to Arabistan to catch the Straw Hat group? Tashigai asked, putting on his glasses. Of course I'm going. Let's make a detour. Enter Arabistan from other places. Smoker was a little scared. He really didn't dare to go over and see what happened, for fear that he would be crushed. Shiraha saw the first generation of ghosts who had been fighting with the Scarasai 5 elders, and felt a little bit in his heart. Although this man is an enemy, his pursuit of the sword can be described as a sincere, hundreds of years of company. This demon sword is very important to him. Since then, there has been no first-generation ghost in this world. Berry's ability was disbanded. Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki's hand and smiled. The trick we just now is almost equivalent to the nuclear weapons in this world, and it shouldn't be much worse than the weapons of the 3 worlds. I think we should wait for us to become stronger, and to a higher level. Maybe it can be comparable to the elite. Aquaman and Karen, you said. Yang Liu Oki thought for a while and joked, Karen won't be the one on Sky Island. Uncle. Ahem, although others are not very good at the back, but if Karen, one of the 3 big weapons, is really Rayleigh, I will be enough. Shiraha is fully capable and can stabilize Rayleigh. In addition to swordsmanship, he still has berry ability. I'm really strong. Yang Liu Oki said seriously, looking at the blood on his body. She was able to withstand the powerful aftermath just now, but even with her strength, she would suffer serious injuries. Yang Liu Oki realized that he felt sorry for him, so he blocked everything for her. Liu Chi, I actually won't die at all. Didn't you know it a long time ago? Shiraha smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, but you will hurt. You can feel the pain, so I will also hurt. Yang Liu Oki pressed close to his body and stretched out his other hand to catch the flying spear. This is the benefit of having spiritual power, being able to connect with one's own weapons, and no longer have to worry about losing one's weapons. Yang Xiao, don't you pretend to be dead for me now? Shiraha stared at Yang Xiao, who hovered beside him, flying up and down. I thought you were just a normal weapon. But how can ordinary weapons have such a hostile and sharpness as you? When Shiraha used Yang Xiao to slash a 56 kid knife, he felt the difference of this sword. Every time he killed someone, it was not only a sword, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. This sword is clearly a magic sword, and it is not much different from the magic sword of the 7-star sword. If the user is too weak, it may really be backlashed by the sword. He understands why he sometimes becomes very bloodthirsty, and has a sick feeling about the enjoyment of killing. In the Battle of Wald, he was only angry to kill the strongest shield with such cruel means. At that stage, he was not affected too much, enjoying fighting against powerful enemies, and not interested in pure killing. This is the real me. The former demon sword Xueli had long been renamed Yang Xiao. Flying up and down, and really established contact with the new master and communicated information to each other. Shiraha can communicate with Yang Xiao, his weapon, and he is still curious about how the weapon communicates with people. After some exchanges, "You mean you look down on me, so you keep hiding your will? Just because I was not as good as your last master? You were also discouraged at the time." It turned out to be like this. No wonder I occasionally Mitsurugi, the sword would suddenly not listen to it. After a long time, it was your will to wake up and vent my unhappiness. A demon sword in a mere gulp. Dare you look down on me, your master? Shiraha said uncomfortably. "I think you are looking for a fight. Do you know how talented your master I am? The current world's largest swordsman is me!" Exclamation mark. Yang Xiao shook his body fiercely in the air. "You said that I have never beaten Golden Lion, Roger, Akoku and Raelian in swordsmanship. I just defeated the old man by just 2-1. Not the world's largest swordsman." Yang Xiao's sword tip bent downward and nodded toward Shiraha's humanity. "You said it's a pity that the man next to me is not a swordsman, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make a pair with me." Shiraha's face turned dark. "He wants to return the goods." Yang Xiao saw that the new master was upset, and quickly flew up and rubbed Shiraha's body with the sword, expressing intimacy. "Although you have some eyesight, hurry up and step on it for me, and we have to go to the country in this island." Yang Xiao was stepped on by the two big men obediently. Shiraha looked at the port where Arabastan disappeared and the landform that has changed, was stunned for a long time, and then he said, "This landform seems to have been changed by us. People who come later may not recognize that this is the port of Arabastan." Yang Liu Oki shook his head and said, "It's more than invisible. I am afraid that people who live in Arabastan all year round will not recognize it. Both of them are a little bit unrecognizable, and the terrain around here has changed a bit." Shiraha stepped on the sky, holding Yang Liu Oki in front of him, and was about to fly to Arabastan's palace, but a voice came from behind. "Sir, wait for me. Can you let me go with you? I want to give you a report." Morgans took the half-dead Mihawk and jumped down from a height, and both of them fell into the sky at the same time. Mihawk got up from the sand, staring at Morgans with an ugly expression. He has not been wronged for more than 2 days in his entire life. Morgans held Mihawk with a sad expression, looked at Shiraha and asked, "My lord, we want to go with you. Don't you mind? I saw a higher level of swordsmanship today, and I want to ask you about a higher level of swordsmanship." Mihawk said with a face to Kovit, "I know that there are many people who can defeat me in the sea, but when it comes to swordsmanship, I always think that no one can tie me apart from Red Hair. It wasn't until after I competed with you and witnessed this battle with my own eyes, that I realized that I was overestimating myself." Mihawk's swordsmanship has not improved, and the 4 redheads who have not lost his arm are like him in swordsmanship. He really doesn't know how to take the road ahead. For a long time, he thought he had come to the end of swordsmanship, thinking that there was no way before him. But if this is the case, why are there still many stronger existences in the sea? Those people rely on Conqueror's haki, special physical talents, distinctive bloodlines, and powerful berry abilities that surpass him in strength. Even so, Mihawk didn't want to eat any berry thoughts. He was unwilling to stop here in Kendo. Shanks can almost reach the throne by relying on Conqueror's haki. Even other strong men on the sea think that Shanks is the closest person to the throne in this era. However, Shanks yearned for freedom and had no interest in the throne and titles. Even the titles of the 4 emperors were forced to accept. Without Berry's ability, without Conqueror, is he really not qualified to claim the throne? Mihawk had already asked himself countless times in his heart, and even put his trust in the kid from East Blue, hoping to cultivate a great swordsman who would allow him to set foot on a higher level. But this time he saw real hope. "Please guide my swordsmanship." Mihawk resisted the wound and bowed to Shiraha, who was younger than him. As the saying goes, the expert is first, and the person in front of him is qualified to guide him. Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki and stayed in the air. After looking down at Mihawk and Morgans for a while, his eyes were attracted by the sea again. Mihawk noticed the change in his gaze, and a pair of sharp eyes looked towards the sea. I saw a small boat coming from a distance, with a straw hat pirate flag, and a cute lamb on the bow. This is the Golden Mary that made Shiraha shed tears in the original work. The original touch still left warmth in his heart. Husband, there are two powerful auras on that ship, and a very powerful human being followed. Yang Liu Oki felt the two monster foxes on the Golden Mary and the slipper prints on their faces. Monkey D. Dragon. It's not the enemy. There is no need to be nervous, as long as they don't cause us trouble. Don't take action. Shiraha looked at the ship approaching in the distance, and said lightly, Chloral ahead. Did you see it just now? Sex Kappa, I saw. It's an incomparable powerhouse and a kendo realm that I can't imagine. Oh ha! Except for the heartless Luffy, the Straw Hats all looked at the place with solemn expressions. Is it a monster? The monsters on the sea are so terrible. The newly boarded chopper shivered beside Tushan Yaya. Sister Yaya, the blow was very powerful just now. Tushan Rong looked at the silver light in shock. Did League's Wei Yang's marksmanship learn from this woman? That silver light is really coming to ultimate. Interesting. It seems that we are not too late. The time to come is just right, and the tail just behind should be removed. Just when Tushan Yaya wanted to do it, the mysterious person who had been following them suddenly it turned into a gust of wind, and it crossed the melee to go to Arabastan. Little civet cat, don't run around. Sister, I have something to do. Tushan Yaya, who was wearing a red cheongsam, also chased after him. Tushan Rong immediately followed after seeing this. Vivi, don't worry, we are about to reach your country soon, Nami said excitedly. This time we have two strong aides so powerful, we will definitely be able to rescue your country from that Shikibukai. Nami, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Vivi thanked from the bottom of his heart. A group of people drove the Mary and soon came to the shore of Arabastan. Vivi looked at the sight and the unfamiliar environment in front of him. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide. Where is this? Where is the port of Arabastan? Vivi, don't you even see your country? Why are you so stupid? Luffy stared at Vivi with an idiot look. Vivi opened her mouth wide, trying to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. She couldn't say that the port of Arabastan in her impression was completely different from what she is now. When the Straw Hats arrived at the coast, they saw a three-way standoff, and each of them made them, the pirates who had just emerged from the novice village, very scared. The dragon came to Shiraha, but looking at these powerful existences on the court that he had never seen or heard of as the world's most murderous criminal, he is a little panicked now. What is happening? How do you feel that he is the weakest party? The atmosphere on the court was a bit embarrassing. When Tushan Rong saw this, he broke the deadlock and said with a smile, Shiraha, it's been a long time, how are you? Shiraha blinked, looking confused. The last time he molested Tushan Rong in a private message. What is this Tushan think tank thinking? When did they meet? Yang Liu Oki smelled something wrong and stepped forward. He plunged his spear into the sand on the ground, clasped his hands on his chest, and stared coldly at Tushan Rong. There was a smell of gunpowder smoke between the two of them. Tushan Rong took the initiative to walk over. A spear appeared in front of her instantly, and the distance between the two was only a few centimeters. Tushan Rong narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. I still have something to do with him. You should be able to see it, right? Looking at the fox demon in front of him, Yang Liu Oki smiled. She was no longer a little girl who didn't understand anything. Really? She also smiled slightly. According to my ranking first, it would not be your turn to be second. Is it possible that you want to be a junior? Tushan Rong showed his little tiger teeth. His squinted eyes exuded a cold light, and he shot Shiraha, who was eating melon on the side. Shiraha was completely stunned when he felt the aura exuding from Tu Shanrongrong's body and the aura of Luo Qi's unrelenting next to him. What is happening? Shiki fluttering berry ability, Conqueror Constrict, a strong swordsmanship. Roger Conqueror Constrict, listening to everything, a strong swordsmanship. Whitebeard shocked berry's ability, Conqueror Constrict, strong physical fitness. These three people are typical representatives of the sealing of the four emperors. End of this chapter. 218 Large Sure Field Haki Shot. Please subscribe. Chapter 218 Large Sure Field Haki Shot. Please subscribe. Shiraha didn't understand what was going on, nor could he understand Tu Shanrongrong's thoughts. This fox demon is known as the Tushan think tank, and is also a figure with the ceiling of the fox demon's IQ. Putting it in the world of pirates where IQ is generally low, it is the existence of pollutions. She's hanging up. Tu Shanrongrong can do this. What is her purpose? He could understand Luo Qi's performance, but Tu Shanrong's strange behavior and strange words really couldn't understand him. Could it be that his IQ is too low? That's why I don't understand Tu Shanrongrong's strategy. Wait a moment, let me interject. Shiraha interrupted their confrontation and pulled Yang Luo Qi from the front to his arms. He hadn't noticed that the envy and the feeling of discomfort flashed into Shanrongrong's eyes. She knew it, and she knew it. But she was still sad to see this scene. She has seen many people who come to Tushan to make love, but they are not completely single-minded, including her apprentice Yan Yu, who has had a better life with countless girls. The suffering tree said that it was Kisuji's renewal, but there are a few people who can really renew it. Infatuated people are always waiting, but those who are unsympathetic and unsympathetic live very well. Yan Yu, I really shouldn't have accepted you as a disciple. You look a little like him, but you are not as good as him. Tu Shanrongrong now understands how bitter love is and how difficult it is. Forget. There are 80,000 characters in the world, but love characters are the most hurtful. Tushan Fox Demon's demon power comes from love, and Tu Shanrongrong is the real demon emperor, and in terms of strength, it is no worse than Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Hong Hong. Shiraha knew that this fox demon used all its demon powers, based on the induction between the saplings of the affliction tree planted in the Demon League and the Dao League, and built a demon power-related thousands look net within the coverage of the network, where if Destiny not uses the seeds of the affection tree, the clone can be activated on the spot, and the real Demon King level demon power can be exerted in the network. Coming to another world, the real strength should drop a bit. Shiraha did know that this Tu Shanrongrong was a bit different. Even if he was not on the internet, he still had the power of the Demon Emperor. Luo Qi, you put the gun down first. I'll talk to them. Under Shiraha's persuasion, Yang Luo Qi put down the spear obediently, glared at Tu Shanrongrong, and returned to his back. He looked at Tu Shanrongrong, took a deep breath, bent down, and apologized. I'm really sorry, I was in trouble at the time, and your attitude was very strange. I was in a bad mood and I became even more irritable. That's why those words are spoken. It's okay. I can understand you. Tu Shanrongrong was still a little uncomfortable. He had chatted with Aqua in the group at the time. Why didn't he want to chat with her? Seeing that Tu Shanrongrong's expression did not look like a pretend, Shiraha couldn't help but explain. I'll explain to you. Am I really familiar with you at the time? Obviously I haven't talked about it in the chat group. You still pretend identity, pretending to be a weak chicken in the chat group. Even the name is fake. Do you think you suddenly chat with me and send me a private message? Isn't this arousing people's suspicion? If it were you, would you not doubt it? Tu Shanrongrong was stunned for a moment, raised his hand to explain, but didn't know how to explain. You are the smartest fox in your world. My normal human brain is definitely not better than yours. You suddenly send me a message, and you also send me a bitch message. The message is really similar. Green tea bitch. Shiraha lowered his head and said faintly, but when I think about your IQ, I think you want to count me. I didn't calculate you. I sent you a message out of concern at the time. Tu Shanrongrong said anxiously. Your words are too strange. Why should you care about me? You can be a monster at the level of Demon Sovereign, and anyone who can reach our level will not be a good person or a good monster. True, kind and beautiful. Shiraha has never considered Xiang Kunlun to be a good person, and he is also not a good person. As long as he is on his side is enough. The hands of the big monsters in the fox demon are basically covered with blood, and the humans inside live very humble. He will not keep licking these fox monsters because of the impression of the previous animation. I don't know how it disappeared. My attitude towards the group members in the chat group is not too bad. It's normal to gag and chat, and it's normal to chat with some nonsense. As a result, you divided the chat group into several small groups as soon as you came. He and Jiang Qilan received his own subordinates. To be honest, my only support in the chat group is Brother Xiang. There are not many who really have a good relationship. I am really not interested in the things you have done and the plans you want to plan. Just don't trouble me. NS. At that time, I am really sorry for what you said. If you are like other group members, you will reveal your identity from the beginning and do not do other things. I will not send you that kind of news at all, but will get along with you like a normal group member, so please don't trouble me during this mission. Please. The person to be saved by this mission is very important to me. I apologize for what I said to you last time, but if you still want to trouble me, chat groups are forbidden to fight each other, but there is no punishment. I am so smart. I must know some rules of chat groups better than me. Shiraha clearly said all the words, and he said everything that should be said. If it is still not resolved, then completely separate the chat group into several groups. It is no fun for a fox demon with such a terrible IQ to stare at him. Tu Shanrongrong's unfinished words revealed grievances and helplessness. She really wanted to come and help. Why? Is she unworthy? Knowing this, she shouldn't hide her identity from the beginning. Just take the initiative to communicate with him in the group. But Tu Shanrongrong stretched out his hand to stop the icy breath exuding beside him and wanted to step forward to teach Shiraha. Tu Shan. Yaya, Sister Yaya, we are here to help. Don't you intervene, okay? I brought you into this world. It was not you who let me destroy the relationship between me and the members of the group. You still protect him now? Second sister, is he really that good? Tu Shan. Yaya said coldly, looking down at Tu Shanrongrong. Tu Shanrongrong is a very gentle demon. Compared to the violent and arrogant Tu Shan. Yaya, she seldom gets angry, and in the process of becoming the demon emperor, she has never bullied weak people and demon. Good. She respects her sister very much and protects her shortcomings. But this time her heart was really uncomfortable. Looking at the person who is thinking about it, she can't recognize each other. She herself is stupidly opposed to Tu Shan. Yaya for him. Sister Yaya, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. Ha 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 ha. If you want to go, I don't want to leave here. In such an interesting place. I also met this bastard. I just came to trouble him. Tu Shan. Yaya's face was cold and frosty. The endless jug has hung around his waist. Don't stop me, or I will fight with you. Tu Shanrongrong looked at him, thought for a while, opened those eyes, revealing aquamarine pupils. Sister Yaya, stop it. He is not the one we know. I am tired. I don't think so. He just turned to ashes. And I know him too. Tu Shan. Yaya's body broke out, her demon power opened, and her eyes turned scarlet. The two demon emperor level fox demon in Tu Shan confronted each other, and the surrounding demon power made the Straw Hat group who just came out of Novice Village felt unparalleled strength. Among the Straw Hats, even Zora, who has always been in front of him, looked at the two girls who were about to fight, and couldn't help but open their mouths and broke out in a cold sweat. Luffy, Let's run to the sea first. Shan Zizi said wisely. Dragon on the side was completely stunned. What happened on the court? Why didn't he understand at all? The only thing he can understand is that these four powerful beings are all connected. Isn't this a large-scale ethical family drama in front of him? What is the family relationship of these four beings? This family relationship is too great. Dragon feels that he is a superfluous existence. Shouldn't he be here? There is no place for him to intervene at all. Mihawk was also dumbfounded, and hurriedly said, Morgans, take me out of here quickly. He is now seriously injured. If Chi were hit by a big battle, he would really die here. After all his hardships, he saw the kendo that was ahead, and he couldn't die here. Hawkeye, why are you here? Zoro opened his mouth wide, staring at the kendo goal he had pursued all his life. Yo, young strong man, have you officially entered the Great Route? Mihawk looked at the puzzled Zoro and gave a wry smile. I lost to others in swordsmanship. Your current goal, the possibility of you want to achieve, it can be said to be zero. I won't give up. I will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. Let my name resound in the sky. Zoro roared, touching the 3 knives hanging on his waist. This shocking sound attracted Yunxio's attention. It heard this kid calling it just now. This green-haired kid has a good will, but in other aspects, he wants to beat the master at this level. It's just a dream. Everyone on the field has their own minds, and all of them are ready to leave this place. To understand that the immortals suffer from fighting with mortals, the Straw Hat Group is no different from mortals in front of these strong men. Shiraha looked at the Straw Hat Group who was about to leave and Morgans who was about to take Mihawk away, and then at Tu Shanrong, who was confronting Tu Shan-Yaya. But he really didn't understand why Tu Shanrong had to confront Tu Shan-Yaya. Is it for him? But what is the reason? At any rate, tell him the reason. If you don't tell him, he doesn't understand this situation. Did he and Tu Shanrong really meet? Shiraha, he once met Tu Shanrong through the second dimension, and also met on his mobile phone and computer. It was the first time that he met offline. Second, he'll ask you again, are you really going to stop me? Tu Shan-Yaya has reached the limit. Her only thought now is to beat Shiraha fiercely. Sister, Tu Shan is nominally you dominate, but in fact I do everything. Tu Shanrong refused to give up. I am also a demon emperor. I do not fight with you because I want to maintain Tu Shan well. Shan, help you take care of Tu Shan. This does not mean that I am weaker than you. Come back with me. I don't want to stay here anymore. I admit to the wrong person. Tu Shanrong was so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. The offline meeting this time was not as good as she thought. She thought she had a chance, and she could accept other people, but she didn't even give her a chance. Bet 1 is also a beating, and 2 are also a beating. Tu Shan-Yaya took out the endless jug and poured it in one mouthful. The sandy land of Arabastan began to sink, the sea water poured up, and Tu Shan a tail emerged from behind Yaya, and a powerful monster oppressed everyone on the court. Tu Shan-Yaya Mimic wears Tu Shan Hong Hong in a red Chong Sam, and Mimic also wears Tu Shan Hong Hong's attack style. She punched. Tu Shanrong quietly looked at Tu Shan-Yaya who was punching, feeling so tired for the first time in his heart. This makes her feel more tired than any nasty plot by the Black Fox. She would rather not be a think tank than give up, if it was the first time. If she confessed when she joined the chat group at the beginning. Tu Shanrong opened his eyes wide, facing the fist that was about to fall on his body. She still couldn't help but glanced back at him. After turning her head, her mouth was pursed. Although she tried her best not to cry, tears still slipped silently from her cheeks. Once you meet some people, you can get a glimpse of 10,000 years. Once some heartbeats begin, they will be overwhelmed. She shouldn't have known him in the first place. She did not fight back, nor did she put on a defensive posture, or even planned to block Tu Shan-Yaya's fist. This punch fell on Tu Shanrong. Even if she was the Demon Emperor, she would be seriously injured. This way they will be able to paint the mountain, so that she can help him. She shouldn't have come. She used the wrong method at the beginning. and the method she used was really problematic. Shiraha looked at Tushan Rongrong, who had no intention of resisting, and wondered, is she crazy? Just when Tushan Yaya was about to hit, a silver light penetrated through, leaving behind a section of Tushan Yaya's hair. The next time I aim is not hair, but your throat. Yang Liu Oki stood behind Tushan Yaya, holding a spear and pointed at Tushan Yaya, who was stopped by someone, fist to palm. Shiraha stopped in front of Tushan Rongrong, caught Tushan Yaya's fist, and said coldly, your fists are not fierce enough. The two went one behind the other, sealing Tushan Yaya's position. Are you stupid? Shiraha turned his head, looked at Tushan Rongrong, who hadn't reacted, and cursed, why do you want to do this? You wouldn't really fall in love with me at first sight, right? Are you blind? Where can I be better? Don't tell me that you saw the video in the chat group and fell in love with me. Forget it. I don't know what you are thinking about, or what you are planning. My IQ is the IQ of ordinary people, which is definitely incomparable to you. Shiraha touched Tushan Rongrong's head. He wiped her tears again. But you really don't have to do this step. You see you crying into a little cat, and I took advantage of it. I believe you are here to help me, and come with us. Save Marco. Tushan Rongrong stared at him stunnedly, suddenly burst into laughter. He still hasn't changed. You are a junior. Yang Liu Oki pointed to Tushan Rongrong and said, so you will listen to me in the future. And you are not allowed to move, or I will poke a hole in you. Tushan Yaya's face turned gloomy. When did she feel this kind of anger? It was not when she was young. She has grown up. Shiraha looked at Tushan Yaya with an ugly face, and sneered, I don't hate the gentle fox demon like Tushan Rongrong, if I have a lower IQ, but I really don't like you, fox demon. I want to die if I have a bad personality. I can't wait to see others with my nose. And I will be merciless to my youngest sister. Except for Simp and Trembling M. Who would a normal man look at you? It's no wonder you have always wanted but couldn't get it. You deserve it. Tushan Yaya was stunned. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to scold her. Shiraha thought that Tushan Yaya Mingming was very cute and good when she was a child, but when she grew up, her face and figure were not damaged, and her personality changed drastically. Seeing that Tushan Yaya was stunned, he relentlessly grabbed her by the hand, squeezed his strength all over, and threw Tushan Yaya over his shoulder. A Mihawk with an upturned butt appeared in the same pose. Fortunately, the red Sam was so big that it didn't run out at all. However, this shameful posture made Tushan feel complacent. I am going to kill you, husband. Should you explain to me, what's the matter with this one? Yang Liu Oki hummed a little angrily. You actually have something to hide from me? I really don't know what's going on. It may be that your husband is too attractive, so this person wants to post me. Shiraha was silent for a few seconds, and then said, I said that. I don't believe it myself. He felt that Tushan Rongrong was the last time Revenge molested her by himself. But Wu Luqi and Jiang Qilan were crazy in the group, but they molested Tushan Rongrong at the beginning. A guy. Yang Liu Oki and Shiraha looked at Tushan Rongrong at the same time, wanting to hear her explanation. Tushan Rongrong closed her eyes, squinted and smiled. She didn't need to say those words, just put everything down and start again. Tushan Rongrong, I haven't sorted out what you said until now, and I don't know why you are fighting. But I can see that you really want to come and help. You have just proved that we will go there together. So husband, she's a junior, right? Yang Liu Oki asked persistently. Tushan Rongrong, Shiraha. Tushan Yaya looked at the happy scene before them, and they all ignored themselves. Can't your temper be better? You almost hurt Tushan Rongrong just now. You are also afraid of it. Don't worry about it. You were very cute when you were a kid. Reporter, Big Brother Rongrong, what is the relationship between you and Shiraha? Tushan Rongrong squinted. Do you want to know? Yang Liu Oki pointed at her and said, she is a junior ranked third. Tushan Rongrong. Reporter, it's over. This is not going to stop talking. End of this chapter. Author of chapter 219 of the main text, Shiraha, on picking up girls. I would like to call you the strongest. Subscribe. Chapter 219 Author, Shiraha, on picking up girls. I would like to call you the strongest. Please subscribe. Shiraha whispered, then stepped back quietly, hiding behind Yang Liuoqi and Tushan Rongrong. This is not counseling, he just has a snack hollow. He accidentally threw Tushan Yao out just now, slamming her face against the ground with a gesture of falling over her shoulders. Tushan Yao became even more angry. And such a shameful thing hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Without checking for a while, she was actually thrown into the sand by this bastard in such a shameful posture. The bastard also said that she was cute when she was a child. Suddenly, Tushan Yaya's face blushed, and after a while, she furiously said, "You bastard still dare to pretend to be garlic?" He clearly remembered her, and pretended not to know the two of them, and was deeply impressed with her when she was a child. Tushan Yao is now feeling ashamed and annoyed. This kind of shame that seems to have returned to her childhood makes her want to kill everyone who knows on the court. There are not many people left on the court now. The Straw Hats, Morgans, and Mihawk were not on the court, so they didn't see the scene just now. It's just that Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, stayed with the daring mentality of a high man, hoping in his heart that he could recruit all the 4 strong men on the field into the Revolutionary Army. As a result, the scene just now made him a little surprised. Suddenly, Dragon, who was afraid of his wife, was in awe of the feat of blood sword Shiraha just now. Did you see it? Tushan Yaya was shivering all over, looking straight at the person she didn't know. Dragon twitched his eyelids and immediately explained, "I didn't see anything just now. I am a married man. I have children. My child is the one who wore a straw hat just now. Luffy, come over to me. I believe it. Don't call that silly monkey over." Tushan Yaya waved her hand. She ignored Dragon, looked at Shiraha, and yelled, "Get out and hide behind a woman." "What's the deal? Isn't it the ability to eat soft rice?" Shiraha immediately retorted, "If you have the ability, come here." Tushan Yaya was almost mad at this man's operation. She really wanted to kill the man in front of her. "I just kept my hand, otherwise you thought you could block my fist." When Tushan Yaya saw that Tushan Rongrong was not resisting, she tried to withdraw her strength, but unfortunately she didn't completely withdraw it. If Shiraha didn't take it, Tushan Rongrong would still be injured. "Ha ha 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 ha, you can't hit me even with the greatest strength. You are not good at breaking it with force. You have to learn from your sister and use your fist. Isn't the ice spell not fragrant?" Shiraha died. Holding the lifeblood of Tushan Yaya, she has been with Mimic's own sister. In the final analysis, she is inferior in her heart, coupled with her sister control, and admires her sister incomparably. "Then you bastard came out and fisted with me. What is it to hide behind others?" Tushan Yaya said with a chill. "You said I would kill my little sister. She is also my sister. She is not worthy at all." A Tushan joke. "What qualifications is there to be my sister?" "That's why I am very upset with you. Do you admit that you have been paying attention to Tushan?" "Attention? I have a certain understanding of you, right?" Shiraha communicated with Tushan Yaya. Yang Liuoqi looked at Tushan Rongrong beside him, and asked with a cute expression, "How do I feel that they are talking a little bit wrong? I remember, are they not communicating on the same channel? Their way of getting along is like this. Just get used to it in the future." Tushan Rongrong looked at Yang Liuoqi, who was much taller than himself, feeling a little sad. Dragon is going crazy. He feels that none of these 4 existences are normal. Is he the only normal person on the court? Obviously, none of these 4 beings communicated on the same channel, but the 4 in front of them really started talking. Is he abnormal? Dragon fell into deep contemplation and confusion. Unexpectedly, he decided to see his son and come back after the battle was over. Falling 7, the negotiation was unsuccessful. This time I have to solve it by myself. Don't come and help me. If you can't win, come and help me." Shiraha walked out from behind the two girls, halfway through the conversation, and he was not handsome for 3 seconds. Yang Liu Oki nodded obediently after listening. "You bastard who hasn't been weaned yet, finally dare to come out." Tushan Yaya's demon power burst out, clenched her fists, and hammered Shiraha without hesitation. "You obviously have a smell of milk in your body, so you dare to say that I was not weaned? I have judged from my years of experience in drinking milk that you have never been weaned." "Looking for death?" Tushan Yaya roared, staring at him with fire-breathing eyes. "What's the big deal about milk drink? I just like milk drink." "Like your 10-10 keep the personality, you still have to mimic own sister. Do you not pretend to be tired?" Shiraha also clenched his fists and shouted, "This person advocates equality between men and women, so take my punch." Fist to fist. Two huge forces spread out from their center, and the devastated Arabastan coast was once again devastated. "No!" Listening to the loud noise coming from there, Princess Vivis' heart-piercing voice resounded through the sky, and she finally understood how her country's coast became like this. One did not have berry ability and sword skills, and the other fox demon did not use ice spells. They fisted fist to fist. "Why don't you use a sword? Are you looking down on me?" Tushan Yaya punched Shira's right eye socket, instantly swelling and redness visible to the naked eye. "Don't you also use ice spells?" Shiraha also punched Tushan Yaya's eye sockets, and the fox demon eyes turned into panda eyes. After a long period of physical fighting and communication, the two of them finally retreated. This battle is a situation where both losers, one person and one demon, fought each other and became panda eyes. "You are really not suitable for wearing a red cheongsam, nor are you suitable for breaking it with your fists. From now on, let's use ice." Shiraha stared at a pair of panda eyes and persuaded, "I don't have any enemies with you. Do you also like me? Which blind person will look at you? What do I wear? What do I use? Use your control." Tushan Yaya rubbed her panda eyes. "You really don't keep your hands at all. I won't. It's time to come." Scored twice. Shiraha felt that this situation seemed familiar. Unexpectedly, "You still did not calm down." "It seems that I was beaten for nothing." Tushan Yaya touched her fox eyes that turned into panda eyes. How dare this bastard say? After she became the strongest in the demon world, no one or demon dared to treat her like this, let alone label her as a panda! Isn't your purpose just to come and calm down? Certainly not. Shira's eyes were like detect her, and she smiled gently. "Although I don't know why you are so angry, I know that you will be released when you are so angry. Otherwise, holding on will make you lose control." Tushan Yaya has always been very angry, and sometimes he is very upset when he sees Tushan Sasu. In addition to the excessive control of her sister, it is also to surpass her sister Tushan Honghong. After she became the Demon Emperor, no one or a demon could let her release her emotions, and no one or a demon could open her heart. There is a reason for the bad temper, but it still cannot be changed. Shiraha hates the current Tushan Yaya. "Who do you think is angry?" Tushan Yaya's anger became even greater, and the fox demon who practiced ice spells had a blazing flame in his eyes. "Aren't you going to help him?" Tushan Rongrong asked while standing beside Yang Liu Oki, squinting. "Why don't you go there? I can see that you care about my husband very much." Yang Liu Oki said with his spear. "I haven't seen him lose, and I don't dare to imagine him losing." Tushan Rongrong replied. "I have seen him lose, but I believe no one can really beat him." Yang Liu Oki said confidently. The two of them looked at each other. "From now on you will be a junior, and there will be a junior in front of you. There is one other than you. Are you not angry?" "I'm angry. I didn't let him into the room that night." Tushan Rongrong felt that he was still a little bit close. Boom. Tushan Yaya was really moving. After drinking, his demon power increased greatly, and 9 tails condensed by demon power appeared behind him, and the surrounding air was almost frozen. It's okay for a woman's anger to come out. She keeps holding it, especially if she keeps holding it like Tushan Yaya. Once it breaks out, It will be particularly terrifying. Continue. The Shinichi Round Hollywood duel started. After one person and one demon fought each other to do a Tokyomi, they all fell down. It was not tired, but Toshan Yaya didn't want to fight. You want to cry, but you can't cry. You are the current lord of Toshan, and you are the emperor of the demon world. You can't show your weakness in front of others. Stop nonsense, bastard. You want to learn from your sister, but I think you are very tired. It seems that it makes no difference to be a human being or a demon. Shiraha continued unaffected and said, but at least you have the power to master your own destiny. Much luckier than others. What do you think now? You think you are very tired and wronged, right? Shiraha felt the inexplicable grievance and grief in Toshan Yaya's heart, and this grief and grievance was passed on to him. Toshan Yaya lay on the sand and did not answer him. You are not the only one in this world who live very tiredly. Except for a very small number of people, most people live very tiredly. Sometimes you don't have to live so strong. There is nothing bad about living weak. If you want to cry, just cry. I won't tell others. If you want to vent, find me, and I will help you vent the pressure in your heart. Shiraha turned over from the sand and walked towards Toshan Yaya. Stretched out his hand. Go and die. Toshan Yaya hit the uppercut with a thunderous speed, punching out the last bit of depression in her heart. All the depression and all the anger in her heart came out. Shiraha flew to Arya sky with this punch, and fell down. Seeing this refreshing scene, Toshan Yaya wanted to start. Don't pretend to be dead. I know you are more resilient than me. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Shiraha looked at Toshan Yaya's back, then looked at Yang Liu Oki and Toshan Rongrong who were watching the battle behind him, thinking that the most troublesome thing of this task was finally solved. Where are you going? Toshan Yaya turned and looked over. I go back to the boat and change a dress. You don't think I'm leaving so quickly, do you? I won't leave. Of course I have to trouble you. Toshan Yaya finished speaking, turning around, with a nice mouth raised up. This bastard really hasn't changed at all. Can't he just start lightly? When I am looking for trouble, I will help you save people with helping hand. After you save people, I will still trouble you. After Shiraha got the two fox monsters in Toshan, he was still a little confused. He still doesn't know why Toshan Yaya is bothering herself with such a strong anger. Shiraha suspects that it will not accumulate such a strong anger in hundreds of years. Lost 7. I've done it. Now our mission is basically completed. No one in Arabastan can beat us together. Husband, awesome. Little San, do you want to go with us? Is that the little fourth you played? Yang Liu Oki asked curiously. Shiraha said helplessly, I really saw them for the first time. She is not a junior, and this one in front of me is not a junior. Toshan Rongrong, can you explain it to me? And can you tell me why you did that? Shiraha looked at Toshan Rongrong asking for help. I don't know, unless you call me Rongrong. I forgot. Toshan Rongrong spread his hands, decided to abandon the past and start again. She firmly believes that men will not refuse legal lie. Shiraha felt more and more that these two fox demons were playing tricks on themselves, and they were beaten, which was of no benefit. Little San, let me tell you a secret, that is, as long as you become his woman, you can hit him whatever you want. He will never fight back. But I am reluctant to fight. You can let him kneel for a day of rubbing clothes board. This is what I learned from a book. Yang Liu Oki pulled Toshan Rongrong and talked about an unknown secret. Toshan Yaya changed her red cheongsam to a blue cheongsam that suits her. When she walked over, she heard this, her eyes thoughtful. Author, Shiraha, what do you think of being my protagonist? Shiraha, it's good. The girls are good. It would be better if you could get less hits. Author, I can't even get beaten. Shiraha, Author, in a bad mood, don't bother me, be careful I write you to death. Shiraha, End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Shiraha refuses. Battle of the Ideal Town. Please subscribe. Chapter 220 Shiraha refuses. Battle of the Ideal Town. Please subscribe. Yo Tushan, Yaya, looks like your anger is gone. This action is under my command. After all, the person we are trying to save is my eldest nephew. Shiraha looked at the group of people preparing to go on the road together, and said lightly, "We don't need to prepare any plans. Just go over and beat all those who want to resist to the ground." You said out of anger. "Do you think it's possible?" Tushan Yaya asked, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, showing a good figure, looking at him contemptuously. "It doesn't matter if you are angry. Anyway, you have a relationship with me. It's okay if I don't delay saving people." Shiraha finished speaking, turned his head and left. "You bastard. Did you mean to me?" Tushan Yaya was mad, but she changed into a new Cheongsam. "Is this man blind? Don't look at it too much. You said it has nothing to do with her?" Shiraha became more confused about what the grumpy and strong girl was thinking. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. There is a problem with this. Tushan Rong is still a group of friends anyway. Tushan Yaya has a relationship. Did he have a fight just now? He solved the problem with the two sisters, otherwise Tushan Rong should be lying down and know how to do it. Shiraha stepped on the sky, ready to take Yang Luoqi and go there first. He didn't want to reason with this kind of girl, it was too scary to be unclear, and when he was about to leave, he saw an unknown organism rushing over. A beaten Straw Hat Luffy stopped them and shouted, "Sister Yaya, I shouldn't laugh at you, because you looked like a serious commander with panda eyes at that time. It was so funny. I couldn't help but laugh. I'm really sorry." Dragon watched his son's apology, completely confused. The others in the Straw Hat group stared at Dragon. What kind of character our captain is, don't you, Dad? Don't know. You actually asked him to apologize? Puffahaha. Shiraha laughed as Tushan Yaya's face became darker and darker. Tushan Yaya's eyes were cold, and her eyes were breathing fire. She couldn't say a word. Could this silly monkey speak? "Do you want to dance too?" a voice sounded, and Tushan Yaya looked at Shiraha and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "I just help you add what you want to say now." Is this guy talking for me? This sentence seems to be quite suitable for the current situation. Lucky this time, I'm in a good mood. Stop talking, just get out of here. Tushan Yaya didn't care about the monkey with low IQ, and let him go this time. Luffy wanted to say something, so Dragon dragged him back and gave him an education with his fist wrapped around armament. "Does your kid speak? Are you really my son?" Dragon said as he hit. Seeing this scene on the court, Shiraha thought of Garp and Luffy getting along, and remembered that it would be very interesting if all three people in this family gathered together. "Luoqi, let's go first. Bring Xiaosn." Yang Luoqi hugged the petite Tushan Rong and jumped onto the young Xiao sword. She is not a junior, but she is one of the most terrifying monsters in the world. "Luoqi, you are still young, and you are too innocent." She approached us with purpose. "Put her down and we will save Marco." Shiraha wanted to throw Tushan Rong down. "I won't let it go." Yang Luoqi hugged Tushan Rong hard, and said seriously, "She is very good. I can feel her sincerity. I really don't know her." "What about that month?" Yang Luoqi smiled slightly. "She is a second child. I won't care. I know no one can replace my position in your heart." Shiraha was silent for a long time, and decided to tell the truth when he wanted to use Tanayu in the first place, and to tell his true purpose. "Husband, men, 3 wives and 4 concubines are unacceptable in modern society, but I live in the spiritual realm, where the weak and the strong eat the strong, so I can barely accept it if they are also good girls. What I care about is that you deceive their feelings, so please don't play with their feelings, don't possess a girl for some purpose, or I won't forgive you." Shiraha became more silent, a guy who decided to live a selfish, ruthless, indifferent life in this life like this, and finally fell in love with a girl at the time of the moon. Maybe it would be better not to tell the truth. Apart from that one method, there must be other methods. Luo Qi, it's the first offline meeting between Tu Shanrongrong and I. I really don't know each other in the group, but her personality is really good among monsters, but you can't get along with her too deeply, you will be sold by her. No, I was also very defensive of her at first. She was quite brave just now, not like you said. Tu Shanrongrong lay in Yang Liuqi's arms, raised his head slightly, and secretly looked at Shiraha with a sly gaze, his eyes slightly triumphant. The female version of Momonosuke ? Shiraha's eyes turned gloomy, and Tu Shanrongrong's expression immediately became aggrieved. Do you dare to bully my second sister? You almost hurt your own sister not long ago. Do you still have the face to question me? Shiraha looked back. His eyes widened. Why did you run onto my sword? Tu Shan put her arms around her chest and said coldly, why can't I come up? I'm here this time to save the group members. Can you go quickly? The group member has a good relationship with you. Just a little bit. Don't you worry. This is my sword. Not everyone can use it. Tu Shan stood behind Shiraha and said, I'll fuck you if I want. What can you do? Yang Liuoqi and Tu Shanrongrong at the front heard the sound and looked back curiously. The Straw Hats, Mihawk, Dragon and others watched this large-scale family ethics drama and wondered in their hearts about the relationship between these four powerful existences. Damn. I envy him so much. Miss Yaya, Miss Rongrong, and that beautiful young lady are all his. Sanji was crying with envy. The person involved, Shiraha, wanted to throw Tu Shan down again, but he couldn't be impulsive. Whoop. You are the princess of this country, right? Shiraha asked, pointing to Vivi. Just nod. I can help you solve the problem between Rockdal and your country. As a reward, I need to know the history of your country and talk to the king of this country. Really? Thank you so much. My father knows the history of our country. Vivi was very surprised. The coast of Arabastan changed when it changed. There was no buildings and human habitation on this coast. And there was no such thing. Any use. It is great that she can get such a powerful character to save her country. What do you need me to do? Follow them to put down Arabastan's rebellion. Luffy, Nami, my country is saved. It's really great. Vivi, who had joined the Straw Hat group, cried with joy, and Nami and others were congratulating her. No matter how strong that Shikibukai is, it is impossible to be the opponent of these monsters in front of him. Shiraha sent Princess Vivi away. In the end, this country still needs the Straw Hat Gang to rescue. At best, he helped fix a few great things. Mihawk, you don't have to follow me anymore. You have already seen the upper layer of Kendo. To be honest, my Kendo hasn't reached that level. You can't learn anything by following me, and you can't do it now. Challenged me, Shiraha said, looking at Mihawk with jet black eyes. Then I want to know how you feel about wartime. Please tell me how you feel about swordsmanship at a higher level. Mihawk pleaded sincerely. My own feelings may not be suitable for you. Since you have asked, I will tell you. Shiraha thought about how he felt during the war with the Garasai Five Elders. That person is very strong. Summarizing that feeling in the field of swordsmanship. I have been suppressed from beginning to end by a spirit that resembles a murderous spirit, or it can be said to be similar to Conqueror's aura. That Garasai Five Elders is relying on the Shura-like sword domain to break through to a higher level. That is the level above the great swordsman, but it may not be suitable for you. After listening to Mihawk, he was silent for a while, opened his eyes wide, and muttered to himself, Shanks Overlord territory. That's it. That's how it is. Abandoning the swordsmanship, he went to the throne by another road. If he doesn't break his hand, maybe he can walk to the throne on two roads at the same time. I finally see a higher level. Mihawk smiled and thanked. Thank you for your guidance. Like me, I can't participate in the state, so goodbye. After I become stronger in the future, I will still come to you to compete. Mihawk wanted to go back to recover from his injury and go to fight Shanks. This time he was not more than swordsmanship, but to see the Overlord's territory. Overlord's territory, this is the powerful ability that Conqueror's Haki can only have when it reaches ultimate. And it is also a way to become a king. Only the red-haired Conqueror talented guy can go a long way on this road. This is a terrifying ability than Conqueror constrict. Shiraha regrettably said in his heart, Shanks, who has lost an arm, can't have its own peak combat power even if he can pass through the territory of the Overlord to become a king. Mihawk thinks of Shanks' Conqueror's Haki and fully understands Shiraha's words. He has really found the way and direction of his kendo, and sincerely thanks Shiraha for pointing him. Morgans, do you want to come over to make big news? After solving Mihawk's matter, Shiraha turned his attention to Morgans. My lord, you are right. I am a reporter who is of course interested in big news. Morgans said excitedly, this country is occupied by Shikibukai, and the princesses of a country have fallen to this point. This is an incredible story. News. My lord, look, how about the picture I took of you? Morgans gave Shiraha a picture. Not bad. I will take care of the affairs of this country. Just report the truth and follow them. Shiraha nodded in satisfaction and accepted the photo. Let me be with you. Morgans ran to the side of the Straw Hat group. What is this? You are really interesting and can talk. With Luffy's carefree performance, Morgans successfully got into the Straw Hat group, ready to grab first-hand news and report the incident truthfully. After Mihawk thanked Shiraha, he left Arabastan, and the people from the World Economic News Agency would be responsible for sending him back. One of the top combatants on the field was injured and left. Soon such news spread from the sea. Hawkeye, the former world's #1 swordsman, was not only defeated in the Great Route, but also seriously injured in Arabastan. This news once again caused a sensation in the world. This makes many people doubt the truth of this news. In fact, the truth is even more exciting than this news. The truth behind it is that Mihawk was seriously injured in a fight with the Aftermath while watching the excitement. Wait a few, I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and I hope to invite a few to join the Revolutionary Army to contribute to the liberation of this sea. Long said seriously, I have seen the disasters suffered by countless countries with my own eyes. I have also seen an expensive family child say his own words from the heart. He is ashamed of his family's life as a precious family. It is not only the country that exudes a rotten stench, but the whole world is rotten. The Shikibukai system established by the world government is even more ridiculous. Even the marine headquarters is eating people. The blood-steamed buns are growing. This world needs us, and I hope you can join the Revolutionary Army. Dragon did not send out an invitation to the departing Hawkeye, because he had invited Hawkeye but was rejected by the lone great swordsman. After bearing the weight of the young Xiao sword, Shiraha and the other four flew to Dragon's side and stopped. This world cannot be shaken by you. Although your Revolutionary Army has ideas, it does not have absolute strength. It is impossible to overthrow the world government by civilians and supporting national forces. Shiraha shook his head. I don't plan to join any power. If you want to change the world, start from one country. Arabastan needs your helping hand. If you want me to say you should kill all those so-called Tenryubito, I really don't understand why you people treat pigs as gods. Tushan Yaya learned about the world from Tushan Rongrong's mouth. Very disdain. Dragon got a reply, and he was quite satisfied with this reply. At least it proved that none of these monsters would become members of the world government. I will send a revolutionary army over to help, and I will liberate this country. The Straw Hats looked at Dragon in shock. You are the leader of the revolutionary army, Dragon? Morgans was stunned. He thought it was just a person who looked a lot like him, but he didn't expect it to be a real person. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is the most mysterious person in the sea and the person most concerned by the world government. He actually saw a real person, and he is still the father of this Straw Hat boy. Question mark. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, This is really a big man, Zoro generalized. Is our captain's father so good? Usopp said in shock. Princess Vivi opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The dragon called the most murderous criminal by the world government. I didn't mean that. I'm very grateful that you also came to Helping Hand mine nation. Dragon glanced at Luffy, then looked at Vivi and Nami, and said with satisfaction, I will definitely help you change your country. Let's go there together. Looking at the flying sword in the distance, the people in straw hats all had a feeling in their hearts that they might not see the two girls with long ears again for a long time. Robin and Rockdale were also informed of the battle on the coast of Arabastan, and they also learned that Shikibukai like Hawkeye Mihawk had come to Arabastan. Boss, don't you need to go over and take a look? This tall, mature beauty stood beside Rockdale. Why did that guy Hawkeye also come here? He was seriously injured. Crocodile squinted his eyes and felt very irritable. First, Whitebeard 1st Division Captain Marco arrived, and Blackbeard Titch, who had betrayed Whitebeard, came to look for him. He cooperated, and now, there is a big battle on his turf. If Whitebeard knew that Marco was imprisoned by him, wouldn't he have to rush over from the New World, really treating his place as a Mahjong room? You tell Blackbeard and them first, so that they don't act trashly on my site. Crocodile tidied his big back with his hands and lighted the cigar he was holding on fire. You can go now. Robin knew what to ask and what to do, and she knew that Rockdale was going to see the big man in custody. The Phoenix Marco. Rockdale came to the underground with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the imprisoned Marco, and chuckled. How does it feel to be a prisoner? Marco couldn't open his eyes, slapped yawn, and said, not very good. If it wasn't for the traitor who attacked me, you would really not be worthy to take me down. In the past, the bullet fought and even the strong man who challenged his father was reduced to it's a shame now. Rockdale squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't know where Marco learned about his battle with Bullet. He was unknown at the time when he fought Bullet. That lunatic Taunt Marine has been imprisoned in Impel Down. I am different from him. Rockdale said disdainfully. Bullet is different from you. His current strength surpasses you, Marco said with a smile when his limbs were locked in a stone cage in the sea tower. Guahaha, so what? He hasn't been imprisoned in Impel Down. It is not clear whether he is alive or dead. I am still alive. When I complete my plan, the whole world will master in my hand. Crocodile shouted with a frantic expression, no one can stop me, including the 4 emperors of the New World and your father. Rockdale has been demoralized. After being defeated, he didn't want to work hard to become stronger, but pinned his hopes on Karen and external forces. At this time, Crocodile's strength did not rise, but instead declined. Marco smiled, as if he saw a clown performing in front of him. He was thinking in his heart, was his father hit him so hard back then? If it hadn't been for the young uncle in the group, Marco didn't know that Rockdale had such a glorious past. It's no wonder that he became Shikibukai with a bounty of only 81 million. It is a pity that after becoming Shikibukai, I challenged my father. At that time, they didn't see the result of the challenge. It was a near-no challenge. The end result is that Rockdale's whereabouts are unknown after the defeat. Marco also came to this country before he knew that the hero of this country was Rockdale. Dominant territory, Conqueror's current ultimate, will have fewer people than Conqueror Constrict. Oda set it up several years ago, and the future will definitely be used to show the strength of redheads. End of this chapter. Chapter 221. The exchange between Crocodile and Marco. The arrival of Kuzan and Garp. Please subscribe. Chapter 221. The exchange between Crocodile and Marco. The arrival of Kuzan and Garp. Please subscribe. Crocodile, I don't know how strong you were 20 years ago, but it was definitely a wrong choice for you to challenge your father at that time. Even if you challenge Shanks, who reached the throne 6 years ago, you won't lose. Marco yelled at him. Crocodile, who was about to leave, stopped after hearing these words. Crocodile took off the cigar in his mouth and smiled sharply. Who are you when you are lousy? I am Crocodile. Since I have to challenge, Lao Tzu will naturally challenge the strongest at the time. Shanks at the time, is he worthy of being compared with me? Marco listened quietly in the cage. At the beginning of the younger generation, only Bullet could fight Crocodile. It is no exaggeration to say that if Crocodile had chosen many guys, and he has not been decadent, perhaps there will be 5 kings in the new world. It's a pity that Crocodile challenged the daddy who was in good physical condition and was at the peak of his strength. At that time, he did not have most of the right to speak on the pirate ship, nor was he the current First Division captain. The eldest sister at the time was Huadibai, and he was the little follower behind. And you were still doing an internship on the Whitebeard ship at the time. I didn't expect that more than 20 years have passed, and you will be on an equal footing with me. When Crocodile said this, the gaze in his eyes disappeared a lot. He was defeated. 20 years have passed, and even he himself can perceive that his strength is compared to 20 years ago, not advancing and retreating. The original Shikibukai was indeed one of the 3 powers, and it was on par with the Marine headquarters and the 3 emperors. It has only been 6 years for the red hair to sit on the throne of the 4 emperors. More than 2 decades ago, the Roger pirate group was disbanded, and the future 4 Emperor Shanks was still roaming in the sea not long after, and the famous Phoenix Marco was just an intern on the Whitebeard pirate ship. And he was the pinnacle when he debuted. He drew with Bullet at the age of 20. It was also that year that he was offered a reward of 81 million to become Shikibukai. Soon after, he challenged Whitebeard, the most famous in the sea. At that time, the only figures on the ceiling of the 4 emperors were Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate. As for Golden Lion Shiki, a single player fought against the Marine headquarters, and Marine's corpse became a mountain. In the end, Sengoku and Garp joined forces to take Golden Lion Shiki. At that time, the strength of Golden Lion Shiki was not at its peak. If Garp was replaced by another admiral, Shiki could at least save the life of Sengoku or another admiral. Crocodile also didn't make a choice because only Whitebeard was left in the sea, and went straight to challenge. It was a deadly battle like yesterday. He almost died on Whitebeard's hands, almost depressed, leaving a wound in his heart that had never healed. A few years after his defeat, he heard about the unfavorable battle between Shanks and Mihawk. It was also more than 10 years ago. At that time, the battle between the two was not well known, but after Shanks and Mihawk became famous, that battle spread all over the sea, and Whitebeard will evaluate it as a wonderful battle just like yesterday. Crocodile sneered and dismissed it. 2 budding newcomers. He will definitely get Karen. Redhead lost an arm in East Blue 10 years ago. 6 years ago, Redhair Shanks became the 4 emperors, and soon afterwards, Hawkeye Mihawk also became the world's #1 swordsman. He can only constrict Crocodile to plan his own plan in Arabastan, hoping to get Karen. Are you willing? Hawkeye Mihawk has become the world's #1 swordsman, and Redhead Shanks is the 4 emperors on par with his father, and even I can be on par with you. Mark half he opened his eyes and said with a smile, you can't even keep the glory of the past, and you are trying to find Charon's unrealistic things. How do you know my purpose? Crocodile instantly elementalized to the cage and roared. This is his only sustenance. Once the plan becomes a bath, Crocodile either fell into the abyss and never recovered, or dived into the sea to restore his glory. It's a pity for you. If I could be stronger at that time, maybe I would be qualified to contact you. Marco sighed and told the story of the year. You know that the old man said after he defeated you. What? Crocodile was stunned. His tone became stammered, and he asked tremblingly, that guy must be laughing at me for being overpowered in front of you, right? He was nervous about the answer. More than 20 years ago, he fought with Whitebeard for a long time, and left wounds that could not be healed both mentally and physically. No, Dad didn't. He praised you as a rare powerhouse. So he failed to keep his hands, and he didn't dare to keep his hands at the time. Instead, he severely injured you. Marco recalled the state of Whitebeard at the time. Daddy wanted to keep you, but you were too strong and too unruly. In addition, the old man killed the Red Eye and left you 2 serious wounds, so I don't knowing how to keep you. After I became stronger, I didn't take what the old man said at the time as the same thing. Before telling the truth, I really didn't think you were very powerful, but after the fierce battle with you, my father didn't laugh for a whole day, so at that time, my father didn't keep you, but sent you away after treatment. Marco regretted that he was too weak and had no right to speak, otherwise he would suggest to his father to keep Rockdal. Daddy still mentions your name from time to time until now. I was wondering before. You are just a Shikibukai. Why is it worth your dad to worry about so much? Marco sighed. I know it now. If you stayed on the boat, if you do, maybe you can become the deputy captain of the old man's ship. Ace assassinated Whitebeard so many times without incident. At that time, Whitebeard didn't know that Ace was of Roger's blood, and he didn't care what Ace was. After all, Ace was too weak to let him stay on the Whitebeard ship, and Aramualco's bowl of soup and intimate communication, which allowed Ace to completely integrate into the Whitebeard pirate group. Father said that it was a wonderful battle like yesterday. It was his most enjoyable battle after Roger and Shiki disappeared. As soon as Marco's voice fell, Rockdal's eyes experienced several changes. In an instant, his aura was chaotic, and his spirit collapsed, as if his body no longer had any strength. That old man. Is he okay? Rockdale asked after a long time. Daddy's condition is not very good, much worse than 20 years ago, Marco said truthfully. Is he old too? Rockdal's eyes were complicated. I'm not here this time for Karen. We Whitebeard don't need that. I already told you the purpose of my coming, Marco said anxiously. Do you know Ace? Blackbeard Titch wants to catch Ace. Sent to the Marine headquarters, Ace came out of the pirates to capture Blackbeard faster than me. The purpose of Blackbeard is to cause a battle between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, who was gentle enough to ultimate, saw the pain in Rockdal's heart, and chose to believe in Rockdal in front of him. You are such a lunatic. Tell me about this. Are you not afraid that I will send you to Marine headquarters? Rockdale yelled. You are not the same as Blackbeard. You are the strong man that Dad used to identify. Marco looked at Rockdal and said, Maid. Crocodile said, why do I have to hear these words? I will release you when my plan is over. Blackbeard is with me now. The kid you said will be fine. You should first worry about yourself. I was almost killed by Peak Whitebeard back then. Rockdal turned into sand and left the basement. Marco breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to wait for my uncle to come and rescue him. If my uncle knew that his crew had become this way, he would be very sad. Back then, Crocodile asked his father to challenge him because of his uncle's death. Dad must have regretted Rockdal seriously after he injured Rockdal, otherwise he would not mention Rockdal from time to time. But why didn't Dad go to Uncle Helping Hand? Did Adan die in Wano Kuni too? How many things happened to the older generation that he didn't know? Marco decided to bury these secrets in his heart. Some things should not be mentioned in front of the old man. If it weren't for the purpose of unlocking Rockdal, Marco would not say so much. Marco himself is a calm and gentle person. He takes care of the newcomers, the crew and family members, and maintains an ordinary mentality towards anyone else. Let's eat first. Marco was preparing to eat but found that the lunchbox in front of him was missing. Rockdal came again. Eat this. Marco hadn't reacted yet. He was the only one left in the basement. The normal 4 dishes and 1 soup became a super luxurious set meal filled with meat. After Marco ate and drank enough, he took out the key from the lunchbox and smiled. Captain, are we so polite to Rockdal? Laffit asked puzzledly. The thief when he was prestigious, it was really prestige. If it weren't too bloated, there might be an extra emperor in the new world. The madman challenged Whitebeard at his peak, and Blackbeard was still a little afraid of the aftermath of the original battle. After all, the future is at the top of the war, and even his old age is in poor physical condition, and Whitebeard, with only a trace of blood left, has almost never fought, so he still needs his father to survive. Before he got the second lesson, Berry, he really didn't dare to go too far with Rockdale. Blackbeard Titch had heard of Marco from his men, so he temporarily changed his mind and came to Arabastam. He didn't expect God to be on his side again. In the fierce battle between Marco and Rockdal, let him take the opportunity to take Marco. He really is the protagonist of this era. Is he that good? I heard he was defeated by Whitebeard, Vanokar asked. That was Whitebeard 20 years ago. Even the current 4 emperors Guido and Charlotte Linlin will fail miserably. He is challenging the most terrifying monster. Blackbeard Titch thought of Whitebeard at his peak, and the more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. If the old man was still at the top, he wouldn't dare to defect after killing him. I can't imagine that a Shikibukai who hides in Arabastan and is shrouded in a great truth, even dare not enter the new world, has such a glorious past, but it is still eliminated. This era is no longer tolerable. Vanokar hadn't finished speaking, and a gust of wind swept the audience. Boom. 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 Shinso Vanokar's 3 consecutive shots failed. Sure enough, even Shikibukai, who failed to challenge Whitebeard, was not in existence he could overcome. Vanokar was severely grabbed by Rockdal by his neck, and his opponent would lose his head if he tried hard. Titch, if you don't care about your dog, how can I help you? The words of Rockdal Haki spread throughout the audience. The thief, he is ignorant, but I know your strength. Cooperate with me, Rockdal. Blackbeard Titch said ambitiously, leave Marco to me, and you will be my deputy. Captain, let us dominate the world together. Blackbeard has already noticed that Rockdal is planning an incredible thing. If he can bring the monster in front of him that once challenged his father to the pirates, he will get mythical Phantasmal Berry. The strength of his pirate group will be further strengthened. What are you? You deserve to talk about cooperation with me? Blackbeard Titch's pupils narrowed. Just listen to a click. Rockdal broke Vanokar's neck in front of Blackbeard Titch. Suddenly, this Blackbeard Titch's partner fell on the ground and lost his breath. Toast and not eat fine wine. In that case, I will kill you, and at the same time capture the Phoenix Berry and Logia Sasha Berry. Why do you deserve it too? Rockdal smiled sharply, as if returning to the time when he was full of spirits. This familiar feeling almost made Blackbeard Titch think that he had seen Crocodile back then, and his heart sank and felt a sense of fear. What he fears most is Whitebeard, and next is the madman who dared to challenge Whitebeard in front of him. Laugh it. Blackbeard roared, and the large amount of fresh water that had been arranged in advance was spilled on Rockdal. The thief, it's too late, you can't run away. Rockdal, your arrangement and this country belong to me. Blackbeard exudes a lot of darkness, and the darkness swallows everything around him. Rockdal, who was soaked in a large amount of fresh water and couldn't become elemental, smiled when he looked at Blackbeard Titch. Don't think you can beat me like this. A thief can't escape. The plan you have worked so hard for many years is mine. Who are you, Aslozi? Rockdale roared, and suddenly came to Blackbeard's side, and a jump kick slammed Blackbeard's body heavily. With great strength, he smashed Blackbeard Titch directly and fell to the ground. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Blackbeard Titch yelled and rolled on the ground without thinking about it. Just when Rockdal was preparing to expand his battle, and attacked again, an accident happened. Thief, I caught you. Go to hell. Blackbeard Titch laughed wryly, and punched Rockdal with one punch, one after another, one after another. Dare not relax. Not only the elementalization can't be used, even Berry's ability can't be used at all, and his body has become weak and weak. Rockdal knew he was careless, and he knew he was really weak. He was finally knocked out by Blackbeard. Blackbeard Titch can tie with the red hair when he was young, and he can also leave a painful scar on the face of the red hair. He also killed the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group 4th Division and defected. He also has strong strength. This series of tricks also caused considerable damage to Rockdahl. Even if Rockdahl is not as thin as Ace's blood, he can't withstand so many punches from the high-attack Blackbeard. Laffit. Burgess. We must keep him. We will occupy Arabastam. Take all his achievements. Blackbeard activated the Dark Berry's abilities, and the overwhelming darkness enveloped everything, trying to seize the desire to leave here. Crocodile can't be elementalized. Crocodile was not ready to escape when he knew that he had no way to escape. Is this retribution? He was decadent for years of physique, concentrated on playing the nasty plot to get Arabastam, and in the end he still failed to capture Karen, but died in the hands of this guy that he didn't even look down on. Goo-ah-ha-ha. Rockdahl turned up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were scarlet and he drew a cigar for himself, and took a deep breath in front of Blackbeard. Facing the Blackbeard who was close at hand, Crocodile vomited all the smoke from his mouth onto the Blackbeard's face. Want to kill me? Then you must be determined to die. Garp Vice Admiral, is this Arabastam? Cuson lay on the chair and heard the sound of the warship landing. He took off the blindfold and looked forward. This time Marine Admiral Cuson deliberately found a reason to rely on Garp's warship and also came to Arabastan. His main purpose was for the Uhura incident that year. After receiving the news from Robin, he took the Garp Vice Admiral Tailwind car to come with him. Cuson mainly came to see if Robin was doing well, and why she wanted to send a message to herself. Where is this place? Looking at Arabastam, who had already changed before him, the elderly Garp touched his head and said with a look of wonder. The alternate Admiral Momousagi looked at the nautical chart in his hand and said affirmatively, this is Arabastan. Our mission this time is not easy. Not only are there traces of Shikibukai Crocodile, but also the origin of the name. The extraordinary blood sword Shiraha. Even Hawkeye Mihawk was seriously injured here. According to reliable sources, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates also came here, and then his whereabouts are unknown, and the Straw Hat Group seems to have also arrived at this place. Reporter, were you very prestigious back then? K. Rockdahl, of course, when I was prestigious more than 20 years ago. Marco was also an intern. Today's 4 Emperor Shanks is not as good as me. I was the peak when I debuted. That year, I drew with Bullet, became Shikibukai, and challenged Whitebeard at its peak. At that time, Whitebeard could chop off the Red Dog and the head of the Red Dog. You say I'm prestige? Reporter, you are so powerful. Curdle is silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 222 Shiraha, Dragon, Garp is here in slippers. Subscribe. Chapter 222 Shiraha, Dragon, Garp is here wearing slippers. Subscribe. Dragon, you remember to help me take a look. If you encounter Firefist Ace, please be sure to help me keep him. He is the brother of your son Luffy. This time he came to capture Blackbeard Titch. His strength is not enough. Shiraha contacted Dragon through the phone bug, and said, your Sabo is also the brother of your son Luffy. When he encountered the Firefist Ace, he helped to stop him and don't let him go. If he insists on leaving, tell him that Blackbeard Titch is in Arabastam and attacked Marco, the Phoenix. Dragon thought for a few seconds and then said, I know, even if I use strong means, I will bring Ace to you. Dragon still did not give up the idea of wooing Shiraha. This is not as simple as a strong man. If he can woo Shiraha, he can get 1 free and 3, and he will earn home. Shiraha hung up the phone worm. Dragon looked at the Straw Hats and dragged Luffy to ask, Luffy, do you have 2 brothers? One is called Sabo and the other is called Ace. This is the first time his dad knew about this. The boy he saved in East Blue for a long time was his son's brother. Luffy was suddenly dragged by his dad, but when he heard this, he cried loudly, Sabo. Sabo is dead, was killed while going out to sea. Bang! Armament of love. A big bag suddenly appeared on Luffy's head, and he cried even louder. Dragon said with a headache, the Sabo you mentioned, he is not dead, and now he is working under my hands. He is the second in command of your father and me." Luffy's tears stopped. "Your other brother, Fire Fist, is now the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates." Luffy jumped up, happily Retsu. Except for Luffy, the whole ship was stunned. They were all aware of these things for the first time. What did they hear just now? Their captain Luffy has two older brothers. One is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and the other is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates of the Four Emperors. This is too fierce. Dad Luffy is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the two brothers are all monsters. Usopp felt like he was dreaming. What kind of family is this? Nami's eyes became sharp, staring directly at the sparkling Luffy. Vivi also looked at Luffy with admiration. "Luffy, your brother is so strong." Sanji lit the cigarette, and he needed to calm down. "Hahis and Sabu are very strong. I used to lose every time I played with them. I have never beaten him every time, but if I fight now, I will definitely win," Luffy said with a smile. Today is his happiest day. His brother Sabo is not dead and is still doing things under his father. "Where are you confident?" the others in the Straw Hat group roared. Morgans overheard such a terrible thing. This is big news. Just as he was about to sneak away, he put a hand on his shoulder. "One of the Dark Kings of the underground world, Morgans. How about we talk?" Dragon said enthusiastically. Morgans glanced at the dragon in front of him, confirmed that he was someone he couldn't beat, and quickly said with a smile, "It's an honor to be able to chat with the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army." The Straw Hats were too weak. Although they tried their best to go to Arabastan, they were still too slow. While the Straw Hat pirates were still on their way, Shiraha had already arrived at the port city of Arabastan with three sisters. They flew directly to Mitsurugi, and when they encountered a sandstorm on the road, Tushan Yaya would be frozen instantly, so they quickly rushed to reach here in front of everyone. It turns out that this place is the port. It's no wonder. After all, the climate in this country is too strange, and there are too many deserts. The coast is not suitable for people to live. Tu Shanrong said sharply, "This is not the so-called the dancing fans of China can influence it, but this country itself is like this, but with dancing fans. It basically masters the fate of this country. If it snows in this country, it will be beautiful. I really look forward to a heavy snowfall." Shiraha said consensually, "Such a beautiful scenery must be a memory worthy of nostalgia." Tushan Yaya looked up at Shiraha. "Luochi, Tushan Rong, and Tushan Yaya. Let's have a meal first. I'm hungry." Shiraha fought the Garasai Five Elders for more than a day, during which time he and Yang Luochi has never eaten. "Are you a rice bucket?" As soon as Tushan Yaya was about to say this, he heard Yang Luochi's stomach scream, and then heard his sister say, "Sister Yaya, I'm hungry too, let's go eat." Tushan Yaya had to hold back her words again, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go eat. I still have a lot of money by my side." Shiraha touched Bailey on his body, looked at the tangled Yang Luochi, and explained, "Marco, he has already run out and said he will come and follow us soon." Converge. "How did he get out?" Yang Luochi asked with a spear in one hand and legal ally in the other. K-Rock Doll released Marco. "I decided to change K-Rock Doll so that he can have a better result in this world. Shiraha can't stay in this world for a long time. No one will do things in the future. Unsure. He wants to change the present." Yang Luochi puffed up his face and thought for a while. "Well, husband, what you said is reasonable. This time things can be easily resolved, and Blackbeard can't be our opponent." Shiraha pointed to the restaurant not far in front and said, "Let's choose that one. I feel pretty good." Tushan Yaya didn't look too critical, so she took a step ahead of Shiraha and walked towards the restaurant. Before entering, she was stopped by a young girl. "Colonel Smoker, I see a restaurant over there. Do we want to refill it?" Tashigi was sweating profusely, took off the glasses and carefully wiped the mist on the lenses, but she didn't get a reply. She wondered why Colonel Smoker didn't answer herself. He quickly put on the wiped glasses again. "I saw a woman with draped hair, long bangs, beautiful and cold-looking, and exuding a strong aura. Tashigai ... In behind you, Smoker said helplessly, standing behind Tashigai. I'm really sorry. I confessed to the wrong person. Tashigai quickly apologized like a frightened Konko. It's okay, the weather is too hot, I can understand. Afterwards, Tushan Yaya took a deep breath, and the shocked eyes of Smoker and Tashigai exuded a frightening atmosphere. Waved his hand. Ice into snow. The water vapor in the surrounding air and the clouds in the sky solidified for an instant, and then turned into snow in the sky, covering Arya sky, falling to the ground, and hitting people on the street. It hasn't rained in many places in Arabastan for a long time, let alone snow. Snowing. It's really snowing. You guys come out and see. It's snowing. Arabastan is snowing. Hurry home and take out all the guys who can hold water. Shoe sellers, water sellers, cake sellers ... including tailor shops, restaurants ... all crowded out. Whether it is people who live in Arabastan all the year round, or people who have just arrived here, they all watched the heavy snow swelling with their mouths. A heavy snowfall created a spectacular sight of the empty alleys here. This is a rare heavy snowfall. Many people who have lived in Arabastan have never seen snow before. Many old people cry in the heavy snow, and many children play in the snow. Yang Liu Oki joined the group of children with Tushan Rongrong and became the king of children. Almost everyone was cleansed by the sudden heavy snow. At this moment, they were enjoying, joyful, and abandoning all the troubles in the world. The hardships they had experienced were also cured by this heavy snow. It's not hot anymore, Tushan Yaya said lightly while looking at Tashigai in a daze. Who on earth are you? Tashigai asked with a shocked look on his face. Sergeant, don't ask indiscriminately. Smoker stopped Tashigai nervously. Such a strong man of unknown origin is not something they can provoke. And Smoker doesn't want to cause trouble. The existence in front of him is not a pirate. The other smokers don't want to care. He is gradually intoxicated by the snow scene. It's so beautiful. Shiraha looked at the snow and the crowd with a blurred expression in his eyes and exclaimed, this snow scene is really a perfect match for this environment. It's really a beautiful scenery in the flourishing age. Tushan Yaya, who was walking towards the restaurant, stopped and turned to look at him. She smiled. 100 Meishing with a smile. There are beautiful women in the north, peerless and independent. At this moment, it's really beautiful and beautiful. At this moment, the eyes of the two people met, and Shiraha was taken aback. It must be that he was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery. And Tushan Yaya looked at Shiraha, whose eyes were always on her. Akimbo turned her head. Tsundeer looked to the other side, and snorted softly. Typical Tsundeer, 3 steps in place. A swallow just right past the crowd from low in the air and flew to the distance, leaving only the crisp growl. Such a classic scene was easily drawn by a sea otter wearing sunglasses. It was Mr. 13 under Crocodile, with sharp claws and drawing ability. In the future, it will live the life that all the girls on the yacht can rely on this painting. Such a heavy snow. Don't you just come and have a look together? Shiraha asked with a rare invitation. It's just a snowfall, what's so beautiful? Tushan Yaya still didn't turn around, but he didn't turn around and entered the restaurant. Sister Yaya, come and play together? Well, you can wait for the meal to be eaten. If you miss such a heavy snowfall, it will be gone. Tushan Rongrong and Yang Liuoki came over with Tsundeer's Tushan Yaya. Shiraha saw this scene and did not laugh. He was afraid that Tushan Yaya would be afflicted with Tsundeer's disease again, so he would trouble him during this mission. My eldest nephew should be coming soon too. Would you like one? Smoker can be regarded as one of the few good marines. Seeing the influence of Tushan Yaya waved by a heavy snowfall, he had a good impression of these people. I don't smoke, but I can still drink a little alcohol. Shiraha refused the cigarette that Smoker handed over. Colonel Smoker, I know this person. He is the blood sword Shiraha who defeated Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Tashigai shouted excitedly. Smoker was stunned. Fuck. What kind of monsters are these people? One defeated Shikibukai Hawkeye, and the other waved a heavy snowfall. When did such strong men on the sea suddenly become so many? Are you interested in being Marine? Smoker said seriously. I am not qualified to guarantee how high your status is. This is up to Marine headquarters. All I can do is invite you to become Marine. You also want a helping hand these civilians? Is it necessary to join Marine to help civilians? Shiraha asked rhetorically. Of course not. I just made an opinion. At least in the ocean, Marine represents justice. Smoker took a breath and said, Is it justice? Shiraha is not interested in arguing with Smoker, which has no practical significance at all. He will do it to prove Marine's so-called justice instead of arguing. He is not a righteous person. Justice and kindness will be born within the scope of his ability. Does a person without money dare to help the old lady on the road? After a snowfall, the entire port city is full of joy, just like the sight of a Chinese New Year. The restaurant owner said boldly, You guys eat and drink well, I am happy today. I don't need to pay for everything. With the eager plea of the little fangirl Tashigai, Smoker and Shiraha put together a table. At the dinner table, Shiraha took out his flag bottle and looked at Smoker and Tashigai with strange eyes. It was amazing that he was a pirate and Marine eating at the dinner table. Although this was not the first time, Smoker didn't know his true identity. I have wine. How about pour me half? Tushan Yaya took out the endless jug. Shiraha smiled slightly, and asked with a playful expression, Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense, pour it to me. Shiraha poured half of it to Tushan Yaya, and then, prepared to suffocate a smile, and then he couldn't laugh. Tushan Yaya picked up the endless jug and poured it. The corners of her mouth raised. This taste is right. Your wine, it's not bad. Shiraha. The snow just now was really big. This restaurant looks good. It's free. Let's eat at this restaurant. While they were eating and drinking, two voices rang from outside the door and passed into their ears, one of which was very familiar. Yang Liu Oki hugged the spear vigilantly for an instant, and Shiraha also quietly approached Luo Qi. Only she could trust this place. And Tu Shanrongrong also noticed Shiraha's small movements, and looked at the door curiously, wondering who came. There are 3 people in total, and the person in front is an old man. Arlel Garp Vice Admiral, there are too many people here. 2. A tall man wearing a blindfold walked in and exhaled a cold breath. It's good to eat with lots of people. Do you understand, you kid? Garp walked in the front, eating senpai, and said grinningly, Garp Vice Admiral, the snow just now was a bit strange. How could it be possible for Arabastam to snow? And why is the coast of Arabastam different from the photos recorded in Marine headquarters? The Kyuan behind Garp looked puzzled. Said, It hasn't been a few years. Has Arabastam changed so much? This matter needs to be reported to Marine headquarters. Garp Vice Admiral, let's leave the other Marines behind, and come here by ourselves. Garp, Kyuan, and Guzan, the 3 powerhouses surpassed the Straw Hats group in a fast rush. Fortunately, the Straw Hats group did not meet them. Otherwise Dragon would have another slipper print on the other side of the face. Little girl praying in the garden, you don't have to bother me, this useless old man, about this matter. These things will be left to you young people. Garp refused to listen to these messy things. We are not here this time to fight and kill. If he doesn't want to join, he won't want to chant. Anyway, he is not a pirate. These things are unnecessary. Chi Yuan refused to give up, but was stopped by Guzan. With Garp Vice Admiral there, nothing can stump him. Even the former Okdal will not be Garp Vice Admiral's opponent. We just came to see the swordsman who defeated Hawkeye, but he didn't come to fight and kill. So don't worry. Guzan called yawn and said lazily. Chi Yuan looked at these 2 guys in front of her. Her heart was really tired. One official is older than her, and the other is her most admired predecessor. She doesn't know what to do. Husband, it's Garp. His beard and hair have turned white. Yang Liu Oki whispered, but everyone present heard her. I saw it. I'm sure my hair and beard will turn white when I get older. At this time, Shiraha also noticed that Garp came here wearing a pair of slippers, and thought to himself, "Dragon, run." Garp came here wearing a pair of slippers. Although this is just a stalk, Shiraha is still curious how the mark on Dragon's face came from. Do you know Garp Vice Admiral? Smoker found the topic. He is the legendary marine hero. Doesn't it mean that Garp Vice Admiral will not grow old? Smoker, what are you kid talking about? Garp started to shave, hugged Smoker, and sat on the bench with a grin. Old man, I'm still young. Don't believe you practice with me. Garp Vice Admiral, please forgive me. Smoker was so scared that the cigar from his mouth fell to the ground. Garp has a very good relationship with Smoker. In recent years, every time Garp went home to visit relatives, he would go to Lake Town to find Smoker. What are these? Shiraha looked up and saw a tall girl wearing a marine justice coat with a spider tattoo on her left leg and a beauty mole on her face. I really grew up. I've grown up in all aspects. Marine alternate admiral, Momousagi praying for the garden. She was curiously looking at these beings at the dinner table. Shiraha, go to a feast in the world and see the beauty of the world. Tushan Yaya, what kind of literary style do you drag with me? A real man should fist or ah with me. Shiraha. End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Shiraha, Blackbeard, what kind of king do you want to be? Please subscribe. Chapter 223. Shiraha, Blackbeard, what kind of king do you want to be? Please subscribe. The voice of Chi-Yuan attracted the attention of a few girls at the dinner table, and the same sex attracted each other. This sentence was fine. Yang Liu Oki, Tushan Yaya, and Tushan Rongrong looked at Chi-Yuan abruptly. Shocking Admiral, Marines alternate. Chi-Yuan swallowed, and first noticed Yang Liu Oki. The momentum on this woman was too fierce, like a spear that pierced the sky. Then, Chi-Yuan was attracted by Tushan Yaya again. This woman with long ears had a cold breath, which made people feel pressure and suffocation. Finally, Chi-Yuan glanced at Tushan Yaya and found that humans and animals are harmless. This girl with long ears should be very kind and simple. I'm not malicious. I'm just curious about what identities are you all? Chi-Yuan showed a friendly smile at Tushan Rongrong, and Tushan Rongrong squinted back with a smile. This girl is really a simple and kind-hearted boy. Chi-Yuan made a correct judgment in her heart. The Lord of Tushan, Tushan Yaya. Tushan is the second master. Tushan Rongrong, one of the leaders of the Hall of Heroes, Silver Spear Yang Liu Oki. I don't need to introduce it. It's all in the newspaper, Shiraha said while eating the food. Chi-Yuan was stunned. The introduction of these people is too strange, right? Where is Tushan? What the hell is the Palace of Heroes? She has never heard of the name Silver Gun. Tushan Rongrong, can you stop staring at my hair? Shiraha touched his hair, as if it was a little longer. Is your hair originally this color? Tushan Rongrong asked suspiciously. Of course I am this color. My hair color is not black. Can it be colorful? Shiraha asked rhetorically. No, I'm just a little curious. At the dinner table, the four of them were chatting with each other. Shirahan, Tushan Rongrong and Tushan Yaya have initially established a communication relationship. They are all members of the same group. It is not good for everyone if the relationship is frozen. Basically, Chi-Yuan was ignored by them. Shiraha didn't worry that Marine would come and arrest him. He didn't have a wanted warrant in this pirate world. Alternate Admiral was a little embarrassed. She found that no one was taking care of herself. And Marine Admiral Kizan just received a call from Marine headquarters and greeted Garp, and ran outside to answer it. Garp doesn't treat himself as an outsider at the dinner table, eating and drinking, and sometimes pats Smoker on the shoulder when he talks about being happy. Chi-Yuan had no choice but to look at Tashigai, who was alone in the corner, but found that Tashigai was staring straight at the clouds that Shiraha had set aside, and fell into his own world. Chi-Yuan found out that she was alone on the court, and she was herself the clown for a long time. She is rated as one of Marine's most popular goddesses, and she has the faithful Simp T Dolphin, and she is also one of the alternate admiral. Facing her own situation, Chi Yuan suddenly remembered her Simp T Dolphin. If he was there, maybe the eyes on the court would be on her. Dry rice. Just when Chi Yuan was embarrassed, a savior-like voice rang, and that silly voice reached everyone's ears at the dinner table from a distance. Luffy. Garp growled in general reflexively. This is the voice of a silly monkey. Tushan Yaya looked out the door. Everyone's attention at the dinner table was attracted by the sound outside the door, and even Tashigaya reacted and looked out the door together. A long-stretched rubber man flew in from outside the door like a rocket, hit Smoko directly, and smashed out a long distance from the restaurant, while the rubber man sat on Smoker's original seat. The scene was very chaotic at one time. Shiraha stared at Luffy with a straw hat in front of him, and kept sending food into his mouth on the dining table with both arms. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Garp was dumbfounded. Garp put his hand on Smoker's shoulder just now, and now he immediately replaced him with his grandson. Marine here. Garp will not react for a while. Sister Yaya, you are here too, and Sister Rongrong, and you are here too. Nami and the others lied to me, and they said that they would not see you in the future, right? But the food here is really good. It's so delicious. Looking at the four familiar guys in front of him, Luffy said while eating the food. You stupid monkey. Tushan Yaya sighed. She knew that the pirates of the world and Marine were opposed, and the Marines in front of her were obviously much stronger than Luffy. If you really can't see us, maybe it will be better. Tushan Rongrong couldn't bear to see the next scene. She heard Shiraha say on the way, Marine Hero is Luffy's grandfather. This time I just ran into it. You run away, otherwise there will be no chance. Yang Liu Oki looked at Luffy and said seriously, Run? Why? Luffy asked as he stuffed food into his mouth. Then, Luffy suddenly saw the big hole in the restaurant wall and asked the nervous boss, why is there a hole over there? Is it your masterpiece, uncle? The civilians onlookers spit out loudly, that's you who did it. Luffy, you dare to go out to sea against my orders? Garp reacted, squeezing Luffy's shoulder, and shouted. Devil-like whispers sounded in his ears, scared Luffy to eat a lot more slowly, raised his head to look at his biggest nightmare, the real grandpa. Luffy was so scared that his eyes stared. Bang! Garp hit Luffy on the ground with a punch. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This is a fistful of love, Master. Grandpa. Luffy looked at the grandpa in front of him with a big bag on his head. At this moment, Smoker finally rushed in from the outside, and roared, Straw Hat Kid. Suddenly, everyone was quiet. The restaurant owner and the people who ate melons fled far away, and they could see that something terrible was about to happen here. Shiraha looked at such a funny scene and couldn't help laughing. This is really interesting scene. Luffy's mentality collapsed. He just came over to eat something, and as a result met his grandfather and the Logia ability Smoker he was most afraid of in the early stage. He didn't want to meet any of them, but the food in his mouth hadn't been eaten yet. Looking at the food scattered on the ground, Luffy, in Smoker's shocked eyes, stuffed all the food on the ground and on the dinner table into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Thank you for the hospitality. Luffy stood up and bowed politely, then ran away, and was taught by Garp's Iron Fist before he took a few steps. Husband, do we want to help? Yang Liu Oki asked, looking at the beating Luffy. Liu Ochi, it's not our business, it's other people's own family affairs. We shouldn't interfere. As soon as Shira's voice fell, Kuzan hurried in from the door and shouted, Garp Vice Admiral, Marine Headquarters has sent an order, saying that the world government requires us to arrest the Blood Sword Shiraha, regardless of life or death. Bring his body back to the Holy Land Maria. This is an order that must be followed. Shiraha, who was watching the show, was all ill. The Gurusai 5 elders he killed didn't even have a cold body, so the world government sent someone to arrest him. Garp grabbed Luffy in one hand, looking at Shiraha and asked, what the hell did you do? Talking that Garp and Luffy fell asleep at the same time. The two snored and made big bubbles. Seeing this incredible scene, Yang Liu Oki, Tushan Yaya, and Tu Shan Rong Rong's pupils dilated slightly, and the eyes of the people around them widened. But Garp's words made Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Rong Rong both look at Shiraha curiously. Suddenly Tu Shan Rong Rong thought of something, and immediately thought of the battle that Shiraha and Yang Luoqi had experienced not long ago. Wouldn't it be related to the dead strong man? Quzhan sighed. His whole body exuded a deep chill, and his lazy appearance became a little serious. This was a death order from the world government, and he had to do it as Marine Admiral. Alternate Admiral Quzhan excitedly pulled out the knife, proving that her time had come. Bang! The big bubbles exploded. Garp woke up, held Wang Lufi in one hand, and stopped in front of everyone, blocking Shiraha's path. It suddenly occurred to me that I still have something to do. Can Smoker remove Haila Shishishi from in front of me? No, my justice doesn't allow me to let you leave here. Smoker looked at Shiraha sadly and asked, what the hell did you do? Burning, looting, or other evil? Is this your justice? If I tell you the truth, would you believe it? Shiraha said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, the Gurusai 5 elders came to trouble me for no reason, so I had to kill him. Because of him, the coastal change of Arabastan was caused by the battle. You only did this thing? Smoker also knew about the battle on the coast of Arabastan. Just this one thing, isn't that enough? You see that the world government immediately sent you dogs to kill me. Are you Marine being a dog for the world government? Shiraha walked to Smoker, Tenri Ubito, heavenly gold, slavery, and your Marine's military expenses. Don't you know at all? Smoker's face was ugly, and the Hailishi 10 hands in his hand suddenly became 2 pieces. This caused Smoker to immediately retreat to the distance, stopping the attack. His eyes were complicated. Husband, let's go. Don't get entangled with these people. The spear in Yang Luoqi's hand has returned to its place. The style of that shot made Garp's eyes serious. This little girl is at least the 4 emperors level. And Yang Luoqi went up and took Shiraha's hand generously, ready to take him away. Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Rong Rong also stood beside him. Tu Shan Rong Rong squinted and smiled. Everyone is in the same group, and Luoqi and I are good sisters. I will definitely help you. Tu Shan Yago said coldly, just this time, after I see Marco, it will not be too late for me to trouble you. You can't go. Kan pointed at Shiraha with a sword. It's a bit troublesome, this little brother has to stay. The ice under Quzhan's feet stretched halfway and was suppressed by the ice. Tu Shan Yaya wears a blue coat, cold and elegant, in front of me. Do you dare to play ice? Quzhan was a little shocked, but also a little dumbfounded. Isn't he eating fake frozen berry? The woman in front of me probably doesn't even have Akaina's berry ability to make her ice. Quzhan was a little envious. If he had this ability, he would be more than 90% sure to defeat Akainu after Sengoku retired. He didn't want an extreme person like Akainu to be the next Marine Marshal. The atmosphere in this small restaurant became serious. At this time, someone broke the dignified atmosphere on the court. A gust of wind entered the restaurant and shouted, Luffy, why are you eating for so long? Your partners are in a hurry. Dragon couldn't wait to find Luffy, and he noticed that there were several familiar auras in the restaurant. It was Marine Admiral Quzhan and the Blood Sword. This time he must have a big opinion. Just when Dragon was about to say, you are here. What a coincidence. Let me help you solve this, Marine Admiral. I saw the most feared person in his life. Garp, Dragon. You bastard are here too? Old Daddy. Today, seeing 2 sons and grandsons that made him feel so angry, Garp went completely violent. I saw Garp drag the flip-flops off his feet, holding one in one hand, and staring at Dragon and Luffy with fiery eyes. You 2 brats. Don't even think about running today. Luffy, Grandpa, Dragon, Daddy. Both of them were so scared that they stared out. Shiraha sees this, a good opportunity. Dragon, I'll leave it to you here. I'll go one step ahead. Dragon was dumbfounded. He didn't want to stay here, so bring him along. Young Xiao, fly me high. Shiraha jumped into the sky. Yang Luo hugged Tu Shan Rong Rong with swift hands and jumped up, disappeared into the restaurant in the blink of an eye, and flew into the distance through the big hole. Tushan Yaya was stunned for a moment, only to realize that she had been left behind. She hasn't been on the sword yet. This bastard. Tushan Yaya turned into an ice blue light toward Shira's departure, unlocking her greatest demon power and rushing past. Dragon looked at the daddy who was about to explode with the greatest anger in front of him. Who can come to rescue me? Dragon roared in his heart. He is powerful, but this does not mean that he is not afraid of his father. Slippers of love middle dot double draw. The restaurant suddenly blew violently, and Dragon turned into a gust of wind and went to follow in Shira's footsteps. Garp found Luffy and Dragon, but Dragon abandoned Luffy, so Shira and the others still haven't heard the terrible growl that Luffy sent out that day. The thief. Ahaha. Captain Marco, it's been a long time since I saw him. How is he, daddy? Blackbeard Titch asked without changing his face. Titch, you who killed your companions, I will never let you go. You don't deserve to inherit the name of the old man. Marco activated the berry ability and turned into an undead form. Blackbeard Titch's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had just taken Rock Dahl, and he had taken down the monster that was once through various small means. Blackbeard Titch has not done anything to Rock Dahl these days, because he is next to a colorless, odorless, and harmless poison to the human body. No one can stop him except for the antidote. That kind of poison will gradually weaken people in the Battle of Retsu, and eventually lose their combat effectiveness. In addition, Tick also prepared a large amount of fresh water in advance, and that's how he was almost killed by Rock Dahl. But fortunately the effect of the medicine finally worked. Secretly Berry restrained Logia Berry's power very much, and Rock Dahl was defeated again. But what is going on now? Isn't Marco being locked up by Rock Dahl? Marco is also very nervous. And he wants to take down Blackbeard, and he must also be careful about Blackbeard's Dark Berry ability. But Marco is not nervous about this, but the half-dead Rock Dahl around him. And there is a mature and sexy woman. Laffit, kill Rock Dahl first, and I will help you take out his berry. Titch, if you dare to move him, I will kill you. Marco couldn't care about it. He couldn't let Blackbeard Titch kill Rock Dahl. When Blackbeard heard it, he smiled. Captain Marco, what's the matter with you? Suddenly he became concerned about this opponent. Don't worry about me, kill this guy. Rock Dahl lay on the sand. Hollow said weakly. Thief. Ahaha. It seems that God is still on my side. In this world, living is victory. Blackbeard Titch stepped on behind Rock Dahl, opened his arms, and made a gesture of embracing the world. Captain Marco, how about you also consider joining me? Let's realize our dream together. Titch, don't dream. You kind of traitor who kills your companions don't deserve to have dreams. Marco really wants to tear up the traitor in front of him, but at the critical moment, he can't be impulsive, waiting for the uncle to come. It will be over. Thief. Ahaha. Captain Marco, don't speak so ugly. Who let him block my way? That's the strongest Logia Berry. It's this ability that chose me, so that I can become the strongest. Blackbeard laughed wildly. The strongest? People like you will never be the strongest. Daddy, Rocks, Patrick, Shiraha, they are the strongest. Marco retorted. Blackbeard froze for a moment, and laughed. Thief. Shahaha. Rocks and Patrick are really two incredible big people. Since you even know Rocks, you should understand how powerful the berry I eat is. Berry. I only know what berry the family can't trade for. Marco's eyes were scarlet. Blackbeard continued. They have indeed ruled the roost for a period of time, and they can be called the strongest, but Rocks has long been dead, and Earl Patrick has long known his life or death. Daddy is also old and sick no longer. You have to admit this. I can feel that in the near future, the era of Whitebeard will end, and I will replace Whitebeard and surpass Whitebeard to become the real One Piece. And what Shiraha you are talking about? I have never heard of this person at all. Isn't it a small person? In front of Marco, Blackbeard said that he had hidden his ambition for too many years. If Whitebeard still maintained the strength of his peak period, if he did not see Secretly Berry, he would still stay on the Whitebeard Pirates. But since destiny chose him, it shows that he is the new era. One Piece, he is determined. Blackbeard, what kind of king do you want to be? A joking voice came from behind Titch, giving the ambitious pirate a feeling of being splashed with cold water. Tick turned his head to look, and saw a flying sword hanging in the air and 4 people standing on the sword. The voice just now was male, which means it is him. Titch looked at Shiraha and asked nervously, "Who are you?" "I am the little person you are talking about." Shiraha pointed at Titch and smiled. "Human dreams will never end, but your dreams are about to end. Shiraha's hair color will be explained later. End of this chapter. 224. There is no justice in the pirate world. Shiraha's confession meeting. Please subscribe. Chapter 224. There is no justice in the pirate world. Shiraha's confession meeting. Please subscribe. Blackbeard looked at the man Mitsurugi's flying methods and the 3 beautiful girls around him, thinking that this man must be a strong man. A strong man with good taste. If he reaches the top of the 4 emperors in the future, he will definitely have to find a few more beautiful girls to hug and hug each other. While Blackbeard Titch was still daydreaming, he woke him up with a loud shout. "Shiraha, you bastard! You just lost me!" Tushan Yaya sneered Shiraha's face from behind and said, "I helped you, and I was standing by you in that restaurant. On the one hand, but what did you do to me?" "Tushan Yaya, you can't keep up. Didn't I let you do it? Did I refuse you to do it?" Shiraha ignored Blackbeard Titch, turned to look at Tushan Yaya and asked back, "If I wasn't fast enough to catch up with you, this time you did too much first." Tushan Yaya once again made Sandia 3 steps in place, not looking at Shiraha's eyes. Shiraha looked at Tushan Yaya helplessly, and said, "What the hell is your tone of being deceived by a bad-hearted guy?" "This is called Sandia. What I read from a book is that what I think is different from what I think," Yang Liu Oki said with a dull expression. The Gao Lengfen accumulated by Tushan Yaya and the current movement of Akimbo couldn't be maintained at once. Tushan Rongrong looked at the embarrassing scene of Sister Yaya with a smile, which was a rare scene. "Liu Chi, where did you read the book?" Shiraha asked in confusion. "It's Sky Island." Yang Liu Oki pointed at Arya Sky with a spear, and explained, "Didn't you buy a lot of books?" "I read a few more books just for learning in those few days. Among them is 108 schemes for picking up girls, how a man captures a woman's heart and analysis of 28 types of women." Shiraha remembered that for the development of Sky Island, he bought a lot of books and modern tools from the group member Jiang Chulan. Jiang Chulan can't get up while walking the bird this month, and it will hurt to think too much. Why buy these books? Liu Chi, read these books less in the future, we still have business to do. Shiraha pointed to the Blackbeard not far away, and said with a smile, "We are here to solve this country's problems this time, and kill the guy in front of us by the way." Mr. Shiraha, Miss Liu Chi, Miss Yaya, Miss Rongrong, we are here too. There was a shout not far away. It was the Straw Hat group who had arrived, but there was no Luffy in this group, and there were many others. In order to help Han's daughter-in-law solve this rebellion, Dragon deliberately brought some powerful revolutionary troops he brought over, and followed them to stop the rebellion first. When Zora, Sanji, Nami, Vivi and others came to this place, they heard Shiraha's voice and came here to join them. "Mr. Shiraha, these people are the revolutionary soldiers brought by Mr. Dragon. They came to helping Han to solve this rebellion." Vivi saw the person at the feet of Blackbeard and said excitedly, "He is Rocktale. It's him. Make my country like this. Why are you doing this? You have no right to do it. Obviously this country is so beautiful. I will never forgive you." Rocktale, who was stepped on the soles of his feet by the Blackbeard, said hollow weakly, "Innocent princess, holding innocent thoughts, all this is just the weak and the strong. The world has long been rotten, and your country is the same. Why do you think I will you become a hero of your country? Because I helped your country solve all kinds of hidden dangers. You think your father led wolves into the house, But did you know that your father invited me on the initiative, and he gave me so much power to deal with what he couldn't handle? Kill all the people who hindered him and your family. Do you really think your father is a good person? Guahaha, this is the method of Wang family. Crocodile coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and laughed and said, I know the news of Karen. Everything I do in this country is to get Karen. So your father's idea just matches me, so I'll go with it. Help him deal with it, and it is logical to become a hero of this country. He used dancing fans to concentrate the rain from the whole country to the capital, which caused the people in other places to furious. In the end, a rebellion broke out in various places under the circumstances of long-standing grievances, and he was ready to attack the capital of Arabastan. Blackbeard looked at Crocodile at his feet, shocked by Charon's news. The people who stepped on him knew Karen, one of the world's 3 largest weapons. Vivi was even more shocked, and quickly denied, this is impossible. My father would not do this. It's really disgusting. King family. I thought that your king family is different from the other king family. I didn't expect it to be the same. Hollow pseudo. Don't you also use various forces to find death? Now you have climbed into the revolutionary army. Do you think you can succeed? Crocodile laughed. Hey ha ha ha, the self-proclaimed righteous person is here again. I want to ask the people you found in the previous few waves, but all of them died of mine. With it, you princess is really ruthless. Vivi stepped back in a panic. In order to make a good relationship with Luffy and the others on the Straw Hat boat, she asked them to send to death for herself. She chose Helping Hands Nami, because Luffy and Zoro were very strong, so she once again saw hope. In the eyes of the royal family, all chess pieces can be used, and Vivi, who lives in the Emperor's house all the year round, has been fascinated by him since he was a child. The only difference between this time and the previous few times is that she really has some feelings for the Straw Hat Pirates. How could Crocodile not know the little moves Vivi made? He was very confident, believed in his own strength, and liked to watch the weak Princess Vivi struggle ceaselessly, using various means to coax other people to come and die, and pull other people into the water. Was Vivi really accidentally letting go of the Straw Hat group at first? I didn't want to pull the Straw Hats into the water. There is no such stupid character in Wang family. If the Straw Hats died in the hands of Crocodile, Vivi would be sad for a while at best, and would still find a way to find another group of people to save his father and them. After all, things like justice are too ridiculous in this world. They are basically for themselves, unless they are true partners and relatives. Have you talked enough nonsense? Shiraha said impatiently. Princess Vivi, I know you kings and families are very smart, so smart people don't need to say more. I believe you really regard the Straw Hats as your companions. NS. But that has nothing to do with me. What I want to do is very simple, and that is to take Crocodile away. I will kill whoever stops me. Marco flew over and looked at Vivi, with a slight warning. Crocodile, I want to take him away alive, and I can represent the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirate Group, one of the 4 emperors, is famous, and few people don't know Whitebeard. Vivi, we believe that no matter what, you are our partner. Nami hugged Vivi and comforted. Sorry, Nami, everyone, I did lie to you like Crocodile said. During these days, I really regarded everyone as a partner. Shiraha looked at Vivi and smiled. There are some things that don't need to be said or delved into. Since they are partners, of course they will help us fools. Princess Vivi, for their sake, you are lucky to live. Come down. Your country will be saved, and I will take Crocodile away. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, and it was good for Crocodile to leave. As long as she had a good relationship with Luffy, these people would not become her enemies, but would become her support. Mr. Shiraha, what is your relationship with Luffy? It's just a little bit. Whitebeard 1st Division Captain Marco is my eldest nephew. So Ace is also my nephew. You can understand if I say that. After Shiraha finished speaking, he appeared in front of Blackbeard in an instant, and the 3 girls also surrounded Tiki. Uncle, It'll help you too. Marco turned into the strongest form of human and beast. The Straw Hat Gang and the Revolutionary Army also came up and surrounded Blackbeard. Blackbeard was dumbfounded. Why didn't he know that Marco had a younger uncle? Good guys. This group of people trademark are all in one group. Marco and Rockdahl are not acting in a fake fight, right? All these people are playing him. This is a fart! Exclamation mark. Don't come here, don't come here. Blackbeard Titch yelled in a broken voice, if you come again, I will kill Rockdahl, and you won't get the news of Karen. Let us go. Go. I can guarantee the life of Rockdahl. Captain, what should we do? Laffit asked in a trembling voice. He was the only member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and all the other members died in the hands of Rockdahl. Why are you saving me? I don't have a reason to live anymore. A loser like me is useless for you, right? Rockdale Hollow said weakly. Do you want news from Karen? Shiraha looked at Curdle, who was stepped under the Blackbeard, and did not mention Karen, but said something else. In my opinion, people in this world can be divided into 6 types: villains, pseudo-Kunzi, the virgin, the common man, the hero and the king. I don't like either a villain or a pseudo-Kunson. I admire the virgin, but unfortunately I don't want to be a virgin. Being that kind of person is too tiring to please everybody, and I have to bear a lot of infamy. I admire you because you are a hero, ambitious, and capable, and you have your own pursuits, but your path is wrong. Shiraha stretched out his hand and said with a smile, you still have a chance to give up your ridiculous thoughts and find who you once was. This is not a world of black and white. Only the real strong can stand out. Don't lie on your stomach, stand up. In Shiraha's very contagious words, Crocodile at the feet of Blackbeard rioted. A monster with the faith to live again. The potential to explode in desperation is far more terrifying than ordinary people. Crocodile burned his life force, absorbed the dust of the earth and threw off his black beard, straightened up in front of Shiraha, stood up, raised his head and asked, where are you? Who are you? I am king. I want to be the king of this world. Lead a group of devil to destroy all the rotten things in this world, and clean the world again. Create a new world. Shiraha activated the forest berry's ability to detoxify Rockdahl, and shouted, tell me, your choice. King, please let me follow you, my captain. Crocodile knelt on one knee, offering his loyalty. Go, prove it to me. Rockdahl turned to Blackbeard Titch and smiled cruelly. The two went into a bloody battle again. Laffit was besieged by the Straw Hat Pirates. The belated dragon came to Shiraha's side, looking at him with a complicated expression. Do you want to be the king of the world like Rox, or a One Piece like Roger? There are many kinds of kings. I want to be a demon king. A demon king who lives according to my own will. Anyone who deceives me and whoever hurts people around me will all die. I want to create a suitable world to live in. Shiraha threw a book to Dragon. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Since the darkness of this world cannot disappear, then I will be the devil in the darkness. Yang Liu Oki stared at Shiraha and shook her head. She just discovered that Xiang Kunlan's figure overlapped with Shiraha. What you want to run wild is strength, but ambition. In the world of pirates, if you want to change the world, you must first have a heart to become a king. You bastard yourself are not a good person. You still look down on our demon? Tushan Yaya became a little angry. When did I look down on you? Shiraha turned his head to look at Tushan Yaya. Even if the things you Tushan do are unfair to certain humans and demons, you have that strength and there is no need to be influenced by other people's words. Tushan Yaya looked a little better. I am wary of you because I have never contacted you. It is not normal to stay vigilant. Who knows if you will stab me? Tushan Yaya's face was even more ugly. I hate you because of your character and the things you do to your sister. Isn't she your family member? That's different. What's different? Shiraha took Yang Liuki's hand and explained, I care about everything I have, companions, relatives, and lovers. The so-called justice and order can't restrain me. I want to become a king, become the truth in this world and guard everything I have. I am not a monster without feelings. I am the devil, but the devil doesn't like you before. Shiraha looked at the silent Tushan Yaya and said with a smile, "The devil likes you now." Tushan Yaya's high cold face suddenly became flushed. I don't like you. Don't be affectionate. You don't need to like it. I want to cooperate with you, Tushan, and become a group that truly helps each other. You don't want to separate the chat group. The friction between Shiraha and these two fox demons is not too big. It also changed the impression of these two fox demons in his heart. Cooperation is okay, but don't think I will be your subordinate. Tushan Yaya agreed. You are your demon king, and I am still the master of Tushan, the demon king of the demon world. If you are in trouble, remember to ask us for help at any time. If we encounter problems, please come and help. Tushan Rongrong smiled. Also remember to call me Rongrong, otherwise I won't will come and help. If you want to become a demon king, I will charge for you. Yang Luo said few words, but with unparalleled determination. End of this chapter. 225 Black people carry the coffin. The music plays. Blackbeard, please subscribe. Chapter 225 The Negro carries the coffin. The music plays. Blackbeard, please subscribe. Luo Chi, you don't need to charge for me. The two of us hide behind and let the others charge. Shiraha stroked Yang Luo and said with a smile, "Husband, I know, I listen to you." Yang Luo nodded obediently. Tushan Yaya is full of black lines. How could there be such a shameless guy in this world? It was this shameless bastard who brought out the demon Dongfeng Yu that year, and it was really shameless to get home. Rockdal and Blackbeard are fighting, and Marco shouts cheering on the side. Shiraha watched the battle with three girls, and from time to time pointed out how to fight Rockdal. There seems to be a problem over there. They seem to be unable to fight. Tushan Rongrong pulled Shiraha's clothes and pointed to the battle of the Straw Hat group. Shiraha turned his gaze to the Straw Hat group, and found that the Straw Hat group had fallen to the ground except Sanji and Zora. Those members who fell on the ground had long and thin sword wounds, which were caused by a cane sword similar to Brook, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Vivi all fell. The current Chopper has not developed a series of human fruit abilities with the blue wave ball, and cannot hold 50 Baileys against hundreds of millions of racks. The opponent of the Straw Hat group is Laffit, who is also the only remaining member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Except for Blackbeard, Laffit is the strongest and also survived the battle with Rockdal. As an accomplice of Blackbeard, in the early stage, Laffit's strength was enough to match those hundreds of millions of big pirates. Not Zora, Sanji, the two guys who just came out of the novice village can compare. However, the pirate with hundreds of millions of bounty is a rookie in the eyes of many people on the field. In this period, the strength of the three major battles of the Straw Hats was not much different. Zora and Sanji could easily defeat the 50 million level pirates together, but unfortunately they still have a gap with Laffit. Vivi and Nami looked at Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, with pleading gazes. Shiraha and others hope they can help, and a group of Revolutionary Army felt that they were here to fight Soy Sauce, and the leader was also reading a book and was fascinated, even leaving everyone else alone. After realizing that his daughter-in-law was looking at him, Dragon raised his head, put away the book, and brought back the injured people in the Straw Hat group, and asked the medical member to treat them. Shiraha, let us join hands to create a new world. I will help you become a devil. We will definitely make the world a better place. Dragon knows that there are other planets besides the planet, and also knows Kun is the main constitutional and parliamentary system, and understands that darkness cannot be eliminated, so let the darkness merge into it as a help. I can see that you are a person who has no pursuit of power. I believe that this book will definitely create a real new era. The ideas and content in this book are simply fantastic, and they are also most in line with the current situation. The situation at sea, if we change it in this way, it will surely be acceptable to others. Go ahead and do it. I will come and help at the most critical moment, Shiraha said perfunctorily. He is not interested in this pirate world, What he wants to transform is his own pirate world. Can you help? Zora and Sanji are about to lose. Nami couldn't help but asked. Dragon explained. The seedlings always grow. Don't they also enjoy this battle? Hope to break through and surpass themselves in this battle. If you can't become stronger, you can't protect what you want to protect. Since you are partners, you should trust them, Shiraha said lightly. Nami and Usopp both had feelings of shame. After they had strong support, all they wanted was to let others help. If this were the case, they would not be able to realize their dreams. Laffit is considered a brave and tactical pirate in the Blackbeard Pirates. He already understands that the Blackbeard Pirates is going to end, and it is impossible for him or to leave here. It seems that they are not going to help you. Before you die, let me teach you these two little pirates who don't know their heights. Laffit has a superb swordsmanship. When Berry is activated, a pair of white bird wings will grow behind him, which not only gives him the ability to stay in the air, but also greatly increases his flexibility and attack speed. It is covered with a thin layer of armament haki. For the current Zora and Sanji, they are simply invincible enemies. If it were not for cooperation, an Eonon would not work even with a supporting role Halo. This is just what I want, Zora said with a big laugh. Resolve him quickly, otherwise I might not be able to get up again. Sanji's leg was pierced by a cane sword, and his actions were affected. Call out. Laffit once again activated the Berry ability. Swords Dance. Hypnotic Swords Dance. One sword style Lion Song. Zora's strongest on sword style trick so far. Coarsely broken. Sanji supported his hands upside down and rotated, using one leg to attack the enemy's skull. After one blow, all three fell. Zora and Sanji were densely wounded with hundreds of sword wounds. Zora and Sanji, who were unable to keep their hands, joined forces to smash Laffit and crush his skull. The outcome of the battle was divided. Zora and Sanji survived, and the Blackbeard Pirates were destroyed except for the captain. Dragon nodded in satisfaction and asked the medical members of the Revolutionary Army to treat Sanji and Zora. By the way, Dragon, did you see Fire Fist Ace when you came? Shiraha looked at the Blackbeard Pirates who were going to the end, and asked suspiciously. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Fire Fist Ace all the way, but in the middle of the journey, I temporarily separated from them in order to find Luffy. Dragon shook his head and said, have you ever seen a boy who wears an orange hat with Summersucker on his face and loves to laugh? Shiraha looked at Nami and others, but they all shook their heads and said they didn't see it. Have been to this person? Shiraha was a little confused. What about the plot? What about Ace's plot in Arabastan? Looking at Blackbeard, who must be dying, Shiraha can only think about a good place. At least Blackbeard is dead. Ace should return to the Whitebeard Pirates when he hears the news. Ace, did that little bastard come here too? Are you trying to piss off the old man? Don't you really take my grandfather's words as the same thing? The old man trained you in order to make you a good marine. And Dragon, do you dare to run? You also take the old man's words as deaf ears. Dad, listen to my sophistry. Listen to my explanation. Dragon stammered nervously when he saw Garp. Garp's furious voice came from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, a figure fell on the sand like a cannonball, forcibly knocking down Hoen's thousands of meters of ground stomp. Everyone moved their gazes, and saw Garp carrying a big bag full of head and Luffy with obvious marks on his face. He looked at Shiraha, Dragon and the others with fire-breathing eyes. So you guys are all the same. That's it? The old man wants to clean up you one by one. Dragon fled around in a panic. Garp hurried after holding his slippers. Kuzan followed closely and came to this place. Hearing Garp's words, his face and eyes all revealed the word shock. I fuck. What did he hear just now? Question mark. These people present are related to Garp Vice Admiral? Question mark. Garp Vice Admiral wants to overthrow the Marine headquarters and then overthrow the world government. Is it the king of the world himself? Nicole Robin. When Kuzan saw Robin lying on the side, he immediately came to her. That Sloutsu. Don't touch it. Curdle glared at Kuzan during the battle with Blackbeard, yelling, if you don't want to die, Just get out of here. That woman was the meeting gift he wanted to give the captain, and it was related to Charon's whereabouts. Chi Yuan is a little weaker than Garp and Kuzan. He just heard these words when he arrived here. She was dumbfounded. The knife in her hand didn't know what to do. Blackbeard, who was shopping with Rockdahl, also heard Garp's words. He was completely stunned. He didn't feel any pain even after being kicked by Rockdahl. He suddenly couldn't understand the world. Shouldn't he be the protagonist? He has captured the strongest Logia berry, and will replace Whitebeard in the future and become the one of One Piece. Why did God make such a big joke with him? Rockdahl looked at Blackbeard, who had lost his fighting spirit, and instead of chasing after him, he threw a newspaper to him. The man in the newspaper is the Blood Sword Shiraha, who defeated Hawkeye's world's #1 swordsman. Blackbeard was crazy, smiling stupidly. All these people were playing him. He had already seen that these people were all famous existences in the sea. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is the son of Garp. Whitebeard 1, 2nd Division Captain Marco Phoenix and Fist of Fire Ace. Among them, Fist of Fire Ace has a very unusual relationship with Marine hero Garp. He is the grandson of Garp. This guy named Shiraha is Marco's uncle, and he has a good relationship with Dragon, and even Rockdahl has a relationship with him. There is also the woman under Crocodile, who has something to do with Marine Admiral Kuzan. It seems Crocodile cares about her, and Kuzan has always been a follower behind Garp. Blackbeard found out that he suddenly didn't know the world. These powerful men came from different fields, such as pirates, Revolutionary Army, Marine and unknown forces. Was it useful for him to plan for so long? Rockdahl, you kill me quickly. Blackbeard collapsed. Under this kind of big conspiracy, he is powerless at all. Instead of resisting, he should die early and reincarnate early, and stop being a pirate in his next life. Rockdahl snorted coldly, turned into dust and came to Robin's side, preventing Kuzan from taking any further action. Get out. This is my person. Uncle, things are resolved. Do you want to go to the New World to see the old man? Marco lifted the human and animal form and asked his young uncle. Go when you have time. I don't have much time this time. Shiraha said. I know, I would like to thank my uncle this time. Marco looked at Yang Liuoki again, and shouted with a little shyness, hello, my aunt. Yang Liuoki nodded. But Tushan Yaya was a little confused. She couldn't understand the situation on the court, and immediately asked quietly, second sister, what is the situation? Sister Yaya, I am not sure about this situation either. It seems that these people are related. Tushan Rongrong, the brain of the think tank, is a bit insufficient, which involves her knowledge blind spot. Aren't we the outsiders? Tushan Yaya was even more confused. Sister Yaya, this is not right. We have a deep relationship with Shiraha. This shows that except for the ugly monster on the ground and the woman over there who can't see the situation, everyone else has something to do with us. Tushan Rongrong explained. When Marco saw these two people, he was not sure at first. Hearing them say this, he immediately added, hello, two little aunts. Tushan Yaya. Tushan Rongrong, yeah? The woman who couldn't see clearly was the alternate Admiral Momousagi praying for the garden. She didn't understand how it became a bigger confession meeting. My relationship with Mr. Garp and Kuzan is very good. Chi Yuan tried to get involved. Garp realized that this situation was a bit wrong. How did he feel that he had been forced to betray the Marine headquarters? You guys don't do anything first, we will solve the unrelated people first, and we are solving other things. As soon as Shira's voice fell, the tense atmosphere on the court disappeared. Garp also stopped chasing Dragon, and Chi Yuan hurriedly came behind Garp Vice Admiral and stood obediently. Only here can she feel safe. Rockdahl picked up the confused Robin and came to him. Robin was really dazed at this time. She didn't know what her future fate would be like. But so many years have passed, and after so many years of fleeing, she has experienced too much betrayal, conspiracy, and greedy fates. If you die here, maybe it's not bad. Captain, This is historian Nicole Robin. She knows everything you want. I see. After asking her to help us translate the historical text, let her choose the path she wants to take. Robin looked at the man in front of him in amazement. He was relieved a little, and then he was confused. You did a good job, but I'm not too satisfied. Shiraha looked at the black beard that was not dead, and shook his head. There was a little nervousness when he smashed Rock Dalton. Shiraha smiled. Let me teach you the first tree again. First of all, remember not to be merciful to the enemy. You have done a good job, but you must also remember to make up the knife. You must never forget the up knife. Yang Xiao pierced the heart on both sides of Blackbeard in an instant, and cut off Blackbeard's head again. Finally, Shiraha took out a bucket of fuel from somewhere and poured it on Blackbeard's corpse. It burned and was quickly burned. This means that on-stop service is in place, and I will learn from it in the future. Shiraha came to Crocodile, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, you still have to learn a lot, and I will start teaching you again. Of Crocodile. End of this chapter. Chapter 226. Shiraha save Robin. Speak for Ahura. Please subscribe. Chapter 226. Shiraha saves Robin. Speak for Ahura. Please subscribe. Garasai 5 Elders meeting. The remaining 4 Garasai 5 Elders already knew that the gone Garasai 5 Elders had died and his life card had disappeared. What do you think about that kind of strong appearing in the sea again? It's been Yaoyorozu years, and it's not the first time. Unfortunately, I didn't make preparations this time, and one of us lost one more person. What should we do now? For the time being, we will not move, and we will find out how much combat power and strength will eliminate them in one fell swoop. The position of Garasai 5 Elders will also be supplemented from those few people. Although we don't have our strength, it won't be much worse. No. Let's think about this later. Garp has passed by with Kizan and Kyuan. That's just right. It's not a day or two that we want to kill Garp, but his influence is so great. As for Kizan and Kyuan, it will be enough when the world recruits. At the time, if Kong hadn't been playing screens all the time, it wouldn't have made Garp's prestige so exaggerated in Marine. Shiraha looked at Crocodile in a daze, smiled, and said, do you know why Blackbeard died here? Because he is too weak and small, he will die here. Crocodile thought of his failure to challenge Whitebeard back then, and this is the reason, he said with certainty. What you said is not quite right. Shiraha shook his head. I once heard someone say that the rivers and lakes are not fighting and killing, but human beings. This sentence can be placed anywhere, regardless of you in the ocean. It depends on how strong you are, and it doesn't matter how hard you move. Red Earl Patrick, Bullet, aren't they strong? On single-handedly, the existence of the bright face of the sea and the existence of the Red Earl is at the ceiling level in the ceiling. In the world of pirates, if you have not reached the power to destroy the stars in one strike, you are the strongest in the sea, and you can also deal with you before he is above the world. It does no harm to establish more relationships and make friends with some strong people who fit your appetite. Shiraha has no interest in being an enemy of the whole world alone. Isn't his brain broken? Does the world have any grudges against you? Crocodile looked at the Blackbeard that had turned to grey, and nodded with deep feeling. The captain's teachings, I remember it in my heart. In addition, I would like to ask, Captain, do I still have any shortcomings? No, you have everything you need to have a pirate besides humanity and relationships. You also plunged into the sea with the determination to die. You could have been mixed in the sea by the wind and water. Shiraha patted Crocodile side helplessly. You don't lack will, belief, and strength. The only thing you lack is miracle eye? Crocodile was a little dazed. You are not so courageous. That guy is yelling at 1010 to die, but he doesn't dare to really go and die. Fortunately, you challenged Big Brother Newgate at the peak of 20 years ago. You are not lacking miracle. What is I? Shiraha groaned while looking at the confused Crocodile. Crocodile, shouldn't you challenge the stronger? Challenge the stronger one can prove a person's courage and conviction. But how old you were at that time? You just turned 20 to challenge the king of the sea. If you are not beaten, who will be beaten? Shirahar explained patiently, Lion, I have been in the greenhouse with the tiger for a long time, and my strength has shrunk. I can understand you. But after you challenged that year, what did you do? The tortoise shrank on the great root, gave up his physical skills and strength training, and placed his so-called hope on Karen. Do you know how ridiculous your behavior is? When you made this choice, you were no longer worthy to be a real strong man. Crocodile's complexion, looking at his hands, feeling his scarred body, he was beaten like this by a guy like Blackbeard who once looked down on him. Although Bullet is locked in Impel Down, his strength is even higher than that of the past. He has reached the level of Roger in the Valley of Gods. If he comes out, the 4 emperors on the sea will surely become 5 emperors. If he has enough, a powerful force can do it even by stepping on the top of the 4 emperors. This is the different choice made by you and him. Rockdal didn't doubt Shira's words. It would be no good to lie to him on this point. Is it too late for me to start again? Of course it is too late. At least your berry abilities have been developed very well, plus your previous foundation. I believe that more training in physical skills and haki will have good results. After Shirahar settled the matter with Rockdale, he saw Marco, in front of Yang Liu Oki, Tushan Yaya, and Tushan Rong Rong, screaming non-stop. My nephew, you called the wrong one, come here. Shirahar called the puzzled Marco, and glanced at Tushan Yaya nervously. It's a blessing not to turn Phoenix into Articuno. Uncle, who did I call the wrong one? Is it my aunt? Of course. When Shirahar was about to say something, he noticed that Tushan Rong Rong was looking at him with squinted eyes. Tushan Rong Rong was even more chilly, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Listen to me. Persuade, there are some things you can't grasp. The water inside is very deep. Let Uncle come to these things. Captain, that seems to be Garp, the marine hero. Crocodile finished the matter, and Shirahar poured a wave of chicken soup before discovering that Garp was also there, and there were a bunch of strong players on the court. Hearing this, Marco suddenly became nervous and activated Berry's ability again. Garp's reputation is too big. Yang Liu Oki came to Shira's side with a spear, and Tushan Rong Rong and Tushan Yaya also came when they saw it. Shirahar looked at the alternate admiral praying for the garden, and he was a little curious, but he knew that this alternate admiral shouldn't have come. Garp Vice Admiral, as Marine, should we catch the pirates? Chi Yuan asked carefully. She always feels that something is wrong on the court. It must be caught. Garp clenched his fists. He still needs to figure out some things before he can catch it. Kuzan, your kid is coming back to me. Why is it like being in a demon? Garp Vice Admiral, do you remember the Uhuru incident? Kuzan asked, keeping his eyes on Robin. You kid mean that the little girl is a survivor of Uhura? Garp also looked at Nicole Robin. The Uhura incident is one of the inauthentic things that Marine has done under the orders of the world government. Hey, Shirahar kid, can this little girl bring the old man back to Marine headquarters? When Robin heard this, his heart suddenly became nervous. Why? Shirahar sneered coldly. Give her to Marine and then to the world government for execution? Garp said righteously. There is an old man in Marine headquarters, who dares to move her? We Marine was helpless in the Uhura incident that year. The study of ancient characters was originally forbidden by the world government. Puffahaha, do you really want to laugh at me? The world government is really going to give orders, so what can you do? Shirahar covered her face and laughed wildly. Being a dog for the world government is really addictive. Some things are to be explored to the end. Without the exploration and opening of the predecessors, the future of future generations will come. Uhura scholars, we can say that they are stupid, but we must not say that they are harmful to the world. At best they will shake the rule of some bests. But what they did not get any benefit. It was clearly for the future of the world. They ended up like that. They were also slandered by you Marine and the world government. Even the massacre turned into a just act. So I said they are stupid. Weakness has never been the reason for you to commit crimes. Garp and Kuzan both had ugly faces. Shiraha said to himself, what does this prove? It proves that people should be selfish. The province is labeled as victim's guilt, and even death will be slandered by others. There are too many people with bad views. I would rather be a selfish and powerful person. Shiraha stood in front of Nicole Robin and pointed at Garp and yelled, what are you? You are at best an old and undead guy who has neither implemented true justice nor really chose to be a dog. Wandering between ideal and reality. I know that you are a marine model worker. You have solved countless pirates in your life. But this kind of person is a good person. He thinks he has seen everything, but in the end he can't make up his mind. From the standpoint of the world government and marine, you are always on the sidelines. Do you think you are at ease? Solve the pirates in this world. The pirates didn't just kill or catch them. On the contrary, the root of the evil had been living freely, and from time to time they sneered at the people underneath. If the country is peaceful and the world is peaceful, who wants to be a beggar on the street? This is the same truth. Garp was scolded by someone pointing his nose, without saying a word. Shiraha really thinks that Garp is an out-and-out poor worm. Both sides are not pleased. At least Ake Ainu chose to be a dog for the world government after the Ahura incident and implement the dog's beliefs. Because some people like to be dogs, they adore dogs. The captain is right. People are like this. They only see what they see. For example, when I became a hero in Arabastam, they ignored all my shortcomings, beautified them, and imagined them as the people they imagined. Rockdal smiled and said, people are like this, so there are many stupid people. Good people don't end well. On the contrary, those who fan the flames live like fish. I can become a hero, but there are many people who help. Vivi stared at Rockdal with an ugly expression. I want to change the world, change according to my ideas, and I will remove all obstacles in front of me. Shiraha sneered, I think the Ahura scholars are stupid, but they are a group of great scholars. The biggest mistake they have done is that they should not have such big ideals and ambitions, and want to interpret the real history to everyone. Because some stupid people are not worth saving. Let them live in water and heat, and wait until one day disaster falling on them and causing them to die miserably. I feel that this result is simply very pleasant. At least Lao Tzu is very happy. There were tears in Robin's eyes. She could understand her mother when she grew up, but other people never understood them. The people on the sea regarded her as the son of devil in the news spread by the world government. Scholars who studied historical texts were also slandered as a group of devil who wanted to subvert history. Today, I will put the words here. Lao Tzu is a pirate. Your marine wants to take her away. I dare to sink your marine headquarters, let you know what pain is. Does your kid know what you are talking about? Garp snarled. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Shiraha's eyes instantly chilled. More than 90% of the roots of evil in this world are related to the world government, and you marine is an accomplice. Since everyone is not a good person, let the strengths speak for themselves. You are talking nonsense. Chi Yuan couldn't help but yelled, we are for justice. Pray, aren't you Tenryu Bito's watchdog? Don't you stay in the Holy Land, Maria? What are you doing here? Captain Crocodile made up his knife and said playfully, only the winner is worthy of justice. Your marine's justice shit is not as good. Then you take out the evidence. Chi Yuan said with a stiff mouth. Crocodile came up with a list. I didn't expect that we would use these things one day. Your marine annual expenses and heavenly gold are not a big problem for most countries, but there is a problem for Arabastam. Because the king of this country does not want to squeeze the civilians, even the treasury is empty. Don't say that I am greedy. There is nothing to be greedy. The treasury of this country has already been handed in hollow. In the past few years, I have tried to make up for it, otherwise the country will be faster. It's bad luck. If it weren't for Karen, I would have given up on it a long time ago. In the past few years, I have been engaged in various businesses and received all kinds of anger to make up the money that I have to pay every year, so that you don't find the problems in this country. Rock when Dahl said this, He was inexplicably angry. Vivi gave Rockdahl a surprised look. There are too many slaves in the sea. The world government replenishes millions of slaves every year, but the number of slaves has not changed at all. On the contrary, they are not enough. Crocodile glanced at Vivi. Every country's king knows about this, because they can replace part of the heavenly gold with a large number of slaves every year. Except Arabastan, all other countries have done this kind of thing. There are also files recorded. Do you need me to show it to you? Rockdahl controlled Arabastan and never replaced the heavenly gold with slaves. His conceited character and the disdain of the world government prevented him from doing such things. Vivi smiled. This is what her father would do. How is this possible? The world government is dedicated to civilians. Shi Yuan shouted in disbelief. Shiraha, this woman is hopeless. K. Rockdahl, I'm afraid this is a fool. I'll just say it again. Robin, you Marine don't even want to take it away. Shiraha Conqueror's haki was fully opened, and the overwhelming powerful aura shocked the audience. Yang Liu Oki held a spear and stood beside him. I think what my husband said is not wrong. The world needs the truth. Although I have always played the role of a villain, this has been the case since the Hall of Heroes, but I think this girl very kind, just like Rong. When Tushan Rong heard this, his face blushed and he hurriedly stood beside Yang Liu Oki. Tushan She Tushan's second master has rebelled. Shiraha glanced at Robin and said with a smile, you will be fine with us. He will prove it for the Ahura scholars, and will also prevent the Ahura incident from erupting. It is not difficult to do Buster Call with his current strength and personal connections. When the time comes, he will personally translate the past history. You want to live, don't you? Yang Liu Oki took out a tissue and wiped Robin's tears, and said, hope is right in front of you. We will help you. Robin stepped back and shook his head. Let me be taken away by them. I'm very tired. That's fine. People are always going to die anyway. It's not that Robin has never met good people, nor has he never met people who are willing to help her. But those people eventually abandon her and regard her as a burden. Your thoughts are really ridiculous. Crocodile said again, when you are working under me, you work hard to live. What are you afraid of? Since people are always going to die, then do it before you die. I believe it doesn't matter once. Robin can't believe that his boss is persuading him to live. I am the devil, and you are the son of devil. Since we are all monsters, why not hug each other to keep warm? Shiraha stretched out his hand. People who lay down their own will never give up their companions. Shiraha and many heroes experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, changed Shika's fate, and met Yang Liu Oki. A series of experiences made him understand that the most precious thing in the pirate world is a partner. You didn't do anything wrong. You shouldn't be swayed by others in your life. I was also rescued from the dead by Big Brother Xiang Kunlun. Yang Liu Oki said earnestly, you have a trustworthy partner who can entrust you behind. Really lucky. Marker transformed into a human and animal shape and came to Robin. We, the Whitebeard pirates, are the most cherished partners. Since the brother said that is right, it is right. I know that Robin is now us. People from the Whitebeard pirates. Rockdahl ignored his injuries and lit himself a cigar. You must protect the things you want to protect. I don't want you guys to succeed. Robin is my subordinate. I have nothing left to lose now. This is all that is left. The sea is very vast. Sooner or later you will meet a partner who is willing to protect you. These words kept ringing in Robin's mind, and she laughed. Boss, this is not like what you would say, but I really really want to live well in this world. Rockdahl was irritable, but he didn't hate this feeling. He had a group of partners once, but he didn't die in the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, but was picked up by Marine. The things he wanted to protect were all succeeded by this group of guys. This is also the reason why Rockdahl is willing to help hand Whitebeard and Luffy on the top. Later, Rockdahl went to extremes, thinking that being weak is the original sin, so it's not the influence of his past on him. Such things as partners are really extravagant for him. Since you want to live, just hide behind. Bullet got off Roger's ship halfway when Rockdahl fought him, Bullet was no longer on Roger's ship. After Roger was executed, Bullet went crazy and challenged Sengoku and Garp, as well as the entire Buster Call. This shows that Bullet also cares about his companions, and Roger's death has dealt a great blow to him. At that time, Roger was not the only one who was better than Bullet in the sea. End of this chapter. 227. It's snowing. Give me face and end this war. Please subscribe. Chapter 227. It's snowing. Give me face and end this war. Please subscribe. Rockdahl stood in front of Robin. I would do this kind of thing for others too, Robin, since you have chosen to live well, don't let those who watch the jokes succeed. I will. My former boss. Robin knew her choice. She was very satisfied with this group. Maybe they could really protect her in the hands of the world government. Rockdahl understood Robin's words. Luo Chi, do you have hatred with that world government and marine headquarters? Tu Shanrongrong asked curiously. Wrong. Our goal is to overthrow the world government and create a new era. Yang Luoqi answered seriously. In the beginning, they could not blend in with the world government. You have the identity of Shikai Bukai. How can you slander the world government with them? You are the enemy of the world government. Chi Yuan yelled with a sword. Have you forgotten your identity? Rockdahl looked at the innocent little girl in front of him and smiled contemptuously. I'm a pirate. I will propose to the world government to cancel the status of your king Shikai Bukai. Kyuan, don't say it, they are pirates. They are different from us. Kuzan stopped Kyuan from continuing to speak, and instead said, Haru incident. I'm sorry, just like you said, we are indeed in order to conceal something. You decided that Helping Hand Robin had to think about it. This is against the world government. When did Marine Admiral talk so much nonsense? The world government and you Marine are much dirtier than us, at least among the four emperors. Those living under the Daddy's land are living extremely comfortable and safe, Marco said proudly. The Whitebeard pirate group has a large-scale territory in the New World. The civilians living in those territories are not disturbed by the pirates, don't have to worry about becoming slaves, and don't have huge taxes. It can be said that they are the best civilians living in the sea. Even if it is the site of the four emperors, in addition to regularly handing in a certain lifespan and Charlotte Linland's frenzy from time to time, it is also a more suitable place for survival. In this hellish world, it is already a blessing to be alive, to be sheltered by the four emperors. Even the aunt is very happy to some civilians. Among the four emperors, apart from the 100-beast Sky, who does nothing in human affairs, the other 3-4 emperors have a large number of civilian admirers in the realm of the New World. In the eyes of other people, that area is the area of red hair. The common people living in the realm of the four emperors' red hair are the most free. Red hair is not interested in these things. The world government is absolutely righteous. Kyuan, who is guarded in the Holy Land Maria, has not seen some truth with his own eyes, and believes in the attitude of the world government. Then there is nothing to say, Captain. Give an order. Rockdahl looked at Shiraha. Crocodile, with your physical condition, it won't be good for you to continue to fight. Marco asked worriedly. I'm fine. Many strong players on the field stood up, and the atmosphere was dense. Dragon is a little at a loss. He doesn't know who to help in this situation. He wants to help Shiraha, but Shiraha seems to be a lot stronger than the old three. It is unnecessary for him to go. If you don't help the old man, you won't be justified in love. There is a gap in strength between the two sides. Garp, did you really decide to take Robin? Shiraha's conqueror is already constrict on the Yunxiao sword. Garp's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he was also a little surprised. This is a legendary mark on the sea, and those who can use this ability are undoubtedly the pinnacle powerhouse. The words that this kid said and this attitude, strength and courage reminded Garp a bit of Rocks back then. The four pinnacle pirates of the last era, one dead and two disabled, and one is locked in a cell. Garp really didn't expect to see such a strong person in such a small place. He swept Shiraha, Yang Liu Oki, Tushan Yaya, Tushan Rong Rong, Marco, and the seriously injured Rockdal. 6 people. Thinking about the consequences of the fight, Garp couldn't make up his mind. He was an old man. Chi Yuan was still very young. It would be a shame to die here. What are you all doing? My country is suffering, and the rebels are about to win the royal capital. Do you want this country to be destroyed? Vivi rushed into the middle of the two sides and shouted with tears, Mr. Shiraha, didn't you come to helping hand me? Didn't you Marine do it for justice? Then please save this country first. The many strong players on the court were a little embarrassed. Garp coughed a few times. Kyuzan, little girl praying for the garden. Our people are coming soon, right? Garp, Vice Admiral, they are coming soon. Kyuzan understood Garp's meaning. That's good. We, as Marine, hurry to stop this war. And don't let a little girl cry anymore. This is our Marine's duty. Garp wore a Marine Justice coat and turned to take Kyuzan and Kyuan away. Up here, Luffy was buried in the sand with his head full of bags, thanking him for escaping from his grandfather's claws. As Garp waited for Marine to leave, Dragon also took the revolutionary army to the other side to help. Their purpose was to stop the war. Robin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shiraha. What should I call you? Just call me Shiraha, and so can the captain. Shiraha didn't care too much about a title. Shiraha, there is a historical text in Arabastam, so Charon's whereabouts should be recorded on it. What do you want to use it for? Robin asked. A shot at the Holy Land, Maria. Haha, of course it changed the world. By the way, the history of the year was published in front of the world and the truth was exposed. Robin knew what Shiraha was thinking, and confirmed that Shiraha really wanted to use Karen to shoot at the Holy Land, Maria. I will translate it for you. I hope that the whereabouts of Karen are recorded in the historical text. Robin is the tallest of all the women on the court, standing with Tushan Rong Rong to form a special contrast. Let's talk about this later. Let's help stop this war first. Shiraha wanted to laugh a little, and immediately turned his head away from watching. Captain, if you want to stop this war, I have a good way. Vivi looked at Rockdal curiously. She was shocked that Rockdal would find a way to help. This was something she couldn't imagine before coming. I'm quite curious. Shiraha asked. Crocodile, what are you talking about? Dancing fan. Rockdal looked at the shocked group of straw hats and flicked the cigar in their hands. Tools are not evil and righteous. It depends on how you use them. Shiraha understands Curdle's idea, and the original book also used this to resolve a war, as if Smoker used his authority to reign Arabastan. Why are the insurgents rising? It's not because these rebels believe that all their rainwater has been taken away by the king's family. In addition to Luffy's only one fat beating for the experience of Arabastan's instance, the other two members of the Straw Hat Pirates' 3 major battles have eaten a lot of experience packs. In general, the current copy of Arabastan is not something a guy who has just left the novice village can break through. Princesses of this country, please take care of them. Let us take care of the next thing. Robin pointed to the bandaged group of straw hats. For some reason she felt very good about them. Vivi nodded, and went to look after Luffy buried in the sand. The straw hats were quickly taken to the palace by a group of ducks, and Vivi rode Kalu with his recovered Luffy to stop the rebellion and bring the country back to peace. Rockdal, do you know what your original destiny would be like? Shiraha asked with a smile, looking at Luffy who was leaving. Captain, I might be going to die. Crocodile guessed. No, you will be defeated by the pirate in the straw hat. Rockdal thought of Luffy who was stupid just now. His mentality was a little broken. Will he be defeated by that kind of fledgling kid? That kind of kid is not too much on the sea. Don't think he is just a kid. He has saved one country after another in the future. Shiraha has no hatred of Luffy, but chasing One Piece to make him trust his partner, willing to sacrifice his life and death for his partner. Luffy is very appreciated. People are honest-sided and selfish. How many countries and lives have been saved by the Straw Hats along the way? Luffy is a naive pirate who loves adventures and cherishes his partners. If it's Shiraha, I don't bother to take care of things that have nothing to do with me. It's good to be a villain, and a villain who really has the means will never act like a villain. That's what a fool can do. This kind of idiot who is impulsive and restrained by feelings, it is no wonder that in the future, they will save countries and do such boring things. Crocodile dismissed it. You are not much different from you at the beginning. Crocodile, Shirahar took them to the place where the rebel army was assembled. Marco flew in the air to observe the situation and shouted, "There are at least hundreds of thousands of people, right? There are too many people. This war is really hard to stop." Of course, these rebels came here with desperate thoughts, and they didn't want to fight in their hearts, but there were things that couldn't help them. Crocodile was dangling a cigar, with a gangster style. In troubled times, everyone is often involuntary. We are also pawns on the ocean. Shirahar spit out, he wants Karen even more. With Karen, he can break through the king-level combat power in the future and be able to start a thorough battle. Changed the world. Crocodile considers himself Arabastam's chess player, which is actually a chess piece on a larger chessboard. Captain, I have removed the sniper, and all the members of the Pakistan Rockwork Club have arrived. The artillery shells I installed in advance and the explosives that can be used for the entire city have all been removed. Vivi stood not far from Crocodile, shocked. Only then did she understand how naive she was at the time, and it was impossible for her to defeat this thoughtful and powerful Shikibukai through others. Mr. Shirahar, thank you, and thank Crocodile for your high hands. Vivi hugged Luffy tightly, as if this would give him a sense of security. This group of big villains is really terrifying. Huh? Crocodile's expression was uncomfortable, like a cheeky expression. Vivi rushed into the square with Straw Hat Luffy, but unfortunately the rebel army had already fought with the king's army, and the leader of the rebel army was Vivi's childhood friend Koshaw. Stop it, you guys don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. No matter how Vivi yelled, neither side of the Red Eye could hear her. Luffy did not dare to put two heavy hands on these people. Vivi, these people are too annoying. I will take you to the clock tower. Well, thank you, Luffy. Vivi hugged Luffy's neck, and the two came to the clock tower with the ability of the rubber berry. Vivi looked at the two fighting parties below. Her eyes were extremely painful. She really couldn't do anything. In the end, she turned her gaze to Shirahar and others. Crocodile, do it. Big sandstorm. The dancing fans rushed to Arya Sky with a burst of sandstorm. Dark clouds began to gather, and a heavy rain was brewing. Suddenly, the rain fell. Interesting things, it can actually rain. Tushan Yaya had completely forgotten that she was here to trouble Shirahar, activated the extremely cold demon power, and made the heavy rain into heavy snow with meticulous operation. Isn't it beautiful? She glanced at Shirahar triumphantly. Countless Isiris are flying up and down on every battlefield. Under the sunlight, these Isiris flash in Arya Sky. Unrest occurred on the battlefield, and more people stopped fighting, reveling in the sight they had never seen before. It's snowing in Arabastan? Everyone, please listen to me. This war is over, and the rain from now on will belong to all of you. Vivi spread farther and farther in the quiet square. Koza, who was badly injured, saw Vivi standing next to a silly boy and sighed. The war should be over. No, Mr. Koza, we came here with the determination to die. None of this is over yet. It was their king family who took our reign first. The rebel army on the field is a bit reluctant. Captain, there is nothing I can do about it. I have returned the reign to them, and I have not sent anyone to pretend to be the king's army. And the king? Tushanrongrong looked at Rockdale with interest. There are still smart people in this world. Look at me. Shirahar smiled, and Conqueror's haki on his body was controlled within a reasonable range, covering the entire venue. The weak chickens of the rebel army and the king's army have a feeling of drowning. Give me face and end this war. Oda has never said that no one in Pirates can single-handedly challenge the setting of two admiral teaming up. Neither the main story nor the SBS has said such a thing. This is what was circulated in a bar back then. Yes, inferred from some guesses. Question mark. End of this chapter. 228 There is an army in pirate world. Sexy Robin translates historical text online. Please subscribe. Chapter 228 The pirate world has an army. Sexy Robin translates historical text online. Please subscribe. Shirahar spread all over the square. The rebel army and the kingdom army heard his voice, but they couldn't raise their heads to look at him. Kang dang, kang dang, kang dang. These people put down their weapons one by one, and after a series of reactions, everyone in the square put down their weapons. Then, these people looked up at Arya sky, their bloodred eyes softened. It's really snowing in Arabastan. Their war was also over. Koza, the leader of the rebel army, sighed in relief and lay on the ground. The battle that spurred Retsu just now caused him serious injuries. The 700,000 rebel army and the 200,000 kingdom army reveled in the snow regardless of each other. The war is over. I don't know who was the first to utter an inner shout, which drove the other people on the court to shout. Shirahar just launched Berry, which is similar to the red hair. It can be said that it is a familiar stalk of the pirates. In fact, it is not the ability of the red hair, but the strength of the red hair itself is the greatest face. Conqueror's Haki, who surpasses other imperial class, is not inferior to Hawkeye with superb swordsmanship. Who would dare not give him face? Domineering territory teaches to be a man. In a world where strength is respected, its own powerful strength is a pass, and those who don't give face will have to go to war. The Arabastan rebellion ended. Marine and the Revolutionary Army came to fight Soy Sauce. After the war, Garp and others returned to the Marine headquarters. Even if the king invited them, they didn't stay. Garp, Kuzan, and the ignorant Prayer Garden are all good Marines in Marine. Arabastan had such a big event, and they were ashamed. In addition, Arabastan's millions of fighters supported the great man who prevented the war. In the eyes of these people, the one who saved their country stands with the hero of their country. Curdle is a hero in their eyes, and Shirahar is their savior. The revolutionary dragon took the opportunity to enter and established contact with Arabastan. This incident saved tens of millions of people in Arabastan and saved them from living in aquatic heat. The Straw Hat group was also entertained by Vivi. Shikibukai Crocodile was not removed, and the world government mandated that it be suppressed. Marine is the last facade used by the world government to cover up, and it is also a shield for blatantly doing bad things. Marine headquarters also agreed to this matter. In Marine, it was East Blue who produced the Axe King Colonel Marine and the Mouse Colonel Marine, and the two were a misfortune. It is said that it is a shameful facade, but in fact it is to control the flow of news and only let the civilians know what they want the civilians to know. Crocodile, it seems that your Shikibukai position has not been changed, Shirahar said with a smile in the palace room with 5 people. Crocodile also put down the newspaper in his hand, in order to cover up the facts. This is a common method used by the world government and Marine. The Straw Hats were in another room. Basically everyone was injured, except for Luffy, who had recovered his vitality, and Von Cray under Crocodile. Luffy also planned to take Von Cray. Pulled into his boat. My nephew, are you ready to go? Marco shook his head and said with a smile, Uncle, I am going to stay and have a meal. Titch is already dead. Ace will not be caught, right? I can also tell the dead Saki and the old dead has a business relationship. This is not necessarily true. If Ace's identity is exposed, there will be countless people in the ocean who want to catch him. Shirahar cut the apple and started feeding Tojant babies. He originally planned to feed Luochi alone, who promised that Tu Shanrongrong came to join in the fun. He had to cut the apple into pieces and feed the two together. At this time, Tu Shan Yaya walked over to him. You don't want to feed me too, do you? Shirahar asked with a shocked look. That's not the case, Tu Shan Yaya said with a blush. I'm just curious about the identity of the person you mentioned. Oh, Ace is the son of One Piece Roger, and the only blood of One Piece. What? Crocodile went to see Roger's execution back then, and the news was shocking to him. Marco's eyes were slightly surprised. It was the first time he knew Ace's identity. Whitebeard had never regarded Ace's identity as the same thing, so he didn't tell them. But to him it doesn't matter who he is or not, he only knows that Ace is his younger brother and his family. On the contrary, Tu Shanrongrong had a thoughtful expression on his face. After a short rest, everyone went to eat in the palace hall. During the meal, Rockdahl also approached Luffy and said that he wanted to compete with him. Luffy, who had lost his mind, excitedly agreed to the competition with Rockdahl. After a competition, Luffy was beaten by Crocodile, who had restored his faith, and became the Buddha of Tathagata with Haki. "You are so amazing. I will definitely beat you next time," Luffy said while eating meat while lying on the table. Rockdahl looked at Luffy, who didn't hold any grudges at all, and inexplicably saw his own year in this fool, but he was not so weak and stupid back then. The reason why he fell into this situation is not only because he lost to Whitebeard, but also because his life and death partner was black-handed by Marine. It was clear that he still had the identity of Shikibukai at that time. Losing to Whitebeard made him feel unconfident about his own strength. The death of his partner made him distraught. The assassination of Marine made him even more desperate. Under the triple blow, Rockdahl was completely distorted. That was the last time he cried. The death of the partner hit Rockdahl, just like the death of Ace hit Luffy. Unlike Wang Luffy, no one could save him at the time, and no one could bring him hope. From then on, Rockdahl, who had fallen, walked into the abyss. "Captain, you won't abandon and betray your pirate flag, will you?" Shiraha, who was eating, looked at Curdle after hearing this. He thought of the actions and words of the rebellious little Rockdahl when he first met Roger. "Since I have hung the pirate flag, I have entrusted my life to the sea. I will never betray my pirate banner." The pirate banner is a symbol of partners and dreams for these aspiring pirates. The pirate flag is the soul of the pirate ship, and also our symbol. "I don't want to be a soulless person," Shiraha said while eating. Rockdahl swept around. "Captain, are we just these crew members?" "More than that, there are some crew members who are younger and have not really grown up yet," Shiraha asked curiously. "Isn't your purpose Karen? Why cause chaos in this country? It's not good for you, right?" Vivi sat next to Luffy. His ears suddenly pricked up. "If you don't break it, you won't stand up." Rockdahl explained the plan in its entirety. "I used the rebel army to cleanse the king family of this country, and then took the opportunity to stop the war at a critical moment, seized the country, and then developed with the power of a country. Karen needs to be built. If you want to build that kind of weapon, only the country can support it. With Karen and a country, I will gradually devour other countries around me and develop Arobastan with the resources and technology of other countries. One day I will develop a country that is stronger than the world government." Shiraha, everyone, Cobra. The king who advocates peace and is dedicated to the people is a little lamented about Crocodile's ideas. If Shikibukai's plan succeeds, maybe Arobastan will truly become one of the best powers in the future. But the people of Arobastan may not be happier than they are now. "Your idea is good. But when you have this idea, you have already given up on the path you really want to take." After the meal, Shiraha and Cobra went to other places alone to communicate. "His Lord Shiraha, what do you want to know from me?" "Charon's whereabouts are in the historical text. I really can't figure out what else you want to know." As a wise and not mediocre king, Cobra looked confused. "Look at him." "Have you been guarding Charon for many years?" Shiraha asked. Cobra knew it and nodded. "We, Nefertari, a family, was one of the 20 kings family who founded the world government before Yaoyorozu. It was also the choice of our ancestors not to live in the Holy Land. Now I want to come here for the purpose guard Charon's whereabouts." Shiraha searched for news in his mind, trying to piece together a series of clues. When Yim appeared on the field, fragments of photos were scattered on the ground. The people in those photos were all famous creatures in the sea. Even the Sea King Shirahashi's photo also had a sword inserted, except for Vivis' photo. the assassination of Vivi and Cobra of Arabastan was also carried out, which proved that the 20 kings of the year were not united in one heart, at least not after the battle. What happened at Yaoyorozu years ago can probably be summed up as a dragon slaying a warrior and eventually becoming an evil dragon, and the whereabouts of Karen left by Nefertiti is used to overthrow the world government once again. It can be guessed that their king family had conflicts back then. It can also be guessed that Vivis' ancestors were to avoid the same thing, so for later people have left weapons that can check and balance. All this is just Shira's guess. The real truth has been too many years, and it has long been buried in history. During the exchange with Cobra, Shiraha also learned that the world government not only owns marine, but also has a powerful army unit, which also has an army admiral. Shiraha has never paid much attention to matters on land, forgetting that there are also red earth continents in the pirate world. Is it not normal to have an army? However, at his current level, it is not difficult to kill 2 admiral. If one admiral, he can shit admiral, who makes him have a plug-in. You want to know the historical text for a long time, let's pass it together. Robin took off the white cowboy hat and put it on Shira's head. Shiraha, our deputy captain won't be jealous, right? Then put it on for her. Shiraha put on Yang Liuqi's white cowboy hat and nodded. It's quite appropriate. Under the leadership of Cobra, the group entered an underground path in the mausoleum. Seeing the whereabouts of Karen that he had dreamed of, Curdle's eyes still showed excitement. Robin, a simple archaeologist, translated all the above content, and said with a little satisfaction, "This records the whereabouts of Karen, and there will be a complete Karen on the final island, which is what you call Lavdru." Shiraha froze for a moment. It seemed that 4 pieces of historical text were needed to reach Noland Fudru. Cobra thought for a while to take out a stone hidden deeper, and Robin translated a few more words on it. Robin translated softly, "The enemy of God. One of D's family." Shiraha took it smoothly. Robin looked at him in shock, and asked anxiously, "Have you seen this? Some words on this have been blurred. I hope you can tell me that this thing is very important to me." "No." Shira's eyes were complicated for a few seconds, and he said, "The enemy of God. Most people with strength know it is one of D's family. If you don't believe you, ask King Cobra, he must know it too." Shiraha threw the pot to Cobra. "I saw this great sage can explain. One of D's family is the enemy of God. It has been spread a long time ago. I don't know the specific reason. The enemy of God, one of D's family. Elite asylum. The land of the desert. Agreed back then. Murloc paradise. Yaoyorozu years ago, the boat of oath. Sea King comes to the world. The kingdom of samurai. With blood as Matsuri, Karen exterminates the world. Sky Island. Drifting in the sea of stars, where is the hometown? There are not many words on this, Your Majesty. You have to protect such an important thing anyway. Marco couldn't help but vomit. Rockdahl heard about the world's 3 major weapons, but didn't understand the others. It's not that a little word is missing. It's that most of the words are missing. If it weren't for Robin's solid foundation, he might not be able to translate it. Cobra was a little embarrassed. It took a long time to take it out. He didn't expect it to be like this. "I really can't see anything from the above news." Shiraha uses a chat group to translate. It's really easier to understand without Robin's translation. Sometimes there is a difference between humans and machines. Seeing that his eyes were wrong, Yang Liuqi asked, "Husband, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just feel a little pity." There is a similar text in it. Shiraha has already read it in the Valley of Gods. "Be happy, at least we know the whereabouts of Karen." "You said that Roger will reach Lavdru, and we can follow him to find Karen." Yang Liuqi hasn't forgotten the original promise. Her kind of generals attach great importance to her promise. "Yes, I also promised Roger to accompany him to Lavdru." End of this chapter. 229 Vivis farewell. The transformation of Rockdahl. Please subscribe. Chapter 229 Vivis farewell. The transformation of Rock Dahl. Please subscribe. Shiraha and Yang Liuoqi were communicating. What they were saying was completely unintelligible to others, and to Shanrong, who knew some of the situation on the court, showed a deep smile. Captain, One Piece Roger died more than 20 years ago. Rockdale reminded. At this time, Marco reacted. Uncle came from another timeline of another pirate. Roger in that timeline was still alive and had not yet reached the final island Lavidra. Captain Shiraha, do you seem to have a secret? Robin came to him after finishing the translation. Guess, will I tell you? Shiraha smiled playfully. His goal is already clear: to reach Ralph Drew and let Karen see the sun again. He wondered if Robin would meet his mother again. I am not interested in things other than historical texts. Since security is now guaranteed, of course I want to find other historical texts. Robin, you and Rockdahl will accompany me to the New World next. When the matter is over, Shiraha is going to take the family to the New World, go to see Whitebeard, and confirm the status of the Fire Fist Ace. Then, take Rockdahl and Robin to the original world. If these two people are really willing to follow him, they will definitely be able to pass through the two worlds. Captain Shiraha, casual. I can just protect that lovely little sister with the deputy captain. Robin looked at Tu Shanrong beside Yang Liuoqi. Shiraha. He doesn't know how to complain. Why do these people think that Tu Shanrong is harmless to humans and animals? Even Robin, who has a high IQ, couldn't tell. Obviously this fox demon with the highest IQ is the most dangerous. Captain, I'll go with you. Rockdahl said with some pride. I'm much better than Robin, and I can protect that little sister with Deputy Captain helping hand. Tu Shanrong narrowed his eyes and smiled sweetly at the two. Shira's heart, little sister God TM. That little sister can easily press you to the ground. Then just go with me, just go back to meet my old man. I can be considered as having the right to speak now. Marco has become the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. After going back this time, he was able to persuade Dad to make Rockdahl become. There are all 10 6th divisions in the pirates. The deputy captain said that Rockdahl's current level is still not good. Don't be kidding. I didn't say that I would join the Whitebeard Pirates. You'd better ask my captain about this. A character like Rockdahl can tell what Marco is thinking at a glance. Marco, I will take Robin and Rockdahl to my world so that the world government will not be able to threaten them. Shiraha said that their insiders can understand. After all, this matter is very involved. It's very deep. If other people don't understand, then it really doesn't understand. Uncle, I understand. Marco nodded, and then said, Brother Ace, and they are too weak, so the world government has given them such a high bounty. I'm a little worried about the way behind them. It's not easy to go. Straw Hat Luffy was offered a full 100 million rewards, just like the original, but Zora and Sanji offered 80 million and 72 million rewards respectively. This bounty has clearly surpassed the strength of the Straw Hats group, and the three major powers of the Straw Hats group are only about 50 million, and the difference between the three is not much. Shiraha's 7-day vacation has taken 3 days, and there are 4 days left. He is going to spend 2 days for Rockdahl to train the Straw Hat group, and let Rockdahl get back some of the feeling of the year. The gang of Straw Hats who were called by Marco and Rockdahl were very confused, and then they all experienced 2 days and 2 nights of training. Shiraha taught Sanji Rankyaku Tempest Kick and Tsuki Cloth, 2 tricks that were suitable for him, and gave some advice on Zora swordsmanship, and felt that Zora was very suitable for walking on the path of the Dedgarasai 5 Elders. If the future Zora can reach that level, defeating the current Hawkeye is really a simple wish. Mr. Shiraha, are you leaving? Vivi asked. It's not just me, they should also go. Marine's warship is waiting for us nearby. Shiraha looked at Vivi and smiled. Your Majesty has taken out the deepest secrets of his country, and I will be there. When I leave, I will give you a present. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Shiraha. Vivi is looking forward to the gift he will receive. After saying hello to Shiraha, The princess hurriedly ran over to find Luffy and them. Crocodile, in just 2 days you feel like you have completely changed, Marco said with some difficulty. Not enough. This strength is far from enough. Crocodile stopped. The contest between the two is over. In the past 2 days, Tushan Yaya and Yang Luoki also secretly tried a match, and the specific outcome is unknown, but the relationship between the two has gotten closer. The two fox demons also merged into the group unknowingly. Shiraha bid farewell to the Straw Hat Gang and Princess Vivi, and left Arabastan with his much stronger army. Captain, where's our pirate ship? Crocodile looked at the coastline that was completely different from what he had in mind, and then asked, where is this? Uncle, before I came, it was obviously not like this. Marco was also confused. Our pirate ship hasn't done it yet, but the pirate flag was carried by me. Why did this happen here? The reason is that Luochi and I had a fight with a strong enemy before entering Arabastan. Shiraha tell them about these situations. Both Crocodile and Marco were shocked. Do they still have such a powerful existence in their world? Hey you bastard, didn't you want to give that little girl a gift? Why didn't you give it anything? Tushan Yaya said playfully, this mission has a time limit. Even if you still have a crossing card, how many? I'm going back in a few days, and they won't be able to find you at that time. My husband, if he does what he says, he will definitely give it away. Yang Luoki retorted, I believe in Captain Shiraha, too. Robin was wearing a shirt and trousers, blowing the sea breeze, looking very amorous. Luochi, can you suck out the seawater? I can. There is still capacity. Can you remove too much salt in the seawater? This matter is easier for Sister Yaya. Tushan Rong pushed and ears Tushan Yaya out. Then let's start. Fall 7. The dragon sucks water. The long spear in Yang Luoki's hand pierced many silver flowers under high-speed rotation. The most breathtaking thing was that the long spear touched the sea in an instant. Tap lightly like a dragonfly. With another wave of his hand, he raised his gun to the sky, and the sea water in the sea seemed to be sucked out by a straw. Yang Luoki's heroic and high splash brought a vast ocean to Arya's sky, covering the sky like a galaxy. Crocodile and Marco looked at this scene with a little panic in their hearts. A lot of water. A lot of sea water. Tushan Rong saw this. Sister Yaya, it's time for us to take action. Tushan Yaya snorted softly, but the movements on her hands were quick. The art of Fox Demon The source of purification. The 2 Demon Emperor level Fox Demon used the magic of painting the mountains to remove the excess salt in the inverted galaxy, and the sea water turned into fresh water. Suddenly, the sky was full of bright white salt, and the processing process was omitted. Crocodile saw his own use. Sand gathering. The difference between salt and sand is not too big, and characters like Curdle can easily control similar items. Salt mountains piled up on the ground. Drink. Yang Luoki understood, waving his spear and flicking it forcefully, driving her ends tens of miles in the sea, forming a giant dragon, and flew to the distance of Arabastan. Tushan Rong and Tushan Yaya are continuously desalinating seawater, and Crocodile also collected this large amount of white salt. Such white salt. Such good quality white salt. Marco swallowed his mouth and pointed to the salt mountain in front of him. Is it worth a lot of money? Salt of such a good quality, if sold to rich people and expensive families, it would be equivalent to a golden mountain. Crocodile said affirmatively. Captain Shiraha, what are you doing? Robin asked curiously. Shiraha smiled. King Cobra told me such important news. I have a clear grudge and sent him a vast ocean and a forest. Forest berry fast growth. Shiraha activated the berry ability and used the berry ability to maintain a forest inside Arabastan. If this forest could not be maintained by his ability, it would soon disappear into the desert. But with a vast ocean, or fresh water, the forest can survive. In the depths of the desert there was a forest and an oasis. The few warships that were watching from afar were almost shocked. Captain, I put Das Glaciers on the Straw Hat Boys boat, and Von Cray, That fool seems to welcome these two people." Crocodile pointed to the Straw Hat gang not far away. The strength of Das Glaciers and Von Clay is not inferior to that of the Straw Hats. Both of them have good conduct, one is loyal, and the other is loyal. Now that the plot has changed, Shiraha doesn't care if the Straw Hat Pirates will be the same as the original. Xiao Feng, we will be partners from now on. The new Geo is also very happy to join you on the adventure in the sea. The two fools hugged each other. As soon as Von Clay got on the Merly, he became familiar with Luffy, and Das Glaciers was constantly training Haki and Six Style. Zoro regarded each other as rivals on the ship, and he also had mutual recognition in his heart. Feel, little ones, we should set sail. The Straw Hats have gained a lot in Arabastan, and they have got two partners with considerable potential. They are ready to take the next adventure. Robin now has nothing to do with the Straw Hat Pirates, and there is no bonds. Find 4 pieces of historical text to go to Rough Drew. In fact, Karen Rayleigh knows where Rough Drew is. Before the Straw Hat Pirates reach Love Drew, this secret will be made public. In fact, what they enjoy is the experience of the adventure, not the result. That is the most precious asset. It's too dangerous for you to follow them. Your identity has been exposed in advance, and the prayer garden lacking miracle I will definitely report to the world government. Captain Shiraha, do you want to leave me? I clearly said that I will speak for Ahura. I have nowhere to go now. Shiraha activated Berry's ability and expanded it with Young Xiao as the core, forming a small aircraft. He waved his hand. Come on, you make it look like I am a scumbag who abandons you. Robin smiled slightly and jumped up gracefully. Everyone else came up too. Aren't you a scumbag? You are scumbag if you don't marry. Tushan, Yaya said coldly as she passed by Shiraha's side. Shiraha can't understand what Tushan Yaya's mind is. When everyone was about to leave, Vivi rode Kao to bid farewell. The princess of the country wore a gorgeous blue dress and faced them. Everyone. Mr. Shiraha, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Vivi. Vivian. The Straw Hats were excited at first, and then lost in their hearts. They all knew that Vivi could not go with them. I really want to go on adventures with you, but I love my country, and I decided to stay and be a qualified princess. Vivi said at the end of her tears, if we meet again one day, you are still willing to call me as it a partner? Just as Luffy wanted to speak, she was stopped by the housekeeper's wife Nami. There are Marines warships waiting nearby. They can't affect Vivi. As a princess of a country, if they have contact with the pirates, it will have serious consequences. At least I can't admit it in front of Marine. In the end, they turned around and raised their left hands in a tacit understanding. The arms are their common secrets. That is a sign of being a partner. Vivi saw their answers and burst into tears. Sailing. Set sail. With their backs to Vivi, the gang in Straw Hats still held up their hands. Following Luffy's command, the Merly took them to the sea and far away. They will continue to adventure on the sea with Vivi's dream and will. No matter how far away, the partner is by your side. This silent answer caused a great shock in Rockdahl's heart. Partner. Can I hold it? I must protect. He straightened his waist, his body getting stronger and stronger. The powerful aura from Rockdahl reminds Marco of his father even more. Mr. Shiraha, I saw it when I came. It is really the best gift. Vivi saw the vast ocean and oasis, and said with a smile in tears, thank you, Mr. Shiraha, I have seen this in my life. The most beautiful scenery. Shiraha and others, except Crocodile, faced Princess Vivi and nodded goodbye. Crocodile, you must protect the things you want to protect, and fight for your life to protect them. I like these words very much. I hope to see a different you someday, Mr. Rockdahl. Goodbye. As soon as Vivi's voice fell, Rockdahl was dangling his cigar and turned his head to look towards the shore. She was beckoning at them on the shore, noticed Curdle, who turned her head, and smiled. Crocodile's face was complicated, and in this atmosphere, he nodded. Everyone all the way tailwind. Soon after, Princess Vivi looked at the empty shore and wiped away her tears. Karu, let's go see the gift Mr. Shirahar gave me. End of this chapter. The text of the country's death. Go all the way well. You are currently playing. Please wait a moment. After the content of the new pen at https www.speech.com is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 230 Berry's ability use. Go to the new world. Chapter 230 Berry's ability use. Go to the new world. Under a long Celadon rainbow, Vivi rode Cow to the oasis. She has seen the most beautiful scenery and the best snow. And she has the most precious friendship. This is really an experience that makes people unwilling to end and unforgettable. Karen is at Lavidra, my nephew, Crocodile. What do you think? Shirahar wrapped Yunxiao with Berry's ability and transformed it into a tool capable of manned flight. Flying swordsmanship is easy to use. Marco sat on a vine chair, with his pineapple head on his head, his eyes half open and half awake. Our pirate group is not interested in this kind of thing at all. Dad never cared about treasures, weapons, domination, and power. In addition to collecting a small amount of tax for our daily expenses, our pirates actually handed it in on their own initiative. If we don't accept it, their hearts will be very disturbed. The money that the old man sends to his hometown is to rob other pirates. The group got it. Shirah understands the psychology of those civilians. No stranger will be good to you for no reason. If the Whitebeard pirates don't accept a little money, the civilians may suspect that you are more conspiring. Neither Marine nor the world government cares about the life or death of those civilians. What benefits can you get by doing this? Rockdale asked silently. Because the old man said that we were forced to embark on the path of pirates, and when we are able, we will give back to our hometown and take care of the civilians. Marco scratched his head and said with a smile, the Whitebeard pirates never cared about these things. They guarded one area of the New World. Whitebeard is silently guarding his hometown and Murloc Island from Anone's encroachment. It's no wonder that my plans for the New World all failed. Crocodile sighed. We didn't lose in justice at the beginning. Compared to Karen, I hope that I can reach a world comparable to the world in the future. The strength of the three major weapons. Back then, Rockdal, who was so energetic, cherished his companions, and whose courage was not inferior to anyone, was back. My boss seems to have a good chat with Captain Whitebeard 1st Division. Robin smiled, looked at Shirahar, and stretched out his hand. Captain Shirahar, you didn't create the forest out of thin air, did you? Shirahar was wondering why Robin asked, but she saw a few seeds in her open hand. These seeds are very strange. It's the first time I have seen them. I don't know if it's the reason why I don't know much. Shirahar. These seeds were sent by members of the group from another world. It is really a problem if you, a person in the pirate world, can recognize that the forest must not be created out of thin air. No matter how exaggerated Devilberry's ability is, it is impossible to create a forest in the desert without having anything. The difficulty of drawing life energy from the surroundings and creating a forest without foundation is not the same. So Shirahar used a little trick to let a large number of seeds enter Arabastan along the vast ocean, and then used Berry's ability to create a forest and stable land. Robin is really a woman who pays attention to details and has a very high IQ. She immediately understood that Shirahar might have used these seeds to create the forest. Do you want to know where the seed came from? Shirahar took out some more seeds, trying to amuse the new crew. Tushan Yao immediately came over to dismantle him. Those seeds are not in your world at all. He doesn't have the ability to create a forest out of thin air. That already involves the domain of the creator. Humphrey Tushan Yao akimbo, hugs her chest, and turns her head and said, he played Satoshi Ming. It seemed that he created a forest, but actually accelerated the growth of seeds. Tushan Rongrong looked at Shirahar with an embarrassed face, squinted and smiled. My husband has a very good relationship with the group members in the group, so that we can get these seeds from the group members. Yang Liu Oki immediately stood up to support Shiraha. It is already very powerful to be able to create an oasis. The destruction of beautiful things is only a momentary thing, but it is far more difficult to create than imagined. This is not Satoshi Ming. Liu Ochi. Tu Shanrongrong felt that he had lost again inexplicably. Why do you speak for this bastard like that? Men are the ones who don't get on the floor for 3 days, but he will abandon you at any time. Tu Shanya's crotch is wider than the shoulders. It is the best, but it is a thorny rose. You little fourth are not qualified to say it. Yang Liu Oki puffed up his chest and said loudly. Although she didn't have the turbulent waves like Tu Shanya, but compared to Tu Shanrongrong's small size, there was much bigger, and she was just the right size. Tu Shanya's face turned dark, and he snorted and said nothing. Hearing this kind of conversation, Robin was suddenly startled and his eyes widened. There is something wrong with these people. This intellectual beauty pinched her slender waist and blinked at Shiraha. This situation is more complicated. Anyway, this one has the highest status. Understand? Shiraha said with his arms around Yang Liu Oki. Then I listen to you, Captain Shiraha, or do I listen to the deputy captain? Robin teased. Yang Liu Oki leaned on Shiraha and smiled and said, just listen to him, I believe him. I see. Robin's eyes softened, and she kind of liked the deputy captain. Captain Shiraha, when shall we leave? Robin's words made Marco and Rokda all look at Shiraha at the same time. They were also wondering why they didn't leave. You fasten your seat belt first. Do you want me to help you? Shiraha manipulated the vine, eager to trying to wrap Robin's body. At this moment, Tu Shanrongrong raised his hand and said, let me help Miss Robin wear a seat belt. Thank you, Sister Rongrong. Welcome, Shiraha. While helping Robin fasten his seat belt, Tu Shanrongrong looked at the mature intellectual beauty in front of him, and looked at it from head to toe. It was so big. She looked at herself with a faint sense of sadness. Men are all hateful visual animals. Isn't her figure unpopular these days? Robin was stunned for a moment, wondering if it was her own illusion. She seemed to see a trace of envy in Tu Shanrongrong's eyes. Marco and Rockdale, who watched, also put on their seat belts in a similar manner. Yuochi, can you share some strength with me? There is not much time left, so I want to drive to the maximum size and finish some things as quickly as possible and leave. Husband, you don't have to be polite to me. My strength is your strength. Yang Liu Oki placed his hand behind Shiraha's back, and a strong and exuberant force gently entered his body, like a stream of heat surging in his body. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get ready to start. End of this chapter. Chapter 231. Who takes advantage? Rayleigh sold himself for a drink again. Chapter 231. Who has the advantage? Rayleigh sold himself for a drink again. Shiraha got a steady source of power. When he was about to take them out regardless of consumption, two more forces entered his body. One of them was rude and strong, which could be said to be quite unreasonable, whether he wanted it or not. He came in when he could stand it. Shiraha couldn't help but screamed out from the instinctive reaction of his body in front of Rockdale and his elder nephew. Marco said it was too late and it was fast, and he took out the blindfold and earplugs in the blink of an eye, pretending to be asleep in the seat. Rockdale took a look and immediately touched the earplugs from Marco. After putting them on, he turned his gaze to the other side. Tu Shanya, This chilly air current ran around in his body without any reason. This is purely intentional. What am I? I am not afraid that your physical strength is not strong enough, and it is not long enough, and not strong enough. This will help you transport a little strength. Tu Shanya said happily while looking at the deflated Shiraha. Don't mention how proud she is. Sister Yaya, don't irritate him. Every time you irritate him, he will encounter bad things. While transmitting power to Shiraha, Tu Shanrongrong stopped Tu Shanya. She didn't want to lose to Yang Liu Oki. She hasn't forgotten the memory in her mind. He just can't do it. So he needs strength. Helping him. Tu Shanya still didn't forget to ridicule further. Shiraha's eyes felt gloomy, and he turned his hand back. I don't need your power. I need you. Get out. Before he finished speaking, Shiraha felt something was wrong. What did he push to? How come there is still a strong reaction force, soft, and flexibility? He squeezed again. This shape is also not quite right. Ruined. He immediately put his hand back, and said faintly, Flying Sword Art middle dot super agility. With the support of strong energy, it has driven to the new world at super high speed. Tushan Yaya flushed, trying to bury her head in the sand in shame. She was actually, Sister Yaya, he was angry just now, but you provoke him like this for the first time. This is a big victory. Tushan Rongrong diverted Tushan Yaya's attention. You deserve it. Yang Liu Oki knew that Shiraha didn't mean it, and that a small fourth dared to be so rampant. Do you really know who the head of the family is? Tushan Yaya's mind was numb, and she was even more embarrassed. She almost yelled just now. Fortunately, she stopped the car in time, otherwise the level of shame would make her run away. Looking at Shiraha who was driving in front, Tushan Yaya made no extra moves. She was a bit too much. But it was so cool to let this bastard lose such a big face in front of his eldest nephew and the crew. Anyway, this bastard has taken so much advantage of her, but how could this bastard have no reaction at all, besides being angry? Does this bastard have no other reaction? Just when Tushan Yaya was a little gloomy, the wind blew Shiraha's long hair and showed her the red ears. She couldn't help but smile secretly behind her. Robin had watched this process completely. She was a little confused, but she was even more confused by the performance of Tushan Yaya before and after. Captain Shiraha, can you drive slower? It's too fast. I feel like I'm going to fly out. Robin touched the vine nervously, fearing that the thing would not be strong. At this super agility heffing speed, the sound is difficult to spread. Shiraha didn't hear Robin's words, and his heart was a mess. He was planning to push Tushan Yaya away, but he came across something familiar. It was so big that he couldn't grasp it. The only thought in his heart now is to run away as soon as he arrives at the destination. This is still one of the few that he is so angry that he loses his mind. Just like the shameful situation just now, which man can bear it? He is not a tortoise. Shortly after, arrive at Sabadi Archipelago. This is a very special island, composed of towering trees. The ground of the island is formed by the roots of constrict. They stay here for the time being, looking for a legend from an old age. Shiraha stood on the root of the tree facing the cold Tushan Yaya. The expression on his face was a bit awkward and speechless. They glanced at each other. Both sides were a little embarrassed, and the high cold aura Tushan Yaya tried to maintain was about to lose its strength. Sister Yaya, Shiraha brother, let's go and play. A lot of bubbles on this island look very fun. Tushan Rongrong acted as a lubricant if the situation was not right, making the situation on the court less embarrassing. You go and play, after half a Tokyomi, just gather here. Shiraha took a deep breath. Hearing this, Marco and Rockdal went to buy some things together, and they both suffered during the flight. Don't slip away at this time. But when will you stay? Robin was very knowledgeable and didn't feel embarrassed. On the contrary, she thought the captain was quite interesting. It was true that she didn't want to sit again. So fast, who can stand it? What do you mean? You want to leave me behind? Tushan Yaya asked with her arms akimbo. The mission is over, you can actually go back anytime, right? Shiraha blushed and said, I was so embarrassed for the first time. You don't need to continue following me anymore. Actually, our relationship is not too good. He wanted to send these two fox demons away, and it didn't matter if the two fox demons were in the next business. Tushan Yaya was taken aback. Yeah, what did she come here for? It seems that there is really nothing to do with her husband. Xiosn and Xiosi are related to us. It's not more lively if we walk together. I still like the feeling of being together. Yang Liu Oki held Tushan Rongrong in one hand and Tushan in the other. Yeah? Question mark. Shiraha's face was full of black lines. Robin, an intellectual mature woman, looked at Shiraha's current expression, thinking of the situation at this time, and couldn't help but laugh. She is really interesting as a small captain. Isn't such a powerful and beautiful ice beauty not fragrant? Sister Wrong Wrong, can I be with you? I hope you can protect me. Robin knew that Tushan Wrong Wrong was very strong. Okay. The five of them soon arrived at the bar opened by Shaki, who was ripping off. The female pirate who was hunted down by Garp 40 years ago was not a member of the Kuro's pirates. You guys are pretty good. The women around you will compete with each other. If someone sees it, they will get in big trouble. Shaki lay on the counter, glanced at the people who came in, and took a cigarette. It's just a bunch of pigs. If I really meet, I don't mind killing Marine Admiral together. Shiraha lay on the sofa and said calmly. Shaki was taken aback and looked at them seriously. The more he looked at them, the more he became frightened. Brother, are you here to trouble me? I came to see my old friend, his name is Rayleigh. Looking at Shaki, who was worried, Shiraha added, I'm not here to ask for trouble. I'm here to inquire about something. Shaki thought about it. You may not see him for the time being. He has disappeared for a while. Generally speaking, he can be found in the casino, but the current situation may be that he sold himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 232. Shaki, do you want all these girls, or 4,000? Chapter 232. Shaki, do you want all these girls, or 4,000? Shiraha was taken aback, looked at Shaki for a while, and blurted out, he sold himself again. Shaki just drank a sip of wine directly out. Ahem. This woman, who could be Shiraha's grandmother at her actual age, supported the counter and couldn't help but laughed. I believe you know that old man now. You go to the slave auction site. Maybe you can see him there. Shaki shifted his gaze and looked at the four girls who came in with the little man. Tut tut. All kinds of styles are the best. I had a good fight with the guy in my family. The young people nowadays are really amazing, and they seem to be in good health. Shiraha lay on the sofa, pondered for a few seconds, and said speechlessly, I feel a little sympathetic to the buyer. Which hapless one will buy it back from One Piece? Roger's deputy captain Karen Rayleigh. Isn't this a sheep's mouth? Shaki looked at this little man and felt more and more interesting. Rayleigh doesn't do things like that, but there are exceptions to everything. Basically, the people who can participate in the auction are not good people. Maybe it's really possible. Shaki twisted his waist and left the counter. Rummage behind. Then, she took out a wanted warrant and a newspaper, put it on the table, and said with a smile, the world's largest swordsman Bloodsword Shiraha, also known as the most mysterious strong man on the sea, defeated after the famous Hawkeye Superior. He became famous throughout the sea as soon as he debuted. Shiraha listened to his own deeds with interest. He remembered that Shaki in the original book was an informant, and there were few things on the ocean that could be concealed from her. Morgans exposed the affairs of Arabastan and mentioned that it is related to you. The world government is very troublesome. Shaki spoke out some information casually, pointing to the intellectual mature beauty who was there. But you are beside you. He didn't mention any information about these people. I didn't expect one of them to be Nicole Robin. If it were you, he would indeed be eligible to protect her in the hands of the world government. The Ahura incident of that year has long passed, and the world government can't commit an enemy to such a powerful existence for a survivor. This is Shaki's idea. Otherwise, there will be no power and people on the sea that can compete with the world government. In fact, the most weird thing about your information is that Marine did not issue a wanted warrant at the beginning, but instead sent Garp and the prayer garden guarding sent the Maria to look for you. There are twists and turns inside. Just think about it and you can understand. Shaki stared at Shiraha, knowing the value of the little man in front of him, a strong man who would be tempted by any force. I wonder why Marine issued your wanted order suddenly. And after the Arabastan incident was reported, your wanted order changed again. This is what makes me most curious. Shaki vomited. Persuaded, you are a very mysterious guy, and very powerful. I hope you can listen to my advice. Don't go against the world government. Rayleigh, he has retired. Even if you find him, He cannot abandon a group of young girls and go out to sea with you. This old man seems to be living happily after retiring. Shirahar looked at the charming Shaki for a few times, and then sold himself when he thought of nothing. Then Rayleigh, who was locked up with a group of beautiful little girls, ran away with the little girls. It was really a good calculation. Not only can I get the money for selling alcohol, but also the little girl who is in desperate situation. Rayleigh, a manly old man, can slap a group of little girls in any world. Don't worry, Rayleigh reluctantly forgot to come back. Shirahar smiled. I'm not worried, I am quite relieved of him. No matter how he wanders outside, he will eventually come back. So I opened a small bar and waited for him here. This is a woman with a story, and her experience with Rayleigh in those years must have been quite wonderful. Shaki looked at Yang Liu Oki, who was armed with a gun, and asked with a smile, "Aren't you worried?" Yang Liu Oki glared at Shaki. "I believe I can't replace him in his heart." Shaki showed a smile on his face and his eyes were a little dazed. Afterwards, she pointed to Shirahar and said, "You should have been a romantic man, and a man who belongs to the ocean. But men like you often don't belong to one person, because men like you have given their lives to the ocean." Handed over to partner. "You are the second man I have ever seen to give his heart to a certain girl." Shaki said strange words, and looked at them with gentle eyes. "Would you like to teach you something about people who came by?" "No need." Yang Liu Oki refused bluntly. "It's not that I don't understand anything. I have done everything I should do." Robin also put away the book and smiled and asked, "Captain Shirahar, are we still in a hurry?" Shirahar nodded and said, "We should go now. Go find him." Sister Yaya, let's follow Shirua's brother. Tushan Rongrong will automatically reduce his IQ when he meets Shirahar. It's still early. There is still a while before the agreed date. I shouldn't have known you back then. Tushan Yaya said in a helpless tone, "We don't need to follow them on the way down. That's it. Just leave." "Hasn't our task already been completed?" Sister Yaya. Shaki watched this scene with interest. "Little Shirahar, you are really enviable. But I am a woman. Do you want all of these girls, or did you choose to hurt them all?" Shirahar said without concealment. "If it is possible, of course I want it all." This is a man's normal thoughts. Shirahar secretly glanced at Tushanya, feeling a little flustered. Things are thoughts after all, just like daydreams. The two of them are very dangerous. As for the other one, that doesn't suit my appetite. I like strong women. Robin smiled slightly. Tushanya cold and frosty. Shaki held his chin and looked at the funny little man. "Found him. Remember to let him come back." "I'm afraid he doesn't want to come back," Shirahar said before leaving the tavern. Tushanya, Tushanrongrong, thank you. You helped me a lot. I and Liuochi will be enough for the rest of the road. If you have a chance, I will go to Tushan as a guest. "No thanks. I didn't come here to help." Tushan Yaya said in a nonchalant tone. "You will think clearly before doing something in the future, or you will regret it. I know you will not die. But you also have to consider the people around you." Shirahar looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "Don't tell me you know what will happen to me in the future." "I don't know what will happen to you in the future, but I have felt the sadness in you." The frost on Tushan Yaya's face turned into a red glow. "I have really admired you for a long time. Maybe I like you." Shirahar was taken aback, not understanding why Tushan Yaya said such things. "Sister Yaya, let's go." Tushan Rongrong waved his hand. "Brother Shirahar must be careful." And Sister Liuochi, goodbye. The two fox demons disappeared out of thin air in front of Shaki, except for their traces. They no longer exist in this world. Robin's eyes were taken aback. "I've lived for so many years. This is the first time I have seen someone like you." Shaki smiled. "It's also possible that it's not a human." Shirahar looked at Shaki stunned. "It doesn't matter whether it is human or not. Most people don't live like a human being." Shaki looked at the three people who left, reminiscing about his past in his eyes. "You were originally a selfish and cruel guy in a certain way. If you continue to be cruel, you might be able to reduce the pain a little bit in the future." Captain Shirahar, You are really a strange person. My husband is a very good person. Luo Qi, you think too well for me. Shiraha stared at the necklace on Yang Luoqi's neck and said seriously, no matter what happens, you must never take it off. He'll listen to you. Shiraha looks at the person in front of him. He will not be sad. No one is happier than him. And the future will never be the same for Asai. Long-term company is the best guardian. Even if he is a selfish and cruel person, he will fall in love with other people. Toshan under the sorrowful love tree. Second sister, we are not allowed to talk about what happened in the past few days. Tushan Yaya was wearing a blue robe and her face was dotted with red clouds. Sister Yaya, this is a little secret between us and him. The secret cannot be told to other people. Tushan Rongrong looked at the sister Yaya who had changed back again, really happy. Things in the past cannot be undone, and things in the future can be changed, so cherish the person in front of you. Shiraha brother, I really don't understand the sadness in your heart. I hope that one day I can see the real you. Tushan Rongrong looked at the suffering tree from a distance, looking forward to the next real meeting. There are a few strangely shaped berries beside the affection tree, which is a gift she brought back from another world. The Holy Land Marie joys. A powerful breath flashed between the flowers in the deepest part of Pangu City, and someone on the hollow throne opened his eyes. What the hell is this uneasy feeling? No one on this planet can beat me. Are they coming? Sitting on the hollow throne, the person hidden in the shadows, through the layers of hollow, looked up at Hoshi's aura above, and his voice trembled slightly. There is a bad feeling in my heart that has been lingering. Crocodile, nephew, why are you here? Shiraha came to the auction venue and saw two guys lying swaggering on chairs. Captain, uncle. After some exchanges, Marco and Rockdal learned that Tushan Rongrong and Tushan Yaya had left this world. Shiraha told Curdle and Robin about other worlds in Arabastan, and planned to take them to another pirate world. Marco also told Whitebeard and the people close to him about this. Uncle, the person you are looking for seems to be on the auction stage. Marco pointed to Rayleigh who was drinking on the auction stage, and saw that the old man was standing next to two beautiful girls wearing collars. Shiraha saw it, his eyes were speechless. This old man really didn't accept the old captain. The person you're looking for is Rayleigh. Seeing the captain nodded, Rockdale stood up with a cigar in his mouth. All those people above belong to us. Get out of here if you don't want to die. The host of the auction recognized Curdle, one of the Shikai Bukai going down, and said tremblingly, this is Dova's site. Doflamingo? Crocodile sneered, hey ha ha ha, it turns out to be that guy's place. I'm afraid that guy will be scared to death. The guy who will be a dog for guy is not qualified to give me face. Are you ending this auction or let me do it here? Rockdal has a small tornado Tatsumaki spinning in his hand, which is a naked threat. Is this auction the site of Doflamingo? Marco transformed into an undead form and proactively exposed his identity in the auction hall. Whitebeard. Pirates. First Division Captain Marco. The host on the stage was so scared that he ran away and disappeared in a short time. The sound of uproar here finally alarmed Rayleigh, who was being auctioned. The old man looked over here, recognized Marco and Rockdal, and smiled calmly in his eyes. Haha, this is pretty straightforward, Rayleigh. I have something to do with you. Shiraha laughed as he looked at Rayleigh who was untying the collars of other slaves. Oh, Rayleigh looked at the young man who called his name curiously, and couldn't remember who this young man was. What's the matter with these bugs? A bloated pig named Saint Charles Rose raised his pistol and pointed it at Shiraha. In fact, he fell in love with the two girls next to Shiraha. Go to the worm that offends God. Boom. Sulfuric acid. A silver light flashed in everyone's eyes. The bullet was divided into two halves, and the pig's head was also penetrated, and even the two Tenryu beaters at the back could see the opposite person through the hole in the front pig's head. Ah! The female Tenryubito Yulia Palace screamed. She was Tenryubito's sister who died. Clearance. Shiraha gave an order. Rockdal and Mako rushed out to deal with the lackey who protects Tenryubito. There was chaos on the field. Tenryubito died in this place. They all knew the consequences, and Marine Admiral was coming over soon. The most terrifying thing was that the Marine headquarters was nearby. The sky moved. Shiraha killed the screaming female Tenryubito with a single sword. Her head rolled down, and Liulia's beautiful face was filled with horror that could not be concealed. This domineering female Tenryubito didn't think she would die here either. Vine strangling. A few vines like a python constrict went on to Saint Rosvard, causing the last Tenryubito on the field to die in agony. It's troublesome now, Rayleigh said with a drink. End of this chapter. 233 Tenryubito is dead. Admiral is coming. You don't talk about Koichi. 4200. Chapter 233 Tenryubito is dead. Admiral is coming. You don't talk about Koichi. 4200. Tenryubito died here. Marine Admiral will be here soon. All the unseen people on the field rushed to the gate, and soon there were only a few people left on the field. The auction backstage. The host is using a phone worm to contact his backstage. Hume, what happened to you calling me suddenly? Minge was lying on the fur sofa on the roof of the Dressrosa Palace. The intermediary of the underground world is in a good mood now. He took off his sunglasses and was basking in the sun on the balcony. Joker, something happened. Our auction was smashed! Exclamation mark. Brother Ming put on his sunglasses again, and asked in a cold tone, "What did you say?" The person opposite was terrified. Hearing this news, Doflamingo's good mood suddenly disappeared. It has been a long time since he has not walked around, and everyone dared to ignore him. He put on a pink feather coat and cropped trousers again, exposing his sexy legs, and walking with a nasty little pace. "I'll give you another chance to speak. What's the matter?" Crocodile, Marco Phoenix took the lead to hit the scene, and I also heard the name of the legendary big figure Karen Rayleigh. 3 Tenryubitos have died at the auction. Brother Ming was stunned. What did he hear just now? Immediately, he showed a cruel, crazy, sick smile. Some interesting things have happened. Let this world turn upside down. Doflamingo is a contradictory person and an egoist. He cares about family and companions, and can kill his father in order to regain his identity. After knowing that his brother is Marines undercover, he can also kill his brother mercilessly. In his eyes, the world dominated by Tenryubito becomes more chaotic, the better. Humelessy is beginning to become lively again. The auction venue was in chaos, and the bodies of the 3 Tenryubito who had just died were still hot, including the female Tenryubito. At the gate of the auction, there was a bald middle-aged man wearing a suit and pooping belly. After a few glances at the body of the female Tenryubito, he hurriedly left. Shiraha noticed, and said, "Everywhere in your eyes are beasts in clothing." Young people who can participate in this slave auction are rich and powerful. Even expensive family and Tenryubito. You shouldn't kill them on the spot. Rayleigh certainly didn't care about Tenryubito's life or death. Those 3 Tenryubito have been domineering in Saberdi Archipelago for a long time, and it is also a destiny to die here this time. What he cares about is that the peace of his retirement life seems to be broken. Once Marine Headquarters Admiral arrives, this place will become a battlefield. Young people nowadays are so impulsive. Hurry up. After Rayleigh opened the collars for the slaves, he walked slowly towards Shiraha. After the 2 beautiful female slaves were unlocked to gain freedom, they looked reluctantly at the old man in front of them. They were already fascinated by the old man. "Thank you. I want to repay you." "Me too." Rayleigh turned to look at these 2 beautiful girls, and laughed loudly. "You shouldn't be able to stay with my dying old man. Get out of here. The sea is very vast." The 2 girls didn't take a few steps. They would look back at this charming old man, but it was a pity that they didn't hear the sound of holding back in the end. The charm of the elderly Rayleigh remains unchanged. He is the remnant party of the old era, and this new era does not belong to him anymore. "You are so strong, Young man, even the girl around me is so strong. I really am out of date. Rayleigh drank a little wine. His glasses flashed sharply under the reflection. You come to me for this one. Is there anything wrong with the old guy? The two young people in front of them are not simple, and even the weaker girl has a unique temperament. Guahaha, our captain is coming to you, so naturally we have something to ask you. Rockdahl solved all the opponents and came to the legend. Karen Rayleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece Roger, is really a big one. The big man who has gone. Rayleigh turned his gaze on Rockdahl. A few seconds later, he was surprised, but he knew that this young man was still very good back then. It's a pity that I was too confident about my strength later. Soon after I became Shikibukai, I challenged Newgate's defeat. You have a good spirit, not inferior to the little bullet. It seems you have found your way again. Rayleigh simply praised him, looked at Marco, and said hello, Marco. Newgate's current. How is your body? Daddy's body has always been great. In front of outsiders, Marco certainly couldn't tell the truth. Rayleigh smiled casually. He almost guessed that after many years of retirement, his physical strength and courage were worse than before. Not to mention Newgate, the hidden danger of Shaking Berry is too great. The body of the four emperors in the New World has long been scarred, and the hidden injuries are serious. That is, the four emperor-level battles have not occurred in the New World in these years, and the aftermath of Whitebeard is still there. Although Guy said he was a lunatic, he didn't dare to provoke a Whitebeard who was at the end of the road. The anti-four emperors would never let Guy go too much once she got the chance, and the power she had worked so hard to build for many years would be ruined. Let's go out and talk. I can tell you everything you want to ask. The sophisticated Rayleigh wanted them to go to other quieter places. Just say it here, I'm in a hurry. Okay, then. Rayleigh laughed while holding a hip flask. But Marine Admiral is coming soon. Let's deal with this matter first. Luochi, is there a strong presence here? Shiraha asked. Saberdi Archipelago is not far from the Marine headquarters, and at the speed of a top powerhouse. I am afraid that it will be able to get here from the Marine headquarters in a minute or two. Someone rushed over. This breath is very familiar. It's the guy who wants to punch him as soon as he sees his face. Yang Luoki said in a cute tone. I want to beat him as soon as I see the face. Puff Shiraha couldn't help but laugh. He knew who was the hapless guy who came over, and 80% of it was Sengoku, who agreed to pay for overtime and labor. Uncle, which Marine Admiral is here? Is it Guzen? Marco asked expectantly. Their speed is not as fast as ours. The journey from Arabastan to Saberdi Archipelago is very long. If Shiraha hadn't had 3 charge treasures, it would not have been possible to get here so quickly. The one who came is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Marine Admiral? It's kind of interesting. Crocodile showed an expression of excitement. Captain, let me play with him. Take me one. At this time, Kizaru was outside the auction house, holding a phone worm in one hand. Mosi, Master, are you there yet? The order has been given in the killing of Tenryubito. Kill it on the spot. After Kizaru agreed, he hung up the phone. There is actually a murderer of Tenryubito. It's terrible. This Marine Admiral said terrible, but his actions were honest. He lifted his long legs of 1.8 meters and aimed at Shiraha, who was sitting in a chair at the auction. Kick at the speed of light. The brilliant golden light shot out from the onomiterate long leg, and was blocked by a blue flame before entering the auction. Hey, a little over the line. Marco transformed into a phoenix form, and after seeing Kizaru, he smiled relaxedly. It's terrible. Kizaru was a little surprised to see Marco here. The Whitebeard pirate, Ho'oseal. Marco did not talk with Kizaru, covering the fierce kick of the senior armament, and kicked the Marine Admiral in an instant. Kizaru, degrees. Before he finishes his lines, he starts to fight. Will not talk about Koichi anymore. Kizaru, who was temporarily defending, blocked it with his arm, but under the strong force and impact, he was kicked and flew out. With superb reaction ability and combat effectiveness, Kizaru instantly becomes elemental to reduce further damage to himself by the impact. Bang! The power penetrated hundreds of meters away and produced a huge explosion. Marco, who was struggling to shoot, unexpectedly caused some damage to Kizaru. Yet hurts Kizaru, who was relieved of the elementalization, felt his injured arm, and couldn't believe it. He always feels that something is not quite right. Shouldn't Marco just let each other's water be like him? How to put skills in the beginning. Next, it's not just pain. Marco hung in the air, knowing that he would have played against this admiral on the top in the future. He will never let Ace and Dad have another accident. Let me take a good look at how strong you admiral is, who is clocking into work. Kizaru, Gan. How could a pirate know that he clocked into work? Arc Moon Sand Dunes! Exclamation mark. Question mark. Crocodile suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru, his arm turned into a sand blade and cut his opponent in half. Suddenly, a panic flashed in Kizaru's eyes. The level of Haki just now was cut out by Rockdal. If it weren't for his body's instinctive reaction and fighting consciousness, at that moment elementalization and hiding, he might really be cut open. Rockdal, I haven't finished the fight yet. Marco opened the strongest form of human and animal form. In this state, his attack power and resilience are terrifying, but his durability is far less than normal. The Great Sword of the Desert. This move cuts off the elementalized Ake Ainu in time on the top of the war. Crocodile's move can kill Admiral and even the 4 Emperors level characters. Not all human physiques are exceptionally special. After breaking and standing, the spirit is better than the peak period. Rockdal, although the physical fitness has not improved much, but Haki is back, stronger than the peak period. This familiar force, Rockdal, was already the master, but it was just that the events of the year hit him too much, and he fell into despair and shadows, which made Haki not be able to use it. The internal destruction of advanced armament can't be avoided by instant elementalization. Sky Kong Yunjian. Kizaru used Berry's ability to change and used a lightsaber to block this move. It's so dangerous. When did you also cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates? Guaha, I hate people like you the most. A guy like you wasn't qualified to fight with me back then. Go to hell. Crocodile's hands turned into sand blades, and the sand blades were covered with advanced armament. Haki, Desert Diamond Sword. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought each other, and Kizaru felt that something was wrong after a few encounters. Wasn't Crocodile almost abolished back then? Why did he beat me so fiercely? Did he know about the fact that I led the team to destroy his companion back then? Worse, the monster that used to fight with Bullet is back. I want to report this incident to Marine Headquarters, for overtime pay. Husband, he is a little different from the beginning. Yang Liu Oki looked at Rockdal, who had been with Admiral outside the door, and said, like 7. He is really different. It was a breakthrough after facing life and death several times. Shiraha believes that the 3 powers were indeed on an equal footing back then, and that the newly emerged Crocodile will rise to a higher level in the future. Shiraha thought of challenging him in Arabastam and losing to him in the end, even if he faced life and death again. He was as fearless as he was when he challenged Whitebeard. Jianfeng was close at hand, but his face remained unchanged. The rebellious kid back then is still very arrogant. Yang Liu Oki knew that Rockdal had challenged Shiraha when he was in Arabastan, and wanted to see once again what kind of strength the ceiling of the 4 Emperors was. How could Bullet, who ruled the roost with the body and armament at the time, be tied with the average Logia? Crocodile's haki and boldness are by no means inferior to anyone. Even the Bullet on Roger's ship back then is also not inferior to Roger. Does Marine Admiral have this strength? Oh, it's terrible. Rockdal. Tomo Hakikyo. After Kizaru was elementalized, it shot countless dazzling light bullets at Crocodile in midair, but it didn't play a role for Crocodile, who had the color of seeing and heard and was also able to become elemental. Blue Flame Goose. Marco had been preparing for a long time in midair, and he used his 2 fingers to draw strange flame flowers in the air. rotating and attacking his opponent. Kizaru was stunned. Why did Marco beat him so seriously? Big move one after another. He is just a wage earner. Marco, don't grab my prey. Erosion reincarnation. Crocodile, I asked first. The two of them didn't give Kizaru any face, and two big moves attacked the Marine Admiral, and then Marco beat the Marine Admiral into the auction venue. Bang! The huge impact swept away, and the entire auction venue was shaken. The smoke cleared, and Kizaru, who was delamentalized, showed a stinky face, and his eyes were a little cold. He was a little embarrassed. His golden suit was rotten, and there were still traces of blood on the corners of his mouth. Obviously, Kizaru hadn't figured out the situation before he was hit by a series of joint attacks that didn't talk about Koichi. It's terrible. Crocodile, have you forgotten your Shikibukai identity? I don't want to see your proud face. Do you really think I don't know what happened back then? Crocodile joined Shikibukai first, and then challenged Whitebeard. If you don't believe Baidu, post it. Oda SBS, just check it out. End of this chapter. Chapter 234 of the text. Listen to Rayleigh's story, Shiraha who succeeded fate. 4200. Chapter 234. Listen to Rayleigh's story, Shiraha who succeeded fate. 4200. Seeing the angry crocodile, Kizaru pouted and said in a humble manner, "It's terrible, so you know it. Your partners were shot and killed by me in the whaling, so you want to give up your Shikibukai identity and join the Whitebeard pirates." Rage's eyes widened when Kizaru heard the first half of Kizaru's words. He suspected that Marines Righteous stabbed his pirate group back then, and now he can be sure that the person who killed his companion was the damn Marine running dog in front of him. Kizaru is a Marine Admiral who insists on ambiguity and justice. He seems lazy, speaks casually, and is the most truthless in nature. If Ake Ainu is the kind of Marine who ignores civilian lives, as long as it is the sin he thinks is damnable, then Kizaru is the kind that can talk to you with a smile, and then kill you mercilessly, just like clocking into work. In my heart can't make the slightest disturbance. Even his sensei was just a task of clocking in at work. But this is the mentality that a strong man should have. Crocodile exudes a suffocating breath all over his body, and slowly speaks, "I won't join hands with anyone. I never cared about Shikibukai's identity. Because, I am Crocodile." As soon as the voice fell, a scarlet light flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and the tyrannical intent of ultimate killing radiated from him, shocking the audience. "It's really interesting. It seems that after I go back I have to ask the marshal to give me a salary increase." Kizaru's extremely unflattering voice sounded in the quiet auction. Mythical's human beast form Haki does not reduce the previous year's gratification. Crocodile, it's terrible. The light on Kizaru's body was getting brighter and brighter, and his body was shining with golden light, like a little sun in the auction hall. He became serious. "Is it here that you are an admiral? If you don't run, it will be too late." The newcomers of this era are very powerful. Rayleigh smiled and looked at Shiraha and Yang Liuoki, who had hidden their breath. The two of them practiced life return, and they also possessed a unique berry, able to hide their breath perfectly. The othermost power comes from the guardian spirit and the spiritual power in the body. The usual disguise of a spiritualist is no different from that of an ordinary person. If it weren't for Rayleigh's excellent eyesight, seeing that amazing marksmanship and swordsmanship, he would not believe that these two young men were very powerful. Kizaru looked in the direction of Rayleigh, and became rare and solemn. "Karen Rayleigh ... It's time for you to appear. I have heard that you are on this island many times." It turns out to be true. "It's not just me, but also a terrible young man," Rayleigh said with a smile. Kizaru then noticed Shiraha, who had been sitting in the chair. His eyes widened sharply. He had seen this man on the wanted list. He was a man who defeated Hawkeye. If he had known it earlier, he would have asked Marshal Sengoku to add money. The breath is hidden so well. This is an incredible monster. Guahaha, aren't you nonsense? That's my captain. Crocodile elementalization came to Kizaru's side. desert prison. As long as his right hand touches the Marine Admiral in front of him, Rockdal will be able to absorb most of the water in Kizaru's body. Rockdal, who has recovered Haki, is confident that he can catch anyone with Logia Berry's ability. Ho-Oh Seal. Marco kicked the same move that was more powerful than before in the form of humans and beasts. Kizaru looked at the two big pirates who didn't tell Koichi that he was going to gang up on him. Shiraha, who was called the captain by Rockdal and Rayleigh in retired state not far away, he was a little panicked. This lineup should not be faced by him. This admiral, who went to work and fished in the water, was in a big crisis, and he couldn't continue to hide his strength. The attacks of Rockdal and Marco hit Kizaru, but there was no physical feeling, and both of them passed through him. This is a fake? Rockdal waved his hand to disperse the Kizaru in the air. He didn't have a physical body, but turned into fragments of golden light and disappeared. Clone. Crocodile, be careful. There are many Kizaru. Marco pointed to the large number of Kizaru on the field and reminded. Shiraha, who had been sitting still in the chair, finally became interested. Die. The blood-colored sword light illuminates the audience and wipes out all the Kizaru clones in an instant. Like 7, try to keep him. Shiraha looked at Kizaru, who looked no different on the court, and instantly understood that it was all fake. The real Kizaru had run away not long ago. Yang Liu Oki activated her current limit of knowledge and experience, and found Kizaru who was fleeing in the distance. 1 spear skill middle. Norman frontline. A silver light pierced through the wall of the auction house, chasing Kizaru, who was escaping with Yato Kagami. Danger. In an instant, Kizaru was no longer hiding his strength, and his body was a masterpiece of golden light, which was condensed into a giant light group outside the body and launched out. A bucket of thick golden laser light wave was launched, and it countered the silver light that came after it. Lost to the left of the wave since ancient times. But Kizaru didn't leave the opponent behind. His purpose was to escape. There is no overtime, labor fees, year-end bonus, compensation, and welfare bonus. I want him to fight with so many monsters. Let's dream. Fortunately, he slipped fast, otherwise he would be appointed to stay here. Kizaru could feel that the great swordsman who defeated Hawkeye wanted to kill him. This was his cautious intuition for many years. This time it was really too dangerous. In that situation, apart from hiding his strength, he was wise and decisive to choose from his heart. It can be said that the 4 emperors alone can't escape. Shira's face was a bit ugly. His original purpose was to kill a Marine Admiral. In order to prevent future plot corrections, he planned to weaken Marine in advance. It's really Marine Admiral Kizaru, don't push it to death. Who would have thought that this admiral is so slippery and powerful? If Kizaru hesitated a little earlier, or developed a love for war, this would be his burial place. Captain, he ran away. There is no other way. Kizaru is the hardest to kill among the 3 admiral. Shiraha suddenly liked the tough Akai Nu. It was easier for him to kill than Kizaru. The young people nowadays are really amazing. Rayleigh smiled. This time their marine headquarters can't raise their heads in front of Tenryu Bito. Guahaha, the dog hasn't completed the task, so naturally he can't raise his head in front of the master. Rockdal sneered with a bloody sneer. Rayleigh smiled. You young people, what question do you need me to answer? Shiraha smiled and said, I know you followed Roger to La Vidra. I am very interested in that place. Rayleigh nodded, then shook his head. I did go to La Vidra with Roger. Do you want an epice? That's a shame. Roger didn't let us leave the Eternal Pointer to La Vidra. I really didn't. It doesn't matter, I will go by myself. What I am interested in is what is on the island of La Vidra. Shiraha looked at Rayleigh curiously. I have a close relationship with Rox, the former maritime overlord. Rayleigh froze for a moment, took the hip flask in his hand to his waist, and sighed. Roger, is this the fate you said? I can tell you everything. The thing Roger regretted the most was to stop Rox. Rayleigh's eyes flashed reminiscences. Roger said that this world is better to be destroyed by Rox than it exists. At least destruction is the same as freshman. 1. maybe this world can usher in a new situation. Roger thought that Rock's actions would cause the whole sea to be unrest. In Roger's eyes, the sea belongs to everyone and the sea is free, so Roger went to stop rocks at that time. But when Roger and I reached Lavidra, we discovered a terrifying truth. You must confirm this truth yourself. The only thing I can tell you is that this world is a scam. This is a hopeless world. A scam? Rayleigh said, as if there was a kind of magic that attracted Robin. It may be related to the truth that she and those historians have sought in their lives. When Rayleigh said this, his tone was a little excited. This truth is obviously also a terrible thing for him. The legendary pirate who has experienced most of his life. After our captain reached Lavidra, he discovered the truth, a big joke, and understood Rock's crazy behavior back then. Does that silly mind use his brain? Shiraha murmured Rox silently in his heart. When that huge treasure was in front of us, we all laughed. Some things can't be struggling or changed. Sometimes it's better if you don't know it. Rayleigh sighed slightly. If the future is already doomed, who can change? Shiraha smiled confidently. If the fate of the future is doomed, then I am the future. I am the past and the future. With a confident smile on his face, Rayleigh was infected. What an amazing young man. What is your name? My name is Shiraha, and I want to know what you saw at Lavdru. Why do you say it's a big joke? When you reach that place, you can't help but laugh. Rayleigh's eyes became unpredictable. We are humans, not livestock. We are pirates, not revolutionaries. And we know too little about the sea. Shiraha looked at the old man who had gone through a long time and smiled softly. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. The truth and secrets left by Lavdru are the keys to ignorance. This is a world passed down by the fire, and hope will never disappear. Rayleigh looked at the young man. He felt a little familiar. His eyes also blown into Rockdale for some reason. Yes. After Roger's execution, I have never laughed so happily as that night, and never like that. Drinking all night. Our captain's life is really wonderful. Shiraha objectively said. Roger started the era of great voyages, and was called Devil by the world government. To be honest, this is not good for many civilians. Rayleigh nodded. Right. But Roger's words only released the suppressed hearts of those people. Countless people are living numbly and willingly to be enslaved. This world has long been distorted, and the truth behind it is even more ridiculous. Roger actually wants to create a little hope for this desperate world. He doesn't actually have to bear these infamy or do anything. It's good to retire quietly, just like me, waiting for the day of judgment. But he just did it because of the sentence on the stone tablet. Joey Nami, the guy who was before Yaoyorozu, was really too much. He left it all to the people behind. Shiraha wondered what Roger pirates saw in Lavidra. Is the Karen, one of the world's 3 largest weapons, on Ravdru? You'll know when you go to see it, so-called world weapons. All the doubts in your heart will be answered. Rayleigh pointed to the distance and said, Karen is not in Lavidra, but Lavidra is related to Karen. Shiraha had a sense of expectation towards Lavdru and left his seat. We should go now. It seems that there is still no shortcut. We can only go there by ourselves. Yang Liu Oki, Robin, Rockdal and Marco followed him and prepared to leave. Walking to the door, Shiraha stopped, turned to look at Rayleigh and said, there was a bar owner who said that you should go back and see her when you have enough waves. Of course it is your own choice whether to go back. The 5 people left and flew directly to the new world over the Fisherman Island. Rayleigh came to the door of the auction and looked up at Aria Sky, as if he saw Roger's smiling face. Roger, you regretted stopping rocks, but you finally chose to bring the last hope to this era. Now, the light of hope is passed down. If the world is really unsaved, I will stand up, because my old man will not live long anyway. Hey, this boat is great. I stole it. Really? What's your name? Rayleigh. My name is Roger, and our encounter was destined. Rayleigh. Destined? Rayleigh. Do you want to subvert the world with me? Huh? Subvert the world? I won't die, brother. Rayleigh burst into laughter. Roger, you lied to my boat back then, you lied to me again. This journey is really long, and I'm almost at the end, Roger. He looked in the direction Shaggy was ripping off. I should go back and take a look. The sea. An airtight small plane flew above. Crocodile, have you ever regretted going out to sea? Captain, what are you talking about? I have never regretted going out to sea. Crocodile looked at the sea. Captain, I know you actually want to change the world. I can help you. We are longing for the sea, in fact, we are longing for freedom, but I don't know why I feel that there are no free people in this world. Shiraha agrees with Crocodile's words very much, always feeling that this world ruled by the world government is too deformed. He understands that all of this has something to do with Yaoyorozu's things before, and it has something to do with the blank 100-year history. The gears of destiny have turned, the past and the future are in our hands, and we will not lose. I will take over the past, control the future, become the leader of the new era, and the swordsman of the old era. Robin, who was tied up by the vine, smiled and said, Shiraha is very ambitious. I will also help find out the truth. I really hope that the sea can become truly free. End of this chapter. Chapter 235 Whitebeard Territory. Irregular Shanks. 4100. Chapter 235 Whitebeard Territory. Irregular Shanks. 4100. New World. Territory of the Four Emperors. Whitebeard. Crocodile, don't think about what happened just now. Just keep what happened in your heart. Shiraha looked at the absent-hearted Crocodile and said, you will still have a chance to meet him in the future. Just drop him. Uncle is right. We are not much worse than Admiral. If you practice physical skills, we will still have a chance to kill Kizaru. Marco flew in midair, breathing comfortably in the air of his own territory. Marco, your physical skills don't seem to be good. Shiraha said that his head hurts when he thinks of these 2 half-dozen guys. Marco's physical skills are a little bit stronger, but it's really a little bit stronger than Piccolo Crocodile. I'll talk about revenge later. And remember one thing, if you can fight in a group, don't go heads up, understand? Shiraha walked toward the base of the Whitebeard pirate group, and said as he walked, Crocodile, don't even think about it. It's good to be alone and beat him up at that time. Blindly acting aggressive is the most stupid behavior. Yang Liu Oki held a spear and said solemnly, he can leave it to me. I can seal his position. The next time I meet, I will hit him hard when he can't react. Take me for revenge. Dad will definitely allow me to help, Marco said excitedly. Crocodile smiled. This kind of long-lost feeling is really good. The pirate and marine have a different position. They can be divided into life and death, let alone put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. Shiraha can't say such stupid things. Go and kill. I will. Crocodile nodded. Even if it was for the companion of the year, he would do his best. After the 5 entered Whitebeard's permanent residence, Marco took them directly to find the old man. Marco, you finally came back. Dad is very worried about you, Joz said honestly. Yeah, I almost fell on the great root. Marco looked embarrassed. Isn't this Curdle? Why would you come back with them? Whitebeard noticed the 4 people who came back with Marco. After seeing Shiraha, his eyes were slightly shocked. Shiraha, that defeated in swordsmanship. Hawkeye's #1 swordsman in the world? The world's #1 swordsman who can defeat Hawkeye is enough for the 4 emperors to take it seriously. The top-ranked captains got into a state of preparation nervously. Marco quickly explained, all the weapons should be put down. I wouldn't be able to come back if it wasn't for my uncle. This time, Marco told the story again. And Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate, and several team captains were relieved. But then, the eyes of these people suddenly became strange again. I saw that these people all looked at Shiraha and Yang Liuoki with dumbfounded expressions. When did they have an extra uncle and aunt? Time stood still for a while. I'm going. Those things Marco said are true. We really have an uncle. The relationship between Dad and Shiki is very unusual. Rukio took the meteor hammer and was so surprised that he almost smashed his head. Wadeib, who hadn't changed much for many years, walked up to Shiraha and looked at his uncle carefully. The nature of the woman made Wideby couldn't help asking, "This young uncle, how do you take care of it?" "I still want to ask you about this." Shiraha looked at Wideby, who was at least 50 years old but almost 20 years old, and was speechless. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Marco couldn't believe that these people took his words into ears, and his eyes widened. "Oh, yes, I remembered. Our uncle and this young aunt seem to be very young." As the IQ representative of the white group, Wideby thought for a while, so there really is another world. "We will lose the battle, and the old man will die." At this moment, Beast saw Marco, rushed over from a distance, and asked, "Brother Ace, have you come back with you?" "Isn't Ace coming back?" Marco asked nervously. Beast looked at the tension in Marco's eyes with a puzzled face, then saw Octal again, and he immediately drew two knives. "No. What's the situation now? Aren't you the one who robbed Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman?" Beast recognized Shiraha's identity. "I have to say that no one can compare Morgans in dissemination of news." Then, the best swordsman in swordsmanship glanced at Crocodile nervously. This Crocodile was very similar to the state he was in when he challenged his father. Marco told Beast some of the situation and speculation, and a group of people began to worry. Shiraha's face looked ugly, Blackbeard was killed by him, and Ace was still missing. 3 Admiral in addition to Akainu who guards the Marine headquarters, he has seen the other 2 Admiral and Garp. Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, will not leave the Marine headquarters easily. The other 2 alternate Admiral guards in the holy place marry Joys. It stands to reason that apart from the Chief of Staff of Crane who has been pursuing Doflamingo, no one in Marine should be able to easily take Ace. The dignified Captain Whitebeard's 2nd Division is stronger than the General Marine Vice Admiral. Could it be that another Marine candidate, Admiral, also went to the Great Route from the Holy Land marry Joys? Don't worry too much. There are not many people who can easily take Ace in the ocean. If Marine headquarters takes Ace, they will definitely not let this opportunity to blow the morale of the pirates. Shiraha's calm words gave them great confidence. "Don't worry, I have Ace's life card on me." Wideby found a blank sheet of paper and completely calmed them down. The life card that belonged to Ace disappeared a bit, which showed that Ace was still alive, but in a bad state. Sure enough, something went wrong. "The life card will indicate that Firefist Ace was caught," Rockdale said with a cigar in his mouth. "Other forces who dare not touch the Whitebeard pirates, Marine's words will not let it go." "You can choose not to believe what I said, and you should believe what the captain said." Marco helped explain, "Ace is the blood of One Piece Roger." "What? Ace is Roger's son?" "No way." "You all quiet down, Ace is our family, that's enough." Wideby still stopped them with great momentum, and calmly said, "Also, don't tell Skeward about this matter for the time being. I am afraid that unexpected situations will occur at this critical juncture." Skeward was the one who stabbed Whitebeard in the war on the top. Although he was provoked by Akainu, Skeward himself had a grudge with Roger, and his partner was killed by Roger. "We know." After discussing with the group of Whitebeard pirates, they decided to inform the old man who was drinking with the red hair first. "Uncle, Red Hair is here, I'll go over and take a look first." Marco said hello and flew in the direction of the banquet. "Captain, should we leave?" Crocodile looked at the direction Marco was leaving. There was his lifelong pursuit in that place. "If you want to go, just go and see, Robin. Do you want to go there and have a look?" Shiraha looked at Robin strangely and asked, "No, Captain Shiraha, you take the deputy captain over there. I want to go to see the village." Robin pointed to the peaceful village and said she wanted to see how this village protected by Whitebeard was different from other places. "Captain, I won't go there anymore. Let me go to the village with Robin." The proud Curdle still couldn't bear the embarrassing situation after going. That newcomer Shanks turned out to be the 4 emperors. Also, the grudge between him and Whitebeard was unclear. Although Whitebeard didn't kill him, it also made him understand that someone was stronger than himself, which defeated his self-confidence. Luoki, let's go over together. Shiraha smiled at Rockdale, and took Yang Liuqi's hand and followed Huadibai to the banquet. Robin smiled and didn't mind Rockdale going with her. She and this Shikibukai have worked together for a long time, and there is a certain tacit understanding between each other. The two went to the village guarded by Whitebeard. Let me take you there. On the road, Whitby couldn't help but look at Shiraha a few more times. This uncle was really young, handsome and powerful, and he could beat Hawkeye at a young age. Why hasn't she heard the old story about the past? Uncle, I have been with my father for a long time, but I have never heard him mention you, and I have never seen you. Wadibai said tentatively, that magical group owner really knows is everyone's future. Maybe you weren't born yet, Shiraha teased. That's impossible, all. What is it? Wadibai footsteps suddenly quickened, and the expression on his face became stiff. Anyway, you can't be bigger than me even from that era until now. Oh, husband, don't tease her. Yang Liuqi praised from the heart. I think Sister Huadibai looks very young and beautiful. It's this little aunt who speaks best. Ha ha. I'll tell you the truth. No matter how the two worlds are the same, there will be differences. Besides, in my world, the Rocks pirates didn't lose completely during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The future is never constant. The trajectory of the Topperson world has already undergone tremendous changes because of him alone, and both of these two pirate worlds are different from the original. When the three of them came to the banquet, a huge wave of air greeted them. A normal unnamed man confronted a titan with the pinhole on his body. I said, don't chase Blackbeard alone. That's a very ambitious conspirator. The red-haired magnetic voice said with a serious face. Cool la 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 red-haired kid, I'll take care of this. Whitebeard Newgate took the knife back, knowing that he was really no better than before. He took the initiative to attack the red-haired, and was stopped. Father, hurry up and help hang up the potion again. After some busy schedule, the banquet started again. Cool al you are the people, Marco said. Whitebeard smiled boldly, come as a guest, then he'll call you Brother Shiraha. No problem, Brother Newgate. Kihahaha, Brother Shiraha has a great appetite for me. Whitebeard said with a laugh. I killed Blackbeard in Arabastam. I wanted to stop Ace's affairs. Unfortunately, I failed. Shiraha understands that big events can only be prevented unless they happen. It may cause some problems in advance. Unforeseen results. For example, he killed Blackbeard, who was likely to become a boss in the future, and he didn't know who replaced the plot of Blackbeard in the future. But no matter how powerful it is, it can't be better than the Blackbeard who became the Four Emperors. Titch. He still hasn't been able to hold back his ambitions. The person who killed his family is not worthy of forgiveness. Father, the matter of Brother Ace. Wadibai was worried about this brother. I already know about Ace, and I let him go. Whitebeard sipped his wine and shouted, Ace is my son, no matter where he is, no matter what happens in the future. I, as you my father, will definitely stand by your side. Whoever dares to move us first, ask if the knife in my hand is acceptable. The redhead who was drinking and drinking saw Shiraha and Whitebeard communicating. What an interesting young man. Captain, that's not just interesting. The young man you said defeated Hawkeye, Beckman said with a sigh, carrying a gun. There has been such a young strong man in the sea. It's really amazing. Our captain was only in his 30s before becoming the Four Emperors. The members of the red-haired pirates group have some feelings. The young man who communicated with Whitebeard can be said to have reached the level of the Four Emperors. In addition to the power, he can be called the Fifth Emperor. Whitebeard has sent a large number of member and affiliated pirates to the sea to find Ace's whereabouts. As a precaution, he is also ready to fight a tough battle. Whitebeard believed what Marco said because he believed that his family would not lie. Husband, we have more than a day to go back at most, but we can't help much. Do you have anything else you want to do? Yang Liuqi asked with an obedient expression. Shiraha nodded and explained earnestly, we will solve our own problems after we go back, and come to help when the time is right. Before I go back, I want to do one thing alone, that is. Hey, my name is Shanks, let's have a drink together." Shanks interrupted Shira's words, with a rather slanderous look. "This person is Shanks. Why has it changed so much?" Yang Liu Oki asked with a strange expression. The first time she saw someone, she would live younger and younger in this respect. She was very stable when she was a child. How can she grow up, you bastard? I haven't finished speaking yet. Shiraha gave Shanks a lock of throat and shouted angrily, "I've been emotionally brewing just now, and it's all ruined by this bastard." Puffahaha, our captain was bullied again. End of this chapter. Chapter 236 Double Emperor. Time is not forgiving. Shiraha's notification. 4000. Chapter 236 Double Emperor. Time is not forgiving. Shiraha's notification. 4000. Oh, it turned out to be like this. I'm sorry to disturb you. Shanks was not annoyed by the lock, and said with a smile, "Shiraha, do you want to join my pirate group? We are big, the freest pirate group on the sea." "Stop talking nonsense." Shiraha was very upset with the four emperors Shanks, and hugged Shanks directly and threw him back. Shanks lay on the ground and hit a yawn. He didn't feel malicious in the first place. Shiraha looked at Shanks, who had no demeanor at the moment, and felt a little in his heart. The four emperors are worthy of their name. They seem to have no defense at all. In fact, they are attracted and not sent. If I really did it just now, I would be restricted by the powerful aura. Live action. Overlord's territory. Conqueror's ultimate is also a realm. Representatives of armament, garp, rocks and others. Representatives of seeing, hearing and color. Patrick, a blind man. Karatal, representative of Conqueror, Shanks. No one in Conqueror, known as the pirate, is stronger than Shanks. Shiraha is a little envious of these talented guys with special abilities. They are born extraordinary. After Shiraha is ready to return to her own world, she will educate Shanks as a child. After Hawkeye recovers from his injury, he will come to you to see the Overlord's territory. Your duel with him happened many years ago, right? It seems to be a thing of more than 10 years of money. I don't remember it very clearly. That was what happened before he broke his arm. It was unknown at first, and then his fame became bigger. It was recorded. Shanks scratched his head and laughed. What's wrong with Hawkeye? Is he looking for me to decide the outcome? Doesn't he compare swordsmanship with me? Shiraha looked at Shanks, who was lying down, and pointed at the lost arm. You have broken an arm. A proud swordsman like Hawkeye can't take advantage of you. What he wants to see is your Conqueror's Haki in the strongest form. I know how powerful Conqueror Constrict is. Even if you just learn Constrict, you can improve your own strength to a certain extent. Especially those who can learn Conqueror Constrict are basically incredible monsters on the sea. Even so, Conqueror Constrict can still further improve their strength. In this case, it would be very unfair to use Conqueror Constrict. People who own Conqueror's Haki have innate aptitudes that already surpass others. The qualification of only one person in a million is not a joke. As long as one has Conqueror's Haki, it is equivalent to having a strong pass on the sea. With Conqueror's Haki, even if you don't know Constrict, the worst is Shikaibuki's level. After you go off one arm, with 6 or 7 years to become a 4 Imperial Relibaz territory or say you are only a few years it will Conqueror enter this field. Shiraha suspected in his heart that Garasai 5 elders knew that Shanks had stepped into the territory of the Overlord, but because Shanks had broken an arm and was another smart man, the two sides established a communication. Otherwise, Garasai 5 elders will not allow a king to appear on the sea. You guessed it right. I lost an arm that year, had a big impact on my strength. Fortunately, I focused on the development of Conqueror. It can be said that to a certain extent, I am not inferior to that year. Captain Roger is now. Shanks drank a large bowl of wine and smiled softly. I have never regretted throwing that arm in East Blue. What I want is never the strongest. I want to be a free pirate like Captain Roger. Freedom. Shiraha chuckled. Is there really free people in this sea? I don't know. So I want to subvert the world and change an era. Shanks thought of the crying kid in East Blue and said the same thing as Captain Roger. He bet that arm on the new era. However, When he became the Four Queens, he knew that the lost arm saved his life, otherwise Girasai Five Elders would not keep him, let alone admit and secretly helping hand that he became one of the Four Queens in the New World. The existence of the Four Emperors is to form stability and balance on the sea, and this incident also made Shanks a guest of Girasai Five Elders. And now he heard what Captain Roger had said after returning from Lavidra. After Captain Roger returned from Lavidra back then, he said that he was going to change an era and let the next era usher in the King of Freshmen, saying that they came too early. Back then, what exactly did Captain Roger see at Lavidra? Shanks had thought about this question in his mind countless times. Shiraha smiled and said, "Ralph Drew, it'll be the sooner or later, but you are ready to meet Hawkeye's entanglement." Hearing this, Shanks felt a little helpless. He and Hawkeye hadn't fought each other for more than a decade. Since he broke his arm, he has rarely seen Hawkeye. Even if he can meet, he always drinks. I really don't want to be entangled by Hawkeye. I haven't seen each other for so many years, so him coming over to find me at this time. Shanks didn't expect Hawkeye to come over and try him. With this sentence, Shiraha thought of Hawkeye's first meeting with Red Hair in the comics. Red Hair talked to Hawkeye about Hawkeye's arrival, which indicated that they should have not seen each other for a long time. Most of the Four Emperors in the New World had no communication for a long time. Redhead and Whitebeard were the ones who hadn't met in decades. The last time they met, it was on Roger's ship. If people like them want to meet each other, it is either a reunion for many years or a farewell. The sea is so expectant and fascinating. You will never know who you will meet or what you will meet in the next moment. A moment of surprise requires a long wait. Whitebeard watched the exchange between the two, holding a hip flask, shook his head, and said with a smile, "The fight between this kid and another kid was really wonderful. But they were all too tender at the time. The two brats are not as good as the crocodile kid who challenged me back then. I really didn't expect this brat to climb to the same position as me so quickly." Whitebeard looked at Shanks, and said, "In general, it has only been a few years since becoming the Four Emperors, and he has consolidated his position and made Guy more fearful of that bastard. This is not something that an ordinary kid can do. I only learned something from Captain Roger. As for Guy, the madman destroyed my boat when he committed suicide, so I couldn't fight him." Shanksian said hollow. "Koolalala Shiraha, the crocodile kid is with you now." Whitebeard laughed and said, "The crocodile kid was quite powerful at the beginning, and I was moved to leave him behind. But he is not someone who can be someone else's subordinate. I have already experienced what kind of results people like him would have if they get together on a boat." Shiraha asked strangely, "Brother Newgate, didn't you bring Eden with you back then?" "That's different. Eden took the initiative to get on the boat." Whitebeard said seriously, "That crocodile kid took a lot of effort before I took it. I met a long-lost strong man. I was a little excited at the time. Barry's ability and Conqueror Constrict almost killed the kid. When I reacted, the crocodile kid had been severely injured by me, and I had suffered some injuries since a long time ago. All this to me is just like yesterday. Unknowingly it's been a long time." Whitebeard had a feeling of unforgivably years long ago, and the dark wounds on his body and this poor physical condition had seriously affected his battle. "Yes, more than 20 years have passed." Shiraha looked at Whitebeard for a while and asked, "Brother Newgate, can't you use Conqueror Constrict?" Shanks put down the wine bowl and said with a smile, "It's not that it can't be used, but his physical condition does not allow it to be used. One of the conditions of Conqueror Constrict is that he needs a strong physique as support. His illness has dragged down his physique. So you bastard kid didn't use Conqueror Constrict to save me face? Who do you think I am?" Whitebeard admits that he is not as good as Red-Haired in this state, and if he really fights life and death, he is more likely to die. Even so, he is still Whitebeard. "I don't like unfair fights." "Koolalala you little devil talking, it's really annoying." When Shiraha came just now, he saw the twin emperors fighting against each other. The two weapons collided together. It was a pure force battle. The degree of the sky split was nothing in his eyes. What worries Shirahar is that not only did the two parties not use Conqueror Constrict, but also Haki did not use it. This shows that Whitebeard is not only affected by Conqueror Constrict, but even Armament Constrict may not be as powerful as before. At least compared to Conqueror Constrict, Armament Haki can still be used, but Haki itself is derived from its own body. The stronger the body, the stronger the Haki. Conqueror Constrict can only be used by those who have the qualifications to become kings, physical fitness and their own courage to a certain level. Like Minj surrendered and feared Guy too much, he was not strong enough to be able to master Conqueror Constrict. Before the green pepper was scrapped by Garp, the courage was definitely enough. And finally, the courage was not enough after old age. When Rayleigh played against Kizaru, he sighed that time was not forgiving. Conqueror Constrict was 80% unused. After old age, it is inevitable that one's own physique will decline. The function of the body will be much worse than when you were young. It is inevitable that your strength will decline. Oda once said that he would not lose his body because of his old age. Facts have proved that these strong men do not lose their body to the point where they cannot move. But this does not mean that their strength has not weakened. Rayleigh will lament that time is not forgiving because of their age. Even Garp said, "I really don't want to grow old. My strength has become weak recently." Shirahar sighed from the bottom of his heart. The strong will not suffer from aging due to old age, but the years are not forgiving. They are still weaker than they were in the past. Whitebeard looked at Shirahar with disgust and a little angrily. "Brother Shirahar, why do you suddenly become annoying when you talk? Don't learn from this kid." Shirahar has forgotten that some truths cannot be told in front of others. "Brother Newgate, do you want to regain your peak body?" Shirahar's words attracted Newgate. He needs strength now. Ace's whereabouts are unknown. Once he is really caught by Marine, it will be difficult to save Ace with his strength and power. Kulala Shirahar, brother, don't sell it. If it is really possible, I hope to have a good body, even temporarily. Whitebeard is still worried about Ace. "I'm not sure if this method will work. Zephyr has a person with the ability to regress berry. A touch can bring people back to 12 years ago." Shirahar thought of Marine and the pirate's position, and said embarrassingly, "Even if you can, it should be okay." Zephyr has not yet defected from Marine, and Weibul has not become Shikai Bukai. Kulala Shirahar, you have helped a lot. Maybe this method can be tried. Whitebeard is considering a way to kidnap the person who has retrogressive berry ability, and it would be nice to be his own son. Huahaha, brother Newgate, do you know that there is a pirate named Weibul who pretends to be your son? He also called himself Whitebeard too, and recognized a mother named Miss Barkin. Shirahar knew that Whitebeard had no son, and that disgusting Miss Barkin, who was also on the Rocks ship back then, was an out-and-out Vase character who had seduced him and wanted to climb onto his bed. At that time, when he was still young, he really had such a little interest. The big deal was that he didn't recognize people when he mentioned his pants, or kept it as a shovel. Fortunately, he grasped it and did not act impulsively. Back then, Miss Barkin was a sexy, enchanting, tall and beautiful beauty. And now Miss Barkin is a short, pleated face, heavy makeup old woman, giving people a feeling of a nouveau-riche old lady who is rushing to her face, and she also takes Weibul to bite people everywhere, making the stupid big man claim to be Whitebeard. Son. At that time, the woman on the Rocks boat also tasted a lot of delicious food, and there were many fellow people on the boat. Father, I know this. That person did a lot of bad things by pretending to be us. Marco told about the destruction of some villages and their search for property everywhere. Is there such a thing? Whitebeard was furious. I didn't care about her nonsense when I was on the same boat as my partner, and it led to this kind of thing. Now Ace's matter has not been resolved. Let him go for the time being. You can go to the disaster-stricken villages and share some of the money on the boat with them, so that the villagers can at least make it easier. Whitebeard owns almost a third of the territory in the New World, and it can be said that a third of the New World belongs to him. The female emperor should be able to use Conqueror Constrict. The shadow left by Tenryubito was broken by Luffy. She is ruling a country and may be strengthened in the future. Oda once admitted that if Hancock eats berry, he will be invincible in the world, and his aptitude will be stronger than that of Admiral. Parallel world, not the main text. The female emperor's talent is very high, and it is not uncommon to be able to use Conqueror Constrict in the future. End of this chapter. 237 Several forms of Yanglyu Oki. Memories of Whitebeard. 4000. Chapter 237 Yanglyu Oki's Several Forms. Memories of Whitebeard. 4000. The 4 emperors of the New World belonged to the Whitebeard family. Although the Redheads had territory, they were divided by others. Guy and Auntie. One does not do personnel affairs, the other establishes the world. Both of them are inferior to Whitebeard in terms of turf and prestige. After the disappearance of Rocks, Roger, Chicky, and Patrick, Whitebeard has the strongest title on the sea. 20 years passed in a flash. Now Whitebeard feels a little bit powerless. He is really weaker than he was in the past. Brother Newgate, as far as I know, the fool who calls himself Whitebeard too cut off Zephyr's arm many years ago. Shiraha looked at the tall Whitebeard and asked, "This is impossible for the Whitebeard pirates, you know?" Whitebeard fell silent and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to deal with them, but the woman is shrewd and keeps avoiding me. I can't find them all over the world. That would cause more turmoil." It's not that Whitebeard didn't want to clean up the Weibal and Barkin. He also sent his sons to chase and kill Weibal. He didn't expect that except for the former 5th Division captain. The other sons would not be able to fight. Even Marco could not fight alone. Take down that fool. Once the 7th Division captain Lakio had encountered Weibal unintentionally, the two fought fiercely. If Beaster hadn't come to the rescue in time, the Whitebeard pirates would have lost a captain on the spot. From then on, Whitebeard would not allow the lower-ranked son to fight the stupid man. When Barking was on the Rocks ship, he always wanted to seduce the strong like Newgate, but he has never succeeded. Newgate, Akoku, and Shiki all dislike this woman, and they don't want to be the same. Is that the guy named Weibal? Shanks looked at a fat man who was eating a lot of food. Lucky Roo, I remember you once fought Weibal. What do you think of him? A fat man wearing a green and white striped shirt who was eating meat raised his head with serious eyes. That guy's body is not normal at all. Basically, he can kill him. The armament is very strong and the power is very powerful. It's a big trouble for a guy like that to run around in the ocean. The red-haired pirate group is known as the Iron Defense Pirate Group. Lucky Roo is the top 3 strongest in the red-haired pirate group except for the red hair. This proves that Webal's fool is indeed powerful. It's a pity that I don't have much time. Otherwise, if I meet him, I can help to get rid of it. Shiraha has only one day, and then he has to do something big. Cool, I still have a chance to drink in the future. Whitebeard laughed. Of course. Shiraha drank the wine he brought with him in one gulp. Uncle, are you going to leave soon? Why don't you leave Rockdale here? Our pirate group now needs a powerful helper. Speaking of this, Marco glanced at Shiraha strangely. He didn't understand how the uncle knew about Zephyr's arm being severed by Weibal, but out of trust in his family, he wouldn't ask more about it. This guy Marco is right. Since Rockdahl is your crew member, it's okay to lend us a period of time. Wadeby raised his eyebrows in style and said unceremoniously, "You are the Whitebeard pirates. Even if there is a war, I will come. As for Rockdahl, I will not lend you any more. I want him to exercise more. He shouldn't stop here." Shiraha knows a bunch of strong people in her own world, and it will be very beneficial to find a few to practice with Rockdahl. Putting Rockdahl in the Whitebeard pirates will be wasted. You should also try to put a little pressure on yourself. To be honest, you people are too comfortable. Shiraha's words made Wadib, Marco, Beastu and others embarrassed. They are actually not weak, and they are much stronger than the General Headquarters Vice Admiral. Mainly, One of the biggest hidden dangers of their pirate group is that Whitebeard's health is no longer good. The others are no worse than the remaining 3 emperors. When it comes to the overall strength of the Cardas, they are just a little worse than the Cardas of the red-haired pirate group, who made the redhead pirates have a deckman with unreasonable IQ and strength. Kihaha, as long as I'm still there, I won't have my children's turn to show up. Whitebeard Haki, as always, Marco and their strength are very strong. Yang Liu Oki said a word to the Carda of the Whitebeard pirate group. This little sister is right, but I have always wanted to win over Marco. Shankston's eyes widened when he felt a great threat from Yang Liu Oki. Is this little sister so strong? The red hair could perceive the power of Yang Liu Oki because he was already strong enough, and the domain of the Overlord's territory was very sensitive to the surroundings. Even so, he almost ignored the little girl next to Shiraha. At that time, Chi Yuan could perceive it because Yang Liu Oki also had his own careful thinking. In front of the opponent, she would take the initiative to expose a little gunshot, usually hidden, which is also affected by Shiraha. The two are usually not much different from ordinary people. Yang Liu Oki generally has 3 forms: the combat mode, the Shura mode and the usual cute mode. And the usual cute mode will be careful when thinking. This may have formed naturally after becoming a woman. Isn't it normal for girls to be a little careful? Shiraha, you think we've all had a drink together? Shanks leaned forward and put it on Shiraha's shoulder. You tell the truth. This little sister is almost as good as you. Shiraha slapped Shanks' paws, moved aside, and nodded. Liu Ochi is naturally not worse than me, and you don't get close to me if you are all drunk. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, looking at the hip flask in Shiraha's hand. His eyes became strange. But he seemed to smell a scent of milk just now. I don't know if there is something wrong with his nose. In the face of Whitebeard and Shiraha, Shanks' character dictates that he really wants to pull Shiraha and Marco into his pirate group. Brother Newgate, can you talk about the Battle of the Valley of Gods you experienced back then? Shiraha was curious about the difference between the Battle of the Valley of Gods in this world without him. Cool, it's been many years ago. Whitebeard looked back and exclaimed, at the beginning of the Rocks Pirates, I had a good relationship with some Cardas, not as good as I was in Rocks. The time when the pirates stayed was pretty good. If it hadn't happened, I might have stayed on the boat. Whitebeard was so upset about what happened that year, and when recruiting crew members, he didn't want to recruit people who are full of boldness, such as Rockdal. Aden can only say it was an accident, and he couldn't get rid of it like brown sugar. In fact, the experience in the Rocks Pirates was very unforgettable for Whitebeard. He was really willing to go on the ship and follow Rock. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not be able to get on the ship with Whitebeard's character. Under the leadership of Captain Rocks, we were on the ocean. Whitebeard drank wine and recalled the past, unknowingly showing sadness in his eyes. Shiraha told Marine in the comics that the Rocks Pirates killed each other, which was extremely cruel, a little bit to laugh. The bottom pirates are indeed killing each other, but it does not mean that all the pirates have a bad relationship. He certainly understood that what Marine said could not be used as evidence. All objectivity is actually subjective, especially when the two sides are completely opposed. Marine simply cannot evaluate it objectively. Marine didn't know what it was like to discredit him. Shiraha doubted that when he returned to King Hai, he would be said to be a monster who cannibalize and drink human blood. He called him a heinous criminal, the most vicious criminal in the world. The Revolutionary Army and the Ahura scholars don't know what it was like to be discredited by Marine headquarters and the world government. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was discredited as the most vicious criminal. Instead, some truly sinful people were portrayed as heroes, giving them unparalleled brilliance. Red-Hair Shanks was surprised to hear this kind of past. These things shocked his 4 emperors. He was on the Roger ship at the time, and he was not clear about the relationship between the members of the Rocks Pirates. When we became the strongest pirate group in the sea, we led us to directly attack the Valley of Gods, saying that we will shock the whole world after robbing this order. Whitebeard laughed and said, Actually I guessed that it was definitely not the reason. Captain Rocks seemed to have discovered some big secret. At the beginning, they could have won the Battle of the Valley of the Gods if Ikoku was attacked and killed on the spot, plus Guy Duo's 2 or 5 boys defected directly, and they coaxed the innocent Charlotte Linlin to escape together. It is impossible for them to lose. Perhaps the pattern of the sea is about to change now. The 4 emperors that Whitebeard looks down on most are Guy Duo, who thinks Guy Duo is not worthy to stand in the same position with him. The spies and undercover agents sent by Marine attacked. It's not a betrayal, it's a different stand. If even their original forces can betray, it will make people laugh. Such unfaithful people are people who have no bottom line everywhere. But Guy himself was not a meticulous work sent by any person or force in the past, but his status as a trainee crew has the status of a cadre, which shows that Rocks valued him back then. As a result, if you say betrayal, you are betrayed. This kind of person is not righteous, and it is a rape. But the most indispensable thing on the sea is human rape. Such people are often the most despised. Human rape has another title of national thief and traitor. The Valley of Gods Whitebeard experienced was similar except for Shiraha. In the end, Captain Rocks was gone, and Golden Lion Shiki took him out of the battlefield, which made Whitebeard always grateful. Shiki came to him after he was released from prison. He was also very welcome, but he didn't expect that bastard Shiki would go in again. Not only Whitebeard, but for some reason in the previous life, Shiraha is the most shameless to many people like Guy, but some people are proud of it. There are not a few people like this in the sea. Human rape is human rape. Like a dog can't change it and eat shit. Look at the series of things Guy Duo did in Wano Kuni after betraying Rocks: sneak attacks, conspiracy, stabbing in the back, and throwing Charlotte Linlin's kindness to him aside. Guy Duo and Blackbeard were originally a kind of people, and they have long been rebellious. They are standard rebels, and they are also the kind of people Shiraha wants to kill. When Shiraha was on the Rocks ship, he looked down on Guy and pretended to wince in front of the boss, just like the Blackbeard, but after getting a berry, he started to tremble. Although Guy Duo was besieged at the time, Shiraha knew how special Guy Duo's body was. It didn't matter if he stayed for a few days or nights. After all, he wanted to escape. The most annoying thing was that when the man ran away, he yelled and shook the hearts of the people, causing Charlotte Linlin and a group of people to escape and lose their intent to fight. Just ran away, and came to such a hand. If this is a soldier, it is shaking the military's mind on the battlefield of life and death. This behavior should be shot on the spot. You don't need to think about what thoughts he has. This damn boy. At that time, Shiraha kept saying in his heart that after Rocks failed, he left and retired to East Blue, but he would never betray Rocks at the time without seeing Rocks die. Newgate, Shiki, Ikoku and others all held that attitude and fought to the end. Before meeting Charlotte Linlin, Shiraha didn't know what Guy did more, or he would definitely kill Guy Duo on the spot regardless of the cost. Rather than letting go of Guy Duo in the end, being caught in Impel Down has no worries about his life, and he may come out in the future. For Guy Duo's character and what he did, that place is his best home. At that time, Shiraha thought that Guy had no other way to escape. Although he was betrayed, he was not guilty of death. He still missed him by thinking about the friendship of his former companions. The cadre he met later was almost deposed. It was a warning. Now it seems that Guy has many kinds of unjust guys, so he shouldn't live in the ocean. People who are not righteous in the sea are not worthy to live. People like Guido and Tit shouldn't exist in the sea. Whitebeard said with a gloomy face and cold eyes, "That bastard has developed. I can't kill him either." Shanks scratched his head and interjected, "I heard the deputy captain Rayleigh Gaban said that the battle at the time had entered a white-hot stage." Suddenly Guy abandoned the battle and fled, and ran abnormally while yelling. It shakes Rock's fighting spirit. It seems that the battle has been reversed in this way. When the two sides are at war, the most fear is that one side will lose the will to fight, which will lead to a situation where 100 people will hunt and kill 1,000 people. At the time, Guy Duo, that bastard was prepared. Later, I heard that Linlin thought it was Guy who saved his life and gave Guy Duo a devil berry. Whitebeard talked about the past with some feeling. Many guys, I will definitely kill him. Shiraha said coldly, the next time I meet, it will be his death date. 1. Oda did not say that no one can beat 2 Admiral. 2. Oda did not say that Garp's strength is not affected by age. Generally speaking, the people who can say the above are Yun and Pseudo Hami. Especially the second one. It was when I was young. At that time, I was still in a bar. I really admired Garp. I interpret some of Oda's words in particular. It also caused heated discussions in a bar back then. Actually, Oda never said this at all. I didn't expect some people would take this sentence as Oda said. So I became Oda? Later, I retired. I didn't pay much attention to the pirates except for comics. I didn't expect that what happened back then has really become what Oda said. Although we called ourselves a certain Oda back then, Oda never said the above 2 sentences. Someone takes it seriously. 2 Cloud? Anyone who had been in a bar back then would treat the 2 sentences Oda said above as a joke. People now look at Arya Sky King, right? Although I haven't paid attention to pirates for a long time, how come these words that used to be a bar have become what Oda said? Well, I will be Oda from now on. After all, the second setting is what I carried forward. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 Marine Headquarters Meeting. Shiraha and Red Hare's Contest. 4200. Chapter 238 Marine Headquarters Meeting. Shiraha and Red Hare's Contest. 4200. The Holy Land Marie Joys. Garasai 5 Elders. The big thing is not good. Garasai 5 Elders. Something has happened. What happened again? The 4 old men sitting around the table looked at the person who came in to report with unhappy eyes. There are only 4 of them now, and at most they can only make up a table of Mahjong. Now the 4 old men are looking for the next person. The more they hear the name Garasai 5 Elders, the more awkward they are. Garasai 5 Elders, wearing a dark red suit and full of blonde hair, said impatiently, have you already reported on the meeting between Shanks and Whitebeard Newgate in the New World? Why are you here again? The person kneeling on the ground said nervously, it's not to report this incident, but it has something to do with it. The world's largest swordsman also met with the 2 4 emperors. Hawkeye. It's not Hawkeye. Now the world's #1 swordsman has been replaced by the blood sword. Are you forgetting? Garasai 5 Elders with curly hair and Garasai 5 Elders with long hair are reminders of bald Garasai 5 Elders. Why they can only make up a table of Mahjong now because of the newly appointed world's #1 swordsman. What? The blonde Garasai 5 Elders looked nervous. The remaining 3 Garasai 5 Elders. Not only this blonde Garasai 5 Elders, but the other 3 Garasai 5 Elders also had bad complexions. They still don't know how their colleagues died on the Great Route, but they knew that this incident must be called Shiraha. The guy has a relationship. This kind of thing hasn't happened in too many years. The great sword tyrant named Bloodsword Shiraha must have an incredible secret in him, otherwise how could there be an existence that could kill them out of thin air in the sea? You get back first. I'll take care of this. Curly Garasai 5 Elders started to let his kneeling men leave. The kneeling man also winked, and left the meeting hall as quickly as possible. There are only 4 Garasai 5 Elders left on the court. Blonde Garasai 5 Elders. This time it is really too much trouble. What do you think? Curly Garasai 5 Elders. Don't worry too much. The Rocks pirates back then will have the power to threaten us. If we hadn't stopped them in the Valley of Gods, maybe we would have died alone. Bald Garasai 5 Elders. The most important thing is that we did not die in that year, but now one of us has died, and it is not even clear about the strength of the opponent. This time, the long-haired Garasai 5 Elders looked at the 3 arguing and calmly analyzed Shanks is a smart person. We can talk to him when we have the opportunity. You think he will take the spare position of Garasai 5 elders? How about it? The other 3 Garasai 5 elders were silent at the same time, and they were also thinking about the rationality of this idea. Curly-haired Garasai 5 elders took the lead to speak. He has broken an arm, and his strength is impossible to reach our level. At most, he is more than Gaia and Aunt. Bald Garasai 5 elders, we can help heal that arm, provided that he really wants to be a part of us. Blonde Garasai 5 elders, I agree. After this event is over, please call Shanks over. Long-haired Garasai 5 elders, there is one more thing worthy of our attention. The madman Isaac said he would give us a gift soon. Curly-haired Garasai 5 elders frowned. Isn't he guarding the jail island prison? Long-haired Garasai 5 elders said, slightly uncomfortable. The madman went on a great route not long ago and said that he had found a good doll. The other 3 Garasai 5 elders were not surprised. The warden of Isaac, who had guarded the prison all year round, was a bit abnormal. The monster possessed a strong combat power, which was what they needed. Otherwise, except for the monster, no one else can guard that place, and they can't let the superior people personally guard it. Kong is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, occupying an important position, which is higher than the status of several marshals, and cannot easily be replaced. Garasai 5 elders also considered making Kong a part of them, but considering that the sense of justice is too strong, once they knew the truth might lead to uncontrollable results, they did not pass this opinion. After all, it is very difficult to train a commander-in-chief of the armed forces. As for the Gygarp, they were eager to kill. How could they send him to guard such an important place? Marine Headquarters Marineford. The current Marine Marshal Sengoku heard the news from the people below, and he was going crazy. Things happen every year, especially this year. Not long ago, there was news that the Marine fleet was defeated by the 4 Emperor Shanks. Now, another dangerous person like Shiraha went to Whitebeard's site and met Redhead and Whitebeard. How did these 3 dangerous people get together? Isn't this playing him? Polo Salino, are you really sure that the man wants to kill you? Sengoku asked with a headache, looking at Kizaru, thinking of what might happen next. Kizaru was unusually serious and reported, if I hadn't run fast, Marine would have lost 1 admiral. Looking at Kizaru with this tone and expression, Sengoku understood that it was true, plus the news that Garp had sent back from Arabastam. Shikibukai Crocodile has already belonged to the Bloodsword Shiraha, and Bloodsword Shiraha is surrounded by 3 powerful women and a major criminal wanted by the world government, Nicole Robin. Whitebeard 1st Division Captain Marco, for some unknown reason, seems to have a close connection with Shiraha. Doesn't this mean that the Whitebeard pirates have a close connection with this mysterious powerhouse? Sengoku's heart. W? W. Marshal Sengoku Crocodile has become the same as before. It's so terrible. Kizaru began to look and tone of beating again. You said Rockdal came out of the shadows again? This is really bad. Sengoku knew that Marine was trying to balance the order and created a Shikibukai alongside the 3 emperors and Marine headquarters. However, the Marine headquarters eventually found that Shikibukai was too powerful, and several Shikibukai were not small in power and ambition. In order to weaken Shikibukai's strength, and for Shikibukai to naturally become a vassal of the Marine headquarters, the Marine headquarters overwhelmed the 3 emperors in overall strength. In the past, they conceived a big plan to provoke a dispute between the 3 emperors and Shikibukai, leading to a war. They would fish in troubled waters and weaken Shikibukai's power and strength. In the end, this plan can be said to be half successful. Crocodile was defeated in the hands of Whitebeard, but Whitebeard did not move him, not even the people under Crocodile. The Marine headquarters was unwilling now, and the forces of Crocodile's forces were wiped out, and even the esteemed partner was secretly eliminated by Marine. Moria's forces were completely destroyed, and even he suffered a huge setback in Gaia's hands. At that time, Moria was actually able to fight against Guy multi-chambers that did not reach the peak period. The reason for the final defeat was that his forces were not enough. In fact, Marine had a miserable kick. It was strange for Moria to win. Guy himself could not be killed by Moria. They didn't want another king on the sea. Hawkeye has a relationship with Red Hair. Ming has the identity of Tenryubito and is afraid of Guy a lot. The remaining 3 Shikibukai are very special. The original plan failed. Although it weakened Shikibukai's strength and influence, it also gave birth to an emperor on the sea. Thinking of Shikibukai, who now hardly obeys orders, Sengoku doesn't know what the plan many years ago was. Is it useful anymore? Marine headquarters has entered the highest level of alert, and all are on standby. Sengoku leaned back on his chair, and on the desk was a letter from an unbelievable place, signed by Isaac. That monster was not cultivated by Marine headquarters, guarding the legendary island, and even Marshal Marine had only heard of this person's existence. Shiraha, do you really want to compete with me? Shanks slouchedly stood opposite, with a reluctant expression on his face. Stop talking nonsense. Since we met, let me see the apex of Conqueror anyway. Shiraha will not let go of this rare opportunity. He hopes to pass Conqueror on the road to becoming a king. No matter how bad he is, he will have to take his strength to a higher level. Husband, you haven't told me yet. What are you going to do next? Don't you want to throw me down? Yang Liu Oki quietly watched the battle and asked, I won't leave you behind. I'm going to meet a guy who doesn't know if it's a human being. Shiraha looked at her and smiled, but this time, I hope you must listen to me. He'll listen to you. The two smiled at each other. Shanks opposite, holding Griffin in his hand, was stunned. He wanted to hack someone out of nowhere. You said you want to see the territory of the Overlord, don't you? Shanks' eyes became steady, and a momentum was accumulated in his body. When the momentum reached the peak, it burst out in an instant. The surrounding air became dignified, and a sense of suffocation and fear came from everyone's heart. Arya sky, the sea, and the surrounding environment disappeared from the eyes, and everyone in them entered the realm of Shanks. Accompanied by Shanks took a step forward, the countless pirates on the scene fell, and even some cadres of the pirate group could not hold it. The rest of the people on the field, except for dozens of powerful people, there is no standing existence. When this Shanks, who won the 4 emperors with Conqueror, took the second step, the complexion of Joz, Marco, Beaster, Wadib and others changed drastically. When were they forced to enter the field of red hair? Wadib's strength is no worse than the top-ranked captain. After Iden's death, he rejected the position of 2nd Division captain. He would rather manage a pirate group with thousands of people than rank lower than Marco, who had been an intern. She was also the eldest sister of Baituan back then, and her position in the pirate group was second to none. But at this moment she saw the real monster, the monster that was not much worse than the old one back then. This level of Conqueror. Shiraha felt a sense of excitement in her heart, and her adrenaline soared. The Conqueror's Haki Constrict, which he masters, is to compress a wide range of Conqueror to ultimate, and constrict to the hand or weapon, focus on one point to release. That kind of penetrating power and destructive power are things that advanced armament can't do. So two people who know Conqueror's Haki Constrict tactics against each other, and the two forces compressed to ultimate can generate tremendous power without contact. And Conqueror will shock and suppress opponents who don't have Conqueror. The red-haired Conqueror is different from everyone else. It seems to be unscrupulous, but in fact it has formed a field and created the best place for him to fight. In this area, the redhead wields the sword casually with the power of Conqueror Constrict, but in this area, the opponent will always be suppressed, and the strength of the 10th floor can generally only play out the 7th or 8th floor. Even strong people at the same level as red hair will be affected to a certain extent. Unless you use long-range attack methods, you will not be suppressed and affected if you do not step into the red-haired field. Is this the territory of the Overlord? If it is only like this, I will be a little disappointed. As you wish. Shanks took the third step, and the two were no more than 2 meters apart. At that moment, Shirahar seemed to have fallen into the abyss, and with the darkness he could never touch the bottom. A sense of tension and anxiety suddenly surged into his heart. When he thought it was just this, the darkness disappeared and the realm disappeared. The sea, Arya sky, and the surrounding environment reappeared in front of him, which gave him a sense of hollowness, surprise and strange enjoyment, just like the feeling of relaxing all over his body. A sword appeared in front of Shiraha's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of relaxation. It's so dangerous. Shiraha came out of the strange feeling and took a step in the direction of the red hair. He is out of the sword. At that moment, the surrounding air became dignified again, and the Overlord territory erupted from Shanks' weakened Shiraha's power. Bang! The two Conqueror Constrict collided together, and the two weapons fought in the air. The tremendous power generated by the collision, under the consciousness of the two of them, ascended to Arya's sky. The sky broke apart, and the clouds were torn to pieces. "Are you a monster?" Shanks couldn't help yelling when he saw Shiraha, who didn't take a step back. The Overlord territory and that old man's sword area are really dangerous, but you broke an arm, and even the Overlord territory is flawed. Shiraha saw that Shanks was still some distance away from the Garasai Five Elders. Compared to the ceiling figures of the Four Emperors, it is still slightly inferior. In terms of strength alone, his odds of winning are even greater. After experiencing the baptism of the Overlord's territory, Shiraha is even more convinced that he can win. "Do you really want to compete?" "I still want to warm up before going to that place." "Warm up?" Shanks smiled helplessly. "Isn't the warm-up just now enough? You have already seen the Overlord territory, and I believe you will not be suppressed by other people who have the Overlord territory." "Shiraha, don't take a deep look at the red hair. This incongruous guy is really careful." "Captain, the movement just now was really big enough." Crocodile came with Robin. The big pirate who had challenged Whitebeard, looked at Whitebeard with complex expressions, and stared at the red hair with unbelievable eyes. One of the two people who were competing just now was the newcomer on the ocean. Although Rockdahl knew that red hair had become the Four Emperors, he still felt that this newcomer was not as good as the other Four Emperors, and now it seemed that he was lagging behind this era. Although he is ready to start again, his years of wastefulness cannot be made up overnight. "Kihahaha, Crocodile Boy, you finally came here." End of this chapter. 239. One man, one sword. Kun is on the Red Earth continent. 4000. Chapter 239. One person, one sword. Kun is on the Red Earth continent. 4000. Getting old. Whitebeard. Crocodile raised his head and looked at Whitebeard, who was using slings to maintain his physical condition with complicated eyes. This is different from the Whitebeard he met more than 20 years ago. Whitebeard was unrivaledly strong back then, and he is still impressed by that kind of strength until now. "You are weak, too, Kid Crocodile." Whitebeard laughed. "Cool la la la, but there are still some shadows back then." Crocodile, who has restored Haki, is the top level of Shikibukai, which is equivalent to the General Alternate Admiral, compared with the top admirals such as Kyuzan, Kizaru and Akainu. There is still a gap. Rockdahl in his peak period is indeed not inferior to Marine 3 Admiral, but that is the glory of the past. "I have tasted the consequences of years of desolation, and now I will not be lost anymore." Crocodile looked at Shiraha and pleaded, "Captain, you take Robin away and let me stay. You will not be disappointed if you re-enter the New World." Shiraha froze for a moment. "Are you really going to stay in the New World, Captain? Do you trust your crew?" Rockdahl asked rhetorically, dangling his cigar. "Hey guy." Shiraha took out a pamphlet from her body and handed it to Rockdahl. "This is a record of my experience with Haki, take it." Rockdahl accepted it unceremoniously, and currently he needs this kind of thing to become stronger and revenge. Shiraha saw that Rockdahl had accepted it, and no longer forced Rockdahl to leave, except for Haki's practice experience, Golden Light Curse, and the life return in the 6 forms are all on the pamphlet. The red-haired guy who doesn't seem to be tuned, but is actually very careful, can't be interested in his Haki training experience. Next time I meet, I hope you can surpass the level of your peak period. Shiraha is very optimistic about the two Rockdal, and hopes that both Rockdal can become the existence of the four emperors in the future. Don't worry, Captain, I will surprise you. Rockdal made his own promise, and the oath made by the man is to be fulfilled by his life. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye. It's an honor to see you all. Goodbye. Shiraha, Yang Liu Oki, and Robin bid farewell to everyone present. Robin, who has been on the run, really did not expect that he could live like this. Some people in the Whitebeard Pirates also recognized Nicole Robin's identity and automatically classified this woman as his own. Koolalala Shiraha brother, tailwind all the way. Whitebeard waved goodbye. Don't forget that this time is just a warm-up. Our victory and defeat will remain for the next time. The red hair held Griffin with his only hand, and Haki said completely, come on. Next time I meet you with only one arm, but it won't be my opponent. I don't want to abuse food. Shira's words are full of confidence, and he will become stronger, stepping on the strength above the four emperors. The red hair felt the other side of her empty space, and felt this way for the first time. It would be great if this arm was still there. In more than 10 years, he surpassed Rockdal, who was much stronger than him, and became the four emperors in his 30s. He thought he was no worse than anyone. And now, he saw the existence of more talented penultimate. Uncle, remember to visit us. Marco grabbed Rockdal and said goodbye. Shiraha froze for a moment. He found that he seemed to keep an important thing or person beside Marco every time. I will. Uncle Joz said with a naive look and a little shy. Aunt bye. Goodbye, Joz. Shiraha said goodbye. Yang Liu Oki heard someone calling her, turned around and smiled at Joz and waved his hand. Goodbye. After everyone said goodbye, they separated. Crocodile saw Shira's figure until he disappeared, and then he withdrew his gaze and set out to trespass. Koolalala Crocodile boy, I think Marco is very appetizing with you. Let's go to any place in the new world together. Whitebeard laughed and threw his son to Rockdal. Whitebeard, I won't take your affection. My captain is Shiraha. Crocodile said sharply. Crocodile, wait for me, and you can't be disrespectful to the old man. Marco followed. The two people quarreled because of this sentence. These two guys are pretty good. With their strength, you don't have to worry about meeting the other four emperors. Wadeby admitted that Marco, who was an intern, is now really strong. You should grow up too, father. Whitebeard everyone shouted. Koolalala Shanks, don't you mind letting them compete against each other? Shanks was a little surprised. Whitebeard actually called him by name. Question mark. Of course it can. This is also good for our pirates. They have long wanted to see the strength of the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shanks smiled. Not far away, everyone in the red-haired pirate group exudes a frightening aura. Call them back first, and then leave after the fight. Hearing what the old man said, Wadeby quickly went to find Marco and Rockdal who had just left. Shiraha was very satisfied with this parallel pirate world tour. Not only did he see a higher realm, but he also saw the domain of the Overlord and clarified the way to the future. In this pirate world, the relationship and foundation have been laid. It is true that at what level you stand, the easier it is to have strong connections and relationships. The four emperors Shanks and the two fox demons of Tushan are the harvests of this operation. The world government is very powerful, and he will not go to full-scale war with the world government until he is not too sure. The affairs of Arabastan, Rockdal, and Marco have all been resolved, and Blackbeard has also been killed. Now that Ace's whereabouts are unknown, it is a pity that Kizaru has not been killed. Some plots may also change. Generally speaking, the operation is very successful. Captain Shiraha, why are you flying so slow this time? Robin, who enjoys this kind of flying speed, couldn't help asking. Shiraha gave Robin the Byakugan. This is a new world, not far from Marie Joy's. the sacred place where Tenryubito lives. Can't let him fly slowly and enjoy the leisure time? Luochi, please give me a little motivation. We are ready to go to the high speed. Shiraha blinked badly at Yang Luochi. Oh, Yang Luochi understood instantly, nodded, and kissed him. Robin's psychological shadow area at this time. She wants to get out of here quickly. Rockdal is too prescient. With that, the spiritual power in Yang Luochi's body turned into pure energy to be transported into Shiraha's body, and they flew to their final destination with high speed. It didn't take long for the final location of the trip to arrive. The three of them looked at the red Earth continent that reached the sky, and knew that Tenryubito lived there, the pigs who claimed to be descendants of gods. It's no wonder those pigs claim to be gods. Living in such a high place, they are born with a sense of superiority. I really want to see them lying on the ground. Shiraha pointed to the red Earth continent and said, boom. Yang Luochi and Robin glanced at him at the same time, and then at each other. Both of them understood Shiraha's thoughts, and shot him with Karen at the Holy Land. Mary Joys. Listen to me this time, Shiraha said back. The exhausted Yang Luochi understood the thoughts in Shiraha's mind, and said, I see, you would seem stupid if you are so smart. Shiraha shook his head. Luochi, you are not stupid at all. I like you're good looking, like you're strong, like everything about you. Robin, who has an IQ above the average, is watching all this, a little envious of these two people. When will she welcome her own Prince Charming? My current state can't help you. I don't want to be your drag oil bottle. Send me back. Yang Luochi is not like a normal girl, and said very freely, I will go back with Robin and send me back. Sky Island. You have to come back soon. I'm afraid I will miss you too much. You'll be back soon. Shiraha sent the two away. Robin disappeared in place with Yang Luochi. Robin, who had fled for many years, followed him sincerely. They went to Sky Island, another pirate world. Shiraha looked at the empty surroundings and sighed, it's a bit lonely. Since you are lonely, why not come and accompany me? The ethereal voice rang from all directions and reached Shiraha's ears. Shiraha swept across the four directions, and even the sight, hearing and color did not notice the presence of anyone. Seeing and hearing color is invalid. Shiraha was not surprised. He saw a very special existence of Berry's ability in the Battle of Wald, which can also invalidate the appearance of seeing and hearing. He raised his head and looked at the red Earth continent, feeling that he did not consume a bit, but because of the spiritual power injected by Yang Luochi, his body became better than usual. The last purpose of my coming here is to see what your fellow looks like, but don't be ugly. Shiraha was preparing for Mitsurugi's flight, all the way to Pangu City. Strange things happened. As soon as the picture turned, he came down to a majestic and glorious palace full of long history without knowing it. Right in front of Shiraha was a staircase covered with red carpet, which instantly made him understand where he was. Deep in the holy place, Mary Joy's Pangu, where the adult Garasai 5 elders said lived. The Neferutali family to which Vivi belongs is one of the 20 king family that contributed to the establishment of the world government that year, and the only king family that chose to stay in Arabastan and did not enter the Holy Land. This long staircase is divided into 2 steps. The first step is filled with various weapons. At the end of the second step is the hollow empty throne. The armrests at both ends of the throne are the lion heads that symbolize status, and the back of the chair is the logo of the world government as different from the first step logo with a black background. 19 swords with a long history are inserted in a circle around the hollow throne, and the last one is inserted into Hanazan Obiam. There are a total of 20 swords, which symbolizes the 20 kings family of the year. Shiraha looked at the figure on the hollow throne, looking down at him indifferently. This makes him very upset. Noting the discomfort in his eyes, the person on the hollow throne showed interest in his eyes. You see me now, it just so happens that I am also very interested in you. You are a special person. A total of 19 swords are inserted around the throne, but one is missing. Shiraha ignored the people on the hollow throne and said to himself. The person on the throne looked down at the ant who completely ignored his existence, and his body swayed imperceptibly. His indifferent eyes had long since disappeared, and the scarlet pupils exuded a strange aura. Shiraha watched the hollow throne pointed at Arya's sky like a sharp sword, stared at it, and blurted out, "The last sword is not needed at all. Because the throne is the last sword and you are the last victor." Interesting guess. The person on the hollow empty throne did not respond positively, and still did not get a response. I saw that the ants below were looking at her unscrupulously, wishing to see her perfectly through her clothes and mask. It's been a long time since there was such a bold existence. Why is your aesthetics worse than mine? Wearing such oddity clothes, and the weird crown on your head? Do you want to stab people to death with the crown? Still wearing a mask? Is it ugly that you can't see people? Hearing these questions, the eyes of the people on the hollow throne became even more weird, and the corners of the mouth under the mask couldn't help but twitch. There are very few people who can be neither humble nor arrogant in front of her. She has also seen a lot of people who are too arrogant and do not know the sky and the earth, but Shiraha, she has never seen it. After a long silence, the master of the hollow throne said, "You are really different. Maybe you are the only person who is qualified to talk to me in the future. I like you very much." Shiraha showed a strange look. What does this mean? He is not as good as Long Yin. Shiraha is not interested in this guy who doesn't know whether it is a man or a woman, or maybe not a human at all. Facing the not along steps, his body and perception kept preventing him from walking towards the hollow throne. This was a step that was full of hardships and could not even go up. Interesting. Shiraha held the clouds in his hand and carefully walked up the steps step by step. He came to him and stopped. "Why don't you do it? If you do it to stop me, I may not be able to come to you." "Oh, I can answer you this question. I have stopped you, but you still came up." "I'm sat on the throne." And she finally heard a normal question. Shiraha has an inexplicable sense of disobedience. How did he get up just now? Could it be that he overlooked something? "You have a talent that I don't have." I'm clapped his hands. Rare births are unequal. Some people are born to be kings. I have seen so many extraordinary existences in the sea. I have never seen such a special existence like you. You are the only one. You are born a ruler. Come. Rule this world with me. End of this chapter. 240 Sword refers to Yim, who is the villain. The protagonist. 4272. Chapter 240 Sword refers to Yim, who is the villain. The protagonist. 4272. Yim was very interested in the person standing in front of her. She had seen many people who were born extraordinary and different by nature. Patrick, Haim, the little girl on Sky Island, Roger, red hair, rocks, etc., are the only ones who have never seen such a special existence. To walk in front of her, you have to go through 2 steps in total, and there are no more than 1 hand in the ocean that can complete one. And Yaoi Orozu has been the only one who can walk in front of her over the years. This is not being born extraordinary, this is the qualification that overrides all living beings, and the existence that can govern the world together with her. Shiraha faced Time, who had thrown out the olive branch, stretched out his hand, and activated Berry's ability. I'm sat on the hollow throne and watched his actions quietly. He did not stop him, with one hand on his cheek with extraordinary confidence, watching what would happen next, and his scarlet eyes also showed a look of expectation. No one in Yaoi Orozu has been able to talk to her for years, and no one is qualified to talk to her. No one on this planet knows the taste of loneliness and loneliness better than her. At this time, a touch of green came out of Shira's palm, and a smooth, long question mark that was bent into a strange shape soon grew out. Yim had an inexplicable emotion, and his graceful body leaned forward to look at the sign, and he was puzzled. Looking at the terrible existence that was hooked and aroused interest, Shiraha pointed to the question mark on his hand. "When I typed this." Then, there was a pause. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. There was silence in the palace. Yim became more interested, and asked inexplicably, "What do you mean?" Shiraha smiled slightly. "You don't understand. The water inside is too deep for you to grasp?" Was in doubt. Shiraha walked a few steps forward under the pressure, staring at her scarlet eyes, without avoiding. "You a Kaihu family?" Is there a family in this sea that she doesn't know? Your eyes are very beautiful. A faint appreciation was spoken from Yim's mouth, and his eyes became indifferent again. "So you are going to reject me?" But something even more surprising happened to her. Slap slap. The mortal's arm patted her shoulder twice. This was something that had never happened before. It was better for Yaoyorozu years, so she couldn't imagine anyone daring to do it. She didn't know what to do. People who dared to do so according to the usual practice would end up more uncomfortable than death. Hello. Shiraha stared at the place where Im was sitting. "Didn't you say that you want me to rule the world together with you? Is it fake?" "A wise choice," Im said with some satisfaction. "You are the only existence in Yaoyorozu that can walk in front of me in the past years. You are the only existence that is not affected by my ability, and can stand with me outside of the law." "Exist." Shiraha pointed to the hollow throne and said impatiently, "You move a bit. Since you are reigning together, you can take me to sit one." "Don't you just say this?" Im obviously stunned for a moment, and what she said was like splashing water. But she had never let anyone sit in her place, let alone sit together. "This is okay." Im shifted his seat, changed his sitting position, leaving him a space. Shiraha sat down on the spot. His whole body was relieved, and he spread out on the hollow throne. An inexplicable sense of disobedience, a strange feeling, an existence that cannot be contended. His body, his instincts are telling him to escape quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer unforeseen consequences. Every step, every word exchanged, every breath brings great pressure to him. This position is really good. It's very comfortable to lie down. Shiraha relaxed, trying to dispel the stress and anxiety in her heart. But the human instinct, the human will to hide the deepest part of Kage's heart, told him that the existence beside him was terrible. Even if he will not die, even if he knows that he will be resurrected, even if he has endured countless pains and experienced countless pains, it will not be worth this unknown anxiety. He is human. His humanity is still undeserved. He has human emotions, facing a guy who is not human in nature. This feeling is really bad. I said, "Why do you like to sit here?" Shiraha pointed to the empty hall. "This is so boring." Sitting on the throne, Ten can only see 5 bad old men. "What's the point?" "If you want me to say, just after a while, recruit the top group of existences on the sea and let them meet from below. Isn't this better than enduring loneliness alone?" I looked at the man asking questions. It was a novel experience. She is invincible. She was lonely in the high place for Yaoyorozu years, and there is no one who can enjoy the scenery of the high place together with her. Being able to endure enough loneliness to become a real strong man. Yim's faint words spread throughout the quiet hall. "No human being can defeat me in Yaoyorozu's loneliness. I want to try it, try your depth." Shiraha stood up, drew out the sky sword and put it on Niam's neck. The master of the hollow throne showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes. She pointed to the bottom and said, "I know you are unwilling. You have seen many things on the sea, and you have seen so many things that hurt your heart. You have the idea of changing the world in your heart. You think that all beings should not be enslaved. You think Tenryubito and your family deserve to die." Yim told of Yaoyorozu's countless reformers who have appeared in the past years. Some of them amazed her. The facts proved that they were all wrong. The weak are dominated by the strong, and the strong govern the weak is the law of the universe. Human beings are born ignorant, and this is the root of the law. They need to be enslaved. They need to be squeezed and exploited. And humans themselves are a very lowly creature. In a vulgar language, human beings are inferior and inferior. Shiraha was expressionless, his sword-holding hands were wet with sweat, and he slowly said, "I draw my sword not only for sentient beings, but also for myself. The first time I saw your existence like this, unknown and confused are my best portrayals just now, but at the moment when I drew the sword, confusion, uneasiness, etc., all distracting thoughts in my heart are not important. I have someone I want to protect. Shiraha smiled as if thinking of someone. Facing him, Shiraha said with bright eyes, "You are right. Most people are originally stupid creatures. This stupidity comes from nature. It is because of stupidity that someone needs to rule them." What I said and what I did was actually conform to the heavenly path. The rule of survival of the fittest and the strong eating of the weak has persisted since ancient times. As the saying goes, people are born unequal. Some are born extraordinary, and some are born rich and rich. The starting point is very different. The statement that everyone is equal can only be said to be an ideal, not reality. The world government under your hand actually played the food chain by role play, standing at the top of the food chain, looking at everything on the sea from a higher perspective. This is the heavenly path and the order maintained by the world government. The world government is role play. The important part is not only the root of evil in the sea, but also the stabilizer who maintains the worst order in the sea. The complexion under Yim's mask became very strange, his eyes were surprised, and he continued, "You have someone you want to protect. I can give her endless glory and wealth and a position second only to me. Those squeezed pigs, those stupid people, let them continue to be stupid. Humans. They are just that ridiculous. Their endless struggle, they are jealous of each other, and even after they have power, they will not be able to see the reality, attack each other and self-destruct. It is because of their stupid, ridiculous, arrogant, endless greed and desire that they need a symbolic god to rule and enslave them. I have selected some of them to become gods, just for their good." Even if the truth about the world government and the secrets of Lavdru were told to the humans in the blank for 100 years, most of them would still choose to endure silently, and would not even show the courage to resist. They put their hopes on other people, and they blame others. They don't see the good of others. They are selfish. Those poor people who have been squeezed out. When they see the real heroes who have made sacrifices for them but failed, they will still make a ridicule. That doesn't matter to you. They are hopeless. So stop saving them and join me. Yim took off the mask, and hidden under the mask was a beautiful face. Her gender became blurred. She sat aside, opened her hands, and prepared to welcome Yaoyorozu to truly understand her in the years and be qualified to meet her. She is the people who rule the world together. You cannot change human nature, you cannot save stupid people. Shiraha slashed at Yim with his sword. Man and God are unreasonable. Jiangwen is very beautiful. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminates the dark palace. Yim's beautiful face looked flawless under the glow of the sunset color. Behind her, she exudes a holy light like an angel. The light covers the sunset. The moment Shiraha's figure is holy and glorious, under the shining, gradually dissipated. Looking at the palace that had become empty again, Yim said in a complicated tone, "You obviously have to see more thoroughly than those stupid people. Why did you make such a stupid choice?" Yaoyorozu years, Yaoyorozu years, I thought I could only struggle in this world alone. Even if I created a perfect world, I would still feel lonely. Until I saw you who didn't exist in fate, and saw you who could not be bound by the law. My ability was invalid in front of you. I thought we were the same kind. You know that after I heard what you said, how happy is in my heart. Why did you make that choice? In the palace, Yim's voice sounded over and over again, and the voice conveyed the sorrow that Yaoyorozu had gained and lost over the years. The perfect world? The so-called perfect world is just built according to your requirements. You are a god with a divine nature, which is completely different from the principle of a mortal with a human nature. Shiraha's voice resounded in the palace, and the surprise in Yam's eyes couldn't be concealed. Are you immortal? Humans cannot survive alone in the world. Gods may be different, but you will feel lonely. This does not mean that you have weaknesses. It can only prove that you are actually in existence abandoned by the same kind. You have the same kind, and those same kind don't accept you. and even those same kind may reject you and stand on the opposite side of you. Shirahar looked at the increasingly feminine Yim, and said his own guess. I need you, you can rule all beings like me, do what you want to do, and I will not interfere with anything you want to do. Yim's beautiful face showed a satisfied smile. I believe you will not refuse. We can form a perfect family, just like those human beings. I'm going to your uncle. Fuck you. Shirahar raised his middle finger. His eyes seemed to detect everything. You just want me to be you, a dehumanizing god. I have no interest in being a god. I have become you, then everything I have now, including those emotions, will all be lost. Shirahar uses divine thinking to objectively evaluate what the world government and I'm said, but this does not mean that he is a god. Even if it is invincible, it is still not what he wants. To become a true god, he might swing a sword at anyone he remembered. I call you the god of the fallen world. Although he retains his divinity, he is also contaminated with some mortal thoughts. Shirahar stood from the perspective of a mortal and shouted, in addition to all kinds of defects and bad sides, humans also have the existence of truth, goodness and beauty. What you say makes sense. Humans do, but you can't ignore each one. There are heroes in the era. Even if most people are servile in their bones, servility can't destroy the blood surging in their hearts. Pirates, revolutionary forces, civilians, marines, and even expensive families will always come forward. You can kill thousands of people, but you can't destroy the will of one person. The will is passed down from generation to generation, and the flame of hope has continued from Yaoyorozu years ago to the present day, and it has never been extinguished. I believe that the new era is in the hands of all beings by the Master. I'm shook his head. You are wrong. This world is a world where the weak eats the strong, and the ace master of Marine headquarters is in the hands of the world government. Among them is a very useful dog. His name is Akainu. He will maintain the current perfect world well and hinder your all, said the Revolutionary Road. Not to mention the Marine headquarters, even the army is also a dog raised by the world government. It is their justice in the eyes of these beings that maintains the world government. So the day you said will never come. You were wrong. Shirahar pointed to her and said slowly, the hero will always exist, and the will not be obliterated. The light of help is in everyone's heart. A decayed world will be burned to death by the raging Retsu fire, which is also a heavenly path. A burnt-out world will produce birth opportunities, and the tenacious vitality of mankind will never give up. Survival of the fittest is indeed the law since ancient times, but mankind is constantly advancing through trial and error. A world that will eventually decay will be eliminated sooner or later. The perfect world you create is even more ridiculous. We human beings are constantly moving forward in the revolution. I believe that on the day the truth is announced, there will be many more people standing up than dogs kneeling on the ground. As for those who shouldn't be saved, I never thought about saving. The creation I want is just a world that is more pleasing to my eyes, a world that is a little better than the current world. A person who is willing to be a dog is just right for me to die. Before Shirah's body disappeared again, he shouted at her. The new era belongs to the thousands of beings who have stood up. The next chapter preview, the gambling covenant between man and God. Back to Sky Island. Write about the development of Sky Island. End of this chapter. 241 The Gamble Between Man and God. Back to Sky Island. 4000. Chapter 241 The Gamble Between Man and God. Back to Sky Island. 4000. The holy light behind Yim became brighter. She stood up, left the hollow empty throne, and walked forward. A few steps later, she stopped again and looked at the figure in front of her with covetous gaze. Shirahar was resurrected again, facing the peerless beauty who stood in front of him with a pale face and stared into his eyes. He has no interest at all. The energy consumed by these 2 times was much greater than the previous death. He was about to reach the critical point, and after a few deaths, his consciousness would really fall into a dormant state. Who knows what time will do to his body when he enters a dormant state? At a glance, He knew that he was slandering him. This beautiful humanoid creature is about 1.8 meters tall, with perfect body proportions and impeccable temperament, as if the Creator's most outstanding work can make any human being amazed by it. This is a God that shouldn't exist in this world. You are the first person who likes me so much. I really want you to be my kind. Took off his gloves and stretched out his tender white hands, slender fingers, flawless. My ability is invalid in front of you, so I can only rely on strength to suppress you. Shiraha said silently. Does it make a difference? Of course there is a difference. I rely on that ability to become a god in this world. No one or existence can resist me. But my ability is invalid in front of you, as if you are not a human in this world. But you are a human. Im's words were a little puzzled. No matter what, your mind and your vision are beyond ordinary people. You are special. You have the potential to become a god, and to be my kind. I will belong to you. You belong to me. I want to ask, are you a man, or a woman? Shiraha looked at the completely feminine and incomparable Yim couldn't help but ask. According to the human gender, I am the kind that can be combined with you. Combine. Looked like a master. I know you like a human woman. That woman has great potential and has a strange power in her body. I have never seen that power in the ocean. But I am more interested in you. Obviously you satisfy me. When Shiraha and the others came to the Red Earth continent, Yim discovered the existence of the three and did not make any actions. She is a god. A god who is detached from this world and secretly in charge of the world government in Yaoi Orozu years. Out of her own strength, out of confidence in this world, she didn't panic when she saw the two disappeared in front of her. Do you know what destiny is? All destiny is my master, whether it is the past, present, or future. Stretched out his hand and grabbed hollow in the air. I represent destiny to break any shackles, and your destiny is also mine. On the palm of your hand. A few seconds passed. The tender, flawless hand stopped in the hollow air, and Yim's expression became a little strange. She said in disbelief, why can't I find that girl's fate? It's like disappearing from the world. The same. The other woman should be Nicole Robin. Although Nicole Robin's destiny is not simple, she can still be mastered by her. Why hasn't she caught her alone? This man used a method to move people far away in an instant, space ability. If that's the case, it would be beyond the scope of her master. That kind of spatial ability is really terrifying. She deserves to be the one she likes. Nicole Robin's fate has not yet come to an end. I have always left the fate of this sea unchecked. I didn't expect to lose face in front of you. Shiraha had several speculations about Yim's abilities. No matter which one was terrifying, he asked slowly. What do you think about Garasai 5 elders, the world government, and the sea? A few dogs, a fun toy, a perfect world that I have created. Replied casually. She looked at Shiraha in front of her with hot eyes, and said, as long as you are willing to stay with me, I will leave the world to you. Just do it according to your ideas. Our combination will be the most perfect combination. Give me your heart and body. We will accompany each other. We will always be together. We can face anything together and rule the world together. The role of Im in this world is a bystander, a fallen god with divine nature. The real master of this sea is her, but she has never been interested in becoming the master of this sea. To her, the world is like a casual game used to pass the time, so why take it seriously? You and I are the same kind of people, and we are both almost perfect beings. Forget that woman, we are the perfect union. Shiraha made a harsh laugh. He clutched his stomach as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. He pointed to Im and laughed. How poor are you? How hungry are you? Do you want to find someone of the same kind? You have divinity, and everything in your eyes is indistinguishable. People will not feel compassion when stepping on ants. You treat people, ants and the world are the same, but you are always a bystander in this world. You are a sad god. I can hear the fear in your heart. You are not invincible. Shiraha heard some inexplicable voices in Arabastam. He could feel Yaya's feelings and hear her inner feelings. He didn't know if it was similar to the sight and hearing of Red Earl Patrick, but he heard that Yam had been expecting a hope in his heart, and regarded him as a fellow who could understand her. You really know me best. I don't want to be a god, and I don't want to give up humanity. Yim was not disappointed this time. He stepped forward and hugged Shira's half-disappeared body. But he was struggling to push himself away. I will make an agreement with you. We will make a bet in the way of mortals, and I won. You will be me, okay? I will not interfere with anything in this sea when you are fully acting, nor will I simply use my strength to crush everything. We bet. What is human nature? Shiraha lost half of her body, coughing all the time, and vomiting blood in her mouth. The blood even spilled on Yam's gorgeous clothes. She didn't mind, and hugged him tightly. He said with difficulty, I bet the darkness of this world will be washed away by the torrent of the times and the indelible will, and all beings will stand up. I bet that the good side of humanity will overwhelm the bad side in the face of desperation. Then I bet they don't deserve to be rescued. Him half kneeling on the steps of the second floor, holding Shiraha tightly with only half of his body tightly, his voice became more and more gentle. Humans themselves are sad and dirty beings. This world is like a tree, and the tree yearns. The light on the heights continues to grow upward, but their roots are deeply ingrained in the dirty soil, ingrained in the dark abyss. The roots are already rotten. Where is the tree, and where is the light? You must eradicate the roots and plant a new tree. Shira's hand extended to Yim fell. He died for the third time. This time he did not resurrect in Pangu City, but returned to his original world. 7 days have come. Yim still maintained a half-kneeling posture, quietly feeling the remaining warmth of being still in his arms. After a long time, she looked at the empty palace and said, I will not extinguish an eyelight in this history. You are special, and I am an exception for you. You are not perfect now. I will make you more perfect. The facts of Yaoyorozu will prove that you were wrong. I have been lonely for Yaoyorozu years, and it's not too late. The bet between man and God was established. After that day, an order came from the depths of Pangu City, prohibiting RSI 5 elders from leaving the game in person. The gears of Yaoyorozu's fate have also begun to turn. Sky Island. Ahem. After the third resurrection, Shiraha lay on the white clouds and coughed dryly. Unrivaledly powerful, the ruler of Yaoyorozu, possessing a creature with almost perfect divinity. Hahim is more like a god than the gods set on certain things. Should I be thankful that she is not an omnipotent existence? Jai ha ha, what bullshit is your kid talking about? Shiki walked over with a cigar in his mouth, spewing out a puff of smoke. Where did I go to this place? It's really shameful for you to be like this. Isn't it the world government? Isn't it that their boss is a god? In a word, I will accompany you to Campion. After Shiki defeated Roger and became the third overlord of the sea, he felt empty in his heart. Apart from overthrowing the world government, he had no other pursuit. Conquer the sea? Come on. After Shiki received some modern information, he found that conquering the sea is only a goal for him. After conquering, what can he do? Rule the world? Then, live a boring life for a lifetime. That's not what Golden Lion Shiki wants. What he wants now is what he experienced before completing his goal, whether he can truly be worthy of his identity. Shiki wants to do something earth-shattering and let the whole sea know. He is a pirate who likes to pay attention and like to be the focus. Little bastard, I bet my fate on you. So I won. Shiki put his hand on Shira's shoulder and sat down. The fate of shit can't stop the real man in the sea. Jai ha ha, I am very interested in what you want to do. Change the times and make the sea turbulent. I, Golden Lion Shiki, will never be worse than anyone else. Roger can start the era of the great pirates in the future, then I will directly change the world. Shiraha glanced at Shiki strangely. With the flying pirates under your command, you are not qualified to jump in front of the world government, and your goal is not to rule the world. I changed it. Can't it? Shiki flicked the soot and snorted. After defeating Roger, I found that what I was pursuing was not what I used to be. What I wanted was to challenge the impossible again and again. Let the fate of Shiki know what kind of pirate I Shiki is. If you give up overthrowing the world government, let Lao Tzu change the world. Huahaha. Shiraha laughed. Many people pursue goals throughout their lives. There are many people who have goals. Few people who really have clear goals are willing to do it. Shiki bastard, you are really a different person. He was also born extraordinary. I made a bet with a terrible guy, and I believe I have a chance to win. She is not a perfect god. After she fell into the world, she was infected with the breath of a mortal. Even if she tried to avoid it, she couldn't change it. After all, she is not omniscient and omnipotent. The existence of true omniscience and omnipotence will never be like that. In Shira's eyes, once it reaches the level of omniscience and omnipotence, everything loses its meaning. He can't imagine how the existence of omniscience and omnipotence will live in this world. Shiki blinked, then frowned, pointed to Shira's pale face and asked, you said is not a woman, right? Shira's face was speechless. What's the problem? He nodded. I don't know if I'm as a human, but he looks much better than ordinary women. Suddenly, Shiki showed the eyes that all men know, like a big brother. Hurry up and let the person in your family make up for you, and see what your body is like in hollow. Shiraha doesn't know how to refute. His current body is indeed very hollow, but it is not because of that kind of hollow. Did this bastard Shiki misunderstand something? Don't worry, I won't tell your person about this. Shiki looked at Yang Liu Oki not far away with a treacherous smile. Don't fart. Shiraha yelled. I only did this when my spirit reached the limit. That monster is much stronger than me. Shiki fell into silence. He was the first to discover Shira's position by his ability, and he could reach the limit of this kid, at least killing this kid's existence several times. Ability has its limits, and resurrection will inevitably require a price. The last time this kid looked so pale was when he was in the Valley of Gods. Have you reached her limit? Shiki's eyes were solemn. Shiraha shook her head. I don't know her ability. After knowing her ability, I believe it will not be too far away. I will help you. I believe you will not lose to anyone. A familiar and reassuring voice sounded. Shira's eyes lit up. Liao Qi, how slow is your kid? You just went to meet a god. Why didn't you even have the most basic ability to see, hear, and perceive? Shiki smiled sharply. Jai haha, I went to discuss with Roger. You guys talk slowly. Turning around, Shiraha saw her not far away, and there were too many words in her heart. The spear in my hand blooms for you and puts it down for you. She took the lead and opened her arms. There is a difference between man and god. So I don't want to be a god. Shiraha flew towards Yang Liu Oki. He is a man, not a god. End of this chapter. Chapter 242 The Development of Sky Island. Roger flying the plane. 4000. Chapter 242 The Development of Sky Island. Roger flying the plane. 4000. Yang Liu Oki hugged Shiraha tightly, looked up, and said softly, let's go back. Well, we're home. She developed the construction of Sky Island alone, and Shiraha thinks this place is really suitable for being a home. Yang Liu Oki took his hand and didn't ask what happened. Stepping on the clouds, she smiled and talked about what happened when she came back. Robin is very interested in Sky Island. Now that I have read historical texts on Sky Island in the past, she seems to be very interested in those things. She has her own determination and will, and the will of the Ahura scholar is inherited by her. Shiraha knew that Robin's feelings for his mother were very complicated, but he still went to his mother's path. It's a pity that the historical text on Sky Island is about the Sea King Poseidon, which is different from the truth she wants to know. Sea King Poseidon has not been born at this time. Shiraha just wants to use the power of Sea King. There is nothing he can do, and he can't use strong means to bring Shirahashi back from another pirate world. Husband, you don't understand the thoughts of girls. Yang Liuoki shook his head and explained, Robin's pursuit of the truth of historical texts has become the driving force for her to live. In addition, her heart is against Austria. The Hara scholar has a respect and a passion for studying historical texts. She loves to be a scholar. Robin's dreams and pursuits are inherited from her mother, and she also has a passion for the study of historical texts in her heart. That is what she likes. Not anyone forced her to see the historical text, no matter what the content is. It is a satisfaction for Robin, just like I will be very happy when I see you. Yang Liuqi's face was filled with joy. The two were separated for several hours. Shiraha returned to Sky Island and was also very happy to see Liu Qi. You can still be happy if you know the result. This is the emotion that humans have. I wonder if Robin translated the walled naval battle. Wouldn't it be surprised? Shiraha curiously thought of the scene where Robin saw the historical text. I'm not sure about this. Yang Liuqi knows that there is a big difference between the two pirate worlds, based on her view of Robin. That woman is very smart, and she may be able to understand that two similar worlds will have different results under the action of different trajectories. Well, no, if we go to see it, just to arrange the Kung Fu Manatee, and it can also act as the guard of Sky Island. Shiraha released the Kung Fu Manatee that he had brought back from Arabastan. These little guys were panicked when they were released. After a while, they began to walk in the White Sea. The creatures in Pirate World are really not simple. Kung Fu Manatee not only learns armament haki, but also breaks into the new world from the Great Root. In this way, it seems normal to survive at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Except for a few Kung Fu Manatees that are still adapting, most of the Kung Fu Manatees have adapted. The two let the two leading Kung Fu Manatees lead the other Kung Fu Manatees, and soon the group of Kung Fu Manatees lined up in an orderly manner and followed the two masters. When Shiraha and Yang Liuqi met Sky Island soldiers, they handed these Kung Fu Manatees to them, and the guards on Sky Island took the group of Kung Fu Manatees to the training camp for regular exercise. This group of Kung Fu Manatees will not only be the mascots on Sky Island, but also the guardian power on Sky Island. They are used to prevent ordinary invaders and steal lance-crossing guests, so that people who are lucky to come to Sky Island in the future will understand. Sky Island is a paradise for those who understand the rules, and a place of death for those who do not understand the rules. Liu Qi, I have an idea. You said that these Kung Fu Manatees are not too weak to train. We can let this group of Kung Fu Manatees cooperate with the potential children of Sky Island from an early age, and when they grow up, they will become 1+1 is more powerful than 2. Shiraha informed his thoughts that he wants to build a Sky Island that is perfect in all aspects. In addition to education, infrastructure, etc., having a strong combat force and whole cards is not to be lost. Regardless of the degree of development of the times, force is indispensable, and the strong will always have the right to speak. It takes a long time to develop and form a system, but the last thing we lack is time. Yang Liuqi showed Shiraha the pure gold on his finger. This kind of idea is very good. It is a good idea to cultivate and build relationships from an early age. You can be a pet, and you can protect yourself and fight with yourself. Even if the world government is overthrown, it is important to have power that can protect and guard. Kung Fu Manatee will become an indispensable battle pet on Sky Island in the future. Shiraha's goal is also to establish a Sky Island guarding force that can be passed down from generation to generation. Sky Island Golden Town, in front of a black stone monument. A sexy, mature, tall elder sister was looking at the historical records in a daze, her eyes thoughtful. Robin already knows the difference in this world-walled naval battle. The winner of this world-walled naval battle is Golden Lion Shiki, and the loser is Roger. Similar worlds will also take different paths. Robin considered that this is the timeline of the past. She was brought over by Shiraha through some special way, but the record on the stone tablet made her understand that this is a pirate world that has undergone a turning point. It was not this that shocked her. What Robin was shocked was, in this world, her mother should not have died yet. Robin's mind kept showing images of getting along with her mother. She wanted to forget, and she wanted to remove the images from her mind, but the more she thought about it, the clearer the image is in her mind. Before she knew it, she shed tears, covering her face with her hands, silently leaning on the stone tablet and crying. Just as Robin looked up with tearful eyes, he saw Shiraha, who was inexplicably embarrassed. Her small captain was very pale with his hands in the air. I saw Robin's face getting redder and red, and the scene of her crying just now shouldn't have been seen by them much. Robin, who was socially dead on the spot, had plumes of white smoke visible to the naked eye. Luochi and I came here to see you. Shiraha touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "The way you cried just now was beautiful." Gagaga. A crow flew across the sky. The scene was quiet for a while. Yang Luoki, Robin. Puff Captain Shiraha, you really can talk. He can't speak. His mouth is sometimes dumb. You just cried because you thought of someone important to you. Yang Luoki stepped forward and hugged Robin. It's okay. We are all here. I will accompany you whatever you want to do. Yeah. Robin hugged Yang Luoki and blinked playfully at Shiraha in front. The deputy captain is so good. If I were not a woman, I might fall in love with her. Shiraha stepped forward with a black line and said, "There will be a bonfire party tonight, and we will naturally go as the master of this island." Sky Island belongs to Yang Luoki's territory. In the eyes of Sky Island people, Yang Luoki is their god, and she reached that position with the support of everyone on Sky Island. Unlike Enlil, who relied solely on deterrence and fear, Yang Luoki became the leader of Sky Island, and now the former god of Sky Island has become the captain of the guard. This former god still has certain strength and potential. Hearing that there was a party, Robin wiped away his tears and quickly calmed down. He smiled and asked, "Captain Shiraha, where shall we sit by then?" "Of course it's the kids' table," Shiraha yelled in a certain way. Robin. The three looked at each other, and the expression on Shiraha's face stiffened. After returning to Sky Island, in a state of extreme relaxation, he said what he had in mind. The three discussed. Shiraha asked Yang Luoki to accompany Robin first, and he went to find some people by himself. Just now when another pirate world came back, Shiraha wanted to find some acquaintances to chat with, and he went to educate the bastard Shiki by the way, and was almost fucked by that bastard. Fortunately, nothing really happened to him and Jim. After the dungeon was over, he wanted to relax for a while and enjoy the night. On the way to find Shiki, Shiraha found that she was lost when she was walking. Is this Sky Island? Large blocks of modern buildings and infrastructure, as well as a plaza for entertainment. The streets are full of cars, and children even skateboard and roller skating in the plaza, showing off their skills in front of the little girl. Shiraha noticed that the kinetic energy of these cars comes from the unique shellfish on Sky Island. The kinetic energy of the tools such as skateboards and roller skating on the children comes from the wind shell, and the kinetic energy of the cars on the street comes from the wind shell, which belongs to the wind shell. It is a kind of shellfish, but it can emit wind that strengthens Retsu. Buzz buzz buzz. After Shiraha heard the sound, he looked up at Arya Sky, and saw something that was too familiar to him. He was stunned. Fighter? On the side street, an old man from Sky Island came to Shiraha and said kindly, "Young man, you are the guest of Sky Island. It's made of, what is it called? Flying airplane. I don't know much about it. Our leader is very beautiful and powerful. If the old man can be 50 years younger, he will go after him." The old man squinted, his body exuding the sense of precipitation that the years passed. Sky Island is getting better and better. An old guy like me can see such a scene when he is alive, and die without regrets. Die without regrets. Young man, don't even think about making bad ideas on Sky Island. Sky Island's guards are very powerful, and our leader is invincible. The old man noticed that Shiraha was different from ordinary foreign members, and reminded cryptically, "I'm here for the party." Shiraha didn't mention his identity. He knew that not everyone knew about Sky Island. It turned out to be invited by the leader. The friends of the leader are all famous people in Qinghai. It's the old man. "I have a bad eye. The old man smiled and pointed the way: Walk in this direction and you can see the leader's few friends. Shiraha looked at the fighter jets flying in the distance on Arya sky, and exclaimed in his heart, men can create anything impossible. Fly to the sky, Master Arya Sky, land on the moon. It is an incredible feat to be able to make a plane in such a short period of time. Luo Qi must have put in a lot of effort during this period of time on Sky Island. This plane was not only born suddenly during the time he was away, it must have gone through a long process and everyone's efforts. After coming back, the whole person really relaxed. Shiraha strolled on the street, watching around, thinking if the fate of the Valley of Gods cannot be changed, after the Rock's defeat, he should go to East Blue to live an ordinary life. Every day is such a simple life. Step. A team of Sky Island guards passed by. No. Didn't the leader say that the plane will have to wait until after the party to conduct a test flight the next day? This is really something serious. Who is flying the plane? Shiraha was stunned and looked up in the direction the plane was heading. ? Master Shiraha. Some of the guards passing by recognized the person in front of him and hurried over to report the cause and effect to him. It turns out that the aircraft has been manufactured for a long time, but the test flight has not been carried out, and the stability of the impact shell is not clear, and it has not been put into use for fear of danger. It was suddenly opened now, and the people who made them understand the situation were surprised. Don't worry, you'll see the specific situation. With that, Shiraha Mitsurugi flew to Arya Sky in the respect of everyone's eyes, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. As expected, someone our leader likes can fly so fast with a weapon. What's the matter? I heard that this adult can strike /Arya Sky. Let's report this matter to the chief first. Roger, you think you are Shuk? Shut me down. Shiraha caught up with the plane, and what made him laugh or cry was that Roger was driving the plane, and the bastard Shiki was sitting on the co-pilot and grabbing the joystick from Roger. This bastard steals our stuff. Shiki pointed at Roger and shouted uncomfortably, Yo Shiraha, I was going to open this thing to find you. I didn't expect Shiki to find you first. Roger greeted enthusiastically while blocking Shiki. I don't know how to stop this thing. Shiki, still robbing me. Shiraha groaned. I'm pretty good at holding the steering wheel. But you let me fly the plane. I'm not a professional. Shiki, quickly give me the ability to help me send this plane intact. Don't be conceited. Shira's cold eyes exuded an inexplicable chill. Shiki and Roger gave a chill all over their bodies, and the two changed positions in a hurry. Jai ha ha, I said, let Lao Tzu come. Do you know how to do this? Shiki drove the plane back with satisfaction. He has a unique talent for flying tools. When a farce ended, Shiraha and Shiki joined forces to beat Roger viciously, making him remember. Roger with a swollen nose grinned and said, that thing is really interesting. I can help with a test flight tomorrow. Get out, Shiraha said with a look of disgust. End of this chapter. Chapter 243 of the main body of the man's most promise. Toolman Shiki. Chapter 243 The greatest man is the most promise. Toolman Shiki. Night is coming. There was a warm glow on Sky Island, and a group of people gathered in a lively circle. The bonfire party began. This is Rovgo. I am considered my first master. I have been taught by him. Shiraha pointed to the better-looking Rovgo and introduced to Robin. This is a mega assassin. It is not comparable to the group of assassins trained by Rockdahl. It can be said that except for the Rockwork Club, none of the first two can fight. In terms of comparison, those two are also able to fight. Beat. Today's Rockdahl Berry's ability development is at its peak, and Haki is even stronger than the peak. In addition to physical skills, he is no less inferior to the top powers on the sea, and Admiral and the four emperors cannot easily defeat him. It's almost the strength that can beat the ceiling level. In addition to the Conqueror constrict bonus points for the ceiling powerhouses, those who can reach the ceiling are naturally extraordinary people. No matter how hard other people work hard, The final achievement can only reach the achievement of Admiral, at most 4 emperors. The level difference between the top powerhouses in the pirate world is not big, and it takes time to tell the winner, unless it is the gap between Shikibukai's inferiority and the apex of the 4 emperors, that is indeed a shot, and the dead can't die again. Charlotte Linlin is a special existence, obviously possessing such a high qualification. Even if it is a little normal, he can become a king through hard work. In the end, he barely became a 4 emperor, and was still the bottom. Hello, my name is Robin. Nice to meet you, Robin. Rothko nodded in response to Robin's greeting, and said, I didn't teach him anything, but he was my benefactor. How will you mess with me in the future? Shiki came over with the rum, trying to dig the foot of the wall. He has a dispensable mentality towards most of the pirates in the Flying Pirates group. He is willing to accept the waste. Most of those pirates will be able to offer a reward of tens of millions in later generations. At least the leader of the team is offering a reward of over 100 million. But for Shiki, it's also dispensable. Apart from Rox, Shiraha, Roger, Whitebeard and a few others, there are not many people who can be recognized by him. What he can see is also the existence of resounding in the ocean. As a former member of Shikibukai, a genius killer like Rovko, a person with outstanding ability, will naturally be appreciated by Shiki. Shiki, you bastard, don't even think about it, just stay there. Shiraha waved. Boy, he hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious to rush me? Shiki took a sip of cigar and sip of rum. During this time, his days on Sky Island were very happy. The pirate admiral, the winner of the walled battle, the third overlord of the sea. Shiki felt more comfortable as he listened. I'm sorry, I want to reject you. I am not interested in fighting for the hegemony of the sea and conquering the world. Rovko tactfully refused. I don't want to come if I don't want to come, not to mention so much, and drink at the bar together. Shiki was not upset about the refusal, but said cheerfully, well take me for a drink. Roger leaned over. Roll. Facing the unwelcome of the two, Roger found a place to sit down with a cheeky face, and said, the Battle of the Valley of Gods, maybe I really shouldn't stop Rox, but the sea does not belong to him alone. I am not sure if Rox was trying to rule the world and dominate the sea, so Shiraha will accompany me to Lovedrew. I want to find out the truth. What exactly does Ravdrew have? Maybe that place has everything I want. Shiraha hugged Yang Liuoki and listened to Roger's words, and knew that Roger in the future would behave crazier than Rox, opening the era of great voyages. You are not wrong. Everyone is fighting for their own beliefs. Rox never resents you, but appreciates your opponent. Shiraha thought that Shiki could give up all grievances with Roger when he was young for his own pursuit, and that he could singly enter the Marine headquarters after Roger was arrested. The men in the sea are pure. Rox is a true king of the sea, with absolute kingliness. He should have discovered some secret at the time and let us attack the Valley of Gods. Before going to the Valley of Gods, my captain hugged me. The will to die. Shiraha suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, I'm here, so Shinigami don't even think about accepting him. Rox is very lucky. If only I met you first. Roger generalized. You line up for me. I know Shiraha before you. Shiki patted Roger on the shoulder and laughed. Hey, the defeated man, don't want to recruit this kid, or you later just mess with me. Roger, I can get on your ship. I will be your crew member until Ravdrew, Shiraha said in Shiki's shocked eyes. What are you talking about, little bastard? Shiki quit, shouting, I don't allow it. Shiraha said faintly, Shiki, this is the promise of a man on the sea. I can't say it without believing it. Shiki drank a sulky drink, feeling unhappy at once, but helpless. Well Shiki, why don't you come to my pirate group? When I reach Ravdrew, I probably won't pursue it anymore. No matter how the timeline and plotline changes, Roger plans to after Lavidra disbanded the pirates. You dream. I won't be in your pirate group. Shiki snorted and ignored Roger. Bullet came over at this moment, looked down at Shiraha, and shouted, "I want to compete with you." In this period, Bullet has not got off Roger's ship halfway. Whether it is the original plot or the current plot, Bullet is still following in Roger's footsteps. The descendants of the devil who yearn to challenge the strong challenged Shiraha. A gunshot that pierced Bullet was aimed at him. Seeing that Shiraha and Yang Liuqi's expressions were not very good, this devil descendant was a little flustered. But he had heard that Shiraha always likes Tozinga lit, and Roger looked at his stupid crew member and was stunned. No matter how careless he was, he knew this kind of good day and challenged the master's family. "Isn't this damaging the scene, Shiki?" Shiki instantly understood Roger's meaning, and the two stood up and called Bullet, a tall and strong man, into the woods in the distance. No one has ever tried. The two legendary pirates teamed up. Bullet should be the first one. Rox was defeated by Marine and the pirates. Red Earl Patrick was also defeated under the siege of Marine. At that time, Garp could not have been watching a show, shouting 6-6 to the battlefield. It is not that he is not qualified to participate in the battlefield. Marine and the pirates have never been moral. They stand on the perspective of justice and carry out a just siege. It can only be said that the main attacker is Kong, and the supporter is Garp and a large number of superior Marine. In that situation, able to defeat a Marine marshal of that era, Patrick, who did not eat devilberry at that time, was not unbelievably powerful, and the sealing strength was worthy of the name. This is not something that Marine Admiral and the four emperors can do. Shiraha can be said that the two legendary Big Sea pirates joined forces, and in the sea, except for the unknown depth of Yim, they can win against anyone else. The strength of Garasai 5 elders overwhelming the four emperors sealing does not mean that they have no power to fight. What Shiraha is worried about is the power of CP0. The strongest shield of CP0 is at least Marine Admiral, and even the Marshal's level. He doesn't know how many are hidden in the world government. At that time, he was going to kill Panga City directly, riding on those people to relax his vigilance, and plunge into the depths in one breath. I didn't expect to be recruited by Yim directly. He also let him see some content. The Merlik Tiger took the Holy Land to relax his vigilance before releasing the slaves. The main reason was that he did not do unnecessary things and ran away in time. Those people in the holy place Marie Joyce couldn't believe that there existed and dared to come up. Only this can succeed. Those top combat powers were mainly used to protect the safety of the Holy Land and Tenryu Bito. Some slaves ran away and caught them again. According to what Yim passed to his mind, she was bored at the time. Suddenly an ant wanted to try to subvert her fate. The life of Yaoyorozu made her very boring. As a god, she saw things that aroused her interest, so she let it go. After that Merlik won horse. As a result, Garasai 5 elders immediately entered the depths of Pangu City after learning that this happened, and kneeled down to beg for mercy at the bottom of the hollow throne, which roused Yim's resentment. Shiraha learned that Tiger had subverted the Red Earth continent, but it was only Yim's thought. Gods and humans are really different. People are different. After a bonfire party, Bullet was bandaged on the bed to recuperate, and Shiraha sprinkled dog food in front of all kinds of strong men and did something that an adult should do at night. Early the next morning, Shiraha took Yang Liuoki to find Shiki, and the two of them explained their purpose clearly. "Shiki, can you help move some islands around here? Who do you look down on?" Shiki shouted, holding a cigar in his mouth. "How much? How much do I spin?" This Shiki, who has no rudder on his head and two legs alive, has successfully changed his strength after the Battle of the Walled Sea. Shiki, who successfully broke his fate, will no longer stop at the ceiling of the four emperors. Legend has it that the combat power of the pirates has the potential to break above the four emperors. This is something that Rockdale and Bullet cannot do. I also want to transfer a lot of soil on the ground, develop plantation on Sky Island, and make Sky Island a real paradise. During this time, Shiki also learned what Shiraha did. Any country wants to get that kind of grain seeds. Without strong strength, You can't protect such precious things. I will work with Liu Qi to make Sky Island an iron defense. End of this chapter. 244 Development of Planting Industry. Back to King Hai. Chapter 244 The Development of Planting Industry. Back to King Hai. Shiraha is telling the truth. Since he wants to turn it into a paradise, he must have the power to protect it. People without power cannot protect what Protect wants to protect. Sky Island needs its own combat troops and cannot rely on a few high-level combat power alone as support. The Kung Fu manatee brought back from Arabastan has officially started training, and the vitality of Sky Island has already started large-scale training under the prestige of Yang Liu Oki. It has certain combat effectiveness and will continue to grow stronger in the future. Assassin troops. Shiraha wanted one very much. It would be better if Rovko was willing to become the leader of the troops. Unfortunately, what happened back then? I guess Rovko is disgusted with the assassin organization. As a member of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, infrastructure must definitely be built, and people's livelihoods must not be left behind. If the planting industry is started, this kind of thing will be able to win over the various countries in the Qinghai Sea in the future. Otherwise, everything done in the Battle of Wald will be wasted, and it is not clear how the current situation on the sea is. Shiki, I want to go to a place. You can accompany me to find it. Shiraha thought of a small island in the original book. It seemed to be an island that could control the climate. Nami had been studying art on that island for 2 years. The island is called Visalia. It is the small sky island closest to Qinghai and the only sky island that can freely go down to Qinghai. It is an artificial island controlled by a group of old men. According to the current timeline, that group of people are not old men. Shiraha wants to invite those people to join, so that Sky Island has a controllable artificial climate system, which is still a long-term one, and it is not perfect for the development of the planting industry. Neither infrastructure nor agriculture can be let go. I want to go too. Yang Liu Oki raised his hand, his eyes cunning. Ahem. Of course we will go together. Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki's hand and said excitedly, that island is still very interesting. We will bring that island back to Sky Island so that Sky Island has a perfect weather system. Agriculture and planting can be vigorously developed. You little bastard. What is the weather system? Your boy's thinking is a bit weird, right? Seeing Shira's fiery eyes, Shiki was confused. Say, where? This Sea of Lozi can't do it. Where to go? Jai ha ha ha. Then to Mari under the sea. Can you go? Can this kid speak something human? You kid wouldn't really want to go to the bottom of the sea to get Marie? Shiki twitched. Just kidding, I'm going to an island called Visalia, Tenshima, where I can fly freely in the sky. After Shiraha finished speaking, Shiki was stunned, thinking that, except for airplanes, even the island can fly. His fluttering berry flying effect was given to Mimic. Husband, there is a place called the Island of Gods near Angel Island. There is precious soil in that place. Yang Liu Oki reported this matter seriously. The God Island of Sky Island is part of Gaia Island 400 years ago. It was sent to the White Sea along the eruption of the rising ocean current. The inhabitants of Angel Island drove away the aboriginal people on the God Island for mud, and the two sides fought for hundreds of years. Until the arrival of Yang Liu Oki, the fight between the two sides was temporarily ended, and the Qinghai Sea was informed that this kind of mud can be seen everywhere. The friction between the two families for hundreds of years is difficult to resolve, and I have no good solution. The Sandia family is a fighting family. If you train as a warrior, it will form a good combat effectiveness. Shira's eyes lit up. There is no way to solve this matter. He may have a solution. In fact, the soil problem is easy for them to solve. The only thing that is difficult to solve is the friction and fighting between the two families for hundreds of years. This matter depends on the agreement between the Sandia and Rolando back then. Go to the island first, and then settle this matter. Shiraha Mitsurugi took Yang Liu Oki. Shiki used Berry's ability to fly alone, and the three of them focused on Sky Island, looking for islands close to Qinghai all over the world. In the end, the effort paid off. They found the island, and met a group of member meteorological scientists in their 30s. One of the leading aspiring young men is Harida, who will be beaten the most in the next 2 years of practice in Nami, and cultivated Nami as a granddaughter after the two sides exchanged. So you want to develop Sky Island? This is indeed for the benefit of civilians. But are you not pirates? Harida couldn't help but complain. A pirate does whatever he wants. Is it true that when a pirate wants to do everything? Shiraha sat on a chair, his mouth raised. That's what pervert can do. The real big pirates sacrifice their lives for their own pursuits. I hope you can come and help me. You have the wisdom and technology, and you should always implement it. Shiraha's words made them unable to refute. They dedicated their lives to researching science and technology, but if the things they specialize in research are of no use at all, it can only prove that their lives have been a failure. I need to go to the place you mentioned first. If that's the case, we are willing to spend our entire life to build that place, Harida said sincerely. These meteorological scientists are people who put life and death out of the question. If someone insists on surrendering, they would rather destroy the research of the first half of their lives and take their own lives. Shiraha's words moved them, and Harida, as the representative of this group of meteorological scientists, put forward some small conditions. Yes, Luochi, you can take them to Sky Island, Shiraha explained. I will be back soon. The Mud and Islands need Shiki's ability to transport them. In the current situation, Yang Luoki is most suitable to lead the way. If Shiki is allowed to lead the way, this group of scientists, Johto, will be scared to death. Shiraha also wants to resolve the conflict between the two families during this trip to Qinghai, and solve the problem through Rolando's descendants. I understand. Yang Luoki looked at the group of meteorological scientists with a face-off nuclear kindness. The group of meteorological scientists looked at the little girl tremblingly, and controlled Visalia to the Sky Island. The weather system on Sky Island is believed to be built soon. Once the planting industry develops, all aspects will develop. People take food as their heaven. This sentence is not said. Shiki followed Shiraha and was silent all the way until they were about to land. You little bastard is better at ruling the land than me. You want to use Sky Island as a template, so that the world can develop according to this template. I am convinced. Shiki, if you would say such a thing, then I should be a little proud. Shiki, the most arrogant big pirate in the sea, can say that. Shiraha really has such a sense of satisfaction and pride. If the world really develops like this in the end, maybe it will be lucky for most people. Maybe by then, the pirates and marine will disappear with history. Shiki looked awkward, but that kind of world it's not the world I want. It's so fucking boring. Bored? Shiraha pointed to the distant Hoshizora and laughed. Hoo-ah-ha-ha, don't worry, you will never be boring with me in the future. I will take you to conquer the stars and the universe to a larger stage. Shiki held his cigar in his mouth and turned a Byakugan annoyed. You have followed Roger, and you still want to recruit me? Then I am not Roger's younger brother. Who do you think I am? Shiki, I just promised to accompany Roger to La Vidra. Are you really not planning to follow me in the future? Don't even think about it. Humphrey, what about teaming up? This can be considered. Shiki was stunned for a moment. No, we were originally a cooperative relationship. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. Smelly boy. The flying pirates can be said to be the king of Aria Sky. Waiting for Sky Island to build a group of ships flying with impact shells and wind shells. The world government will completely lose the rights of Aria Sky. The two came to an island in Qinghai. Our flying pirates need a long-stayed territory on Burka Island, helping each other with Angel Island, and sending troops to help in times of crisis. You moved the whole island of Burka Island. Of course I have no problem, but Shiki, can those people under your care take care of it? Shiki laughed and said, Jai ha ha ha, they didn't dare to defy my orders. They were recruited before they had time to pick it up. You always know about them, John and World's subordinates, and they will help me take care of them. Had Shiki not been anxious to gather a large fleet of pirates, with the brains of John and World, the flying pirates would have developed better. Then start doing things. Shiki activated the berry ability, and an entire uninhabited island left the sea and flew to Arya Sky with ease. End of this chapter. 245 A lot of dirt. The bell rings. Sky Island is romantic. Chapter 245 A lot of dirt. The bell rings. Sky Island is romantic. Jihahaha, what are you kidding about? I went back with Lozi. Shiki controlled an island effortlessly and laughed wildly in the air. I'm sorry, Shiki, I still have things to do. You go back first. Shirahan needs to find Rolando's descendants to settle the Shandia's hundreds of years of agreement. Young Xiao, we are going to pass. Shiki took a look. It's okay. If he were to go back alone, would Liu Chi's sister pick up a spear and poke him? What Shiki fears most is that after returning home, facing Yang Liuqi's gloomy expression, the atmosphere must be very embarrassing. If you ask him where Shiraha is going, no, brat, I want to go with you. If you don't send the island back, just take an island and walk with me. That's not wrong. Shiraha couldn't understand Shiki's brain circuit, and found that he couldn't get rid of it. I just went to find a few people. Jihahaha, where are you going? Gaia Island. Do you know the way? It's over, he knows nothing about sailing, and Liu Qi is not by his side. Who will show him the way? Shiraha looked towards the sky subconsciously. He and Golden Lion Shiki looked at each other, and they both pointed at each other at the same time. Both of them were shocked. You don't know the way? The cigar in Shiki's mouth was about to fall. Yes, Shiraha answered honestly. You don't know the way. What do you mean to me? I want to ask if you know the way. Shiki's cigar fell into the sea, and said in a panic, who are you when you are Lozi? Lozi is Shiki. I am the boss in the sea. Follow me. After a few Tokyomi, Shiraha looked at Gaia Island in front of him, and looked up at Shiki with suspicion. Jihahaha, don't you think this is Gaia Island? Listen to me. That's right. Shiki laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. Shiraha went directly to the island. After Locon had the target, he found the descendants of Rolando, Thebiglaya. Who are you? A man with a strong build and dark wounds found someone coming to him. This man and Lufei's group were not the same one. The hidden injuries in his body were also caused by long-term diving in the sea. This is the damage to the body caused by long-term high-intensity diving. In addition to this man on the island, there is also a very dark child. This is the Uncle Wang Lufei will meet in the future. I'm here to tell you about your ancestors. Rolando, he is not a liar. Fart. The child on the side shouted excitedly, he is a big liar. It is because of him that I will be laughed at by other children. I can only come here. 10:10 watched the fool father doing useless things. The child is ignorant. Please don't mind the two adults. I am willing to use my life to atone for the crime. Please let this child go. The man recognized the identity of the two great pirates and stepped forward to touch the child's head. There is guilt in his eyes, but more insistence. The child who succeeded his father in the future finally embarked on the same path, a promise that lasted hundreds of years and dozens of generations, for the sake of unrealistic proof. For a big liar that others were laughing at, the descendants of Rolando worked hard for hundreds of years. Jihahaha, even a child knows that Rolando is the big talker. Then you can go with me and see with your own eyes. Shiraha glared at Shiki. Ignorance is terrible, everyone agrees. The world government has discredited him again. Anyway, he is not a human being. He suspects that people who don't know really think he drank human blood and eat human flesh. Sky Island. Look at it, is an entire island. Oh my god, is this the soil that the leader's friend brought from King Hai? I hope the leader can give me a piece of land so that I can cultivate my own land well. The two of Gaia Island followed Shiraha to Sky Island. Sky Island. This island that has only been heard in the legend shocked them. They watched the laughter from the buildings on Sky Island, the crowds with bright smiles and weird faces coming and going, and they moved. Box. Such a scene is not clear to the United States. Is this heaven? Jihahaha, my uncle is back again. Come and welcome my uncle. Shiki laughed arrogantly. Sky Island people had already been surprised. and they knew the blatant character of this strong man in King Hai. "This is a flower for you. I hope you can protect Sky Island with the leader and them. I want to join the flying pirates, Uncle Shiki. I think too." A group of Sky Island kids brought flowers and handed them to the lion. Facing these little things in front of him, Shiki looked strange, hesitated for a few seconds, took the flowers, and the children disappeared. Rovko was observing everything in the dark, holding a bag of candies in his hand, cut one in his mouth, and smiled. "It's so sweet." The locals of Sky Island warmly came to entertain two King Hai people from Gaia Island. "Luo Chi, I have a way to resolve the grievances between the two families." Shiraha pointed to the two strangers who had been brought back. "I have always believed in you." Yang Luoki opened his arms. The two hug each other, and after sprinkling a little dog food, they are ready to make Sky Island as a whole. After learning that the misunderstanding was about to be resolved and witnessing the 400 years of history, most people followed in excitement. On the way, Shiki took the initiative to speak. "My uncle is about to lay off staff, and certain wastes in the pirates are indeed to be removed. Just let John and Bijak help organize the pirates. Your pirate group should have been sorted out." Shiraha shook his head. "There are too many crooked melons and dates." Everyone came to the golden clock. Shiraha stood in front of the golden clock and gave a speech. "These two are descendants of Rolando. They have always wanted to prove the innocence of their ancestors." His moving speech told what happened 400 years ago, and also made these Sandia people tremble and excited. The descendants of their benefactors came to Sky Island. After speaking, Yang Luoki applauded first, leading everyone to applaud. Dang! The golden bell was rang in front of everyone. An agreement spanning hundreds of years. The bell of the agreement rang at this moment. The friendship between the great warrior and the navigator Rolando spanning hundreds of years was reached at this moment. This is an indescribable romance, especially after listening to the story that Shiraha said. Robin, Shiki, Roger. Sandia, Sky Island, and Rolando's descendants all witnessed this scene. From this day on, Sky Island became iron defense. The Sandia and Sky Island people also shook hands and made peace. Rolando's descendants also decided to live on Sky Island and would like to dedicate their lives to the construction of Sky Island. The meteorological scientist Yang Luoki brought back was also very satisfied with the changes of Sky Island, became an indispensable and important talent, and was willing to become a scientist of Sky Island. In just 2 days, Sky Island has undergone earth-shaking changes. That night, it was another grand banquet. Shiraha is no longer worried about the future development of Sky Island, and plans to return to King Hai with Luochi in a few days. Jihahaha, your kid really has a set of methods. If you build it like this, Sky Island will almost become a paradise on Earth. Shiki felt that what he, Rocks and others lacked, they are in a certain it's really not as good as this kid. It's not just a paradise on Earth. I want to build Sky Island into the most romantic place in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 246 of the main text comes from a letter from Whitebeard. Chapter 246, a letter from Whitebeard. Well, hahaha, the most romantic place sounds really good. Roger drank his wine and laughed happily. The sea is the most free place and Sky Island is the most romantic place. What about land? Land? You mean the Red Earth continent? Isn't that the world government's turf? Shiki disdainfully said. Sooner or later, they will be overthrown and the turf will be taken over. In the hearts of the men : Why don't you just take the women over? In addition to the large and small islands, the real land of Pirate World is owned by the world government master. The former world government was composed of 20 king families. The so-called army may be similar to the dogs in the nursing homes. Come to protect the king family on the land. After the banquet, acquaintances like them were left on the court. Jai ha ha, hey kid, said you saw I probably can understand what role that plays in the world government. The world is actually controlled by her. Right? Shiki sat aside, asked Captain Shiraha, I am also very curious about the truth of this world. After Robin came to Sky Island, He rarely spoke at the banquet. "Have you seen the ruler of this world? Do you have any impression of her?" "Ruler?" Roger asked curiously. "What ruler?" Shirahar informed them a little bit, including the real ruler of the world government is Yim, and also told them that Yim is a very powerful existence. It wasn't until the moment he saw Yim when he went to the Red Earth continent that he really understood, what is the truth behind the world. The truth is that Yim is an observer of the world. In her eyes, the world is nothing but an object of observation. She stands on a higher level and treats all the people below as ants. There is no conspiracy to nasty plot at all. From start to finish, he is worrying about it. It is the chemical effect of Shira's brain supplementation, and it is also the influence of his subjective impression of reading comics. Fart conspiracy. There is no invisible big hand pushing behind. From start to finish, there are 5 bad old men guessing Yim's mind. In fact, the real operator of the sea is Garasai 5 elders. In Yim's eyes, disdain for this approach is a kind of desperate confidence and strength. If humans are different, then Yim's existence cannot be inferred according to common sense at all. As soon as we met, I took a fancy to his body. Can this be inferred according to common sense? Humans cannot guess the psychology of abnormal creatures, just like ants cannot understand human thinking. Those great gods in a bar, mistake me. Shirahar thought the wrong direction from the beginning. There is no conspiracy in this world. It's just that the current appearance of the world makes I'm very satisfied, and the aloof power Garasai 5 elders desperately to covet and try their best to guess the master's thoughts in order to secure power in the master's own hands. This is Im's attitude towards us. Garasai 5 elders is probably a little better than us. Twun and cooperation is tacit, and it takes a certain price to win. Shirahar told them some basic news. Did not speak out the inference in the heart. The strong of the sea hits one at the same level, and it takes a great price to win. Even so, many smart people on the court seemed to have guessed. Their eyes thoughtful. Most people have ugly faces. Fortunately, this place is filled with internal members. This kind of news cannot be circulated for the time being, and the time has not yet arrived. Shiki exasperatedly shouted, "What do those bastards think of this uncle? This uncle is not their captive pet." Everyone present has no good impressions of the world government, and it becomes even more disgusting to hear these. At the beginning, the truth that Rox knew. The 8th achievement was that the world government regarded the creatures on the sea as pigs, and the arrogance and disposition of the naive captain was definitely unacceptable. It happened to learn through some channels that the Valley of the Gods had some secrets about Tenryu Bito and the world government, and immediately led them to fight. After the war, Rox didn't tell them, maybe because they were already defeated. Even if they said it, they wouldn't get those things. The secrets of the Valley of the Gods may have been recovered by the world government, or they may have disappeared in the sea. After all, the entire island of the Valley of the Gods was destroyed during that battle. My uncle is going to find weapons that can destroy the world. Shiki gritted his teeth and said, "When I find the weapons that destroy the world, I must kill all those people in the world government." Shirahar glanced at Shiki. One of the 3 weapons that would destroy the world would definitely be useless. The other one might be in the hands of the world government. He wanted to find the remaining one. Roger also took a look at Shiki. He is not interested in rule, but if the world government is really like this, is there still a place for freedom on this sea? Roger decided to rectify and leave as soon as possible, to find Ralph Drew. The next day, Shiki's flying pirate group has experienced a lot of layoffs, many crooked melons, bad character, and ordinary pirates all kicked him. Under the helping hand of John and Biajak, the size of the flying pirates group has been minimized a lot, but the cohesion and the strength that can be exerted are not smaller than in the past. As for the rapid development of all aspects of Sky Island, everything seems orderly. Burka Island, Angel Island, and the islands that Shiki brought from under King Hai are all anchored by clouds, forming an archipelago that can accommodate more people and resources. Shaika's flying pirate group lives on Burka Island. Except for John and World, other members of the flying pirate group are not allowed to step into Angel Island and the desert island without permission. The airplane made by using the jet wind shells had a successful test flight yesterday. The school is systematically established, and Sky Island children will continue to grow in education. Kung Fu Manatee adapted to Sky Island. Planting and agriculture are set up, and the artificially controlled precipitation and climate can guarantee a bumper harvest every year. Among the Sandia people and Sky Island people who are willing to go to the desert island development, they have got their own land and food seeds. In the future, Sky Island food will become diverse and rich. The golden clock is not intended to be sold. It is better to treat this thing as a symbol of Sky Island. In front of outsiders, it seems rich and powerful. If there are outsiders who dare to make bad ideas, it will be looted again. At this time, Shiraha received a letter from King Hai. It was a letter written to him by Whitebeard, and it was sent by Morgans. After Shiraha disappeared in King Hai, Morgans has been relying on the Whitebeard pirates to escape the capture of Marine headquarters and the targeting of the world government. Like 7, Brother Newgate wrote to us. Yang Liu Oki tilted his head and said, "That's not very good. We are also preparing to go to King Hai to find 4 pieces of historical text." End of this chapter. 247 The City of Seven Waters. Shiraha took the letter written by Whitebeard and informed Yang Liuoki of the contents of the letter. Most of the contents of the letter are the misses of Marco, Aden, Huidibai, Yazang and others, and most of them have never seen Yang Liuoki's nephew and niece want to meet his aunt. Whitebeard also missed them very much, mainly because after the Rocks Pirates was disbanded, he couldn't find old friends. It's fine if Guy has more bastards, and he was afraid that Rock would settle accounts after the fall, and shake people's hearts on the spot. The purpose was to make Rocks die in the Valley of Gods, and as a result, the Sea Overlord finally survived. This makes the future for Emperor Guy almost hate Shiraha, and can't wait to cut him 1,000 times. Compared to Shiraha, Guy was more afraid of Rocks coming over to make trouble for him. It would really be deadly, and he didn't think he was the opponent of that monster no matter how conceited he was. At that time, Charlotte Linlin was almost silly and sweet. Seeing Guy running away more, he followed and left. He didn't think so much in his heart, and didn't have so many crooked thoughts. Among the old 4 emperors, Guy is mostly a conspirator. This is a bit like Blackbeard. Not to mention the strength, the Yinren has one hand. In Wano Kuni, no personnel is involved. It's a pity that he met the nemesis Shiraha, and the two were destined to live only one. Now, Charlotte Linlin is working as a crew member on the Whitebeard ship, mainly Whitebeard in charge of food and control. Basically, he couldn't find any other old friends, which made Newgate sad. He couldn't find someone to drink, and he couldn't go back to his hometown to disturb his former captain Rocks. Akoku was still lying on the hospital bed, and could not find a cure. He had no face to go back. He had known that the pure gold should not be sent back. He would just send it back himself, and he could have a drink with the captain. There was Whitebeard's complaint in the letter. No one was drinking with him. Brother Newgate is poor bitter. If we let him know that we had several banquets and didn't call him, he might be so angry that he would lead the pirates to the Sky Island and drop us. Shiraha teased. This is quite possible. Yang Liuoki nodded, thinking of the crescent beard. The other people on the boat don't know if it's okay. We have time to go back to see them. I have a way to treat Akaka's injury, but some preparation is needed. That's great. Both of them are very happy. The chat group cannot travel through other worlds at will. The main task is not completed, and the progress has not changed, but Akoku's injury should be treated as soon as possible. It is not very safe to drag with pure gold. Akoku's body injury is too serious, and if an accident happens, it will be difficult for the gods to save. The medical level of Pirate World is not low, mainly because World's naked medical skills are simply better than the national players. Shiraha is going to get her spine from the chat group, black jade intermittent ointment and the medical skills of the genius Dr. on Xioji Island, and let Nakin learn to use these things before he is sure. He will not start treatment easily to prevent accidents. In addition to this good news, there are several other good news. I know, Yang Liu Oki said excitedly, holding the envelope in his hand. The capital of Seven Waters recently shipped the Adam treasure tree. We have a boat. The two of them had always been worried about the ship that was destroyed in the harsh weather last time. Fortunately, the pirate flag was not taken off. Otherwise they would be extremely annoyed. It's still a boat that can really sail on the sea without fear of any weather. Shira added. King Jiao, the leader of the country of flowers, wants to cooperate with us, and the three great pirates have also met. If we want to overthrow the world government, we must have enough national support. The country of flowers is a good choice. As a general who can command one side in the spirit realm, Yang Liuoki still knows a little bit about this kind of thing. Shiraha nodded and said in a good mood, we can first go to the water city to solve the problem of the boat, and then go to Green Jiao to discuss formal cooperation. The meeting of the three great pirates set off a lot of wind and waves on the blue sea, and the marine headquarters directly entered the highest alert state. Not long after the Rocks Pirates was settled, there was another one, which made Marine headquarters a little nervous. After all, there are three well-known pirate groups, the South Blue Pirate Group, the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and the Green Pepper Pirate Group. Among them, the South Blue Pirate Group will be quite famous in the future. The three large pirates belong to the legendary Sea Thief. The main reason is that one died too early. The Green Pepper was scrapped by Garp. These two exited too early. Just like world's bad luck, Shiki has the qualifications to become a king, able to surpass Roger on the sea, and even overwhelmed Whitebeard during the Rocks Pirates. There are no more than 10 in the three eras, just as the peak of Shiki's life in the original work ended in the Battle of Wald. The two went to Shiki and Rovgo. Liuoki's Sky Island and I will be temporarily taken care of by you. Shira's eyes were full of trust. He didn't believe that Roger could, but he couldn't help but believe the two companions who accompanied him through life and death. Jihahaha, don't worry, there will be no problem with this island. Shiki adapts to the life of Sky Island and decides to become bigger and stronger in this place, to truly grow the flying pirates. Tailwind all the way. Be careful not to fall into the hands of the world government. But I don't have such good luck to meet me. Next time you continue to help me. I'm tired of fighting and killing. I haven't seen the epiphany you said. I don't want to be crazy with you. Give you. Rovko received something. This is the epithalum seed. When you plant it, you have to invite all of us to watch it together. Shiraha waved his hand, and took Yang Liuoki away happily. Their boats are always going to be purchased. Roger, that guy is going to retreat after reaching Ralph Drew, saying that the important task of the new era will be handed over to the young people. I don't know what kind of change in fate has taken place. Roger, the future One Piece, doesn't seem to want to care about this rotten world. He is going to spend a leisurely little life alone, and he will have to ask for a beautiful wife. Luofuk looked at the distant figures of Shiraha and Yang Liuoki, and smiled. You must return me intact. If you give up one day to overthrow the world government and stay on Sky Island, I will create the most beautiful Hanazono in the world for you to see. The corners of Shira's mouth raised. It was really interesting to be a killer of Hanazono. Roger learned that he was leaving, so he went for a ride. The bullet injury was not healed, and the Roger pirates did not plan to leave now. 248 Shiraha, Adam treasure tree is destined to me. Chapter 248 Shiraha, Adam treasure tree is destined to me. Ravdru is a very good name. If I reach that place, I might also take this name. Roger suddenly laughed and said, Whoa ha 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 Shiraha. After reaching Lavdru, Roger pirate, the regiment will be disbanded, and at most I will drift on the sea for a while, and prepare to retire after a lap in the sea. Roger touched the pure gold on his finger and said seriously, no matter what I see in Lavdru, I will not change my mind. I don't want to be like Rox said, even my future family will not be able to guard it. Live. Everything in the future will be given to the people in the future. I didn't expect your mentality to change so much. I won't stop a person from pursuing it. Shirahar sighed slightly in his heart. Now that's all right, the existence of the opening of the Great Pirate Era is gone. Roger seems to be really not ready to care about the life and death of other people in this world, and wants to live a good life by himself. There is nothing wrong with this. He has no obligation to do these things. Shirahar, before arriving at Nolan Fudru, you were my crew and partner. I will not allow anyone to move my partner. Roger grinned and said, after I disbanded the pirates, I hope you can make good choices. Now you have your own power and Sky Island is also developing very well. Miss Luochi is also a good girl. No matter what the affairs of the world government are, it is not your turn to take care of it. Listen to my advice and leave it alone. Shirahar raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard the most incredible words, and shook his head. You're lying. You can't fool me. Roger, would it be a scam for people like you to allow the freedom of the sea? Didn't you say that the sea belongs to anyone? Faced with the soul torture, Roger was silent. Roger, I don't look down on a person's pursuit. You can choose to give up and live the life you deserve. The civilians and the oppressed on this sea have nothing to do with you. Shirahar actually knew that Roger finally reached Lavdru by listening to everything and helping Aden. The important members of the Roger pirates in the original book know all the history. Rayleigh and the Straw Hats have said that they are too anxious, just like the scholars of Uhura. They don't have enough strength and can't do anything. Roger said in the comic that they came too early. Well, ha, if I give up what I insist on, am I still Roger? Roger's eyes were shining. The sea is free and belongs to everyone who comes to the sea. During the conversation, the two future kings of the sea understood that no one could persuade anyone. Sure enough, Shirahar had a clear look on his face. It seems you can hear that strange sound sometimes. Roger scratched his head, looking helpless. He just wanted to prevent Shirahar from participating in this kind of thing. He hoped that his crew could live their own lives after going to Lovelyou. But Shirahar is too young, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Just like Shanks, it is impossible to withdraw from the sea like Aben and Rayleigh and others and give up all identities. Roger actually understands this, but he still doesn't want Shirahar to participate in this kind of thing. This kind of thing shouldn't be left to young boys. Their strength is not enough. Only a few big pirates can't resist Marine, the army and the world government. I will stand by his side and will never leave. Facing Roger's helpless and shocked eyes, Yang Liuqi's eyes earnestly said, whether he is the Demon King or the savior who saves the world, as long as he wants to be something, mine the spear charged for him. Roger took a mouthful of dog food, watched them go away, and sighed, should I find a wife too? 2 days later, the three reached the capital of water, and besides Shirahar and Yang Luoqi, Robin also followed. Robin is very interested in historical texts, but the main purpose of her coming here this time is to go to Uhura. Shirahar is also very interested in Uhura. To be precise, he is interested in the truth discovered by the Uhura scholars. After solving the problem of the ship, he can stop by Uhura. Captain Shirahar, the city of water looks a bit different. The somewhat dilapidated city in front of him is very different from the city of water in Robin's impression. There must be a difference a few decades ago, and this is the case in the water capital of this period. Yaoya Ozukaran was made by a boatman on the island before. In the future, through the efforts of Tom's disciple Iceberg Isbuk, the prestige and all aspects have reached the peak. That great mayor changed the city of water in the future. Luochi, let's find someone to ask first. Shirahar took them down to the ground, feeling the exhaustion in his body. It really wouldn't work without the charged treasure. It is better to have a boat. Yang Luo nodded 7. And walked to a more friendly passerby and to ask for directions. He quickly found out where the best boatman and the best shipyard are in Water City. Get it done. Yang Luoqi blinked playfully, and made an okay gesture. She took the two to the location of Mr. Tom. When they reached the place, they saw the huge Adam's treasure tree, which should have just been transported. An obese existence is commanding everyone. This is Master Tom who made the golden Jackson for Roger. He is the horned Murloc in the Murloc family. He is born with infinite body. This tree is very good. Hearing people boasting about this tree, Tom nodded in agreement. This is the Adam's treasure tree, the most resilient tree in the world. The number is very rare, and there are not many in the world. You can only see it if you are lucky. Not long ago, I used an Adam's tree to make a boat for an ambitious pirate. He said he was going to fight a battle that shocked the world, but he lost. The person Tom is talking about is Roger, who lost to Shiki in the Battle of Wald. I have never regretted building a ship for that pirate. I believe he will surely become a figure resounding through the sea. A failure will never defeat him. Tom remembered the pirate who had met for the first time. He believed his own eyes. I didn't come to talk to you about that idiot. I need a good boat. It just so happens that I think this Adam tree is related to me. Why not use it to build a boat for me? #degrees. Tom was shocked by this voice. Is this coming to grab a tree? This flexible Murloc fat man took a small pistol from his pocket, turned and pointed it at the person behind him. I don't like someone holding a gun at me. Be careful of the gun's misfire. Shiraha came to Tom in an instant, and blocked the muzzle with her finger. You did it for Roger, that bastard. It doesn't matter if you make one for me. He'll pay. End of this chapter. 249 Shiraha, Falling 7. We are going to have a boat. Chapter 249 Shiraha, Falling 7. We are going to have a boat. Gun. There are no bullets in the gun. Tom stammered. I'm here to scare people. I thought you were here to rob me. Just pay. Shiraha looked a little embarrassed, took the small pistol, opened the insurance and fired a few shots. There is really no bullet inside. Degrees. Tom looked at the three people in front of him, and the more he looked at him, the more shocked he became. Among the three, he recognized two: Shiraha, the blood sword, and Yang Liu Oki, the silver spear, two first-class monsters on the ocean. They were called by the world government. He is a pirate with the most sinful crime. The other one, he doesn't know, but to be able to stand with these two, it will definitely not be a simple character. Tom is a very wise Murloc, and will not be afraid of the three because of this. The words of the world government may not be credible. The four went to a quiet place to communicate. Without bullets, wouldn't you be afraid of the idea of a pirate hitting you? This pistol doesn't work for powerful pirates. Normal pirates won't hit me as a boat maker. The most important thing for them is the boat. Without the boat maker, where would the boat come from? You have no problem with this kind of thinking. Tom relaxed in his heart and pointed to the Adam's treasure tree, and said, a whole Adam's treasure tree is very valuable. I can give you the lowest price. It is my honor to repair the ship for a character like you. Honor? Shiraha laughed and said, I am the most vicious big pirate in the sea. Have you not read the reports of the world government? There is no difference between good and evil. Even if you use it to destroy the world, you have to face it loudly as a man. Tom patted his chest. The boat I built is absolutely worthy of your identity. Set the price according to the market price. The wages of your craftsmen are what you deserve. Shiraha knew that his identity was recognized. This is normal. He is the pirate with the highest bounty in the sea, a full 5 billion. Shiraha has seen the urge to sell himself when he sees it, and the Rocks pirates are well known in the sea. He is the remnant of the Rocks pirates. This is a different thing from the original book. Rocks did not die in the Valley of Gods. With the help of the world government and Marine, the Rocks pirates were not concealed or covered up. Instead, they became Akatsuki. Master Tom, go help me build the ship. Shiraha is very interested in Shuizi, and wants to take Yang Liu Oki and Robin around. Your Excellency Shiraha, it is my honor. I will help you build it as soon as possible. Tom clapped his hands and said, by the way, the boat is built. You remember that I left the city of water together. Hey, that's good. After subconsciously answering, Tom just turned around to leave. He was taken aback for a moment. Your Excellency Shiraha, I also want to go with you. I will take you to a larger stage. Shiraha spoke in a very contagious voice, and said, I will protect the City of Water and build a sea train on the sea, so that the people living in the City of Water will not suffer the shadow of death. Tom's eyes were excited and he stared at Shiraha. No one knew himself better than the person in front of him. He had wanted to do it a long time ago. The City of Water faces once a year the gods of war to superlative tsunami. After the tsunami each year, the water level will rise